outside the Jiangnan base, in a wilderness area about more than 500 miles away. Inside an abandoned building in 0201 County, a young man covered in blood suddenly sat up, his eyes snapping open. His eyes were filled with excitement and astonishment. Swallowed Star? RR virus? Hunting monsters in the wilderness? Have I traveled through time? And I even traveled to the world of Swallowed Star, becoming an advanced warrior? Scenes of memories surged into his mind, leaving Yi Chen's face full of disbelief. He never expected that after waking up, he would find himself in the world of Swallowed Star. The original owner was also named Yi Chen, and along with a few companions, was hunting monsters in this wilderness area, only to encounter a D-class monster, a saber-toothed tiger. Under the attack of that monster, their squad was almost completely wiped out, and the strongest original owner fled to this abandoned building due to severe injuries, falling into a coma. It was he who brought Yi Chen across to this world. Before crossing over, he was a die-hard fan of Swallowed Star, having read the novel and watched the anime 5 or 6 times, thoroughly understanding this world and deeply aware of its cruelty and horror. The world of Swallowed Star is a parallel space similar to Earth. But in 2013, a terrifying R-type viral flu outbreak occurred, and as it spread, it gave rise to more than 20 variants. In January 2015, the R-type virus evolved into its deadliest strain, known as the RR virus. As soon as the RR virus appeared, it rapidly spread across the globe, affecting all life, whether humans or animals, without exception, as long as they breathed. The mortality rate after contracting the RR virus reached nearly 30%. In just 3 short months, aside from the massive death of animals, the global population plummeted by nearly 2 billion. The physical condition of survivors, whether human or animal, improved significantly. Even ordinary people could easily break past weightlifting and 100-meter sprint records. As for the surviving birds and beasts, their strength increased dramatically, and some monsters even gained intelligence. Until March 2021, humans developed ultra-high-frequency laser cannons, consecutively killing more than 10 S-class monsters and 2 SS-class monsters, finally ending the large-scale war between monsters and humans. This period is known as the Great Nirvana era in human history. Today, more than 30 years have passed since the Great Nirvana, but the wilderness remains synonymous with danger. Such a beginning. Although the original host's strength is not weak, the severe injuries make it difficult to exert full combat power. The outside is full of monsters, especially that saber-toothed tiger, which probably hasn't left yet. After finally crossing over to the world of Swallowed Star, do I really have to die again? From time to time, the roars of monsters echoed from outside the building, causing Yi Chen to furrow his brows tightly, filled with reluctance and attachment. Since childhood, he had been full of longing for this world, and now that he was finally experiencing it firsthand, how could he easily give up his life? Ding! Congratulations to the host Yi Chen, the God-level auxiliary system has been successfully bound. Ding! The host only needs to complete tasks to earn lottery points. Once the lottery points accumulate to a certain level, a draw can be conducted, with rewards including pills, techniques, weapons. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yi Chen, the beginner's gift pack has been issued. Would you like to open it? An electronic synthesized voice echoed repeatedly in his mind. Yi Chen was overwhelmed with excitement, his face showing an expression of ecstasy. System, is this my golden finger? And there's even a newbie gift pack. Open it immediately. He chose to open the big gift pack without hesitation. Ding! Newcomer gift pack opened. Congratulations to the host, Yi Chen, for obtaining the mentalist talent. Ding! Newcomer gift pack opened. Congratulations to the host, Yi Chen, for obtaining the Thunder God Insight, partial. Ding! Newcomer gift pack opened. Congratulations to the host, Yi Chen, for obtaining the Sky Evasion Shuttle. 3 system notification sounds rang out in succession. Wah! What the hell? Yi Chen's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. His breathing also became rapid. He immediately checked the detailed descriptions of the 3 treasures. Psychic Mastery Talent, awaken psychic power and become a psychic master. Thunder God's Insight, partial, allows the cultivation of the 9-fold Thunder Blade up to the 3rd level. Sky Evading Shuttle, a psychic weapon crafted by Huyen Bo, the master of Meteorite Ink Star, composed of 365 special material blades. It is versatile in both offense and defense and possesses flight capabilities. Its 3 forms are the Sky Evading Shuttle Body in flight mode, the Mountain Piercing Drill in attack mode, and the Heavy Mountain Shield in defense mode. After reading the introduction to these treasures, Yi Chen's breathing became increasingly rapid. What amazing items! All 3 are top-notch, especially the Spiritual Mind Master's talent, which is extremely rare and can be called a heaven-defying treasure. In the world of Swallowed Star, spiritual force masters are a special existence among warriors. The protagonist Luo Feng's terrifying combat power owes much to his spiritual force master talent. As for Thor's insights, they are extremely valuable to him at this moment. As a seasoned book enthusiast, Yi Chen is well-versed in the 9-fold Thunderblade, and he clearly understands the significance of mastering the first 3 levels. The 9-fold Thunderblade was personally created by Thor, the second strongest on Earth, and its power is extraordinary. With each additional fold fold, an extra hidden force can be unleashed. Even without relying on mental power, when Yi Chen performs the third fold of the ninefold Thunder Blade, his combat strength is enough to rival intermediate warlords, even surpassing some of them. The final Sky Evasion Shuttle is also an extremely precious treasure. As a mental weapon personally crafted by Huyen Bo, the master of the Meteorite Star, it once provided tremendous assistance to Luo Feng in its early stages. Now that he possessed these three treasures, the previous crisis instantly vanished into thin air. Activate the Spiritual Mind Master talent. After carefully reading the descriptions of the three treasures, Yi Chen immediately chose to activate the Spiritual Mind Master talent. In an instant, he felt a surge of immense power flooding into his mind. His vision, hearing, and even sense of smell were all astonishingly enhanced. In less than half a minute, that force gradually subsided, as if a thin mist was spreading deep within his mind. He glanced around at the nearly decayed old sofa beside him, and a thought crossed his mind. An invisible force quickly spread from his mind, enveloping the entire sofa. Yi Chen vaguely felt that as long as he wished, he could easily make the sofa float. Rise! With a single thought, the sofa indeed floated up before his eyes. Immediately, he swept his gaze across all the items around him. Almost the instant his eyes passed over them, these items all rose off the ground. What's even more surprising is that controlling so many objects, he didn't feel the slightest effort. What level has telekinesis reached now? Yi Chen hurriedly checked his personal information. Host, Yi Chen. Identity, Earthling. Physical fitness, Advanced Warrior. Mental Master, Intermediate Commander. Techniques, 5 Hearts Toward Heaven, Guiding Technique, Ninefold Primordial. Martial Skills, Basic Movement Technique, Flowing Light, Ninefold Thunderblade. Lottery Points, 0. Intermediate War General level. Just as the original work mentioned, mental power is closely related to physical fitness. Physical fitness is generally 2 levels higher than mental power. My current physical fitness is at the Advanced Warrior level, so my mental power would be at the Intermediate War General level. After calming his mind, Yi Chen turned his attention to the Thunder God's Insights. Thunder God's Insights, activate. In an instant, waves of insights surged like a tide. Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, fully focused on absorbing them. Although it was only a portion of the Thunder God's Insights, as one of Earth's strongest, every bit of the Thunder God's understanding was like a treasure to Yi Chen. As soon as the insight appeared, he absorbed it, deepening his understanding of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. The Thunder God's Insight not only encompassed blade techniques but also included insights into movement techniques and guiding arts. As his comprehension deepened, Yi Chen felt his mastery of the Ninefold Thunder Blade becoming increasingly refined. It took him half a day to fully digest the Thunder God's Insight, as if these insights had always been a part of him. Come and test its power. Clang! The A4 model Blood Shadow Saber was unsheathed. After adjusting his breath, Yi Chen's gaze sharpened, and he slashed out with a single strike. Sigh! Poof, poof, poof. In an instant, a flash of cold light tore through the room, faintly carrying a strange ripple, like a thunderclap on a clear day, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom in the air. As expected of the Ninefold Thunder Blade, with the insights of the Thunder God, it has been cultivated to the 3rd level, capable of releasing 3 additional hidden forces, unleashing 280% of its power. The Ninefold essence of the Ninefold Thunder Blade, its first 3 levels have been completely mastered, and the movement technique has also reached a state of perfection. If I encounter that D-class saber-toothed tiger again, this strike will definitely take its life. With the enhancement of psychic power, I now have the strength to face even a high-level warlord. Feeling his strength rapidly increasing, Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission D-class saber-toothed tiger. Ding! Task description: kill the D-level saber-toothed tiger within 24 hours. Task reward: complete the task to earn 300 lottery points. Task penalty: none. The system notification sounded again. Accept. Yi Chen chose to accept the mission without hesitation. Although his injuries had not yet fully healed, at this moment he no longer feared the saber-toothed tiger. He took out some healing medicine from his pack, carefully dressed his wounds, then leaped out of the abandoned building and began tracking the D-class saber-toothed tiger. Warriors are divided into 3 levels: Warrior, Warlord, and War God, with each level further divided into 3 tiers: Beginner, Intermediate, and Advanced. Monsters correspond to Beast Soldier, Beast General, and Lord levels, also divided into 3 tiers. The overall strength of monsters is also classified by letter grades. Grade D is equivalent to an Intermediate Beast General, with strength comparable to an Intermediate Warlord Warrior. The important materials on them are extremely valuable. Even without the system's reward, Yi Chen would never let this saber-toothed tiger go. Although warriors can earn more money than ordinary people, their expenses are also very high. Weapons, guiding techniques, manuals, armor, all require enormous amounts of money. A primary Beast General, which is an E-level monster, typically has important materials valued between 5 million to 15 million Huaxia currency. An Intermediate Beast General, or a D-level monster, can have important materials valued at 10 million to 100 million Huaxia currency. Monsters of rare species are priced even higher. The saber-toothed tiger belongs to a rare species. Kill it, sell its materials to the Underground Alliance Mall, and it could easily fetch over 100 million huaxia coins. You should know that the annual income of an average advanced warrior is only around 50 million. The value of this saber-toothed tiger is equivalent to the original owner's income for 2 years. Along the way, Yi Chen encountered quite a few beast soldier level monsters. These monsters are numerous but not valuable, so he didn't waste time dealing with them. The speed of advanced warriors is approximately between 60 to 90 meters per second, and Yi Chen's speed is 76 meters per second. With the assistance of mental power, the speed can be increased to over 120 meters per second. With this speed, he locked onto the saber-toothed tiger's trail in less than an hour. At this moment, a number of E-level and F-level monsters had gathered around the saber-toothed tiger. As a D-level monster, it could summon many lower-level monsters to become its subordinates. In the original story, Luo Feng once snatched a dragon egg and ventured deeper into the wilderness, where those powerful monsters could even command tens of thousands of low-level monsters. When Yi Chen discovered the saber-toothed tiger also noticed him and immediately recognized his presence. A thunderous roar echoed through the skies. Immediately, the beasts beside the saber-toothed tiger glared fiercely, roaring as they charged toward Yi Chen. Roar! As the beasts ran, the ground trembled and dust fell from the surrounding buildings. If an ordinary advanced warrior were to witness this scene, they would likely already be filled with fear and lose their composure. Rumble, rumble. However, Yi Chen showed no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit surged. Almost at the moment the monsters moved, he swiftly pulled out the Dun Tian shuttle. The Dun Tian shuttle was entirely silver gray, strip-shaped, sharp at both ends, and slightly wider in the middle. It was 91 centimeters long, 27 centimeters wide, overall slender, and covered with fine, dense patterns. As Yi Chen's thoughts stirred, two curved thin blades detached from the escaped shuttle. With his current mental power, Yi Chen could ensure that when the flying knives were at their maximum power, he could simultaneously control two of them. Whoosh! The more flying knives there are, the weaker the power of each individual knife. 6 flying knives are sufficient to handle E-level monsters. 2 blades can unleash maximum power, ready to face D-class monsters. When the monsters were about 10 meters away from Yi Chen, his gaze turned icy, and the 2 floating flying knives instantly struck. The flying knives turned into phantoms. Splurt! Whoosh! Whoosh! The first blade directly pierced through the head of the leading E-class monster. Under the control of Yi Chen's powerful mental force, the flying knife did not slow down and immediately pierced through the head of the next monster. In just a moment, the 2 flying knives had penetrated the heads of over a dozen charging monsters, which fell to the ground one after another due to inertia. The D-class monster, the saber-toothed tiger, already possessed a certain level of intelligence. Seeing this tragic scene, he realized that the person before him was no ordinary individual. To save his life, he immediately turned around and fled, sprinting toward the distance without looking back. The saber-toothed tiger was extremely fast, and Yi Chen could not catch up relying solely on his own speed. But he had no need to chase. No matter how fast the saber-toothed tiger was, it couldn't match the speed of his flying dagger. The flying dagger, like a sharp arrow, pierced through the saber-toothed tiger's skull. Brain matter splattered. Put! And the massive body of the saber-toothed tiger crashed to the ground. Congratulations to the host for completing the task D-level saber-toothed tiger. You have earned 300 lottery points. 300 lottery points? Ding! Can I draw a lottery? Yi Chen shifted his attention to the system in his mind and opened the lottery page. A huge lottery wheel emerges in my mind. The wheel is divided into multiple sections, each representing a different item. A scarlet pointer hovers above it, motionless. However, the outer edge of the wheel is shrouded by a powerful force, making it impossible for Yi Chen to discern the specific items. Does the host want to proceed with the lottery? Level 1 lottery requires 100 lottery points, Level 2 requires 1000, Level 3. The higher the lottery level, the richer the rewards. Ding! The system prompt sounded again. I have 300 lottery points, so I can only draw 3 Level 1 lotteries. Let's see what treasure we can draw. Yi Chen didn't hesitate and directly chose to perform 3 first-level draws. The scarlet pointer began to spin. Congratulations to the host for drawing a recovery potion. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 cubic meters of storage space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the first level of the soul-devouring technique. Ding! After the pointer stopped, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Check! 10 cubic meters of storage space grants 10 cubic meters of storage capacity upon use, only for storing inanimate objects. Living creatures are prohibited. Restoration potion instantly restores physical strength to peak condition upon use. Soul-devouring technique first level grants mastery of the soul-devouring technique upon learning, enabling the ability to devour the souls of living beings. The first level requires physical contact with a monster's corpse as a medium to absorb, and is limited to souls of creatures no higher than advanced lord level. Although the storage space and restoration potion brought Yi Chen some joy, what truly excited him was the function of the soul-devouring technique. Can devour monster souls and enhance psychic power. This is just too heaven-defying. Damn! Without hesitation, Yi Chen chose to immediately learn the soul-devouring technique. With so many corpses in front of him, it was the perfect opportunity to experiment. He placed his palm on the head of an E-class monster and operated according to the soul-devouring technique. In an instant, his spiritual power transformed into countless tendrils, penetrating the monster's head and extracting its soul. Streams of pure soul energy surged into his sea of consciousness. In less than a minute, the soul energy of the E-class monster was completely absorbed. Yi Chen felt a slight improvement in his spiritual mind power, but most of the soul energy remained in his mind, not yet fully refined. Once this energy is completely refined, his spiritual mind power will be enhanced once again. Good stuff. This far surpasses some of the spiritual cultivation manuals in the original work. He joyfully sensed the surging spiritual energy in his mind. The more monsters you kill, the more souls you absorb, and your psychic power will surely improve day by day. Of course, if you want to perfectly unleash stronger psychic power, your physical fitness must also keep up. Then, he removed his palm from the corpse of this E-level monster and continued to absorb the soul power of the remaining monsters nearby. In less than 5 minutes, the souls of more than a dozen monsters in front of him were drained. At the same time, he collected important materials from these monsters. After finishing, he walked toward the saber-toothed tiger's corpse. Those sharp saber teeth and the tiger's pelt were quite valuable. While cutting the materials, he didn't forget to continue absorbing the saber-toothed tiger's soul. With the help of the flying knife, the materials were quickly collected, and the unrefined soul power in his mind also increased. He felt that the accumulated soul power had reached its limit. This soul power could not only enhance mental telekinesis after improving physical fitness but also replenish the daily consumption of mental energy. Just as he was about to leave the area and head to the supply base to sell the materials to the Underground Alliance Mall, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. D-class monster saber-toothed tiger. Just looking at its size, even an average mid-level warrior might struggle to contend with it. Brother, impressive strength. A voice came, and Yi Chen looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a middle-aged man standing not far away. Behind him were 2 men and a woman. A few people wore a badge on their chests, with a silver-white wolf on it. Silver Wolf Squad? Relying on the memories of the original owner he had fused with, Yi Chen instantly recognized their identity. The Silver Wolf Squad was a renowned warlord-level elite team from the Jiangnan base. Captain Han Molen is a mid-level warrior, while the 3 team members are all junior-level warriors. More importantly, they are all skilled in cold weapons. These individuals are quite young, with an average age of just over 30, showing great potential. Brother, are you interested in joining our Silver Wolf Squad for collaboration? Han Molen's gaze fell on the wound on the saber-toothed tiger's head. He carefully sized up Yi Chen and, after hesitating for a moment, spoke. Cooperate? The Silver Wolf Squad's reputation resounds throughout Jiangnan. Most of the beasts in this small county aren't even D-level, with only the occasional D-level appearing. With your squad strength, you can practically do whatever you want here. Why bother cooperating with me? Yi Chen frowned slightly, a sense of alertness rising in his heart. The dangers in the wilderness are not limited to beasts, there are also various martial artist squads. An invitation to cooperate without reason, whether it's genuine collaboration or hidden schemes, is hard to determine. Noticing the change in Yi Chen's expression, Han Molen quickly explained. I usually wouldn't easily propose a collaboration. It's just that today's situation is special. Just now, we discovered a hunter in this county. A hunter? Upon hearing this phrase, Yi Chen's heart tightened. Currently, among the distribution of monster species, due to the large numbers of pigs, dogs, cats, cows, and sheep in human society before the Great Nirvana, pig-type, dog-type, cat-type, cow-type, sheep-type, and snake-type monsters are relatively common. However, mutated monsters like foxes, monkeys, scorpions, wolves, tigers, and leopards are extremely rare. Wolves, tigers, and leopards are already formidable, and after mutation, they become even more terrifying. Of course, some ordinary monster species, due to their vast numbers, can also produce extremely terrifying beings. For example, the legend among feline monsters, the 9 Lives Cat Demon. The 9 Lives Cat Demon possesses 9 tails, with strength surpassing the Lord level, ranking among the most fearsome monsters on Earth. Meanwhile, the hunter is an exceptionally ferocious entity among wolf-type monsters, also known as the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Each Silver Moon Fierce Wolf is mostly a solitary creature, cunning and ferocious, specializing in hunting other beasts and human warriors, hence the name Predator. The weakest Silver Moon Fierce Wolves discovered so far are all at the intermediate beast general level, and each one is extremely expensive. What is the strength of the Predator you mentioned? Yi Chen asked. Advanced beast general level. When we encountered it, it was already seriously injured, but it was extremely fast, making it difficult for us to track, and it ultimately escaped. However, we have already installed a tracking signal on it. Being able to kill a saber-toothed tiger, your strength is not weak. If you can join us, the chances of killing the hunter will greatly increase. So, what do you think? Are you willing to cooperate? Han Molen spoke sincerely. High-level beast general? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, it can't be such a coincidence. In the original story, a high-level beast general class hunter appeared in County 0201. And now, I am in County 0201. Normally, high-level beast general class hunters wouldn't appear in small places like a county. The hunter Han Molen mentioned is most likely the one Luo Feng encountered in the original story. If that's the case, Luo Feng should have just joined the Fire Hammer squad not long ago. How could I miss the opportunity he gains in the wilderness? Thinking of this, a sharp gleam flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved into a slight smile. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission hunter. Mission description: accept the Silver Wolf Squad's cooperation invitation and kill the hunter within 24 hours. The mission will be considered complete if either the host or any member of the Silver Wolf Squad accomplishes the kill. Mission reward: 500 lottery points upon mission completion. Ding! Mission penalty: none. The system prompt sounded in his mind at the same time. The system has issued a task. Accept. Yi Chen nodded to accept the task, then turned to Han Molen and the others and said, no problem with cooperation. How do we split the profits? How about distributing based on contribution? Whoever puts in more effort gets more for hunting the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. If you kill it alone, you take 90% and we take 10%. That 10% will count as the payment for the information we provided. Han Molen thought for a moment and proposed a plan. Yi Chen nodded in agreement and said no more. In the original work, Luo Feng only took 80% after single-handedly killing the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Han Molen is willing to share 90%, a rather generous distribution. By the way, we've been talking for so long, how should I address you? Han Molen asked with a smile. Yi Chen responded with a smile. Yi Chen. Brother Lin, my name is Han Molen, and these three are my teammates. Han Molen turned around and pointed to the three people behind him. The three stepped forward one after another and introduced themselves. My name is Xia Chen, just call me Old Xia. A slightly older, tall man chuckled awkwardly. Li Ruoxu, Long Jing. The other two also introduced themselves one after another. Although Long Jing was a woman, she had a straightforward personality and an appearance that exuded heroic charm. With tan skin, a high nose bridge, a tall and slender figure, and an extraordinary aura. Brother Lin, there's no time to lose. Let's quickly go find the hunter. If someone else gets there first, it'll be a big problem. After listening, Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Li Ruoxu took out the locator and locked onto the exact position of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. The hunters were only a dozen kilometers away, and if they moved at full speed, they could catch up within minutes. However, there were many monsters in the county town, and rushing at high speed could easily attract the attention of other monsters. Although these monsters are not very strong, their large numbers could significantly hinder the journey if they are held back. Moreover, they still need to conserve their strength to deal with the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Therefore, they must act cautiously. While Yi Chen and Han Molen's group were in hot pursuit of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf in another part of the county, another team was also closing in on the same direction. If Han Molen saw them, he would definitely recognize this team at a glance. It was none other than the renowned Tiger Fang squad from the Jiangnan base. Captain, the movement speed of that Silver Moon Fierce Wolf has obviously slowed down a lot. Zhang Zihu, carrying a giant mountain-splitting blade on his back, spoke to a short and lean man. Should we take the opportunity to accelerate the pursuit? The short man is none other than Captain Panya of the Tiger Fang team. Panya shook his head with a smile and said in a deep voice, the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf is extremely cunning. Though severely injured, it can still easily crush us. It's deliberately slowing down, waiting for us to show up. We don't need to push too hard. When the distance narrows to 2 or 3 kilometers, we can find an open area to ambush. No need to fight head-on. Wearing it down is the right way. After finishing their discussion, they continued cautiously approaching the location of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Just like the Silver Wolf squad, the Tiger Fang squad was also extremely cautious. Half an hour later, they climbed to the rooftop of a tall building. Captain, a team member was observing through binoculars and suddenly spotted a squad, the Silver Wolf squad. It seems we're not the only ones from the Tiger Fang squad who know the whereabouts of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Panya put away the telescope while sneering, the Silver Moon Fierce Wolves all use cold weapons, so they can only clash head-on with the Silver Wolf squad. Let them wear each other out first, we'll reap the benefits as the fishermen. With that, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of Panya's mouth. Meanwhile, the Silver Wolf squad and Yi Chen had already locked onto the figures of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolves. This Silver Moon Fierce Wolf has a massive body, approximately 3 meters tall and 5 to 6 meters long. Its entire body is covered in gray fur, except for a faint tuft of white fur on its forehead. Normally, the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's fur is dull gray, but during battle, its entire body turns silver white, and the white fur on its forehead becomes blood red. Its abdomen is severely injured, with blood gushing out. Whoa! When the group appeared in its sight, the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf stopped running. As the king of the Wolf clan, its intelligence is extremely high, comparable to that of an average Lord-level beast. The intelligence of Lord-level beasts is almost on par with that of ordinary humans. It understood that it wouldn't last long. There were too many human warriors hunting it down. Though its fate was sealed, it absolutely refused to surrender without a fight. It would rather die than not take a few down with it. It stood silently, its eyes flashing with a fierce light, staring intently at Yi Chen and the others. Although this Silver Moon Fierce Wolf is seriously injured, it is not something an ordinary mid-level warlord can easily handle. Yi Chen and I will take charge of the main attack. The three of you are responsible for blocking its escape route. Before the words had even faded, Han Molen drew an A6 model blood shadow saber, held an A6 shield in his left hand, and charged toward the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Yi Chen followed closely, holding an A4 model blood shadow battle blade. The Sky Evasion Shuttle and the Spiritual Mind Master talent were his trump cards, which he was unwilling to reveal for now. He only brought out 20 blades, with the rest hidden in the storage space. When Han Molen officially engaged in battle with Yi Chen, Li Ruoxu, and the other two stepped forward. Three people each held an A5 model shield, standing on three sides, blocking the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's retreat. Their mission was clear: to fend off attacks when the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf tried to break through. With Han Molen and Yi Chen's strength, the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf could at most launch one attack while retreating. With Li Ruoxu and the others assisting with shields, blocking that attack should not be a problem. When Han Molen and Yi Chen were about 40 to 50 meters away from the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, the wolf suddenly made its move. It transformed into a silver streak of light, instantly teleporting in front of Han Molen. At the same time, it swung a claw, striking directly at Han Molen's chest. What incredible speed! Afraid it has reached the speed of sound. Yi Chen witnessed the entire process, thinking to himself, whoosh! Even with severe injuries, it is still so swift. If it were uninjured, I'm afraid my chances of victory would be slim. Han Molen has rich combat experience and extremely quick reflexes. As soon as the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf made its move, he immediately raised his shield to block. With a muffled sound, Han Molen staggered back 2 steps. However, his face was full of joy. With the previous strike, he confirmed that the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's strength had weakened compared to their last encounter. The wound was still bleeding. The longer the battle dragged on, the harder it would be for the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf to hold on. In at most half an hour, he and Yi Chen could join forces to slay it. At first, the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf had the upper hand, but it posed limited threat to Han Molen. Why not mention Yi Chen? Because he was never attacked. Although Yi Chen only has the physical qualities of a high-level warrior, after cultivating the Thunder God's insights, his agility has reached a perfect level. The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's attacks are swift, but they simply cannot hit him. No matter how cunning the attacks of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf were, Yi Chen could always dodge them nimbly. This guy's movement technique is terrifying. From the start of the battle until now, he's dodged every single attack from the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. My movement technique has already reached the subtle level, yet I've still been hit multiple times. If this guy's movement technique isn't at the perfect level, it's at least very close. Han Molen grew more and more alarmed as he fought, and what he feared most was Yi Chen. The dodging technique is divided into 4 levels: basic, subtle, perfect, and artistic conception. The subtle level represents the ability to evade with minimal movement, achieving extremely high efficiency. The perfect level allows for the flawless utilization of the surrounding environment, whether it be living beings, stones, or buildings, for precise dodging, reaching the pinnacle of skill. Han Molen judged that Yi Chen's movement technique had reached the level of mastery. As for the perfect level, he dared not make wild claims, as Yi Chen was still very young, around his early 20s. Han Molen and Yi Chen took turns attacking, their moves seamlessly connected, leaving the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf no chance to escape. As time passed, the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's aura grew increasingly weak. After more than 20 minutes, signs of defeat were already apparent. Roar! The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf seemed to unleash its final burst of strength, its power suddenly surging. Not good. It suddenly swung a claw, striking fiercely at Han Molen with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to dodge. As expected, facing a high-level beast general monster is no easy task. Han Molen was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, unable to get up for a while. After completing its attack, the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf quickly turned its gaze to Yi Chen. Its outburst period is limited, and the battle must be ended as soon as possible. But the situation is not something it can control. Its attacks are faster and come from even trickier angles. But no matter what, it still cannot touch Yi Chen's figure. Continuously using perfect level footwork consumes too much stamina. I can't drag this out any longer. The third level of the Ninefold Thunder Blade, combined with mental power, unleashes even greater strength. The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's burst phase is about to end. This is the best time for me to use the Ninefold Thunder Blade. Before long, Yi Chen noticed that the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's speed had obviously slowed down. Ninefold Thunder Blade Third Fold. As the words fell, Yi Chen raised the Blood Shadow Battle Blade high and slashed fiercely at the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. At the same time, he infused his spiritual energy into the blade, accelerating its speed. The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf had no power to evade, and the Blood Shadow shadow battle blade struck directly against its body. The sound of bones shattering echoed. Roar! A piercing scream came from the throat of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Now's the time. Although the knife in Yi Chen's hand was an A4 model, its material was not sufficient to cut through the tough skin of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. But this strike was intended to shatter its bones and internal organs. The fallen Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's cries grew weaker, ultimately unable to resist. Crack! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. You have earned 500 lottery points. The system notification sounded in Yi Chen's mind. The members of the Silver Wolf squad witnessed this scene and swallowed hard. They widened their eyes, filled with astonishment and admiration. The ninefold Thunderblade is difficult to cultivate to the 3rd level. I didn't expect him to achieve it at such a young age. Han Molen secretly admired Yi Chen in his heart. Just as Yi Chen was about to collect the precious materials from the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, a one-eyed middle-aged man from the Tiger Fang squad put down his binoculars, looking anxious. Ding! Captain! The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf was taken down by that new kid from the Silver Wolf squad. So strong. They were unaware of Yi Chen's true identity and simply assumed he was a new member of the Silver Wolf squad. I really underestimated him. I didn't expect him to be even stronger than Han Molen, the man muttered under his breath. Panya's eyes turned cold as he turned to the 2 team members behind him and said, "Hey Don, hey Xiao, you 2 use sniper rifles to deal with the 2 newcomers from the Silver Wolf squad first. Then open fire on the surrounding monster horde. We are at a distance, so the monsters won't detect the source of the bullets. The monsters that are hit will only furiously attack the humans they can see." While the Silver Moon Direwolf was alive, they didn't dare to act rashly. Now that it's dead, they will definitely launch a fierce assault on the Silver Wolf squad. A large-scale melee will attract more monsters. If they want to survive, their only option is to flee. Once they lure the monsters away, we can retrieve the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's corpse. Besides, under the siege of the monsters, they have no way out and will become food on the monsters' plates. With that, Panya revealed a cold, sinister smile. Open fire. The 2 firearm operators set up their sniper rifles, aiming at Yi Chen and the just-standing Han Molen. The bullets tore through the air at an astonishing speed, reaching 4 times the speed of sound. The Silver Wolf squad had not yet heard the gunshot, but the bullets were already closing in. SHT. Yi Chen was using Han Molen's A6 model Blood Shadow battle knife to cut the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's hide, lamenting that the blade material wasn't tough enough. Dissecting a monster is most difficult when it's uninjured, but much easier if there are wounds. However, even with his advanced warrior-level physical strength, the blade still struggled to cut through the tough skin. He had a sudden inspiration, attaching his psychic power to the Blood Shadow battle blade and began cutting the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's fur. Bang! Bang! Splurt! Where the blade passed, the wound quickly expanded. Much easier now. Just as Yi Chen was focused on cutting, he suddenly sensed an abnormality in the air ahead. Not good. It's a bullet. The hairs on his body stood on end, his nerves stretched to the limit. An armor-piercing bullet whistled toward him, aiming straight for his head. In a flash, Yi Chen swiftly raised his blade to block in front of him. Clang! The blade fiercely collided with the bullet, instantly splitting it in 2, sending the fragments flying to both sides. The shrapnel grazed past his ear, causing a strong swirling airflow, and his ear began bleeding instantly. Another bullet shot toward Han Molen. He reacted quickly, turning sharply to dodge, but was still hit in the shoulder by the armor-piercing bullet. The bullet penetrated his shoulder. If not for his strong physique, his entire left arm might have been crippled. Although his left arm wasn't crippled at the moment, it would be difficult for it to function in the short term. Damn, it's a sniper bullet. Severe pain shot into his brain, and Han Molen roared, "Enemy attack." The other members of the Silver Wolf squad heard this and immediately drew their shields, holding them in front. They moved quickly along the wall, with no one daring to stand still and become a fixed target. Another burst of rapid gunfire rang out. Han Molen glanced in the direction of the gunfire and angrily gritted his teeth, saying, "It's the Tiger Fang squad." At such a distance, seeing a person's face clearly would require incredibly sharp eyesight. Moreover, a martial artist's hearing and vision improve as their physical fitness increases. Among the many people, the only one who could spot the Tiger Fang squad was Han Molen. Of course, Yi Chen could also see them, but not with his eyes. He used his mental power instead. He extended his mental power into the distance and indeed detected figures moving on the rooftop. In the original story, the Tiger Fang squad once ambushed the protagonist Yi Feng's Firehammer squad. I didn't expect them to come and ambush us now. This group of people is truly insidious and ruthless. A cold glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, and a surge of killing intent arose in his heart. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission Annihilate the Tiger Fang squad. Mission description: eliminate all members of the Tiger Fang squad within 24 hours. Task reward: complete the task to earn 600 lottery points. Task penalty: task failure will result in a downgrade of 1 level in physical physical fitness. The system notification sounded at this moment. If people don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. But since you want to kill me, then be prepared to be counter-killed by me. Accepted. Yi Chen accepted the task without hesitation. Repaying kindness and avenging grievances, this was precisely his code of conduct. At that moment, waves of monsters suddenly surged out from both alley entrances. Rumble. The army of iron-furred wild boars swarmed out from the alleys on both sides. As these massive wild boars ran, the ground trembled incessantly. Not good. The gunfire attracted the monster. If we don't retreat now, it might trigger a beast tide. Han Molin's face changed drastically, and he shouted sternly, "Retreat quickly." The Tiger Fong squad fired 2 waves of bullets. The first wave targeted Han Molin and Yi Chen, as they were the strongest. The second wave of bullets was not aimed at the members of the Silver Wolf squad, leaving both the Silver Wolf squad and Yi Chen utterly perplexed. It wasn't until more and more monsters gathered at the alley entrance that they realized the Tiger Fong squad's scheme. The Tiger Fong squad actually wants to use the monsters to wipe us out. How utterly ruthless. As the words fell, everyone ignored the corpse of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf and hurriedly climbed over the wall to escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crowd quickly scaled the crumbling wall. The iron-horned wild boar rammed into the wall, and the weathered wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. Monsters kept gathering on both sides of the street, surging like a tide and charging toward the crowd. Han Molin glanced back, his face extremely grim. "Brothers, split up and run for your lives. Splitting up is the only way to survive, otherwise, we'll all die." He fled while roaring angrily, "Damn Tiger Fong squad. Han Molin, if I survive, I will make them pay with their blood. The captain is right, everyone scatter and run." Boom! Li Ruoxu gritted his teeth and shouted. The number of lured monsters exceeded 1,000, and more were continuously coming from the distance. Faced with this vast beast tide, even warrior-level experts would inevitably flee in disarray. Moreover, Han Molin was already injured, while the Tiger Fong squad watched intently from the shadows. "Captain Han, brothers!" Yi Chen roared angrily. This furious shout startled the Silver Wolf squad and others, who turned back in shock, only to see Yi Chen gritting his teeth and growling, "Follow me, we can all leave alive." Only the sound of whooshing could be heard as one flying knife after another shot out from Yi Chen's backpack, swirling and circling around him. Previously, he had always concealed his identity as a spiritual mind master and the Dun Tian shuttle weapon, keeping a trump card in reserve. But now, he couldn't afford to worry about that anymore. The members of the Silver Wolf squad, thinking the situation was already decided, were instantly stunned upon seeing the flying knives circling around Yi Chen, controlling objects from a distance. "You're a psychic," Long Jing couldn't help but exclaim. "Psychics are truly enviable. He knows the Ninefold Thunderblade and is also a psychic master. Perhaps he really can lead us to escape from this predicament." Thinking of this, Han Molin's face flushed with excitement, and he shouted, "Listen to Brother Lin." Yi Chen released his psychic power, scanning the surrounding environment. To the right, his gaze sharpened as he locked onto the direction. "Follow me." Han Molin and the others immediately quickened their pace to follow. Roar! The monster roared furiously, swinging its claws to attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over a dozen flying knives turned into phantoms, swiftly piercing through the obstructing monster. In an instant, a bloody path was carved out. Dozens of monster corpses lay sprawled across the street. The members of the Silver Wolf squad all stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Although they had heard of the power of psychic masters in forums and rumors, they had no concrete understanding. Now, they had finally witnessed it. Is this the power of a psychic master? So strong, so terrifying. Han Molin considered himself capable of killing dozens of beasts, but he was nowhere near as effortless as Yi Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the beasts entered within 10 meters of Yi Chen, they were instantly slain by flying knives. At first, the Silver Wolf squad was shocked, but gradually became numb, their faces full of admiration. "We can't keep dragging this out. The consumption of mental energy is too fast." Killing monsters with flying knives seemed effortless, but each strike consumed a large amount of mental energy. Yi Chen frowned deeply, controlling the flying knives to kill while searching for the best escape route. At the same time, he activated the soul-devouring technique, refining the soul power absorbed in his mind to replenish his consumption. "Damn, spiritual mind masters are truly freaks. With my physical strength, I can kill at most a dozen F-level beasts at a time. Spiritual mind masters can probably wipe out thousands in one go." Li Ruoxu sighed, his heart filled with respect for Yi Chen. "The longer we delay, the more monsters will be attracted. Now it's 1,000, later it will be 5,000, or even 10,000. It might even attract higher-level monsters. And do you think a spiritual psychic doesn't consume mental energy when killing monsters?" Han Molin's expression was grave. It was clear that he had not relaxed, deeply fearing the outbreak of a beast tide, as even a psychic master would find it difficult to escape in such a situation. Han Molin was right. The number of pursuing beasts behind them was increasing, but fortunately, Yi Chen's actions gradually reduced the number of beasts ahead. After more than 10 minutes, the group finally shook off their pursuers and successfully escaped. Meanwhile, the Tiger Fong squad took advantage advantage of the Silver Wolf Squad and Yichen being surrounded and intercepted by the beasts to swiftly harvest all the precious materials from the Silver Moon Direwolf.
Captain, we hit the jackpot this time.
Zhang Zihu, carrying a machete, said excitedly, last time in South America, someone got hold of a mid-level beast general class hunter and sold it for nearly 2 billion huaxia currency. This time, this hunter has reached the high-level beast general class, and it can sell for at least 7 or 8 billion. The one-eyed middle-aged man looked at the scattered monster corpses in the distance and continued, the Silver Wolf Squad isn't weak, they must have killed quite a few monsters while escaping.
Those monster corpses, they definitely don't have time to collect them.
Although they're not as valuable as the Silver Moon Direwolf, they can still fetch a good price.
We might even find the corpses of the Silver Wolf Squad members.
Their backpack should contain plenty of monster materials, and we can make another profit.
Panya nodded in agreement after hearing this. You're right, let's follow and take a look.
As soon as the words were spoken, the Tiger Fong Squad immediately set out, chasing along the route where the Silver Wolf Squad and Yichen had fled. On the other side, the members of the Silver Wolf Squad were emotionally charged. If it weren't for Brother Yi, those scumbags from the Tiger Fong Squad would have gotten us killed long ago,
Li Ruoxu said through gritted teeth.
Long Jing's eyes widened in fury as he growled, those Tiger Fong Squad bastards, our Silver Wolf Squad will definitely settle this score. When my injuries heal, I'll make them pay with blood, Han Molan said, unable to suppress his anger. Then he turned his gaze to Yi Chen and said gratefully, Brother Yi, thanks to you, our Silver Wolf Squad was fortunate enough to survive this time. I never thought I would have the chance to fight alongside a spiritual master. The other members of the Silver Wolf Squad also expressed their gratitude to Yi Chen one after another. Yi Chen smiled and waved his hand, his gaze sweeping toward the scattered monster corpses in the distance, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. The Huya Squad ambushed us, lured the monster to chase us, and even stole the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's corpse.
They probably haven't gone too far. You all rest here first, I'll go settle the score with them.
Hearing that Yi Chen was going to seek revenge, Han Molan's expression changed, and with a hint of worry, he said, Brother Yi, there are 2 intermediate warlord-level warriors in the Tiger Fong Squad. You just killed so many monsters, your spiritual energy must be greatly depleted. Why not rest for a while before going? Yi Chen shook his head. Captain Han, don't worry, I have confidence in dealing with them. Although he had just expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy, with the help of the soul-devouring technique he absorbed a significant amount of soul power. At present, he had almost fully recovered and would return to peak condition within a few minutes. With that, Yi Chen leaped and jumped off the rooftop. The impact from falling from over a dozen stories high was something that even advanced warriors would find hard to endure.
But Yi Chen easily landed by channeling his spiritual energy into the alloy combat boots.
He used the flowing light technique, his figure flickering, disappearing from the Silver Wolf Squad sight in the blink of an eye.
This is the true strength of Brother Yi. Captain, working with Brother Yi is the best decision you've made in your life, Li Ruoxu said with emotion.
Indeed, without Brother Yi, our martial artist careers would probably have come to an end. Not only has he cultivated to the 3rd level of the Ninefold Thunder Blade, but he's also a spiritual mind master. Psychic warriors are the most terrifying type among fighters, capable of using psychic power to enhance speed and agility. They can also manipulate objects from a distance, and even fly using objects.
It's truly insane.
Long Jing agreed as well.
Captain, do you think Yi Chen can kill the entire Tiger Fong Squad?
Hard to say. There are 2 intermediate warlord-level warriors in the Tiger Fong Squad, especially the captain, Panya. Although his character is questionable, his strength is no less than that of a seasoned intermediate warlord. Brother Yi, in order to save us, killed quite a few monsters, which consumed a significant amount of his spiritual energy. If he were to act in his peak state, he might be able to eliminate all the members of the Tiger Fong Squad. However, he went to find the Tiger Fong Squad. Perhaps there are still cards we don't know about,
Han Molan analyzed.
On the other side, the Tiger Fong Squad discovered numerous monster corpses along the escape route of the Silver Wolf Squad. At first, they excitedly collected the corpses, but as the number of corpses increased, their sense of vigilance gradually rose. Panya and One Eye, with their vast knowledge, noticed that the fatal wounds of these monsters were strikingly similar. All had their skulls pierced by a blade-like weapon resembling a flying knife.
Captain, this technique, could it be the work of a psychic master?
One Eye leaned closer to Panya and whispered softly,
to kill so many monsters with such uniform wounds, it's highly likely the work of a psychic master. Except for him, I'm familiar with everyone in the Silver Wolf Squad.
If there's a spiritual mind master, it must be that kid who killed the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Since we've offended a spiritual mind master, we must eliminate him before he grows stronger.
Otherwise, once he becomes powerful, we'll be in even greater danger.
That kid has been killing monsters non-stop, depleting a lot of his psychic energy.
This is the perfect opportunity to get rid of him.
A cold glint flashed in Panya's eyes, and his voice was icy.
The consequences of offending a psychic master are something they cannot bear. The only option now is to kill Yi Chen. The one-eyed man nodded. They are being chased by the monster and can't run fast. Let's pick up the
pace, we should be able to catch up. Panya shouted to the team, brothers, put down the monster's corpse for now and follow me to chase the Silver Wolf Squad. Eliminate the threat completely. Since we've offended them, we can't give them a chance for revenge. Upon hearing this, the team members immediately put down their tasks and swiftly followed Panya, racing in the direction where the Silver Wolf Squad had fled. 5 minutes later, Yi Chen's tracking spiritual power sensed the presence of the Tiger Fang Squad. Initially, he had spread his spiritual power to scout for any nearby monsters. On his way back, he unexpectedly discovered traces of the Tiger Fang Squad. At the same time, Panya and the others from the Tiger Fang Squad also noticed the sweep of spiritual power, their expressions slightly changing. Years of life and death adventures had given them an instinctive reaction to danger. Although spiritual power is generally hard to detect, the strong can still sense a faint anomaly. Captain, do you think there might be a D-level monster nearby? The one-eyed man asked in a low voice. Hard to say, that wave of beast tide just now might have alarmed stronger monsters nearby. Panya stopped in his tracks and solemnly reminded the other team members, everyone, be careful. The group nodded one after another, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Yi Chen's mind stirred, already discerning the intentions of the Tiger Fang Squad. Judging by their movement route, it's clear they want to completely annihilate us. Since they've come to us, it saves me the trouble of looking for them. He circled behind the Tiger Fang Squad, 6 flying knives hovering beside him. Whoosh, 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 several flying knives suddenly shot out. Quick, dodge. Panya was the first to notice and urgently warned, but it was already too late to defend. A streak of light flashed, heading straight for Zhang Zihu's throat. Splurt blood spurted out. Zhang Zihu widened his eyes, filled with unwillingness and regret. He had yet to teach Luo Feng a lesson or fully enjoy life. Bang! His body fell heavily to the ground, raising dust and fallen leaves, gradually turning cold. Right after, Tai Tu, also an advanced warrior, fell tragically. His fate was even worse than Zhang Zihu's. His head was sliced off by a flying knife, the football-sized head rolling several times, with his eyes still faintly blinking. The third and fourth to fall were Li Xiao and Adong. Yi Chen can simultaneously control 2 flying knives to unleash maximum power. Although he can precisely control 6 flying knives, their power diminishes. Li Xiao and Adong, though junior warlords, rely on firearms, and their physical fitness is not much stronger than Zhang Zihu and Ironhead. The flying knives first severed their arms, then circled behind them to decapitate them. The renowned Tiger Fang Squad of the Jiangnan base, except for Panya and One Eye who reacted in time, saw the other 4 members killed by Yi Chen's flying knives within a second. Panya's gaze sharpened as he looked toward the alley entrance. He saw Yi Chen carrying the Blood Shadow battle blade, slowly emerging with 6 flying knives. The flying knives returned to his side, quietly hovering. You really are a spiritual mind master. Panya was utterly shocked. Although he had long speculated about Yi Chen's identity, witnessing him manipulate objects from a distance, especially seeing 4 teammates perish in an instant, still left him shaken. The one-eyed man also showed a look of astonishment. Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to say more. With a thought, 6 flying knives turned into 6 streaks of light, encircling the one-eyed man like an iron net. At the same time, he wielded the Blood Shadow battle blade and charged straight at Panya. Today, he will face 2 intermediate warriors alone. One Eye and Panya both dared not let their guard down. One Eye had personally witnessed the deadly flying knife attack. Just one had made him feel the threat of death. Now, facing 6 flying knives, he was fully focused. He knew that even the slightest mistake would lead to a tragic death awaiting him. Constantly calculating strategies in his mind, he found himself with no options and could only endure the onslaught of flying daggers. Panya, on the other hand, was engaged in a fierce confrontation with Yi Chen. Panya had rich combat experience and exceptional physical fitness. In a one-on-one fight, with the aid of psychic power, Yi Chen could win within a few minutes. But now, with the one-eyed man joining forces, the situation has become tricky. Splitting up to deal with them, one using psychic power and the other relying on pure physical strength, carries lower risks. Ninefold Thunder Blade Third Form. Yi Chen immediately unleashed the third form of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. Without using this move, there is no way to match Panya. Facing Yi Chen's sharp blade, Panya could only avoid the edge, not daring to clash head-on. Bang! With a dull thud, Panya was forced back several steps. The S6 shield helped him absorb part of the damage. Although repelled, the injuries are not severe. Yi Chen repeatedly unleashed the third level of the Ninefold Thunder Blade with fierce slashes. Panya desperately used his shield to block. What immense strength! He can't possibly keep using the third stage of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. Once he exhausts his strength, it will be his death. The shield's vibration left Panya's arm numb, with blood seeping from the webbing between his thumb and forefinger, but the pain had yet to affect his ability to fight. After enduring 4 consecutive strikes of the third stage of the Ninefold Thunder Blade, Panya's shield finally gave way, shattering into several pieces. Phew! Yi Chen planted the blade into the ground, taking a few deep breaths. 4 consecutive uses of the third level of the Ninefold Thunder Blade consume at least 80% of one's stamina. Panya saw that Yi Chen seemed unable to use this move again and was overjoyed. He immediately swung his blade in a fierce assault, vowing to kill Yi Chen in one strike without mercy. mercy. Although Yi Chen's stamina was limited, he still executed several perfect level movement techniques with ease. Panya slashed 5 times in a row, each strike fierce and sharp. However, Yi Chen weaved through like the wind, his movements elusive, and none of the 5 strikes landed. How can your footwork be this strong? Panya's eyes widened, his face full of shock and disbelief. Yi Chen's lips curled slightly, and he immediately took out a bottle of recovery potion from his storage space and drank it in one gulp. A surge of pure energy instantly coursed through his body, quickly circulating throughout, and before long, he felt his stamina restored to its peak state. He dared to go alone to confront the Tiger Fang squad because he had ample confidence. Apart from the ninefold Thunder Blade and his mental power, the recovery potion was also one of his powerful assets. Dead men don't need to know too much. As soon as the words fell, Yi Chen once again unleashed the third level of the ninefold Thunder Blade, his momentum soaring as he charged fiercely toward Panya. Panya had already endured Yi Chen's third level ninefold Thunder Blade attack 4 times, and had fought back with all his might using his strongest blade technique. His stamina was now 70 to 80% depleted. The shield shattered, and dodging with agility was no longer effective. He could only fight head-on, using his most powerful blade technique to confront Yi Chen directly. Panya swung the Blood Shadow Battle Blade, slashing toward Yi Chen's neck. Clang! A crisp metallic collision rang out, sparks flying everywhere. Panya was shocked to find that the Blood Shadow Battle Blade had been repelled, while Yi Chen's neck remained completely unharmed. Yi Chen gave Panya no chance to catch his breath, once again unleashing the third level of the ninefold Thunder Blade, slashing toward Panya. Clang! The clash of metal resounded as Panya's Blood Shadow Battle Blade was struck out of his hand by Yi Chen, flying over 10 meters away before he fell heavily to the ground. The opportunity is here, Yi Chen thought to himself, quickly executing the Flowing Light Movement Technique. The Flowing Light Movement Technique was inherent to the ninefold Thunder Blade manual, and its speed was extremely fast. Panya had yet to recover his senses when Yi Chen had already flashed in front of him. The Blood Shadow Battle Blade swung down, slashing toward Panya's head. Panya's pupils suddenly dilated, and he was horrified in his heart. Am I going to die just like this? I'm not willing. But his life was no longer under his control, and anger could not change reality. His eyes widened into perfect circles, his eyeballs almost protruding. Bang! Panya's body fell straight to the ground, his head rolling a few times before stopping. Yi Chen let out a cold laugh and turned to look at the one-eyed man being besieged by 6 flying knives. The one-eyed man stood against the wall, holding a shield and a blood shadow saber, desperately fending off the flying knife attacks. If Yi Chen hadn't focused most of his energy on Panya, the one-eyed man would have long been dead. Now that Panya is dead, the one-eyed man's end is near. It's time to finish this. Yi Chen sneered, fully activating 2 flying knives to attack the one-eyed man. He could control 6 flying knives simultaneously, ensuring each one was powerful enough to deal with a primary beast general level monster. 2 throwing knives can deal with intermediate beast commander level monsters. Originally, 6 throwing knives surrounded the one-eyed creature, but 4 had fallen, leaving 2 to strike with faster and more precise angles. The one-eyed creature had exhausted most of its stamina and couldn't dodge Yi Chen's all-out throwing knife attack. Squish! The throwing knife pierced into the one-eyed creature's body, shredding its internal organs. The one-eyed man fell to the ground, his eye filled with regret. If he could choose again, he would never make an enemy of Yi Chen. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission annihilating the Tiger Fang squad, earning 600 lottery points. The system's notification sounded in Yi Chen's mind. The mission was accomplished, and the renowned Tiger Fang squad of the Jiangnan base was annihilated by Yi Chen alone. Yi Chen walked up to Panya's head, placing his palm over it and channeling his spiritual power according to the soul-devouring technique. The spiritual power transformed into countless tendrils, spreading into Panya's head to extract the soul. Streams of pure soul energy flowed into his sea of consciousness. In less than a minute, Panya's soul power was completely absorbed. Yi Chen felt his mental power somewhat restored, and his whole demeanor became radiant. Afterward, he searched Panya's backpack and, as expected, found all the precious materials of the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf inside. In addition to the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf materials, the backpack also contained several pieces of D-level monster materials. Yi Chen pocketed all of these. Next, he searched through the backpacks of the one-eyed man and the other members of the Tiger Fang squad, absorbing their souls with the soul-devouring technique in the process. After the absorption was complete, Yi Chen felt that the accumulation of his soul in the sea of consciousness had reached its limit. Continuing to absorb would be futile, he needed to refine it first. After collecting all the backpacks, Yi Chen obtained 1 set of C-grade monster materials, 2 sets of D-grade materials, and 7 sets of E-grade materials. Adding the spoils from killing the saber-toothed tiger earlier, he now possesses 1 C-grade, 3 D-grade, and 7 E-grade materials. In cooperation with the Silver Wolf Squad, the C-grade materials, specifically parts from the Silver Moon Dire Wolf, need to be distributed proportionally, while the rest of the materials belong solely to Yi Chen. After handling these matters, Yi Chen thought about the lottery points rewarded by the system. Last time, the first level lottery yielded 3 treasures: the soul-devouring technique, storage space, and recovery lottery potion, greatly enhancing his abilities. And that was just a level 1 lottery. Now the lottery points have reached 1,100, meeting the threshold for a level 2 lottery. A single lottery draw is already so powerful, and the higher the level, the richer the rewards. A level 2 lottery will surely be even better. Yi-Chen couldn't wait, rubbing his hands excitedly as he went straight to the lottery page. The next moment, he decisively chose to perform a second-level lottery draw. In his mind, the lottery will slowly turn, and the scarlet pointer spun rapidly. Congratulations to the host for drawing a set of Black God armor. The pointer settled, and the system prompt sounded again. Check it out. Black God set can freely transform into protective battle attire, even fully covering the body, reducing 90% of damage. It's actually the Black God set. Reducing 90% of the force means that if someone attacks me with a force of 100,000 kilograms, after the set reduces it, I only take the equivalent of 10,000 kilograms of damage. The key is that it can cover the entire body 100%, comparable to a sturdy inner armor. With it on, you can still wear a combat suit over it. As long as I don't provoke martial artists much stronger than myself, the Black God suit is extremely hard to detect. Winning the Black God suit made Yi-Chen ecstatic. With this protective weapon, he dared to fight head-on against high-level warlord-class monsters. Yi-Chen took out the Black God set, and a thick black vest appeared before him. Having read the original work multiple times, he was quite familiar with it. The Black God set was highly versatile, capable of transforming into a vest, gloves, hat, pants, or even a ring. In the original work, the Black God set exchanged by Luo Feng appeared in the form of gloves. Regardless of its form, it can transform freely as long as it is worn. The Black God set automatically penetrates the skin and absorbs blood upon wearing. After absorption, it mutates, tightly integrating with the body like a second layer of skin, moving as desired. Yi-Chen took off his outerwear and put on a black vest. At first, there was no change, but after a few dozen seconds, his shoulders began to ache as if pricked by needles. The vest seemed to ripple like boiling water droplets, with black droplets trembling, accompanied by waves of pain in his back. Although the pain was intense, it was still within Yi-Chen's tolerance. A trace of blood seeped into the black droplets, countless droplets entwining the body. What a wonderful feeling! Yi-Chen felt the vest as if it were part of his body. Transform! He focused his thoughts, and black light swiftly spread, covering his entire body. Even his face turned black, leaving only his eyes, nose, and mouth visible. He slashed his arm with the blood shadow battle blade, but the blade left no trace of injury. Excellent toughness and defense. With the Black God set, after improving my physical fitness, I can challenge high-level warlord-class monsters. Yi-Chen looked at the Black God set on his body, unable to hide his smile. A few minutes later, he returned to the resting place of Han Molan and the others. Brother Yi, the Tiger Fong squad won't be able to escape for long. Han Molan and the others saw Yi-Chen return, mistakenly thinking he hadn't found the enemy, and were about to comfort him when Yi-Chen interrupted decisively. Solved! The Jiangnan base no longer has the Tiger Fong squad. Everyone was stunned at first, then immediately cheered excitedly. Amazing! This is amazing! Han Molan and the others clapped and cheered, while Yi-Chen smiled and waved his hand, saying, "The Tiger Fong squad has brought this upon themselves. Alright, let's not talk about them anymore. The important materials from the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf have been obtained. Let's return to the base city and sell the materials first." The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's wounds are suspected to have been inflicted by a war god level team. If we directly go to the supply base to sell the materials, it will be very easy to get noticed. It might attract the warrior team that initially severely injured the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. The risk is not small, so Yi-Chen does not dare to take the risk for now. As the words fell, Han Molan and the others nodded one after another, closely following behind Yi-Chen. Everyone first returned to the supply base, then took the train back to the base city. The members of the Silver Wolf squad and Yi-Chen stepped out of the carriage one after another. "You're back. We all made it back alive." Han Molan was filled with emotion. Every trip to the wilderness was an immense challenge. Fortunately, they had Yi-Chen, otherwise, it would have been a miracle for the four of them to return alive. The group arrived at the entrance of the Alliance Mall lobby in an HR Alliance special vehicle. Han Molan had already made an appointment with a manager. "Mr. Han, Manager Lu is already waiting upstairs." The waiter smiled and spoke. Han Molan nodded, and the group headed toward the elevator. The waiter pressed 22 and passed the scan with his pupil. "Beep, welcome Miss Shin." Miss Shin informed, "Manager Lu is on the 22nd floor." Everyone took the elevator up, with Miss Shin entering last. 22nd floor. "Manager Lu is inside, please come in." Miss Shin led Han Molan and others, along with Yi-Chen, into the office. "Old Han, have a seat." "Gentlemen, please sit." A handsome man of similar age to Han Molan stood up, patted the sofa in front of the desk, and smiled. After everyone took their seats, he gestured for Miss Shin to leave. Manager Lu leaned against the desk and asked with a smile, "Old Han, what big goods have you brought? Take it out and let us have a look." Han Molan smiled and nodded at Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen stood up, placed his backpack on the ground, and spread out the Silver Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's pelt. The pelt resembled a flattened Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, exuding a fierce and domineering aura. Hunter. Manager Lu's pupils suddenly contracted, and he exclaimed, with such a massive size, it must have reached the level of a high-ranking beast general. Let me get the testing instrument to verify it. With that, he took a password-protected case from under the desk. The hunters are not just after the fur, right? Bring out the other materials too. Manager Lu opened the safe while smiling and urging. Inside the safe was a set of precision instruments, which had appeared in the original work, used to detect the level of monsters. Yichen took out all the collected materials from the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf one by one. Manager Lu started the instrument, and the testing began. Before long, he exclaimed excitedly, "This predator is not only a high-level beast general but also close to the lord level. Old Han, we have a deep friendship, so I won't beat around the bush. 880 million, fixed price. How about it?" Yi Chen felt conflicted. In the original story, Luo Feng and his group sold it for 800 million, only reaching this price after some bargaining. Manager Lu directly offered 880 million, a full 80 million more. Generally, D-level monster materials don't even sell for 80 million. Yi Chen decided to leave Manager Lu's contact information later and sell all the collected monster materials to him in the future. 880 million. Brother Yi, what do you think? Han Molan looked at Yi Chen and asked. Yi Chen nodded and smiled. I still have some monster materials here, I'll sell them all together. With that, he poured out all the monster materials from his backpack. Manager Lu activated the instrument for testing again. 3 sets of D-grade monster materials, 7 sets of E-grade. This D-class saber-toothed tiger is priced at 120 million, and the others add up to a total of 420 million. Are you satisfied with this price? Manager Lu completed the evaluation and reported the price. Yi Chen thought for a moment and smiled. Then I'll transfer the money to. Manager Lu looked at Yi Chen, then at Han Molan. Seeing Han Molan seek Yi Chen's opinion, Manager Lu understood that Yi Chen held an extraordinary position in the Silver Wolf Squad. Thus, he asked about the transfer recipient. Old Lu, give 80% of the money from the hunter materials to Brother Yi, and 40 million to me. The remaining 20% goes to me. The distribution of the hunter materials had long been agreed upon by everyone. Yi Chen would take 80%, and the Silver Wolf Squad would take 20%. Han Molan originally wanted to keep everything for himself, but Yi Chen thought they were not bad, and since Han Molan was seriously injured, he gave him 20%. As soon as the words fell, Manager Lu became even more interested in Yi Chen. Being able to take 80% alone showed that Yi Chen had made the greatest contribution. Brother Yi, so young and promising. Manager Lu sighed while handling the transfer procedures. This time, Yi Chen's income reached as high as 1.124 billion Huaxia currency. Brother Yi, let's have a meal together. After the transfer was completed, Yi Chen and Manager Lu exchanged contact information, and at this moment, Han Molan suggested. This time, having gone through life and death situations with the Silver Wolf Squad, Yi Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. Several people arrived at a restaurant on the 3rd floor of the HR Alliance Mall, ordered a large table of sumptuous dishes, and chatted while eating in a relaxed and lively atmosphere. The only woman in the team, Long Jing, also joined the gathering. Everyone understood that after this farewell, Yi Chen's realm would far surpass theirs. In the future, he would most likely become a war god level powerhouse, possibly even surpassing the war god, while for them, reaching the level of senior war general would already be their limit. Han Molan's prospects were slightly better, but the other 3 were almost stuck at the intermediate war general level. Therefore, everyone cherished the time spent with Yi Chen. In the future, when Yi Chen becomes the god of war, they can proudly say, "That's War God Yi, he once saved my life." The meal lasted until the early hours of the next day, and only then did Yi Chen bid farewell to everyone. Outside a villa in the Manhwa community of Jiangnan Base, Yi Chen took out a key and opened the door. After the Great Nirvana era, the base city had to support 200 million people, making every inch of land extremely valuable. Detached villas are considered a luxury due to the amount of land they occupy, and even wealthy ordinary people cannot afford to buy one. The very few who own detached villas must also pay a hefty luxury tax. This villa owned by Yi Chen was a gift from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall when the original owner joined, though it only grants residency rights and cannot be sold. The original owner had no relatives, so he lived alone in this large villa. After entering the house, Yi Chen took a shower and went to the 2nd floor media room. This time, he earned quite a lot and planned to upgrade his weapons, equipment, and manuals. Extreme Home. He entered the website address. One wall of the media room immediately displayed a 200-inch ultra-large screen, showing the Extreme Home webpage. This is the internal network of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, accessible only to martial artists. Beep. He verified his fingerprint. Melodious music flowed through the room like a stream, and the personal homepage popped up on the screen. Name, Yi Chen. Gender, male. Address, Jiangnan Base City, Huaxia Country. Martial Artist Certificate Number, 4261232056080100001. Level, Warrior Level, Advanced.
Advanced. Contribution value, 110,000 points. Currency balance, 1,213,145,210 Huasha coins. The limit home is rich in features, offering multiple sections such as task acceptance, publishing, private chat, training, and donations. The most popular are the Warrior Forum and the online mall. The online store offers a dazzling array of products, including guidance techniques, body movement manuals, blade techniques, firearms, cold weapons, and genetic agents, everything you could possibly need. In short, the online store is a place to spend money. With the Black God suit, a lot of money is saved on combat uniforms. As for manuals, the ninefold Thunder Blade is already extremely powerful, so there's no need to buy anything else. He operated the wireless keyboard and entered the online mall. The screen displayed various item categories. Yichen clicked manuals attack type 3 times in succession, and the screen showed multiple physical images of manuals, along with their names and prices. World Annihilation Gun Technique, Ultimate Rating, Price, 100 billion Huasha currency, full price, 50 billion Huasha currency, half price, requires 4-star contribution points. Ninefold Thunder Blade, Blade Technique, Ultimate Rating, Price 100 billion Huasha currency, full price, 50 billion Huasha currency, half price, requires 4-star contribution points. Yichen clicked on the details of Ninefold Thunder Blade. This manual is the coveted treasure for blade warriors. The full ninefold version is priced at 100 billion Huasha currency, full price, half price 50 billion, requires 4-star contribution points. The first 8 levels are priced at 50 billion, full price, half price at 25 billion, 4-star contribution points. The first 5 levels are priced at 2 billion, full price, half price at 1 billion, 3-star contribution points. The first 4 levels are priced at 500 million, full price, half price at 250 million, 2-star contribution points. The first 3 levels are priced at 200 million, full price, half price at 100 million, 2-star contribution points. The first 2 levels are priced at 100 million, full price, half price is 50 million, 2-star contribution points. The first level is priced at 50 million, full price, half price is 25 million, 1-star contribution points. Yichen currently has 110,000 contribution points, classified as 2-star. Contribution point grading standards: 10,000 points for 1 star, 100,000 points for 2 stars, 1 million points for 3 stars, 10 million points for 4 stars, 50 million points is considered legendary 5-star level, almost unattainable. The main sources of contribution points: 1. Hunting monsters to collect important materials, which can be sold to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall for contribution points and money. 2. Donating to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. The more you donate, the more contribution points you receive. The current ratio is 1 contribution point for every 10,000 Huasha currency donated. The donation system starts at 10 million and goes up to a maximum of 100 billion Huasha currency. The maximum contribution point limit is 10 million points. Yichen is about 890,000 contribution points away from reaching 3-star level. If relying on donations, 8.9 billion Huasha currency would be needed. Even if all current savings were donated, it would still be difficult to reach 3 stars. After thinking for a moment, Yichen decided to first purchase the first 4 levels of the Ninefold Thunder Blade. Please confirm the purchase of the first 4 levels of Ninefold Thunder Blade, paying 250 million Huasha currency. Confirm. He clicked confirm. Please verify your fingerprint. Yichen gently placed his finger on the fingerprint scanner. Beep, fingerprint verified. Purchase successful. Payment completed. The first 4 levels of Ninefold Thunder Blade will be delivered to Yichen's residence within 24 hours. After purchasing the manual, Yichen continued browsing the weapon page. Quickly found the Blood Shadow Battle Blade No. 2 series. Model A1 is priced at 100,000 Huasha currency. Full price, 50,000, half price, requires 1 contribution point. Model A2 is priced at 500,000. Full price, 250,000, half price, requires 1 contribution point. Model A7 is priced at 60 million. Full price, 30 million, half price, requires 2 contribution points. The A8 model is priced at 500 million. Full price, or 250 million, half price, requiring 3 contribution points. Yichen carefully read through the descriptions of each model, his brows slightly furrowed. My strength is improving rapidly, and my physical fitness is about to reach the level of an advanced warlord. If you're going to buy a weapon, you should naturally go for the good stuff. Generally, junior warriors only need to buy an A4 or A5. My strength is improving quickly, so I at least need to buy an A7 or A8 model. But the A8 requires 3-star contribution points. If contribution points are insufficient, you can only buy it at full price, and the full price for an A8 is 500 million. The A7 model can fight against most primary lord-level monsters without damage to the weapon. The A8 can withstand battles against most intermediate lord-level monsters without damage. Buying at full price is too expensive. In the end, Yichen decided to purchase the A7 model Blood Shadow Battle Blade first. Order placed successfully. It will be delivered to your residence tomorrow.
tomorrow. After purchasing the Blood Shadow Battle Blade, Yichen curiously browsed through other pages. Backpack. In wilderness survival and battles with monsters, the backpack is also an essential piece of equipment. First, the backpack itself must be sturdy and durable. Secondly, it should not hinder the warrior's movements when worn, making it suitable for intense combat. The backpack is the cheapest, requiring only 1-star contribution points, and the most expensive one is no more than 1,000,000 huaxia coins. Compared to items that cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, this is considered extremely cheap. However, Yichen already had a storage space, and his current backpack was sufficient, so he didn't purchase one. The combat communication watch has multiple functions, including satellite positioning, time, and phone calls. The price is acceptable, 100,000 huaxia currency. In fact, these functions can now be covered by a phone costing just a few $100. The high price of a communication watch lies in its durable materials. After all, when battling monsters, if a claw strikes it, the watch must withstand the attack. Considering the increasingly powerful monsters he might encounter in the future, Yichen bought a communication watch worth 10 million. The manual states that this watch can withstand multiple attacks from high-level Lord-class monsters. After browsing through these, Yichen curiously clicked on the combat suit page. So expensive. Yichen was completely stunned. Even a full set of D6 combat suits capable of resisting high-level beast generals, including arm guards and battle boots, costs a total of 80 million huaxia currency at full price, and even at half price, it's still 40 million. The full price of the D7 is as high as 180 million huaxia currency. Luckily, I got the Black God set, saving a huge expense. The higher the price of the combat suits, the happier Yichen was. After all, with the Black God set, there was no need to buy those combat suits from the store. After leaving the martial artist mall, Yichen casually browsed through other sections. There are numerous tasks posted by martial artists in the task section, as well as official tasks assigned by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Rewards for tasks posted by martial artists are mostly Earth coins or huaxia coins. Official tasks include monetary rewards and contribution points. All tasks have deadlines, and failure to complete them on time will result in a deduction of contribution points or currency as a penalty. Task: Kill a king-level beast, reward 5 million contribution points, slots January 10th. Task: Collect 100 pairs of saber-toothed tiger fangs, reward of 1 million contribution points, slots 0/5. Task: Collect 1,000 pelts of beast general-level monsters, reward based on quality, up to 10 million contribution points, minimum 1 million contribution points, slots 23/100. The Extreme Martial Hall official tasks offer generous rewards. However, my current strength is slightly lacking, so I should focus on improving my strength first before taking on tasks. Thinking of this, Yichen exited the Extreme Home and came to the spacious Martial Arts Hall. The Martial Arts Hall covered an area of about 120 square meters, taking up almost half of the second floor. My sea of consciousness has accumulated quite a bit of soul power. This is the perfect time to refine it into spiritual mind power, refining while simultaneously enhancing my physical fitness. When my physical fitness rises to the level of a junior warlord, and my soul power is almost fully refined, my spiritual force will advance to the level of a senior warlord. By then, I will be able to hunt stronger beasts and complete the lucrative reward missions of the House of Extremes. Yichen picked up the Blood Shadow Battle Blade and repeatedly slashed in the Martial Arts Hall. Every strike employed the Ninefold Thunder Blade power technique. After absorbing Thor's insights, he had mastered the third level of the Ninefold Thunder Blade, with each strike containing 4 layers of force. With his current stamina, he could perform the third level of the Ninefold Thunder Blade at most 5 or 6 times in a row. When swinging the blade, his body instantly emitted 3 waves of hidden force, exerting immense pressure. A few minutes later, Yichen was so exhausted that he almost vomited, but he knew that this was the perfect opportunity to cultivate and that he absolutely could not rest. He turned to practice the guiding technique that came with the Ninefold Thunder Blade Ninefold Primordial Source. Not long after cultivating, his originally exhausted and sore body began to feel refreshed, with faint surges of warmth flowing through. The miraculous transformation, as if being reborn, filled Yichen's heart with immense excitement. During cultivation, he felt as if the cells in his body were extremely hungry, and the primal energy of his genes was devoured the moment it was produced. The cultivation speed far surpassed that of the original owner. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Gradually, the cells in his body became saturated, as if overfed, unable to absorb any more. The deeper the cultivation of the Ninefold Thunder Blade manual, the more genetic primal energy it absorbs. Yichen cultivated to the third level, absorbing several times more genetic primal energy than before. At this rate, within half a month, his physical fitness could advance to that of a junior warlord, far surpassing Luo Feng of the same period. The next day at 10 o'clock, a stranger drove to Yichen's villa garden. "Mr. Yichen, these are the secret manual, Blood Shadow Battle Blade, and communication watch you purchased." The secret manual was sealed in a closed alloy box, which could only be opened with Yichen's fingerprint. His fingertip slid across the top of the box, box, and the alloy box opened, revealing a book about 1 centimeter thick and 2 discs.
Mr. Yi Chen, please inspect and confirm before signing.
The delivery man smiled, his eyes filled with envy.
The Ninefold Thunderblade manual is not something an ordinary martial artist can afford. Mr. Yi Chen, there are some taboos after purchasing the manual. Please allow me to remind you once more.
The delivery man said, the copyright of the manual belongs to Thor. Buyers only have the right to study it, not to pass it on or authorize others. Copying, private selling, and teaching are strictly prohibited. Violators will be jointly hunted down by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Thunder Martial Arts Hall, the Underground Alliance, and the Government Army.
Yi Chen nodded, already aware of the rules. Acceptance completed, the delivery man bid farewell and left.
Yi Chen moved the items inside, then returned to the martial arts hall to continue his training. From that day on, Yi Chen began an intense training regimen close to his limits.
He discovered the best method, combining the footwork training of the flowing light technique with blade practice.
The speed didn't need to be too fast, but every step and every blade move had to be executed with precision and perfection.
When his footwork and blade techniques left him utterly exhausted, he would switch to practicing the guiding technique.
Training in the guiding technique effectively restored his physical strength, after which he would resume footwork and blade training, then practice the guiding technique again, and finally proceed to gene primal energy cultivation. This cycle proved to be highly efficient.
A complete training session takes about 8 hours.
The psychic talent granted him powerful mental energy as an aid, so his physical progress was naturally rapid. Coupled with the fact that he was practicing Earth's ultimate manual, Ninefold Thunderblade, his progress was even more astonishing. He improved almost every day, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Tomorrow, I'll go to the Extreme Martial Hall to test my current strength.
The difficulty of cultivating the 4th level of the Ninefold Thunderblade is indeed very high. Last time, I relied on the insights of the Thunder God and instantly mastered the first 3 levels.
Now, relying on my own cultivation, half a month has passed, and I still haven't made any progress.
It seems I must, like Luo Feng, comprehend it through actual combat.
Yi Chen understood that if he only relied on secluded hard training, it would be difficult to break through even after half a month or longer.
Actual combat is the best way for a martial artist to improve.
Early in the morning, Yi Chen arrived at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall.
The Extreme Martial Arts Hall was founded by the world's strongest individual and is spread across the globe.
Its assessments are highly credible, and the results are recognized in various countries and regions.
Yi Chen's purpose for this trip was clear, to test the extent of his physical fitness.
In the spacious martial arts training hall on the 6th floor, he activated the punching power tester and the speed tester, then stepped onto the track.
Gazing at the finish line, a smile appeared on his lips. The next second, he teleported to the finish line like an arrow leaving the bow. 102.4 meters per second.
He stared at the speed tester screen, silently thinking to himself, much faster than when chasing the D-class saber-toothed tiger. Typically, 60 meters per second is the baseline for advanced warrior level. 90 meters per second is the baseline for junior warlord level. Then he walked toward the punching power tester, took a deep breath, and punched with full force.
Boom! The air exploded, and the tester displayed 11,800 kilograms. Generally, 8,000 kilograms is the baseline for a junior warrior level.
Although this data is only a rough reference, actual combat strength is more determined by battle records.
Adjust your breathing and execute the 3rd level of force in the Ninefold Thunderblade technique.
Both feet stomp on the ground, causing a slight tremor in the floor. The force flows from the legs to the waist, then to the right arm.
3 streams of hidden energy burst from the waist and back.
The strength connects, unleashing 280% of its power. The fist swiftly strikes the punching target.
Boom! The screen displayed 33,200 kilograms. Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. The number matched the theory.
Using the Ninefold Thunderblade to exert force, the strength of a primary warlord could reach the level of an advanced warlord.
Finally, test the nerve reaction speed.
Enter the test room, select Advanced Warrior Level mode, and set a 5-second delay to start.
Press the red button and step into the test circle.
The barrel rotates, and the speed gradually increases.
Dozens of rubber bullets are fired. Yi Chen's figure was elusive, dodging nimbly.
In 1 minute, he was hit by only 1 bullet, performing exceptionally.
The test ended, and he looked at the screen.
60 seconds, hit once, no red light triggered, excellent.
The results surprised him. The perfect level movement technique was indeed extraordinary. Comprehensive test. Speed, 102.4 meters/second. Punch force reached 33,000 kilograms. Neural response test, excellent.
Yi Chen was satisfied with the result. Physical fitness is at the level of a junior warlord, but with the power of the Ninefold Thunderblade and the support of perfect footwork, attack, and defense reached the level of a senior warlord.
Identity still shows as senior warrior level. Once sufficient achievements are made, the status will naturally be upgraded.
With the Black God set to assist, if the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf were uninjured, he was confident he could fight it alone.
Half a month has passed. It's time to head to the wilderness zone.
The monsters in the county town can no longer satisfy me. The monsters in the wilderness zone are stronger. Before going, I'll take on some lucrative tasks issued by the limit home. Arrive at the audio-visual room and enter the mission section. Mission: kill 1 king-level monster, reward of 5 million contribution points, slots February 10th. Mission: kill 10 lord-level monsters, no level restriction, reward up to 10 million contribution points, minimum 2 million, slots March 10th. Mission: collect 1000 pelts from beast general level monsters, reward based on level, up to 10 million, minimum 1 million, slots 25 out of 100. A mission involving 1000 beast general level pelts isn't bad. I'm planning to hunt monsters and complete the mission along the way. Even low-level beast general monster pelts can earn 1 million contribution points. This way, the contribution points can reach 3-star level. Kill 10 lord-level beasts, you can give it a try. Primary lord-level beasts are still manageable, with at least a guaranteed 2 million contribution points. After some thought, Yi-Chen accepted these 2 tasks. Please confirm acceptance of the Extreme Martial Hall's issued task: collect 1000 pelts from beast general level monsters. Task successfully accepted. Deadline: 100 days. Overdue penalties: 1% deduction of contribution points from the reward. Please confirm accepting the task: kill 10 lord level beasts. Task successfully accepted. Deadline: 1 year. Overdue penalty of 1% contribution points deducted from the reward. In comparison, the challenge of collecting 1000 beast general level pelts is greater. The county's beasts are insufficient to meet the demand. Yi-Chen searched the martial artist forum and found an ideal destination: City 003. City 003 is considered one of the most dangerous areas in the Eurasian region. It is close to the ocean, with rivers crisscrossing and marine monsters frequently appearing. This place boasts the most densely packed building clusters in Asia, which also results in an astonishing number of monsters. Lord-level monsters are everywhere, and there are even beings stronger than lord-level ones lurking. A large number of top martial artists have flocked here, and even martial artists from other base cities in China have made special trips. This place has almost become the main battlefield for human martial artists against monsters. This city was the economic center of China before the Great Nirvana period, formerly Shanghai. Daring to roam in city number 003 naturally indicates extraordinary strength. The area is surrounded by powerful figures, and even in the suburbs, beast general level monsters frequently appear, while the interior is home to numerous lord level monsters. Without strength, one wouldn't even dare to step into the suburbs. More importantly, in the original story, the location where Luo Feng stole the dragon egg was right here. Yi-Chen chose this place not only to make it easier to complete the mission but also to seize the opportunity to steal the dragon egg, achieving multiple goals at once. After tidying up, Yi-Chen locked the villa door and left home. A day later, he arrived at the Southeast Military District supply base. The Southeast Military District was far larger than the Northern Military District of Jiangnan Base City, with numerous residences, a dense population of martial artists, and overall greater strength. City 003 was close to the ocean, where sea monsters ran rampant and had long posed a threat to the inland. The primary task of the military district's martial artists was to deal with these sea monsters and the monsters within the city. Compared to land, the ocean covers a larger area and is entirely the domain of monsters. The number of monsters is immeasurable, and the threat is particularly immense. Yi-Chen's target is the Vank Dream City residential area, 2 miles away. This Vank City is vast, originally capable of housing nearly 1 million residents, but now it is overrun by monsters. Due to its location on the outskirts of City 003, lord-level monsters are rare, making it very suitable for Yi-Chen's trial. After scanning with his psychic power, he discovered 5D-level monsters. This really is a paradise for the strong. 5D-level monsters, worth 3 to 400 million Huaxia currency without a doubt. But unlike in the county, they have very few underlings around them. Yi-Chen observed that these few D-class monsters had only a handful of followers, and some were even alone. This was very normal. In an ordinary county, a beast general level monster would typically lead hundreds of ordinary monsters, exuding an imposing aura. But in city number 003, there were numerous beast general level monsters, and even quite a few lord level monsters. These D-class monsters might still dominate in a county town, but here, no one pays them any attention. Even in the suburbs, D-class monsters are considered weak, and it's not uncommon for them to have no underlings. On the other hand, high-level beast generals or even lord-level monsters often command over 10,000 subordinates. No underlings? Even better, makes it easier to kill. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as Yi-Chen climbed over the wall and locked onto a D-class beast. The beast, upon seeing him appear, its eyes gleaming fiercely, roared and charged forward. It was massive, standing 5 meters tall and 10 meters long. As it ran, the ground trembled and dust fell from the buildings. Copper-skinned barbarian silkworm bull, one of the top in defense among D-class monsters. Let's see if it can withstand a strike from me. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, brimming with battle spirit. With a loud shout, the second level of the ninefold thunder blade, the blood-shadowed battle blade in hand slashed, striking directly at the copper-skinned barbaric silkworm bull's head. With a force of 2.1 times, approximately 24,000 kilograms of strength, the blade's edge collided with the tough outer skin, producing a metallic scraping sound. It only cut through the tough skin but did not break the skull. No wonder it's one of the top-ranked intermediate beast generals in defense. Yi Chen frowned slightly. To kill it in one strike, I need to use the third level of the ninefold thunder blade. The third level of the ninefold thunder blade. His figure moved abruptly, leaping and spinning, the blade gleaming as it slashed toward the back of the copper-skinned barbaric silkworm ox. The beast roared, turned its body, leaped into the air, and charged headfirst at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's lips curled slightly as his spiritual power adjusted his posture mid-air. Dropping from a height of 10 meters to about 2 or 3 meters, he landed right on the bronze-skinned wild silkworm bull's abdomen. With a single slash, he struck into its belly. The beast let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground, struggling. The high wall trembled, and dust flew everywhere. In less than a minute, with the physique of a junior battle general, combined with the power of the ninefold thunder blade and spiritual mind force, Yi Chen defeated the copper-skinned barbaric silkworm ox, which was close to the level of an advanced beast general. Approaching the corpse, he placed his palm on it and activated the soul-devouring technique to absorb the soul. Soul power continuously flowed into the sea of consciousness, being absorbed and refined simultaneously. The spiritual mind power improved, but it had not yet reached the refining limit. After the absorption ended, Yi Chen began dissecting the corpse of the copper-skinned barbaric silkworm ox, collecting important materials into his backpack. Within just 10 minutes, the second D-class monster met a tragic death, leaving only a pile of shredded flesh on the ground. Subsequently, the third, fourth, and fifth ones fell one after another. In total, within an hour, Yi Chen slew 5 D-class monsters and 6 E-class monsters. The souls were fully absorbed and refined, and the important materials were stored in the backpack. Absorbing the souls of about 10 more D-class monsters should bring me to the limit. If it's a C-level monster, only 2 are needed. Yi Chen was no longer satisfied with killing D-level monsters and turned his attention to stronger C-level monsters. The closer to the city center, the higher the monster level, and you might even encounter Lord-level monsters. Yi Chen calculated in his mind, with my current strength, facing a Lord-level monster head-on would be somewhat challenging. Unless a low-level Lord monster recklessly fights me head-on, I might have a chance to kill it. If they desperately try to escape, I would have no way to stop them. For now, I should focus on hunting monsters below the Lord level and strive to complete the task of collecting 1,000 as quickly as possible. Over the next month, Yi Chen was almost constantly on the move in this suburban area. Since he set foot there, the monsters in this region had faced an unprecedented calamity. At first, he, like other warriors, tried to kill monsters as quickly as possible. A few days later, he began playing a game of cat and mouse with the monsters, or more accurately, using them as sparring partners to hone his agility, blade techniques, and mental control over flying knives. The average combat time for each monster increased by 5 minutes compared to before. Areas that used to be cleared in 3 to 4 hours now took an additional 2 to 3 hours each day. After each cleanup, Yi Chen would return to the supply base with a large bag full of important monster materials. After all, the suburbs were not suitable for staying overnight alone, and hunting monsters daily was extremely exhausting. Returning to the base not only allowed him to enjoy a good night's sleep but also provided a safe environment for cultivation. The furs he obtained from hunting monsters were stored in the Extreme Home safe, while other materials were directly sold to the Underground Alliance Mall. If he wanted to make money, he chose the Underground Alliance Mall because it offered higher prices. If he wanted to accumulate contribution points, he sold them to the Extreme Home. This way, he could gain both contribution points and money. Basically, he hunted 30 to 40 beast general level monsters every day. Most of these monsters were intermediate and primary beast general level. High-level beast general monsters were extremely rare in the suburbs, often appearing only once every 5 or 6 days. Even so, his money-making speed was still astonishing. In the eyes of onlookers, Yi Chen wasn't hunting monsters at all. He was frantically printing money in front of a money printing machine. The important materials of a primary beast general level monster are generally priced between 5 million to 15 million Huaxia currency. The intermediate beast general level can sell for 10 million to over 100 million. The materials of advanced beast general level monsters are valued as high as 50 million to 6 to 700 million. Of course, there are exceptions, such as extremely rare monsters or advanced beast generals close to the Lord level, whose prices are naturally higher. However, the value of most monster materials falls within the aforementioned range. If there is no fur, the material value will be halved. Soon, the legend of Yi Chen began to spread within the supply base, a madman who only focused on hunting beast general level monsters every day to make money. Quantity compensates for quality. A primary Lord level beast sells for 5 to 10 billion, while the materials from the 100 primary beast general level beasts Yi Chen killed are already comparable in value. If excluding the fur, it would require 200 beasts. In the past month, Yi Chen killed nearly 800 primary beast general level beasts, equivalent in value to 4 primary lord level beasts. Adding nearly 300 intermediate beast general level beasts and 5 advanced beast general level beasts, his total income reached nearly 1.3 billion huaxia currency. This does not even include the value of the fur. When he handed over the fur of 300 intermediate beast general level beasts, 5 advanced beast general level beasts, and 695 primary beast general level beasts to the supply base manager of the Extreme Home, he completed his first mission collecting 1,000 beast general level beast furs, earning 2.4 million contribution points. At the same time, he was certified as an advanced warlord level martial artist. The warrior ranks are mostly determined by the record of hunting beasts. For example, to be promoted to junior warrior level, one must hunt and kill 2 primary beast generals. However, these records often lack absolute credibility, as materials can be bought and sold, making it difficult to verify their authenticity. If a wealthy young master buys the corpses of 2 primary lord-level beasts to falsely claim the title of junior war god, they can easily be challenged by true experts, and without real strength they will surely face humiliation. Therefore, without genuine skill, no one is willing to obtain a title lightly. Yi Chen's strength far surpasses the advanced warrior level, and his abilities are well known to all, making his certified title well-deserved. The remaining monster pelts he hadn't sold were still stored in the Extreme Home safe, and he once again accepted the task of collecting 1,000 pelts from beast general level monsters. The title God of Killing is truly well-deserved, someone remarked. He killed over 1,000 beast general level monsters in just 1 month. My team couldn't kill that many in a month, and he alone is as good as several warrior squads. A few days ago, he was just certified as an advanced warrior level martial artist, only 22 years old, and in the future, he might even surpass the war god level, making 4 to 500 million a day, nearly 13 billion a month, and at this rate, over 100 billion a year. Even an average war god can't match his earnings. 1 month might be manageable, but killing like this every single day for 365 days a year, no one could endure that. The god of killing has already lasted a month. It's truly terrifying. In the supply base, discussions about Yi Chen were endless. Many warrior level fighters envied him. When they hunted beasts, they often went out in teams, splitting the spoils of a single beast among several people. Although it was safer, it was far less profitable than Yi Chen's speed of earning. A general high-ranking warrior earning billions in a month is already considered excellent, and earning tens of billions in a year is rare. Yet Yi Chen earned over 10 billion in just 1 month. Now, his name is not only circulating in the supply base but is also a hot topic on the martial artist forums. Everyone has bestowed upon him the title of God of Slaughter. It is difficult for warriors to become famous. They need to rely on earth-shattering achievements, extraordinary feats, or years of accumulation. Luo Feng once killed over 10,000 monsters in 2 months. Yi Chen killed over 1,000 beast general level monsters in 1 month, while Han Molan and Tiger Feng Squad's Captain Panya relied on years of accumulation. Yi Chen is now a well-known figure with considerable fame. Many God of War level warriors know of him, and some God of War level squads have even invited him to join, but Yi Chen declined them all. With the Black God suit, his survival ability even surpassed that of many war gods. When encountering powerful beasts, he was also confident in protecting his life. After a month of practical trials, his strength improved rapidly, and his physical fitness had reached the standard of a mid-level warlord. More importantly, his mental psychic power has greatly increased. With each monster he kills, he absorbs its soul, partially replenishing the consumption of mental psychic power and partially refining it. Confirm. After 30 days, his overall strength rose to that of a junior war god. There are still a large number of unrefined souls in his mind. After leaving the supply base, Yi Chen no longer headed to Vank Dream City but chose an area closer to the city center. The monsters there are stronger. The monsters in Vank Dream City are relatively weak and cannot put pressure on him. Confirm. Yi Chen felt that if he encountered a monster that could rival him, the 4th level of the Ninefold Thunderblade might very likely reach enlightenment. On the 31st day, Yi Chen shouldered his backpack and left the supply base, heading straight along the highway toward the buildings closer to the city center. As soon as he stepped into the area, he encountered a mid-level beast general class monster. He did not act rashly but instead released his mental power to scout the surroundings. Goodness! Yi Chen's heart trembled. In Vank Dream City, it would take 5 or 6 days to encounter a high-level beast general. Yet within a kilometer radius here, there are actually 4 high-level beast general class monsters, 3 of which are very close to each other. Monsters of this level have an extremely strong sense of territory. For them to be so close together means there must be an existence even stronger than them nearby. At least a low-level lord class monster. Thinking of this, a sharp light flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. In the next instant, his figure suddenly disappeared, teleporting to the outside of a residential building. This was precisely the base of those 3 high-level beast general class monsters. Once again releasing psychic power, he discovered that besides the 3 advanced beast generals, there was also a lord-level monster. The 5th to 8th floors in the middle of this building had been opened up, where a giant python was entrenched. Its body coiled in over a dozen loops, and when straightened, it was nearly 10 meters long.
Yi Chen roughly estimated that this python's total length was at least over 50 meters.
Its body was thick, even thicker than an adult man's waist. The scales are dark red, exuding a strong corrosive aura. Its eyes burn like green flames, sending a chill down one's spine. The tail is covered with barbs, sharp and spiky, constantly trembling and emitting a buzzing sound.
The most astonishing thing is that it has 3 snake heads. Hell, 3-headed python. Yi Chen recalled the post on the martial artist forum.
It was a monster encountered by a war god level martial artist team not long ago. A war god level martial artist team means at least one member possesses war god level strength, while the other members are mostly seasoned senior war generals. Unfortunately, after the team battled the Hell 3-headed python, all members except the captain perished. The captain managed to survive but lost an arm. This shows how ferocious the Hell 3-headed python truly is. Yi Chen was not intimidated in the slightest by the squad's encounter. After all, that war god was merely a junior war god, no match for the Hell 3-headed python. As a spiritual mind master, he was nearly invincible at the junior war god level. With the black god armor protecting him, he was confident he could wear down this monster. 3-headed hell python, comprehending the 4th level of the 9-fold thunderblade, is up to you.
With a sharp gaze and a swift movement, Yi Chen instantly slipped into the residential building.
Inside the building, there were numerous monsters, most of them of relatively low levels, primarily beginner beast generals. The closer to the 3-headed hell python, the stronger the monster's power. Although his strength had improved, he still hadn't reached the level of an advanced warlord.
Dealing with these monsters, he could easily slay them with a single strike.
A few minutes later, Yi Chen arrived in front of an advanced beast general level monster. In the past, he might have toyed with it for a while, but at this moment, he had no time for distractions.
Unleashing the 3rd level of the 9-fold thunderblade, the immense force split the monster in two. As they continued forward, the monster's death alarmed the Hell 3-headed python. Roar!
A thunderous roar shook the heavens.
Its body suddenly thickened, and its scales gleamed with a chilling light. 3 snake heads opened their mouths, spewing terrifying black liquid.
Yi Chen swiftly dodged, and the liquid hit the wall, causing cracks to spread rapidly. Extremely corrosive, he thought to himself. With a single thought, he activated the black god armor. Black flowing light quickly covered his left arm, with some of the light transferring to his right arm, spreading across his limbs and face.
He reached out and touched the liquid on the wall. It's fine. The black god suit is truly powerful. The venom of the Hell 3-headed python is ineffective against me. My chances of winning have greatly increased.
A smile blossomed on his face. Seeing that the venom was ineffective, the Hell 3-headed python was extremely enraged. Its 3 snake heads swung wildly, and its roars were deafening. A violent surge of air burst forth from its mouth. With a thunderous boom, a visible sonic wave spread in all directions, causing Yi Chen's ears to ring.
Truly worthy of being a primary lord-level beast, Yi Chen exclaimed.
Although its strength surpassed the previous high-level beast general, he still believed he could win. The snake head roared toward the sky, suddenly leaping up to crash into the wall ahead.
Bang! A loud noise echoed as the wall caved in.
Yi Chen was forced back several steps, steadied himself, and his face turned grave.
This beast, could it be trying to bury me alive?
He frowned deeply and glanced at the Hell 3-headed python. Leaping into the air, he brandished his blade and charged at the monster.
Roar!
The monster raised its head and howled, 3 scarlet tongues suddenly shooting out, sending chills down one's spine.
Yi Chen used his mental power to propel himself, twisting in midair to dodge.
With a flick of his arm, the blood shadow battle blade slashed downward.
Clang!
The blade struck the middle tongue, producing a crisp metallic clash. The tongue was as hard as iron, blocking the blade. The remaining 2 tongues quickly extended, one wrapping around Yi Chen's long blade and pulling forcefully, while the other shot straight toward his waist.
Humph!
Yi Chen snorted coldly, forcefully swinging his arm to pull out the blade, then slashing it toward one of the snake heads. He unleashed the 3rd level of the 9-fold thunder blade with all his might, infusing it with spiritual willpower.
Boom!
The blade severed the neck, the sound of bones breaking piercing the ears, and the snake head was split in 2.
The 3-headed hell python instantly flew into a rage, swinging its tail toward Yi Chen.
Despite its massive size, its tail moved as fast as lightning.
Yi Chen raised his blade to block. Blocked it. Wait, something's wrong.
A powerful force instantly traveled through the tail to the blood shadow battle blade, then to Yi Chen's hand. If not for the black god armor reducing 90% of the force, death would have been certain. No wonder that war god squad was almost completely wiped out. The strength of this Hell 3-headed python is probably close to that of a mid-level lord. Yi Chen's figure flickered as he leaped onto the overhead passage. The fresh blood of the 3-headed python from hell dripped onto the ground, like a red water mirror.
Pebbles fell into the blood, ripples spreading outward. Ripples? No, the key is the mirror surface.
Only when the mirror surface is calm and ripple-free can the ripples be the clearest. The principle of exerting force with the 9-fold thunderblade Thunderblade is the same. The core of exerting force lies not in the quantity of hidden energy, but in the overall state of the tendons, bones, and muscles through which the hidden energy is transmitted. After understanding this principle, Yi Chen's control over exerting force improved significantly, achieving enlightenment of the 4th level. In an instant, a flash of white light passed, and the remaining 2 snake heads of the hell 3-headed python flew off. Bang, bang, bang. A head slammed against the cement wall and rolled into the corridor. Immediately after, the massive body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Yi Chen let out a long breath. The 4th level of the 9-fold Thunder Blade consumes a tremendous amount of stamina. With my current physical condition, using the 4th level would consume 60 to 70% of my stamina. The 4th level will serve as a trump card, while I'll primarily rely on the 3rd level to deal with monsters in normal situations. After taking a few deep breaths, Yi Chen used his mental power to suspend the 3 heads of the hell 3-headed python in front of him. Placing his hands on them, he activated the soul devouring technique and began to absorb the soul power of this lord-level monster. The soul power of a lord-level monster was far denser and purer than that of an advanced beast general. Once the absorption was complete, Yi Chen felt that the reserves of his soul power in his mind had significantly increased. After all, during the intense battle earlier, he had already refined a large amount of soul power to replenish the mental energy he had consumed. He then began dissecting the hell 3-headed python to collect its precious materials. Once finished, Yi Chen retraced his steps to gather the corpses of the monsters he hadn't had time to process earlier. Most of these monsters had died while being suppressed by the hell 3-headed python, and he hadn't been able to collect them at the time. Now that the hell 3-headed python was dead, he could safely gather them and absorb their souls. After completing this task, Yi Chen spread out his mental power and discovered that there were still many monsters within the residential building that hadn't fled. Monsters meant wealth, and he certainly wouldn't let them go. An hour later, there was no living creature left in the building. Yi Chen returned to the supply base with a load of materials. Hell, this is the hell 3-headed python. The person in charge of the Underground Alliance Mall was so shocked upon seeing the materials that he could hardly speak. That was the monster that had once wiped out an entire squad of war god level warriors. Looking at the snake skins and other precious materials spread across the ground, his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. The nickname God of Killing truly lives up to its name, the person in charge exclaimed. With your current strength, you might already be qualified to enter the War God Palace. Mentioning the War God Palace, related information surfaced in Yi Chen's mind. The War God Palace is a group composed of War God level and even beyond War God level powerhouses from the world's 5 major powers and various base cities. Almost all war gods globally are members of it. The world's strongest individuals, Hong and Thor, are its founders. The Palace of the God of War is the pinnacle of martial forces and humanity's last fortress against monsters. Its mission is twofold: to pursue ultimate strength and to eradicate monsters on Earth. Although this is temporarily irrelevant to Yi Chen, the prices of materials sold by the Palace of the God of War are extremely advantageous. A complete set of SS-grade combat gear costs 120 billion at full price in the martial arts hall, 60 billion at half price, while the lowest price at the Palace of the God of War is only 40 billion, even cheaper than the half price at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Yi Chen thought to himself, if I could certify as a junior God of War and join the Palace of the God of War, I could save a lot of expenses. After selling the materials from the hell 3-headed python and other monsters, the account increased by 6 billion Huaxia currency. In the next 2 months, Yi Chen temporarily paused hunting weaker monsters and instead sought out strong opponents to fight. With sufficient funds accumulated, the primary goal was to enhance his strength. According to the original timeline, the iron-armored dragon would lay eggs in 2 to 3 months. If he could advance to a mid-level war god before then, he wouldn't need to rely on Wang Tong and Li Kan and could easily claim the dragon egg. The best way to enhance strength is through life and death battles, including fights to the death with both monsters and humans. Although life and death battles with humans are more effective due to limited conditions, Yi Chen could only choose to confront monsters. City number 003 had no shortage of powerful monsters, and with his psychic power and black god suit, he could retreat at any time, making it difficult even for lord-level monsters to trap him. Over the past 2 months, Yi Chen has faced off against 3 intermediate lord-level beasts. He learned from the warrior forum after a long search that one is extremely fast, one has strong defense, and the other is highly agile. Every day, he would spar with one of them. The duration of the battles gradually extended from a few minutes at first to half an hour, and then to an hour. After each battle, Yi Chen would return to the base for a meticulous review, analyzing the shortcomings and strengths of his combat performance and seeking areas for improvement. Following this routine daily, his strength has advanced by leaps and bounds in just 2 months, and his physical fitness has reached the advanced warlord level. Without the aid of mental power, he is still no match for the 3 beasts, but with the support of mental power, he is confident he can slay them within 10 minutes. After these 2 months, the remaining soul power in my mind is running low. The armored dragon is about to lay eggs. I must take advantage of this time to quickly kill those 3 mid-level Lord-class beasts and absorb their souls. During this period, Yi Chen would visit the armored dragon's lair every few days to check its condition. Once the armored dragon lays eggs, its strength will significantly weaken, and he can easily detect it with his mental power. A week later, Yi Chen successfully killed those 3 mid-level Lord-class beasts. After absorbing their souls, the soul power in his mind was nearly saturated. After collecting the materials from the 3 beasts, he returned to the supply base. With the beast materials ready, let's first obtain the intermediate war god title. Back at the supply base, he headed straight to the person in charge of the House of Limits. Clatter! Yi Chen unfastened the backpack clasp and poured the materials from the 3 beasts into the nearby pool. The person in charge couldn't help but gasp. Having been at the supply base for many years, he was quite familiar with the famous monsters of City 003. Seeing the materials and fur, 3 monster names flashed in his mind. Mid-level Lord-class monster Bloodpeak Firebull, mid-level Lord-class monster Shadow Rabbit, mid-level Lord-class monster Tiger Eye Evil Cat. He exclaimed, "You killed all of them?" Yi Chen nodded and replied, "Please check these materials." "Alright, Mr. Yi Chen." The person in charge quickly agreed. Soon, the woman surnamed Zhang began using the equipment for testing, and sure enough, the components matched Yi Chen's expectations. By the way, 2 of the intermediate Lord-level beasts count as my achievements. Please reassess my title, Yi Chen reminded. To be promoted to an intermediate war god, one must personally hand over the most important materials from 2 intermediate Lord-level beasts. Very few dare to fake this, as a false title is meaningless and cannot be upheld without sufficient strength. Understood, the person in charge nodded repeatedly, though inwardly he was utterly shocked. This is insane. Just 1 weaker intermediate Lord-level beast would be enough for the title, but these 3 beasts are almost at the advanced Lord level. Mr. Yi Chen, the person in charge spoke respectfully, the Blood Peak Firebull is priced at 2.5 billion Huaxia currency, with a contribution value of 1 million points. The Shadow Rabbit is priced at 1.5 billion, with a contribution value of 800,000. The Tiger-Eyed Evil Cat is priced at 3 billion, with a contribution value of 1.2 million. You can receive a total of 7 billion Huaxia currency and 3 million contribution points. Yi Chen nodded. Actually, selling to the Extreme Martial Hall was relatively disadvantageous. If sold to the HR Alliance, the Blood Peak Firebull could fetch 3.5 billion, and the Shadow Rabbit and Tiger-Eyed Evil Cat could each sell for about 1 billion more, bringing the total to around 10 billion. Although the Extreme Martial Hall offered a lower price, the contribution points were substantial. With 3 million contribution points added to his existing ones, he was not far from reaching 4-star level. Mr. Yi Chen, 7 billion Huaxia currency has been transferred to your warrior exclusive account. The person in charge tapped the wireless keyboard and smiled at Yi Chen. After becoming a war god, you will typically be invited to join the War God Palace, where you can obtain a consciousness sensor. But the War God Palace will send someone to assess your strength. Yi Chen glanced at the screen, displaying the information. Level, War God level, intermediate. Contribution points, 5,510,000 points. Currency balance, 7,923,145,210 Huaxia coins. The screen displayed the words War God Palace application, under review. A few seconds later, the person in charge smiled and said, "Mr. Yi Chen, the personnel from the War God Palace will be here shortly." Yi Chen nodded. About an hour later, the examiners from the War God Palace arrived to verify strength. This was to prevent anyone from buying materials to impersonate the Slayer and to ensure the authenticity of the joiner's strength. With Yi Chen's strength, he easily passed the assessment. War God Yi Chen, welcome to the War God Palace. You will receive a consciousness sensor helmet free of charge, which allows you to enter the virtual space at any time. A middle-aged man handed over a metal box and said, "As a member, you will enjoy numerous special privileges, but special rights also come with responsibilities. After putting on the consciousness sensor and entering the virtual space, you will learn more secrets of the War God Palace." Yi Chen took the box, lightly slid his fingertip over the latch, and the metal box opened, revealing a deep blue helmet. After storing the helmet in his backpack, Yi Chen left. Back at the temporary resting area of the supply base, he took out the Azure helmet. When using the consciousness sensor, the most important thing is to ensure one's own safety. Once the helmet is put on, consciousness will enter the virtual space, making it extremely dangerous if someone plots against you. The security in the warrior district is tight, with low risk, whereas the supply base, though equipped with security, is not as secure as the district. Of course, the helmet has a built-in security device that can detect nearby intruders. Others fear safety issues, but I don't. Yi Chen smiled as the black god suit extended a black membrane, ensuring his body was well protected. He set the safety range to 5 meters by 5 meters, with the door and windows already locked. If anyone intruded into the range, their consciousness would automatically be kicked out of the virtual space. Swish! Yi Chen put on the helmet, and the black god suit enveloped it. He sat cross-legged, resembling a black sculpture. Enter the virtual space. What comes into view is a quiet and spacious
oversized room. Yi Chen exclaimed, "What a huge room." The room is about 50 meters long, 20 meters wide, with a height of 5 meters, covering an area of over 1,000 square meters. A circular bed with a diameter of 3 meters is placed in the center, and in front of the bed is an indoor swimming pool approximately 20 meters long and 10 meters wide. The bed, swimming pool, desk, luxurious dining table, lounge chairs, and yoga mat training area, the space is divided reasonably and arranged in an orderly manner. TSK Tisk. Yi Chen smiled. "Welcome, God of War Yi Chen." An electronic voice sounded. "This is your exclusive room in the Palace of the God of War. No one else may enter." An electronic voice echoed. "In the Palace of the God of War, feel free to order whatever you want to eat or drink. There are many rare delicacies here that are hard to find in the real world. There is a copy of the Palace of the God of War regulations on the desk. Wish you have fun here." The sound gradually faded away. "Having fun?" Yi Chen smiled. "So the War God Palace was also a place for the war gods to relax and have fun?" The desk was near the floor-to-ceiling window, with the entire southern wall made of oversized glass. He stood by the window, gazing at the beautiful scenery outside. "Paradise?" Yi Chen marveled. Although he knew the virtual space was an illusion, it felt so real that it was breathtaking. Sunlight pierced through the mist, refracting into a spectrum of colors, stunningly magnificent. Yi Chen returned to the desk and opened the black leather-covered booklet, revealing only a single sheet inside. "Welcome to the Palace of the War God." The Palace of the War God was founded by the first speaker, Hong, and the second speaker, Thor. It is the strongest martial artist organization on Earth. All war gods and those beyond war god level are members. The management is the council, and only those who surpass the God of War can become council members. The council has 5 major chairpersons, namely the first to the 5th chairperson. The 5 are the strongest 5 on Earth. The hierarchy within the Palace of the God of War is divided into 3, ordinary members, council members, and chairpersons. The War God Palace is equipped with a marketplace, an auction hall, an arena square, a trial tower, and many other features, waiting for you to explore on your own. Yi Chen smiled, changed into casual clothes, and pushed the door open to leave. It's time to check out the other war gods. A surge of curiosity rose in Yi Chen's heart. All the war gods in the world are gathered in this War God Palace. Just how many people are there, he wondered. Following the corridor, he naturally arrived at the outer wall corridor of the War God Palace. This corridor was 9 meters wide, resembling a city wall. Yi Chen leaned against the wall, overlooking the scene below. A massive square suddenly unfolded before his eyes, with a total of 9 arenas spread across it. Beyond the square lay an endless ocean of darkness, with surging waves crashing fiercely against the protective walls of the square. The majestic War God Palace seemed to float atop this boundless black sea. Who designed this place? One side of the War God Palace is endless mist, while the other side is an endless ocean. Yi Chen shook his head and muttered to himself, turning to head toward the first floor hall. This hall is 30 meters high, over 100 meters long and wide, even larger than a typical school gymnasium. Inside the hall, thousands of sofas and chairs are arranged, with nearly 1,000 war gods sitting in groups of 2 or 3, either drinking or chatting. So many war gods. I've never seen such a scale before. Yi Chen held his breath and stared. In Jiangnan Base City, encountering even one war god is rare. Although a few were seen at the supply base, their total number is far less than here. This War God Palace truly is the gathering place for war gods from around the world. A huge display screen hung on the wall of the hall, with the number 3510 prominently displayed. Is this 3510 the total number of war gods in the War God Palace? Yi Chen speculated in his heart. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed on the smooth tiles of the hall, and the entire hall instantly dimmed. The previously soothing music abruptly stopped. Swish! All the war gods turned their heads in unison toward the staircase entrance, looking at Yi Chen. Clang! A crisp and melodious sound echoed through the hall, followed by lively and cheerful music. Nearly 1,000 war gods in the hall stood up, applause thunderous. Among them were elites serving in politics, mysterious figures hidden in the shadows, mercenaries who fought bloody battles, and reclusive devotees. They are the top elites of human society, standing at the pinnacle of humanity's pyramid. A gentle beam of light shone on Yi Chen, illuminating his figure. The Palace of the God of War welcomes a new God of War. His name is Yi Chen. The powerful voice sounded as if a deity had descended. At the same time, a 3-dimensional virtual projection appeared above the hall, displaying large, stone-carved-like characters. Nationality, Huaxia country. Rank, War God level, intermediate. 3 concise and powerful lines of text floated in the air. The total number of human war gods has increased to 3,511. The thunderous voice still echoed as the number on the display screen on the hall's wall instantly jumped to 3,511. The passionate music gradually faded until it disappeared, and the light shining on Yi Chen also dimmed, restoring everything to tranquility. Such a grand ceremony? Yi Chen chuckled inwardly, feeling it was somewhat pretentious. Meanwhile, nearly 1,000 war gods in the War God Palace returned to their seats, discussing Yi Chen with their friends. There are 3,511
common war gods on Earth, with only a few hundred being advanced war gods. The intermediate war god already holds a high-ranking position in the war god palace. Yi Chen's appearance this time will undoubtedly quickly make the whole world aware of his existence. You are the god of death. Someone recognized him. They had once hunted monsters in city number 003 and had heard of Yi Chen's name. Some even invited him to join a team of god of war level warriors. But no one expected that Yi Chen would become a mid-level god of war in such a short time. Yi Chen walked toward the person who called him and smiled. So it's Brother Luo and Brother Zhang. He wasn't familiar with many people here, so encountering acquaintances naturally brought him comfort. Brother Yi, not bad, praised the war god surnamed Luo. Breaking through to intermediate war gods so quickly, your future is limitless. Look, quite a few war gods have already left the war god palace. They're probably back in reality investigating you. If they find out you advanced from senior war general to intermediate war god within 3 months, they'll definitely offer you a fortune to join them. Looking around, Yi Chen indeed noticed that several war gods were absent. The words of the war god surnamed Luo are not without reason. These war gods are secretly investigating his information. Talented individuals are valued by global powers and forces at all times. In less than half a year, advancing from a senior warrior to a mid-level war god, such talent is rare in the world. In reality, a war god removed his helmet, made a phone call, and a few minutes later, his pupils contracted sharply in shock and disbelief. Then he made another call. Hello, it's me, Li Shan. Half a year, no, less than 3 months, from advanced war general to intermediate war god. What kind of terms can you offer? What? 10 billion a year in funding? Are you kidding me? When he was still an advanced war general, he earned 10 billion huaxia currency in just a month. In a residential area of the Kyoto base city. Chief, I've discovered an unparalleled treasure. He's only 22 years old and single-handedly killed 3 intermediate lord-level beasts close to high lord level in one day. The most crucial thing is, he's one of us, a citizen of Huaxia. Inspector, this is Xiaolin. I have important news to report regarding the newcomer Yi Chen. The information has been sent to your phone. Within half an hour, the existence of Yi Chen was known to the top levels of the 5 major powers, the 2 great martial arts schools, and the military. They all racked their brains, planning what terms to use to recruit Yi Chen into their own camp. In the war god palace, the war god surnamed Zhang curiously asked, Brother Yi, have you considered which faction you want to join? Yi Chen shook his head and replied, I haven't decided yet. The war god surnamed Luo then said, Brother Yi, if I remember correctly, you should be a freelance martial artist under our extreme martial arts hall, right? Yi Chen nodded. The war god surnamed Luo said seriously, then I suggest you join the extreme martial arts hall later. What he meant by joining was different from your previous status as a freelance martial artist without a salary. This time, joining would mean you gain tangible power and benefits in the extreme martial arts hall, but correspondingly, it also entails more responsibilities. Yi Chen curiously asked, what do you mean specifically? The war god surnamed Luo firmly said, because the conditions offered to you by the extreme martial arts hall are definitely the best. Our hall master is the strongest in the world, possessing ancient civilization relics and various rare treasures. The hall master is always the greatest beneficiary. For example, dragon blood. The only one in the world who openly sells and supplies it is our hall master. When mentioning hall master Hong, the war god surnamed Luo's eyes were filled with respect. Yi Chen smiled and didn't say much on this topic. Brother Luo, Brother Zhang, how about we go check out the war god palace mall later? Yi Chen suggested. I heard the prices there are much cheaper than outside. The war god surnamed Luo and the war god surnamed Zhang exchanged smiles. Sure, actually, the war god palace mall itself isn't that interesting. The main draw is the affordable prices. The most exciting part is the monthly auction, where over 90% of the war gods participate. We can also put items up for auction, but the minimum starting price must be 1 billion huaxia currency, with no upper limit. The 3 of them chatted while waiting for representatives from various factions to come and recruit them. Not only the 3 of them, but other war gods were also waiting, eagerly anticipating this grand feast of vying for war gods. About an hour later, the war gods who had left earlier returned one after another, each representing major factions to extend invitations to Yi Chen. The enticing conditions made even the other war gods' hearts flutter. The annual activity fund is at least 50 billion huaxia currency, far exceeding the 10 billion offered to recruit Luo Feng in the original work. Not only that, some forces also offer precious treasures that money cannot buy. A representative from one of the 9 major families of the HR Alliance proposed gifting an irreplaceable treasure Bodhi liquid. This item is even more effective than dragon blood. Dragon blood can double one's strength, while Bodhi liquid can enhance it by 3 to 4 times. When these conditions were announced, almost all the war gods in the hall thought Yi Chen would choose them. However, Yi Chen neither agreed to that family nor to any other faction. He was waiting for the representative of the extreme martial hall. This newcomer has really high standards, even rejecting the Bodhi liquid. Now only the representative of the Limit Martial Arts Hall hasn't shown up. He must be planning to join the Limit Martial Arts Hall. After After all, the world's strongest fighter, Hong, is the head of the Limit Martial Arts Hall. With the speed at which his strength is improving, joining the Extreme Martial Arts Hall is definitely the best choice. The observing war gods speculated about Yi Chen's final decision, while the conditions of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall drew much attention. Before long, a lean man with a mustache appeared in the hall, around 40 years old, who had been quite handsome in his youth. As soon as he appeared, many war gods stood up to pay their respects. Greetings, Inspector Wang.
Greetings, Senior Wang. Greetings, Congressman Wang.
This person was Wang Yu, a being beyond the level of a war god, and one of the 5 inspectors of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. He nodded slightly in greeting and walked straight toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen immediately felt his heart race, as if he had left the realm of reality. He thought to himself, Inspector Wang Yu, his strength far surpasses mine. Wang Yu spoke calmly, Yi Chen, you're quite good.
Sit. Yi Chen nodded and sat down.
Wang Yu handed over a 3-page contract.
This is the contract. Take a look and sign it if there are no issues.
Yi Chen took it and read carefully. A slot for the elite training camp of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. If Party B achieves a combat amplitude of 12 by June 1, 2057, they will receive a Series 9 combat suit, a full set of weapons, any one set of secret techniques, a full portion of dragon's blood valued at 80 billion. If Party B achieves a combat amplitude of 12 between June 1, 2057 and January 1, 2058, they will receive a Series 9 combat suit, a full set of weapons, and 1 drop of jade essence valued at 30 billion. If Party B achieves a combat amplitude of 16 by January 1, 2060, they will receive an SS grade combat suit, a full set of weapons, any 3 sets of secret techniques, and any 1 treasure from Hong's treasury. Other terms are format clauses. Unlike other forces, the Extreme Martial Arts Hall does not provide activity funds, perhaps because Yi Chen's ability to earn money is astonishing, making additional funding unnecessary. Yi Chen thought to himself, the conditions are generous, but most are milestone rewards.
Essentially, it's a betting agreement. But I like it, challenges make things interesting.
He said to Wang Yu, I can sign the contract, but I won't join the elite training camp for now no later than a month. The reason is simple. He wants to get the iron-armored dragon's egg before joining the camp. Wang Yu smiled, contact me anytime, I'll send a private jet to pick you up.
As long as the terms of the bet don't change, I can meet any other requirements. After signing the contract, Wang Yu left the hall.
The war god surnamed Luo sighed, Brother Yi is impressive, able to make Inspector Wang personally step in. When we became war gods back in the day, the Extreme Martial Arts Hall only sent ordinary junior war gods to recruit us. Yi Chen smiled without saying a word. After signing the contract, he headed to the War God Palace Mall, spent 10 billion Huaxia currency to purchase an SS-grade Blood Shadow battle blade, and then exited the virtual space.
Currently, his Swiss bank account had 90 billion Huaxia currency remaining.
Combined with the funds in his warrior account, he still had nearly 170 billion Huaxia currency on hand. In the following days, Yi Chen would go daily to a spot 1 or 2 kilometers outside the ironclad dragon's lair, closely observing the movements of this beast. With the ironclad dragon's strength, it could naturally sense Yi Chen's mental energy, but each time he would leave immediately after observing, giving the ironclad dragon no chance to strike. A week later, Yi Chen once again arrived outside the lair of the armored dragon and noticed that its aura had significantly weakened. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission Armored Dragon Egg. Mission description: within 24 hours, kill the armored dragon and seize the armored dragon egg. Mission reward: complete the mission to receive 2,000 lottery points.
Task penalty: failure will result in a downgrade of physical fitness by 1 level.
The system prompt sounded in his mind.
2,000 lottery points, the reward is actually so generous. Accepted.
If it had been 2 months ago, Yi Chen would never have taken on this task. Going would have been a death sentence. But now, things were different. Relying on the physical qualities of an advanced warlord, the power techniques of the Ninefold Thunderblade, the protection of the Black God armor, and the assistance of his mental energy, he was confident he could kill the ironclad dragon, whose strength had now greatly diminished. Leaping into the air, with the aid of his mental energy, Yi Chen quickly arrived outside the Carrefour supermarket.
The Carrefour supermarket was the ironclad dragon's lair.
Around the supermarket, a massive number of monsters gathered. What came into view was a group of bloodthirsty tanks and unicorn boars with enormous bodies. Their scales were smooth and shiny, far surpassing ordinary monsters, appearing even more refined.
A hint of intelligence could be seen in the eyes of these giant beasts.
In front of the Carrefour supermarket, these over 100 beast general-level monsters formed the core strength of the massive beast horde. Even more striking were 2 giant beasts covered in fiery red scales, with 3 curved sharp horns on their heads. These were the fire-scale trident boars, the strongest group among pig-type monsters. The weakest fire-scale trident boars were all mid-level beast general class, while these 2 were even at the elementary lord level.
Roar!
As Yi Chen's figure appeared, the 2 fire-scale trident pigs let out an earth-shaking roar. As the strongest underlings of the iron-armored dragon, they glared angrily at the intruder and charged toward him. Their speed was astonishing, comparable to supersonic. But Yi
Chen did not take them seriously. He had once fought against a faster mid-level lord-class beast and killed it. Facing the Fire Scale 3 Trident boar, he appeared calm and composed. As the Fire Scale 3 Trident boar approached, Chen almost instinctively sidestepped to evade the attack. Taking advantage of the momentum, he kicked one of them in the abdomen. With the power of the ninefold Thunder Blade technique, this kick exerted a force exceeding 12 tons. The Fire Scale 3-tusked boar was sent flying into the air, unable to resist. Seizing the moment while it was airborne, Chen used his spiritual mind power to control the Duntian shuttle blade, swiftly shooting it at the Fire Scale 3-tusked boar's eye socket. Splurt! 2 streams of blood gushed out. The Fire Scale Trident pig let out a painful scream, fell to the ground 5 seconds later, and brain matter flowed out through its eye sockets. While in the air, the blades of the sky-evading shuttle had already shredded its brain. From the moment the Fire Scale Trident pig charged to its death, less than a minute had passed. This is the terror of a spirit mind master. Generally, beginner and intermediate war gods require a great deal of time and skill to kill a Fire Scale 3-spiked boar of the primary lord level, whereas spirit readers can easily achieve victory. Another Fire Scale 3-spiked boar, seeing its companion's tragic death, was instantly struck with terror and panic. Its roar was actually a call for assistance from the ironclad dragon. At this moment, a massive creature sleeping inside the Carrefour supermarket was awakened. Its entire body is covered with dark green scales, measuring over 10 meters in length, about 5 meters in height, and with a tail extending more than 10 meters. A curved black horn rests on its forehead, and when it stands, there is a massive green egg about 1 meter tall beneath it, with faint, indistinct patterns on the eggshell. The colossal creature moved and vanished into the supermarket. Immediately after, a blurry shadow appeared beside the Fire-scaled Trident pig, gradually solidifying into a lean, dark green-scaled monster. This was none other than the suburban overlord, the ironclad dragon. Dragon, whether in the east or the west, is an extremely noble symbol. Before the Great Nirvana, no ordinary or fierce beast was worthy of this name. But after the Great Nirvana, genetic mutations gave rise to many peculiar and monstrous species: pigs, dogs, cats, mice, geckos, wolves, tigers, snakes, eagles, bears. Various types are divided into countless races. In addition, there are extremely rare and enigmatic monsters of unknown origin, or those that appear due to special factors. These monsters have different names and are given various titles by humans based on their strength levels. The ironclad dragon is an exceptionally unique monster, honored with the title of dragon due to its near-perfect speed, strength, defense, awareness, and physical structure. This name is enough to show its might and terror. The armored dragon angrily snorted 2 thick streams of smoke from its nostrils, its eyes fixed intently on Yi Chen. Feeling the furious gaze of this colossal creature up close, Yi Chen couldn't help but shudder slightly in his heart. Roar! The armored dragon let out a low growl and suddenly charged forward, creating deafening sonic booms as it ran. Upon seeing the fallen fire-scaled Trident pig, it immediately understood that Yi Chen possessed extraordinary strength. A battle here would likely destroy the newly laid dragon eggs. Thus, the armored dragon made a decision to abandon the fight in its lair. Such a choice perfectly aligned with Yi Chen's plan. Without the interference of numerous monsters, he could defeat the armored dragon more quickly. Yi Chen glanced at the massive dragon egg inside the supermarket, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. First, kill the armored dragon, then seize the dragon egg. He was well aware that this place was not suitable for intense combat. If the dragon egg were accidentally damaged, the reward of 2,000 lottery points would be lost. With a plan in mind, Yi Chen's figure flickered as he swiftly pursued the ironclad dragon. The two arrived at an open area, about 4 or 5 kilometers away from the Carrefour supermarket. Roar! The ironclad dragon stopped in its tracks and turned to face Yi Chen. Its tail, almost as long as its body, swung rapidly, shrouding the surroundings like a deep green mist. The ironclad dragon lunged forward with incredible speed. Although Yi Chen managed to catch sight of it, it was too late to evade. Boom! The two crashed into a residential building ahead, the concrete walls crumbling like tofu. The armored dragon's tail swept through, causing walls and stone pillars to collapse, with dust rising everywhere. Fortunately, Yi Chen had already activated the Black God armor, so the armored dragon's attacks caused him minimal harm. He flipped over and stood up from the rubble, with 4 sky escape blade shards orbiting around him. With Yi Chen's current mental power, to ensure the maximum power of the flying blades, he could only control 4 at a time, each with an impact force of 160,000 tons. This force has limited impact on the ironclad dragon's tough hide, but if it hits weak spots like the eyes, danger looms. However, accurately piercing the weak points of the ironclad dragon is extremely difficult. The ironclad dragon's perception and reaction are far superior to those of an ordinary high-level war god. At this stage, all Yi Chen can do is exhaust its stamina. While using his mental power to control the flying knives in battle against the ironclad dragon, he simultaneously operates the soul-devouring technique to refine the soul power in his mind. Mental energy depletes quickly, but it also replenishes quickly, making Yi Chen full of confidence, firmly believing he can exhaust the iron-armored dragon to death. 4 blades swiftly flew toward the iron-armored dragon's nose, eyes, and ears. As long as one blade pierces its body, there is no other path but death. The iron-armored dragon sensed the danger but remained calm and unhurried. It knew Yi Chen was a spiritual mind master and understood that such an intense attack could not be sustained for long. Other spiritual mind masters of the same level could only hold on for a few minutes, but Yi Chen could persist for at least an hour or even longer. As time ticked by, the ironclad dragon gradually sensed something unusual. The power of the flying knives controlled by the human before it had not diminished in the slightest and had already lasted for more than half an hour. At first, it intended to exhaust Yi Chen's spiritual energy, but the situation took a sudden turn for the worse. The strategy must be changed, or death is certain. Roar! The ironclad dragon's single eye turned crimson in an instant, letting out a piercing howl that tore through the sky. The shockwave was visible, shattering the surrounding concrete, snapping the steel bars, and sending dust flying. Yi Chen's 4 flying knives were repelled by the powerful shockwave. The roar descended, and the ironclad dragon's speed surged to its limit, completely disregarding the strain on its bones as it madly charged toward Yi Chen. Boom, boom, boom. Sonic booms shattered the ground and buildings, sending debris flying. Yi Chen chuckled lightly, not too stupid after all. He leaped into the air, soaring toward the sky. Taking out the Sky Evasion shuttle fragment from the storage space, it quickly reassembled in midair. He stood atop the Sky Evasion shuttle, speeding like black lightning. Only spiritual psychics and those beyond the level of war gods can master flight. The armored dragon was furious, roaring repeatedly in anger. Yi Chen landed on the rooftop of a residential building. The sky shuttle disassembled, and 4 blades shot out once again. I want to see how many more times you can play this game. Yi Chen's lips curled into a smile as he watched the armored dragon on the ground with amusement. That move had consumed a significant amount of the armored dragon's energy. It was caught in a dilemma. If it didn't use the shockwave, it would eventually be worn down by the flying blades. If it did use the shockwave, it could temporarily fend them off but wouldn't be able to harm Yi Chen, as it couldn't fly. It is precisely this point that doomed the ironclad dragon to have no chance of victory. In the end, it still gambled that Yi Chen's spiritual energy would be exhausted before the flying knife could penetrate. Half an hour later, the ironclad dragon was defeated. The flying knife successfully pierced its ear, shredding its brain into mush. Bang! A massive body fell heavily to the ground, the dull sound echoing. Yi Chen let out a long breath. That was close. If I had to hold on for another 10 seconds, I would have had to retreat. Looking at the corpse, Yi Chen revealed a smile. First, deal with the iron-armored dragon's corpse, restore mental power, and then seize the dragon egg. With a thought, he leapt down from the rooftop and walked toward the iron-armored dragon's corpse. Yi Chen gently placed his hand on the iron-armored dragon's head, activated the soul-devouring technique, and began to absorb the soul power of this high-level lord. The soul power contained within a high-level lord was extremely abundant, far surpassing the combined soul power of the 3 mid-level lord-class beasts. After absorbing most of it, Yi Chen's soul energy reached its limit, temporarily unable to continue drawing. He had no choice but to first refine a portion of the soul power to replenish his depleted mental energy, and then absorb more. Even so, there was still some soul power left unabsorbed. Next, Yi Chen began dissecting the ironclad dragon's corpse to collect its rare materials. Generally, materials from high-level lord-class beasts are priced between 5 billion and 20 billion huaxia currency, but the materials from the ironclad dragon, which bears the title of dragon, are valued at a staggering 18 billion. After completing the collection, Yi Chen set off again, with 4 Sky Evasion shuttle blades revolving around him. Roar! The remaining fire-scale Triton pig, upon seeing Yi Chen appear, immediately dashed madly toward the city center. It had caught the scent of the ironclad dragon and, realizing the dragon had not shown up, concluded that its master had fallen at Yi Chen's hands. If even the ironclad dragon was no match, it stood no chance. However, how could Yi Chen let it escape? For blades swiftly pursued, instantly closing in on the fire-scale 3-spiked boar. Bang! With a dull thud, the fire-scale 3-spiked boar collapsed to the ground. The surrounding beast general-level monsters, upon seeing this, scattered in all directions driven by their survival instincts. However, their speed was no match for the sky-piercing shuttle blades. The blades pierced repeatedly, instantly killing them one by one. Yi Chen looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but shake his head. Trying to run? Not a chance. The blades plunged into the beast general-level monsters' bodies, as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. One fell to the ground, while the other was instantly slain by the blade. Minutes later, all the surrounding monsters were dead. Stepping over the corpses, Yi Chen entered the supermarket. Dragon egg? In the center of the supermarket, an oval-shaped sphere stood quietly. Yi Chen held his breath as he moved forward, the air filled with a strong stench that made him nauseous. But to obtain the dragon egg he could only endure. The closer he got to the dragon egg, the stronger the stench became. Finally, he reached the dragon egg, a green egg about 1 meter tall, with faint patterns visible on its shell. Dragon egg! Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his heart filled with excitement. The dragon egg and lottery points are completely under control. He opened his backpack and thought, the storage space can only hold non-living items. The dragon egg is alive and cannot be placed inside. He could only temporarily store the monster materials in the storage space and put the dragon egg in the backpack. The backpack's maximum capacity can accommodate items nearly as tall as a person. Shoo! Yi Chen tightened the backpack's drawstring, securely locking the dragon egg in the innermost layer. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission Ironclad Dragon Egg, earning 2,000 lottery points. 2,000 lottery points received. I can finally draw twice from the second level lottery. Last time I got the Dark God set from the second level lottery. I wonder what I'll get this time. Having not participated in a lottery for a long time, Yi Chen eagerly entered the lottery page and chose the second level lottery twice. In his mind, the lottery wheel spun, and the scarlet pointer slowly turned. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the second layer of the soul-devouring technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first level of the manual, Divine Fury. Check. Yi Chen quickly browsed. Soul-devouring technique, second level, can absorb the soul power of living beings within a 3-meter radius. Absorption speed increases tenfold, but is limited to creatures below planetary level 9. Divine Fury, first level. Upon activation, physical attributes double for 10 minutes before returning to normal. The number of daily uses increases with the level. The first level allows 1 use per day. Damn! The second level of the soul-devouring technique can rapidly absorb the soul of a nearby enemy, greatly improving efficiency. Although the first level of Divine Wrath lasts only 10 minutes, it doubles physical attributes, which is already insanely powerful. Yi Chen chose to learn without hesitation, quickly mastering the second level of the soul-devouring technique and the first level of Divine Wrath. Suddenly, he recalled that in the original story, Luo Feng not only stole dragon eggs at the iron-armored dragon's base but also discovered human war god equipment hidden by the iron-armored dragon, which was even more valuable than the dragon eggs. Yi Chen's eyes lit up as he scanned the surroundings, beginning to search for the ironclad dragon's treasure. Not far away, some items were quietly placed. This was the ironclad dragon's sleeping area. Apart from the dragon egg, other obstructive items had long been swept into the corners, leaving the ground spacious. However, a few items were scattered in the open area, not far from the dragon egg, things the ironclad dragon saw daily. Yi Chen's heart stirred, and he quickly stepped closer. When he got within 3 meters, he clenched his fists in excitement. He had found it. The treasure of the ironclad dragon appeared before his eyes, a set of ally combat boots, a battlesuit, and a sheathed sharp sword. The battlesuit was made of pure black material, compelling one to hold their breath and gaze intently. The scabbard of that sharp sword was exquisitely crafted, far surpassing the craftsmanship of the Blood Shadow battle blade in Yi Chen's hand. This must be a war god's equipment. Yi Chen's heart trembled. Judging by the texture alone, this combat suit is extraordinary. That sharp sword definitely surpasses my battle blade, and this human battle suit was actually treasured by the armored dragon. Defeating the war god wearing this equipment must be the armored dragon's proudest achievement. Yi Chen easily deduced, the monster lord's intelligence is comparable to that of humans. Although the war god occasionally loses to the monster lord, their ability to escape is extremely strong. The fall of a war god in Huaxia is extremely rare, and each loss brings nationwide mourning. It is imaginable how difficult it is for the monster lord to kill the god of war. Therefore, the god of war equipment left behind in the wilderness is extremely rare. This set of equipment, which the iron-armored dragon treasures, represents a very high grade, at least Series 9, S-Class. Yi Chen quickly estimated the market price. A full set of Series 9 combat suits sells for approximately 12 billion Huaxia currency, while the extreme home version is about half the price at 6 billion. This second-hand equipment, even if it can't sell for 6 billion, can easily fetch 2 to 3 billion. If it's SS level, Series 1 to 9 correspond to H level to S level, with Series 9 being S level. Above S level, there is SS level, capable of withstanding attacks from most SS King level monsters. Lord level monsters can hardly damage SS level combat suits. If it truly is SS level, even if second-hand, it could sell for 2 to 3 billion, or even more. Although Yi Chen was unsure of the level, he was certain it was at least a 9 series, and possibly SS level. As his thoughts raced, Yi Chen no longer hesitated and opened his backpack. Releasing his mental power, he controlled the combat suit, ally boots, arm guards, sword, and other items to quickly store them inside. At the same time, he organized other monster materials and placed them into the storage space. The backpack had limited capacity, whereas the storage space could hold more inanimate objects. With swift movements, Yi Chen completed the collection. Jiangnan Base City, 22nd floor of the HR Alliance Mall. Brother Yi, no, I should call you War God Yi. Manager Lu beamed with a bright smile, his eyes fixed curiously on the two
backpacks Yi Chen had brought. It hasn't been long, and you've already made a name for yourself. On the warrior forums, you're quite the hot topic now. By the way, did you call me this time because you've brought something good? He asked expectantly. In order to prevent others from discovering the existence of the storage space, Yi Chen specifically bought an ordinary backpack to store the materials of beast general level monsters. Manager Lu, after completing this deal with me, you'll probably get a promotion and a raise, Yi Chen said with a smile, opening the backpack filled with beast general level materials. Seeing the materials piled into a small mountain on the ground, Manager Lu's heart pounded violently. These are all beast general level materials? God of War Yi, please wait a moment. He shook his head to clear his mind, walked to the desk, took out testing equipment, and began examining the materials. Advanced beast general level monster Bloodfawn Wild Boar, advanced beast general level monster Three-tailed Raccoon. A total of 52 advanced beast general level monster materials, and 235 intermediate beast general level materials. War God Yi, you didn't wipe out the lair of an intermediate lord level monster, did you? Manager Lu's eyes widened in shock, his expression as if he'd seen a ghost. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Manager Lu, why don't you tell me the price first? Manager Lu calmed his excitement and said, 52 high-level beast general grade monsters, with missing fur, the price is halved. Name, Yi Chen. Bloodfawn Wild Boar full materials, 420 million, half to 210 million. Three-tailed Lynx full materials, 500 million, half to 250 million. Gender, male. High-level beast general grade materials total 10.8 billion. Mid-level beast general grade materials total 7.24 billion. Address, Jiangnan Base City, Huaxia Country. Are you satisfied with this price? Martial Artist Certificate Number 426123205608010001. Yi Chen nodded. Alright. Manager Lu looked at Yi Chen's other backpack and couldn't help but ask, War God Yi, do you have something else in there? Yi Chen followed his gaze, smiled, and walked over to the backpack, opening it. The largest item inside was a massive green dragon egg. He picked up the dragon egg, placed it on the sofa, and looked at Manager Lu playfully. Manager Lu, this is a dragon egg. Name your price. Dragon egg. Manager Lu widened his eyes and quickly placed the instrument against the surface of the dragon egg. The data on the instrument's screen rapidly fluctuated. He said excitedly, War God Yi, no wonder you're called the God of Slaughter. You even managed to get your hands on a dragon egg. Nowadays, any creature that can be called a dragon is not to be trifled with. Database comparison shows that this is an iron-armored dragon's egg. The armored dragon ranks among the upper middle class of all dragon-type monsters. This dragon egg is priced at approximately 5.5 billion Huaxia currency. What do you think? Yi Chen had previously looked up dragon egg prices online, expecting around 5 billion. He hadn't anticipated Manager Lu's offer of 5.5 billion, and he was quite satisfied. Alright, it's a deal. Yi Chen agreed readily. Manager Lu, you're really straightforward, so I won't hold back either. After saying that, he took out materials from the fire-scale Trident Pig and the iron-armored dragon, as well as that set of equipment. The materials from the fire-scale Trident Pig and the iron-armored dragon, along with their pelts, were not part of the mission requirements. Manager Lu looked at these items, his eyes almost popping out. This is the top-ranked fire-scale Trident Pig among the pig-like monsters, and this is an iron-armored dragon. And these, God of War Yi, how has your strength reached such a level in such a short time? Facing Manager Lu's compliments, Yi Chen gave a faint smile without saying much, only signaling him to proceed with the inspection quickly. After the inspection, Manager Lu said, the materials of general primary lord-level beasts are priced between 5 to 10 billion Huaxia currency. The fire-scaled Trident Pig ranks first among pig-type beasts. I'll offer 15 billion for these two fire-scaled Trident Pigs. The iron-armored dragon is a high-level lord-level beast, and its material prices range from 50 to 200 billion. We'll offer you 185 billion here. What do you think? Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, Manager Lu took out another set of instruments to inspect the equipment. A mesmerizing glow emitted from the instrument, enveloping the sword. The instrument's screen quickly collected data, cross-referencing the database, and the results appeared swiftly. 100% intact. Manager Lu exclaimed. The price of a sword depends on its condition. The better the condition, the higher the price. A brand new sword has 100% condition, but during use, it will gradually incur damage that is invisible to the naked eye. The longer the time, the more severe the damage, and it may eventually break. S-class weapons can face almost all S-class monsters head-on without sustaining damage. SS-class weapons, when used against SS-class king-level monsters, may sustain slight damage but are almost undamaged when facing lord-level or beast general-level monsters. Manager Lu smiled and said, this sword should be used against monsters below SS class. Yi Chen asked further, how much are you willing to pay for this sword? Manager Lu replied, if purchased at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, the full price is 30 billion, and the half price is 15 billion. When purchasing from our HR Alliance, the price is slightly lower than the full price at the Extreme Martial Arts Gym. The best best price within the War God Palace is about 10 billion.
You should already have some understanding of this market information, right? Yi Chen nodded in response. The best price of 10 billion from the War God Palace is already the bottom line.
The production cost of this sword is approximately 9 billion, Manager Lu explained. And if I buy this sword from you, I still have to go through various channels, paying substantial channel fees and benefits before I can sell it.
So, the highest price I can offer you is 8.5 billion. Any higher, and we won't have any profit.
Yi Chen understood that with a cost of 9 billion, if he offered a price of 9 billion, the manufacturer might as well produce another one themselves.
Why bother buying this second-hand item?
Although this sword was 100% intact, it still lacked a quality guarantee, whereas weapons sold by HR Alliance, Extreme Home, and others came with promised assurances.
Alright, 8.5 billion it is. Yi Chen nodded with a smile.
Subsequently, Manager Lu began inspecting the entire set of combat gear. Dreamlike radiance once again enveloped the gear as the instruments scanned each piece, and a large amount of data quickly appeared on the screen. Manager Lu looked at the screen and smiled as he said to Yi Chen, War God Yi, with my judgment, this combat gear is at least S grade.
As for whether it's SS grade, that remains unknown.
Yi Chen smiled faintly and did not respond.
Suddenly, Manager Lu's expression tightened as he stared at the instrument screen, and his smile instantly disappeared. What's wrong? Yi Chen asked with a frown.
Take a look. Manager Lu turned the screen toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen looked closely and saw that the screen had already matched two items. The battle boots were S grade, the combat suit pants were S grade, and the other components were still being scanned.
Yi Chen's expression changed slightly. S-class? This combat suit is actually S-class? He remembered it being SS class. Could he have remembered wrong?
Although he had read the original work many times, he wasn't familiar with every detail.
There's only a one-level difference between SS class and S-class, but the price is worlds apart.
Yi Chen did not doubt that Manager Lu would deceive him, because he had seen many such testing devices, and the results were obtained after comparison with the main database. The data would be recorded in the database, and no one would dare to falsify it.
Phew! Manager Lu let out a long breath. Alright, the testing is complete.
God of War Yi, let me first tell you some bad news. Your combat suit is not a complete set of SS grade. At the same time, let me also tell you some good news. It is not a complete set of S grade either. It's a combat suit that combines S grade and SS grade components, Manager Lu said with a smile.
The combat vest in this suit is SS grade. Yi Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
The screen displayed that all other components were S grade, with only the combat vest being SS grade. The most critical part of the combat suit is the combat vest, which protects the core areas. The expert who wore this set of equipment back then might have had limited funds and only bought an SS grade combat vest, Manager Lu explained.
In the War God Palace, this kind of mix and match is very common.
The rest, such as the pants and combat boots, are S grade.
How much are you planning to offer? Yi Chen asked.
A complete set of SS grade combat armor. The best price from War God Palace is 40 billion.
This SS grade combat vest, as the core component, is worth half the value of the entire set.
With 100% integrity, the best purchase price from War God Palace is about 20 billion.
However, the production cost of the combat vest is clearly less than 20 billion. The price I offer you will be lower than the production cost. I can offer you at most 16 billion to acquire this SS grade combat vest.
As for the other S grade components, firstly, they have some wear and tear, so they are not in perfect condition and cannot be sold directly. Secondly, the market for combat vests is booming, while components like boots and pants. How about this? A full set of S grade combat gear. The best price from War God Palace is 4 billion.
Your S-class component lacks a core vest.
Even at cost price, it wouldn't exceed 1.5 billion.
With less than 100% integrity, I can only offer 900 million.
Manager Lu smiled and said, of course, my authority is limited and I cannot mobilize such a large amount of funds at once. If you are willing to sell all these items together, it will take 15 minutes for us to gather the funds. Yi Chen's heart stirred slightly. Materials from sublord level beasts total 18.4 billion, dragon egg 5.5 billion, fire scale 3-pronged pig 1.5 billion, iron armored dragon 18.5 billion, SS grade sword 8.5 billion, SS grade vest 16 billion, other combat suit components 900 million, total 68.94 billion. Adding the current savings, Yi Chen's net worth is nearly 86 billion Chinese yuan. In less than half a year, earning such a massive fortune, perhaps only surpassing the God of War could surpass him.
Half an hour later,
God of War Yi, the funds have been transferred, Manager Lu said with a hint of flattery, smiling.
Shortly after, Yi Chen's phone rang.
Checking the message, it displayed, Dear Diamond Level Customer, your account ending in 1000001 received a transfer of 68,940,000,000 yuan on March 16th at 16:36.
Current balance, 77,940,000,000 yuan. Swiss International Bank.
God of War Yi, how about I arrange a place for dinner later?
It's nearby at Heaven on Earth.
If you're looking for some girls, feel free free to specify any conditions: age, height, measurements, education, appearance, or whether they're virgins. You can choose as you like. Manager Lu had a flattering expression. Yichen shook his head. Forget it, I still have some things to do. After saying that, he shouldered his backpack and left the HR Alliance Mall. Hey, Inspector Wang, this is Yichen. Wang Yu's voice came from the other end of the phone. Tomorrow morning, right? Got it. Yichen hung up the phone, a plan already forming in his mind. Back home, Yichen dialed Wang Yu's number and learned that someone would come to pick him up tomorrow to take him to the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall Honing Base City. The next day, around 9 in the morning, the person Wang Yu sent to pick him up arrived at Yichen's home. Standing at the door was Luo Chang, the god of war with the surname Luo, whom Yichen had seen before in the virtual space. The two of them took a special car to Jiangnan Base City Airport, where only one giant saucer-shaped aircraft was parked. Yichen and Luo Chang were seated in the top-level premium cabin, with ticket prices reaching as high as 20 million Huaxia currency. Most wealthy individuals wouldn't splurge on such luxury, but all expenses were covered by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, leaving Yichen completely unburdened. An hour and 20 minutes later, the spaceship landed at Hongning Base City Airport. After leaving the airport, they boarded a stretched Cadillac to head to their destination. Inside the car, Yichen looked out through the window, marveling at the view. The architectural style of Hongning Base City exuded a rich ancient charm, with pavilions and towers arranged harmoniously, resembling a cultural haven of ancient times. Luo Chang, seeing Yichen's keen interest, acted as a guide and explained. Hongning Base City is located in Western Asia, near Europe. The curator established the base here years ago with his followers, providing refuge to numerous displaced people. Over time, the base city has grown significantly. This is the safest base city in the world because the curator personally oversees it. Every year, it attracts a large number of wealthy individuals and martial artists, but the curator strictly controls the population, which currently stands at about 80 million. If left uncontrolled, the population could easily reach 2 to 300 million. But the value of a population lies in its quality, not its quantity. The proportion of warriors in Hongning Base City is the highest in the world, and to this day, not a single king-level monster dares to cause trouble here. The phrase "our Hongning Base City" from Luo Chang's mouth revealed a strong sense of belonging. Soon, the vehicle stopped. Brother Yi, we've arrived at the elite training camp, Luo Chang said. Yichen got out of the car and saw a middle-aged man standing outside the gate. Luo Chang walked over to introduce him. Brother Yi, this is Yang Hui, the instructor of the elite training camp. You'll go in with him shortly. Wang Yu specifically arranged for Luo Chang to accompany Yichen to ensure a smooth arrival. God of War Yi, young and promising. Yang Hui greeted with a smile, and Yichen responded politely. After bidding farewell to Luo Chang, the two walked together into the training camp's entrance. What came into view was a massive black dragon sculpture nearly 50 meters tall, its dragon eyes like torches, exuding an endless aura of darkness that made Yichen's heart slightly tremble. This aura even surpassed that of the advanced lord-level beast, the iron-armored dragon. Yang Hui saw Yichen's composure and proudly introduced, this carving is of a true SS-level king-class beast, the black dragon, born from a volcano and slain by the curator. The curator preserved its two dragon eyes and embedded them into the sculpture. This black dragon sculpture is made of precious material, with its eyes being the rarest part genuine black dragon eyes. When designing it, the dragon's eyes were positioned to stare at the entrance, often intimidating those who first enter. However, it surely won't scare someone like you, the god of killing. Yichen's gaze was drawn to the small display screen on the black dragon's scales. Each dragon's scale had a name floating above it. Number 1 Renatus Bridge, 530321. Number 2 Chu Chang, 540601. Number 3 Eben Pass, 520916. Number 182 Jacqueline Bernard, 570319. From top to bottom, there are a total of 182 names on the dragon scales. Yang Hui noticed Yichen's interest and smiled. This is the ranking. Currently, the elite training camp has 182 students, all of whom are top talents from around the world. Rankings are determined based on combat power points from highest to lowest, which decide the resources and treatment you enjoy. The unique treasures and ancient civilization ruins are, of course, prioritized for those with higher rankings. If you rank at the bottom 3 times in a row, you will be eliminated. Yichen nodded, thinking to himself, isn't this just like game rankings? The higher the rank, the better the rewards. I like it. He used to enjoy competing for rankings in online games, and this time, challenging rankings in real life instantly ignited his desire to win. Continuing forward, the training camp environment resembled a cluster of ancient palaces, with breathtakingly beautiful scenery. Rare flowers, plants, and trees, along with streams and bridges, adorned the surroundings. Apart from several main halls, elegant pavilions are scattered around, with young people occasionally stepping out in loose training attire. These young men and women vary in appearance, with fair, dark, and yellow skin tones all present. Yang Hui pointed to the central core, a 9-story giant tower-shaped building. That is the Ninefold Tower, the primary place where students study and train, including specialized training rooms. Apart from sleeping, the trainees are almost always inside the Jochong building. With his sharp eyesight, Yi Chen could sense that the trainees' gazes and auras were far superior to those of ordinary martial artists. This place truly is a gathering ground for the world's monstrous geniuses. Yi Chen continued to follow Yang Hui. The two crossed a wooden arch bridge and arrived at an elegant cluster of buildings. Yang Hui pointed to a garden not far away and said, "Yi Chen, that garden over there is Jiangnan Pavilion. Jiangnan Pavilion currently has 2 trainees, and you will become the 3rd resident here." Jiangnan Pavilion? Yi Chen pondered for a moment and asked, "Are all the residents here trainees from Jiangnan base city?" Yang Hui nodded. "That's right. There's someone inside named Shi Jiang. His strength is quite impressive. Although he has not yet been certified as a war god, he definitely possesses the strength of a mid-level war god. Even I cannot guarantee defeating him. In the future, you can interact with him more. This will be beneficial for both of you in improving your strength." Yi Chen frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Why don't they go for war god certification?" Yang Hui smiled and explained, "That's to continue staying here. The elite training camp is a 5-year program. There are only 2 ways to graduate, either get certified as a war god or stay here for 5 years. The training equipment and various resources here are simply unavailable outside. So many students who clearly have the strength of a war god choose not to get certified, especially the top 5. They are the real monsters. Shi Jiang is one of them. Once he graduates, no matter where he goes, he will receive top-tier treatment. If he joins my extreme martial arts hall, the position of president of Jiangnan base city would be his for the taking, as long as he wants it. In a few more years, if your strength advances further, becoming a supervising envoy is not out of the question." As Yang Hui mentioned Shi Jiang, his words also subtly conveyed his expectations for Yi Chen. "Of course, you are different. Inspector Wang specifically instructed me that as long as it doesn't exceed 5 years, you can stay here as long as you like." Yang Hui glanced at Yi Chen and suddenly seemed to remember something, quickly adding, "The 2 had already arrived at Jiangnan Pavilion." The courtyard of Jiangnan Pavilion was spacious, spanning dozens of meters, with white walls and black tiles. The wall tops were even carved with dragon patterns. Pushing open the courtyard gate, 3 pavilions stood quietly and solemnly. Yang Hui shouted loudly, "Shi Jiang, Zhao Rua." Before long, a short-haired girl in a loose robe appeared on the second-floor balcony of the left-side pavilion. Directly ahead, a figure swiftly jumped down from the building. It was a young man in black training attire. Yi Chen carefully observed the young man. He was slightly shorter than himself, about a little over 1.7 meters tall, with a slim yet strong physique, as if forged from steel. Reserved eyes occasionally flash with sharp brilliance, making people instinctively wary. This should be Shi Jiang, whom Yang Hui mentioned. Quite formidable, Yi Chen silently assessed. "New trainees have arrived?" An excited voice came from upstairs. Zhao Ruo looked at Yi Chen with excitement. Yi Chen also observed this senior sister. She had short hair, a petite figure, slightly dark skin, and small eyes. Overall, she wasn't considered a beauty. Yang Hui introduced with a smile, "His name is Yi Chen. Starting today, he'll be living with you in Jiangnan Pavilion. Shi Jiang, Zhao Ruo, you are his senior brother and sister. Yi Chen just arrived, so take good care of him in daily life. Of course, there's no need to worry about his strength. He's a renowned killing god in the outside world. Not long ago, he was certified as a mid-level war god. Shi Jiang, watch out for your top 5 ranking next month." Zhao Ruo's words carried a hint of teasing. Hearing this, Zhao Ruo was momentarily stunned, then smiled, and looked at Shi Jiang. "Senior brother, it seems your ranking is about to be threatened." Shi Jiang didn't take it to heart. Instead, he showed a sincere smile and looked at Yi Chen, saying, "In the future, I hope to learn a lot from you, brother Yi." Yi Chen smiled slightly and responded, "Let's learn from each other and improve together. By the way, I almost forgot to ask something." Yang Hui patted his head and said, "Yi Chen, what code name are you planning to choose? Today is March 17th, 2057, so the first 4 digits of your code name must be 5703. Yang Hui continued to explain, "As for the last 2 digits, since another warrior joined in March, you can't choose 19, but you can pick any other 2 numbers." Code name? Yi Chen suddenly recalled the numbers behind everyone's names on the black dragon carving. Ranked first number 1 Renatus Bridge, 530321, joined the training camp in March 2053, and has been here for 4 years now. Ranked last number 182 Jacqueline Berna, 570319, is the other warrior mentioned by Yang Hui from March, apart from Yi Chen. 09. Yi Chen answered. 9 represents the ultimate number, and he uses this number to signify his determination to strive for the top rank. 09? Yang Hui nodded in approval. Alright, your trainee code will be 570309. That day, the Black Dragon Carving Leaderboard added its 183rd name number 183 Yi Chen, 570,309. Alright, I'll leave now. You guys continue chatting. After saying this, Yang Hui patted Yi Chen on the shoulder and left Jiangnan Pavilion. There are 3 pavilions in Jiangnan Pavilion. The central one is Shi Jiang's residence, the west side is Zhao Ruo's residence, and naturally, Yi Chen lives in the eastern pavilion. Yi Chen,
sit, sit. Zhao Ruo greeted warmly. At this moment, Yi Chen, Zhao Ruo, and Shi Jiang were gathered in the living room of Zhao Ruo's residence.
I came here 55 years ago. Senior brother Shi Jiang came 53 years ago, much earlier than you, Zhao Ruo said with a smile. Unfortunately, even though I arrived 2 years earlier, my strength is still not as good as yours. A faint smile appeared on Shi Jiang's lips as well. The years 53, 55, and 57, there's exactly a 2-year gap between the three of us, and we're all from the Jiangnan base city.
That's quite a rare connection.
When Shi Jiang spoke, his voice was deep and resonant, exuding a calm and composed demeanor. I'm from Su City in the Jiangnan base city, and senior brother Shi Jiang is from the main urban area.
Yi Chen, what about you? Zhao Ruo asked.
Yangzhou City,
Yi Chen replied.
Although the three all belong to the Jiangnan base city, they came from different paths. Shi Jiang entered the elite training camp through competition in the basic training camp. Zhao Ruo was originally a military elite who was sent here, while Yi Chen was considered a special recruit. Yi Chen, remember to open the laptop issued by the training camp when you get back to your room, Shi Jiang reminded.
There's an electronic handbook for trainees in it. Make sure to read it carefully.
Yes, that thing is very important, Zhao Ruo chimed in repeatedly.
Especially the points. Zhao Ruo continued to emphasize.
In the training camp, the points ranking is extremely crucial.
You must have seen the Black Dragon leaderboard at the entrance, right?
Yes, I have.
Yi Chen nodded. Among the top 3, there seems to be only one Chinese person. The Black Dragon ranking is essentially the points leaderboard,
Zhao Ruo explained. The higher the points, the higher the ranking. From the 1st to the 28th of each month is the points accumulation period, and on the 29th, the final rankings for the month are calculated. By the next month, all points are reset to 0, and the competition for rankings starts anew. With your strength, you might break into the top 10, or even the top 5, this month. Yi Chen suddenly understood that the points ranking was actually a monthly competition mechanism.
Senior sister, senior brother, how exactly are the points calculated? Yi Chen asked curiously.
Zhao Ruo patiently explained. Points are calculated by multiplying battle achievement points by combat power amplitude. For example, if your total battle achievement points from March 18th to 28th are 2000, and your combat power amplitude is 1.8, then your points for this month would be 2000 multiplied by 1.8, which equals 3600 points.
Participate in the ranking based on the score. You'll understand the details once you carefully read the student guidelines. Yi Chen nodded to show he understood.
Although he already had some knowledge about this, the details were still unclear, so he decided to carefully read the guidelines when he returned. Back in his study at Jiangnan Pavilion, Yi Chen opened his laptop and began carefully reading the student guidelines. Trial room, challenge room, gravity room. These 3 training rooms are all products of ancient civilization relics, he read aloud, gradually gaining a clearer understanding of the overall structure of the training camp. There are numerous hardware devices here, but the most precious is naturally the training facility of ancient civilization ruins. Although there are imitation gravity chambers on Earth now, their effects are far inferior to this ancient equipment. But who gets to use these training rooms depends on the rankings. The higher the rank, the longer the usage time, and this is just one aspect. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel excited when he saw the reward description. Rank first every month, and after accumulating 9 times, you can receive a portion of dragon blood worth 8 billion. You can also freely choose any 3 complete sets of manuals for free. One can also choose Hong or Thunder God as a mentor and become a personal disciple. Achieving first place 6 times in total also grants a drop of jade essence worth 3 billion, along with the opportunity to freely choose a set of secret techniques and a personal lesson from Hong or Thunder God. Yi Chen secretly calculated in his heart, these conditions bear quite a resemblance to my betting agreement with the Extreme Martial Arts Hall.
If I complete both, can I claim both rewards at the same time?
In that case, you might earn more here than hunting monsters outside. Of course, Yi Chen was also aware of the difficulty of these targets. With his strength, entering the top 5 wouldn't be hard, but competing for first place would still be a challenge. However, he was confident that after some time, he would definitely claim first place.
Scrolling further down, Yi Chen saw more rewards. Punch Force Level 6, reward of 80 billion worth of dragon blood, a full set of SS grade combat suits and weapons. Fist Power Exertion Level 5, corresponding rewards are available.
He stared at the long list of rewards, slightly dazed. Trial Tower Level 5 grants the position of Extreme Martial Hall Inspector. Rewards include 1 portion of dragon blood worth 80 billion, a full set of SS grade combat gear and weapons, any 3 complete sets of manuals, and the Black God set from ancient civilization ruins. The rewards for the Trial Tower levels are obviously the highest. The position of Inspector should logically only be held by someone who surpasses the God of War. As for the Black God set from the ancient civilization ruins, it is even more precious than dragon blood. Yi Chen was secretly delighted. He already had 1 Black God set, and if he could obtain another, he could use it openly and even sell the extra set for a profit.
As long as you reach level 5 of the Trial Tower, can you get whatever you want and lack nothing?
His heart raced. However, he also knew that even a big figure like Hong in the original story had only just passed the
the 6th level. Reaching the 5th level is extremely difficult, and the rewards are naturally astonishing. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a longing in his heart. Quickly, he finished reading the entire student handbook and discovered that the training camp prioritizes 3 aspects: trial tower level, punching power level, and Black Dragon leaderboard ranking. At the same time, he also figured out the specific calculation method for points. Points are equal to battle achievement points multiplied by combat power amplitude. The way to earn battle achievement points is simple: hunting monsters. A primary beast general level monster counts as 1 achievement point, a mid-level beast general counts as 10 points, a high-level beast general counts as 100 points, and a primary lord level monster counts as 1000 points. However, in the elite training camp, almost no one would actually hunt primary lords. Hunting 2 primary lords would result in being rated as a war god level, requiring immediate graduation. This is something most students are unwilling to face prematurely. As a special recruit, Yi Chen's achievement point calculation is different. A high-level beast general monster counts as 1 achievement point, a low-level lord counts as 10 points, a mid-level lord counts as 100 points, and a high-level lord counts as 1000 points. Combat power amplitude is calculated by multiplying the punch force level by the trial tower level. For example, if someone has 1000 achievement points, a punch force level of 1.5, and a trial tower level of 2, then the combat power amplitude is 3, and the score is 1000 multiplied by 3, equaling 3000. Yi Chen pondered. The training camp indeed places great importance on punch force level and trial tower level. The combat power amplitude is slightly larger, and the points can soar significantly. I've currently cultivated the ninefold thunder blade to the 4th level, and my punching power level is 3.5. The trial tower level is still unclear. Why not go and try it now? Thinking of this, Yi Chen immediately got up and headed towards the trial room and the ninefold tower. The trial room is located on the 9th floor of the 9-tiered building. It was already past 12 noon, and the training camp's break time was from 12 to 1. However, Yi Chen, as a newcomer, enjoyed the privilege of the first month. Entering the trial room, he lay down on the sofa and picked up the nearby dark blue consciousness sensor helmet. The helmet glimmered with a ghostly blue light under the illumination, dazzling to the eyes. A boundless silver expanse stretched out, with the vast, infinite cosmic starry sky overhead. Yi Chen stood on this silver land, and the only structure before him was a 7-story giant tower piercing the heavens, the trial tower. At this moment, Yi Chen's body was no longer his original physical form. No matter who it is, upon entering the virtual space, their consciousness will be loaded into a virtual body. Whether it is a god of war, someone surpassing a god of war, an ordinary martial artist, or even a common person, upon entering the virtual space, everyone is granted the same physical attributes: punching power of 10,000 kilograms, speed of 150 meters per second, and neural reaction speed equivalent to the superior level of a beginner warlord. Even the world's strongest individual, Hong, has no difference in their body upon entering the virtual space. Such a setup ensures that everyone in the virtual space is completely equal. Regardless of how powerful their physical body is in reality, their virtual circumstances remain the same. This also renders Yi Chen's ultimate move, spiritual mind power, completely ineffective. In this situation, he wasn't entirely confident about how many levels of the trial he could pass. He walked to the front of the trial tower's main entrance, and information about him appeared on the pillar to the left. Name: Yi Chen. Gender: male. Identity: official member of the elite training camp. Trial tower level: 1. Yi Chen's lips curved slightly. Following the prompts of the virtual space, he quickly donned the equipped combat suit, weapons, and shield, then stepped into the trial tower. Suddenly, the scene changed, and he found himself in a vast, desolate grassland. Yi Chen. The electronic voice echoed, its sound clearly resonating across the entire grassland. Phase A trial mission: kill 50 junior beast general level wild bulls attacking you within 10 minutes. If you die midway, it will be deemed a failure. If the number of kills does not reach 50 after 10 minutes, it will also be considered a failure. For Yi Chen, the stage A trial was no problem at all. Although his body had changed, his combat awareness and movement technique mastery remained intact. Back then, even Luo Feng, whose movement technique mastery was inferior to his, successfully passed the stage B trial. How could he possibly fail at stage A? 5 minutes later, the electronic voice sounded again. You have completed the stage A trial of the first level. The next stage is the stage B trial. Objective: kill 100 primary beast general level wild bulls within 30 minutes. Good luck. 10 minutes later, the electronic voice sounded again. You have completed the B stage trial of the first level. Next is the C stage trial. Objective: kill 190 primary beast general level wild bulls and 10 intermediate beast general level wild bulls within 50 minutes. Good luck. A sharp gleam flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, and he appeared eager to give it a try. This way of fighting is truly exhilarating. The immersive experience made him feel as if he were in a real combat game. Moreover, fighting here, even if he failed, there would be no harm in reality. This allowed him to go all out without any reservations. As the electronic sound faded, 200 mighty wild oxen surged across the
grassland, among them a few giant wild oxen with fiery red horns. Moo! The ground trembled as 10 mid-level beast general wild oxen led the charge, roaring like tidal waves toward Yi Chen. With Yi Chen's current physical condition, a direct hit would likely render him incapable of fighting, leaving him trampled into pulp by the herd. Not a single mistake was permissible. Yi Chen held a hexagonal shield in one hand and gripped the blood shadow battle blade tightly in the other, unexpectedly grinning as he charged straight toward the entire herd of bulls. Over 30 minutes later, the battlefield was littered with corpses, and the grass was stained red with blood. Yi Chen, covered in blood, stood atop the corpse of a wild bull. Time taken, 34 minutes and 29 seconds. Killed 190 primary beast general level wild bulls and 10 intermediate beast general level wild bulls. Stage C passed, trial tower first floor cleared. Congratulations, student Yi Chen. An electronic voice sounded, and then the vast grassland disappeared in a flash of light, transforming the surroundings into an endless desert. This is the second floor of the trial tower. Each floor of the trial tower is divided into 3 stages, A, B, and C. For example, completing stage A on the first floor is recorded as 1.3, stage B is 1.6, and completing stage C is recorded as 2.0. At this moment, Yi Chen had just completed phase C of the first level, with a level of 2.0. Yi Chen, congratulations on completing the first level trial. Next, proceed to phase A of the second level. Objective: kill 50 iron armored scorpions of the junior beast general level within 10 minutes. Good luck. The electronic voice of the virtual space echoed above the desert. The iron armored scorpion is a common monster in desert regions, and it is the most numerous among scorpions. The iron armored scorpion is relatively small in size, but more than a dozen or even over 20 can attack humans simultaneously. Agile and flexible, with unpredictable dodging movements, they are extremely difficult to deal with. The difficulty of stage A on the second level is several times higher than before. Yi Chen felt a hint of pressure. Soon, the iron-armored scorpions with dark red shells crawled out of the sand. Their shells were dark red, with long tails tipped with sharp, jet-black stingers, showcasing formidable power. The A-stage trial of the second level of the trial tower officially began. Half an hour later, Yi Chen took off his helmet. Phase B of the second level failed. I had heard that iron scorpions were tough to deal with, but only after facing them did I realize their power. Each iron scorpion possesses sharp claws and a ghostly tail sting. Unfortunately, by the time it ended, I still had 10 iron scorpions left unresolved. Yi Chen's final trial tower level is 2.5, with a combat power amplitude of 8.75. Combat power amplitude from 1 to 2 is elementary, which most new students belong to. 2 to 4 is intermediate, achievable by most after half a year to a year of training. 4 to 8 is advanced, meeting the standard for qualified students. 8 to 16 is considered excellent, marking outstanding students in the training camp. Due to the wide range, there are significant differences in strength within the excellent category. Above 16 is classified as exceptional or extraordinary. This level can be described as unparalleled, to the extent that even the world's strongest individual, Hongdu, desires to take them as disciples, and major organizations from powerful nations are willing to pay a fortune to invite them. If one day Yi Chen's combat power amplitude reaches the top level, even with a contract with the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, forces would spare no expense to pay the penalty fee to compete for him. There are still 2 months left until the contract expires. During this period, he needs to increase his combat power amplitude to 12 in order to receive the first reward: a full set of 9 series combat uniforms and weapons, a complete set of any secret manuals, and a portion of dragon blood worth 8 billion. Raising it to 12 within 2 months is no small challenge. But Yi Chen is full of confidence. After all, the elite training camp is a sacred place for warriors to quickly enhance their strength. As Yi Chen just stepped out of the trial room, he encountered a foreign beauty with an excellent figure and fair skin like an angel. Hello? Yi Chen nodded slightly in greeting. Are you a new trainee? The girl's eyes carried a hint of curiosity and interest. Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement and then walked straight past her, thinking about the instructional videos he still needed to watch, leaving no time for idle chatter. The young woman watched his departing figure, the corners of her mouth lifting into a meaningful smile. Yi Chen, 22 years old, intermediate war god, suspected to be a psychic master. Interesting, very interesting, she murmured to herself, her gaze gradually retracting as she stepped into the trial room. Back at Jiangnan Pavilion, Yi Chen turned on his computer and pulled up the instructional videos, with the directory clearly categorized: guiding techniques, movement techniques, force application, blade techniques, sword techniques, spear techniques, staff techniques, hammer techniques, a wide variety. Yi Chen's strongest assets at the moment are threefold: spiritual mind power, perfected mastery level movement technique, and the ability to instantly unleash 3.5 times his strength. Let's start with blade techniques. He clicked on a tutorial video and watched intently. Blade techniques are divided into 4 major levels: basic, specialized, perfected, and artistic conception. Yi Chen browsed through several specialized level tutorials. Clearly, the perfected level is already difficult to explain with words, let alone the artistic conception perception level, which relies entirely on personal insight and comprehension. These instructional videos are even more captivating than Douyin in his original world. Unconsciously, the time had already reached past 7 in the evening. Whoa, strength can actually be applied like this? The instructors at the training camp truly have some unique skills, Yi Chen secretly praised in his heart. Just as he was immersed in it, suddenly there was a knock at the door. Yi Chen, are you there? Zhao Ruo's voice came from outside the door. I'm here, come in, he responded. Zhao Ruo pushed the door open and entered, seeing Yi Chen engrossed in watching a video. She thought to herself, junior brother Yi is working so hard on his first day, truly diligent. Is there something you need, senior sister? Yi Chen looked up and asked with a smile. Yi Chen, get ready, it's almost 8 o'clock. Tonight, the brothers and sisters from Huaxia are hosting a welcome banquet for you, Zhao Ruo reminded. Almost 8 o'clock? Yi Chen glanced at the time in the bottom right corner of his computer. 7:50. Oh, okay, I'll go wash my face. With that, he got up, tidied his hairstyle, and left Jiangnan Pavilion together with Shi Jiang and Zhao Ruo to attend the Huaxia faction gathering in the training camp. At 8 o'clock sharp, the second floor of Elite Training Camp's #1 restaurant was filled with 21 Huaxia trainees, gathered specifically to welcome Yi Chen. Far away in a foreign land, the warmth among fellow countrymen felt especially strong. The senior brothers and sisters enthusiastically toasted, chatting, and laughing. An hour later, Yi Chen stood in the corner holding a wine glass, thinking, finally, I can catch my breath. Ever since you became a student, everyone has looked into your achievements. Zhao Ruo walked up to him, her face slightly flushed. On one hand, we're all from Huaxia, so naturally, there's a sense of closeness. On the other hand, you're very strong, and everyone is eager to befriend you. That's why they're trying so hard to toast and win you over. Look, there must be someone trying to recruit you into the forces behind them. Yi Chen smiled and said, recruit me? I've already joined the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Zhao Ruo's eyes were hazy. Yi Chen, when your talent reaches a certain height, even if you've signed a contract, there will still be people willing to pay the penalty to have you join them. Yi Chen calmly finished the wine in his glass, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Zhao Ruo seemed unconvinced and continued, the one footing the bill tonight is senior brother Chu Chang. You know that, right? He was recruited by the Chinese military long ago. The army established a special operations department for him. After graduation, Chu Chang directly became the head of that department. If you break into the top 5 in points next month, the conditions will be even better. Yi Chen shook his head and smiled, saying, senior sister, everyone has their own aspirations. Since I chose the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, I won't change it easily. At this moment, Chu Chan walked over with a smile. What are you guys talking about? Zhao Ruo suddenly felt a bit awkward, while Yi Chen responded calmly, we're talking about you. This meal isn't cheap, is it? Chu Chang waved his hand. No problem, if brother Yi is willing, you can eat like this every day. By the way, are you interested in joining the Huaxia military? Yi Chen smiled and said, joining is out of the question. Just call me if you need anything. Seeing Yi Chen's firm attitude, Chu Chang didn't say much more. Come on, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's keep drinking. Tonight, we won't stop until we're drunk. Alright, no going home until we're drunk. After years of hunting monsters, Yi Chen rarely gets to relax. Late night on March 18th, Jiangnan Pavilion Courtyard. Yi Chen, this is teacher Jiang. For the next 5 years, you'll be studying under her. Shi Jiang introduced. Yi Chen looked in surprise at the tall woman in front of him, dressed in a purple training outfit. The woman had a graceful figure, with ample curves and a slender waist, truly a stunning beauty. Teacher Jiang? Yi Chen muttered to himself. In the original story, Luo Feng became her disciple after entering the elite training camp. If I become her disciple, wouldn't that make me Luo Feng's senior brother? Thinking of this, a playful smile appeared on his lips. My name is Zhang Feng. The woman's posture was as sharp as a blade. Inspector Wang has already informed you of the situation. During every day of your training camp, I will be your direct instructor. There are currently 5 trainees under me, and you are the 6th. Yi Chen bowed slightly. Teacher Jiang, bring your knife and come with me, Zhang Feng said. Yi Chen took out the blood shadow battle knife, strapped it to his back, and followed closely behind. Zhang Feng's gaze swept over the battle knife, and she thought to herself, no wonder he's someone who earns billions a month. Even an SS grade blood shadow battle knife has been purchased. Walking training camp, Zhang Feng smiled and asked, can you tell me about your current situation? Yi Chen nodded. Teacher Jiang, my physical fitness is at the level of an advanced warrior, but there is still a gap to reach the level of a junior war god. Punching power is 3.5 times, body movement is at the perfect mastery level, trial tower level is 2.5, and blade technique is currently at the basic level. Upon hearing about the punching power of 3.5 times, Zhang Feng's pupils slightly contracted, and her nostrils flared slightly. 3.5 times punch force, trial tower 2.5, combat power amplitude 8.75. Not bad, Yi Chen, only 10 people in the training camp can surpass you. What's more important is that you have not yet undergone systematic training. Train here for a while, and breaking into the top 5 will be just around the corner. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Only 10 people? So many? He felt a faint faint sense of frustration in his heart. Blade techniques are your current weakness, Zhang Fong said steadily. If you can elevate your blade techniques to the second level, your combat power will increase significantly. Come, show me your swordsmanship and spar with me. I will control my strength and speed, not exceeding your limits. As a war god, Zhang Fong's physical fitness was exceptional. Thanks to genetic enhancements, she appeared youthful, looking like she was in her 20s, though she was actually over 30. Yes, teacher. Yi Chen drew the blood shadow warblade, gripping the hilt tightly. The blade emitted a sinister red glow, and an overwhelming killing intent spread in all directions. Strike! Zhang Fong shouted in a low voice. The blood shadow warblade sliced through the air as Yi Chen's figure moved like lightning, instantly closing in on Zhang Fong. Zhang Fong's expression remained calm. She slightly shifted her body to evade the attack, her curved blade sweeping out in an arc to clash with Yi Chen's blood shadow warblade. In an instant, Yi Chen seemed to feel the blade slipping from his palm. Just as he was about to tighten his grip, Zhang Fong's curved blade was already at his neck. Yi Chen's mental power quickly enveloped the curved blade. If Zhang Fong attempted to slit his throat, he could control the blade, but its sharpness still sent chills down his spine. Teacher Zhang's blade technique is extremely precise. There is indeed a significant gap between us, Yi Chen thought to himself, but I will catch up to her sooner or later. You lost. Zhang Fong's gaze carried a hint of admiration. Again. The second clash, Yi Chen focused all his attention, yet after several rounds, the curved blade was still at his neck. Your blade technique is neither weak nor strong. You're not far from the second level. Follow me. Zhang Fong sheathed her twin blades and led Yi Chen toward the staircase of the 9-tiered tower. The most important features of the ninefold tower are the challenge room, the trial room, and the gravity room on the 9th floor, Zhang Fong explained. These three rooms are built on the foundation of treasures from ancient civilization ruins. The 7th and 8th floors also have numerous training rooms, such as the gravity room modeled by Earth's scientists. Although its effects are not as good as the version from ancient civilization ruins, it is far better than nothing. With a ding, the elevator doors opened, and the two stepped into the 9th floor lobby, heading toward the training rooms. From the 1st to the 30th of each month, the trial room and gravity room are open for training all day. Rest time is from 12 to 1 in the afternoon. If there are new preparatory trainees for assessment, it is mostly scheduled during this time. Yi Chen had only been to the trial room before. At this moment, stepping into another room, Zhang Fong said, "This is the gravity chamber, discovered in ancient civilization ruins." Yi Chen looked around. The walls and floor were made of a strange alloy mixed with yellow and black, exuding a mysterious aura. This alloy has yet to be deciphered by Earth's scientists. Zhang Fong pointed at the wall and said, "Even someone surpassing the god of war wouldn't be able to leave the slightest mark here." Yi Chen noticed a fist imprint about 5 millimeters deep on the wall. A look of reverence flashed in Zhang Fong's eyes. This is the mark left by Earth's strongest, Hong. The curator is truly the only one capable of leaving a mark here. The owner of the hall is the strongest on Earth, worthy of being called a god. If measured numerically, Hong would be 100, ranking second, Thor would be around 10, and the rest are even fewer. Zhang Fong pressed the switch beside her. "Let me know when you can't bear it anymore." The numbers quickly climbed 11, 21, 31, 41, 42. Amid the buzzing sound, an invisible gravity enveloped Yi Chen's entire body, and the number quickly rose to 51. Yi Chen's vision went dark, he fell to his knees, his heartbeat pounding like a drum, and the sound of blood flowing was unusually clear. "Teacher Jiang, that's enough, I can't take it anymore," Yi Chen shouted urgently. Zhang Fong's smile remained unchanged. "How does it feel?" Yi Chen barely stood up, his face pale, his body trembling. "My whole body feels heavy, my heart is pounding, breathing is difficult, everything feels unbearable." Even while carrying the blood shadow battle blade, under 51 times gravity, it equates to a load of over 5,000 kilograms, placing immense pressure on his internal organs and blood vessels. "Yi Chen, do you know the importance of the gravity chamber to martial artists?" Zhang Fong said casually. Yi Chen stared at her. "Warriors absorb cosmic energy and convert it into genetic primal energy, promoting genetic improvement and strengthening the body. But once the cells reach saturation in absorption, progress halts. More exercise and more food follow the same principle. Only when the depths of the cells participate in activity can absorption increase. Regular training, though exhausting, rarely activates every cell in the body. The gravity chamber is different. Gravitational force is everywhere, affecting muscles, blood vessels, internal organs, and even molecules and atoms. Nothing is spared. Gravity is meticulous, and every cell in the body resists it, consuming energy. Even when completely still, the effect far surpasses ordinary training." Yi Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he nodded in agreement. Zhang Fong smiled and said, "Combining it with cultivation yields better results. 2 hours of extreme gravity training a day is equivalent to cultivating at 10 times the normal speed." 10 times? Yi Chen was amazed in his heart. This was simply too terrifying. Without training in the gravity chamber, it would take a year to become an advanced war god-level spiritual mind master, but now it only takes just over a month. However, there is only one gravity chamber. Zhang Fong continued. Even the elite training camp camp of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall doesn't have this facility. 183 students share it. How much time can you spare? Yi Chen felt slightly disappointed, secretly wishing he could draw something like a facility. The higher the ranking, the more usage time. Zhang Feng added, the gravity chamber replicated by Earth's scientists has a gravity range of 1 to 3 times. The maximum is only 3 times gravity. The closer the training effect is to the limit, the better. The gravity range of the ancient civilization relic's gravity chamber is from 1x to 1000x. 1000x? Yi Chen widened his eyes, thinking, even 51 times is strenuous. I wonder when I'll be able to withstand 1000 times. There is only one ancient civilization gravity chamber. How long can he, as a novice, use it? Although Earth's imitation gravity chambers are limited to 3 times, there are more than 10 of them, with a considerable number in the training camp. Yi Chen, you're ranked 183, which is an odd number. On odd-numbered days, you will go to the wilderness area with other trainees to hunt monsters and earn battle points. On even-numbered days, you will stay in the training camp to cultivate, and I will guide you. Yes, teacher. Yi Chen nodded solemnly. This training camp was indeed the right choice. The gravity chamber is truly a treasure. As night fell, Yi Chen, draped in a bathrobe, sat in the study of Jiangnan Pavilion, his eyes fixed intently on the laptop screen. Ranked first, eligible to use the ancient civilization gravity chamber for 90 hours in April, and the trial chamber for 90 hours. Ranked second, eligible to use the ancient civilization gravity chamber for 60 hours in April, and the trial chamber for 60 hours. Ranked 11th to 30th, may use the ancient civilization gravity chamber for 6 hours and the trial chamber for 6 hours. Ranked 31st to 50th, may use the ancient civilization gravity chamber for 4 hours and the trial chamber for 4 hours. Ranked 51st to 100th, may use the ancient civilization gravity chamber for 2 hours and the trial chamber for 2 hours. Ranked 101st to the last, may only use the ancient civilization gravity chamber for 1 hour and the trial chamber for 1 hour. Yi Chen couldn't help but curse, damn it, I just got in this month and can only use it for 1 hour. Still, being ranked first is satisfying. 90 whole hours, hunting monsters on odd days and training in the camp on even days. Under normal circumstances, 15 days of intense training each month, 6 hours a day in the ancient civilization gravity chamber, and 6 hours in the trial room. It's hard not to improve your strength quickly. No wonder teacher Jiang said there are 10 people stronger than me. Practicing like this every day, of course, they're powerful. I must push hard to climb the rankings in the coming period. Otherwise, I won't have any time to train in the gravity chamber in April. Fortunately, April is my first month in the training camp, and I have a privilege to participate in a trial tower level assessment once. The last assessment took more than an hour, and with the assessment time included, it totaled 2 hours. Worth it. Come on. Yi Chen calculated secretly. The trial tower level assessment is an exclusive privilege for new students during their first month, and the assessment time does not count toward the allocated usage time. For example, Yi Chen had only 1 hour in the trial room in April. Since the assessment took more than an hour, his actual training time exceeded 2 hours. My swordsmanship is still quite rough. I will train hard this month and strive to participate in the trial tower assessment again on the 28th. Work hard to improve combat power amplitude. Just as Yi Chen set his goal, a system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for triggering the Mission Black Dragon leaderboard. Mission description: enter the top 10 of the Black Dragon leaderboard before the end of March. Mission rewards: rank 10th to receive 1000 lottery points, with an additional 1000 lottery points for each rank higher, up to a maximum of 10,000 lottery points. Whoa, up to 10,000 lottery points. The task was immensely tempting, and Yi Chen secretly vowed to hunt monsters with all his might to accumulate points. On March 19th, Yi Chen, along with 91 other trainees, headed to a city in the wilderness about 300 kilometers from the training camp, city number 1001, a name personally given by the founder of Hongning Base City, Hong. All trainees were required to hunt monsters here, with a dedicated satellite monitoring them around the clock. The training camp's ironclad rules were strict. 1. Engaging in private transactions of monsters, transferring materials, or assisting others in increasing battle points will result in immediate expulsion upon verification. 2. Killing fellow trainees will result in immediate execution upon discovery. Senior brother Shi, senior sister Zhao, I won't accompany you in hunting monsters for now. I'll head off first. As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, he rushed toward the city center. Senior brother, look at Yi Chen's direction. It seems he's heading straight for the city center. Lord-level monsters are rampant there. Could it be that he wants to hunt Lord-level monsters to accumulate more points? Zhao Rua asked in confusion. He joined the camp as a war god later, so his battle point calculation method might be different from ours, Shi Jiang speculated. In the city center, Yi Chen was alone. As long as he doesn't fly or manipulate objects, no one can detect his identity as a psychic. With my strength, it's still quite strenuous and inefficient to kill high-level Lord-class beasts without using flying knives. The time it takes to kill one high-level Lord-class beast could be used to slay dozens of mid-level Lord-class beasts. On this day, Yi Chen gave his all to hunt. A total of 28 primary Lord-level monsters and 10 intermediate Lord-level monsters were slain. He only absorbed a portion of the monster's soul power, as absorbing more would be difficult to endure. This is the only place where Yi Chen can safely hunt a large number of Lord-level monsters. Hunting too many Lord-level monsters elsewhere would inevitably attract King-level monsters, beings that surpass the level of a war god. Yi Chen's greatest reliance is flying, but it is useless in front of King-level beasts because they can fly too. After returning to camp, Yi Chen converted the beast materials into achievement points, gaining a total of 1,280 points. Achievement points multiplied by combat power amplitude resulted in a score of 11,200, raising his rank from 183rd to 126. There are still 4 hunting opportunities left. Multiplying the score by 4 should be enough to squeeze into the top 50. Still not enough. Tomorrow, I need to use the gravity chamber to strive to improve my physical fitness to the level of a junior war god. By then, I will be able to hunt high-level Lord-class monsters. Late at night on March 20th, Yi Chen arrived at the Ninefold Tower. Only the 9th floor of this building still has students, as the elite training camp's ancient civilization gravity chamber and trial room are open 24 hours a day, with a break only from noon to 1 o'clock. The other martial arts halls are deserted. The lights in a small martial arts hall on the 5th floor of the 9-tiered building are turned on. Yi Chen entered, the hall door closed from the inside, and the window design prevented outsiders from peeking inside. Training in the gravity chamber for an hour, I feel my strength has improved compared to yesterday. Let's test the physical fitness level. Yi Chen walked toward the large punching power testing machine in the corner. This punching power testing machine is extremely advanced. Even the heavy punches of high-level war gods, weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms and bursting close to 1,000,000 kilograms, struggle to break its defense. Its material rivals the scales of high-level lord beasts. He activated the switch, and the display screen lit up. Yi Chen stood in front of the punching target, unleashing his full strength. His right fist struck the target like a cannonball. The punching target shook, emitting a muffled sound. He stared at the display screen, and the number appeared 60,210 kilograms. Unfortunately, there's still a gap to the minimum standard of a junior war god, but it's already quite close. By the way, the training camp also has a challenge room. The day after tomorrow, you can schedule a match with students of similar strength. Over a dozen matches a day, strength is bound to improve. By then, combined with mental power, hunting high-level Lord-class monsters will be even easier. On March 21st, Yi Chen continued hunting in the wilderness area. That day, he killed a high-level Lord-class monster after a battle lasting over an hour. Unleash the first level of Divine Wrath to ultimately slay the exhausted monster. The efficiency is not high. If mid-level Lord-tier monsters are hunted within an hour, 7 or 8 can be killed. There is no significant advantage in point efficiency when hunting high-level Lord-tier monsters. The battle record for the day reached 1,500 points, and the ranking rose to 103rd place. After returning to Jiangnan Pavilion, Yi Chen found Shi Jiang, intending to ask him for a list of life and death battles. Since the time in the gravity chamber was limited, he had to find other ways to improve his strength. Without external aids, the most effective way to enhance strength is through life and death battles. Recently, fighting against monsters had proven effective, but the truly better results come from competing with human martial artists who possess superior combat skills and sharper minds. Of course, if the opponent's strength is vastly different, it's impossible to experience the realm of life and death struggle. Being defeated in one move or knocking the opponent down in one strike, where's the intense confrontation in that? The best opponent is undoubtedly someone of equal strength who dares to fight to the death. In this world, there are very few martial artists willing to risk their lives in combat. Fortunately, there is the challenge room, a virtual space where people can fight without any reservations. However, having just entered the training camp, Yi Chen was unfamiliar with the strength of many people, so he naturally thought of seeking Shi Jiang's help. Senior brother Shi, I'm not very familiar with the strength of the top fighters in the training camp. Could you help introduce them to me? Who are the people with strength comparable to mine? I want to find someone to gamble and fight with. Shi Jiang was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, gamble and fight? That kind of thing requires betting money or points. Points are so precious, I guess no one would use them for gambling and fighting. As for betting money, the minimum stake is 10 billion huaxia currency. Those who are weaker than you definitely won't want to bet, and those who dare to bet with you are confident they can beat you. From what you're saying, you want a large-scale betting battle? You might end up losing quite a bit of money. He shook his head and sighed. Alright, let's go to the challenge room first. I'll test your strength and then give you a suitable list. Great, thank you, senior brother. Yi Chen cupped his his hands and said, "I'll go apply for the challenge room first. Keep an eye out for the notification later." Yi Chen nodded, knowing that the challenge room resources were limited and required the system to schedule a time. The two returned to their rooms and operated their laptops. Shortly after, Yi Chen received a challenge letter in his inbox. This was sent to him by the training camp system after approving Shi Zhang's application. "Confirmed acceptance," he replied. But simply replying to the email wasn't enough. He also had to transfer 10 billion huaxia currency into the system's designated account. Only after both parties' funds were deposited would the challenge be established. The winner would receive the wager amount. Yi Chen had already planned that if he won, the money would be transferred back to Shi Zhang. If he lost, the money would naturally belong to Shi Zhang. He transferred 1 billion from his Swiss international bank account into a special account. Ding! Email notification received. Yi Chen opened it and looked. Impressive efficiency, March 22, 11:15 a.m. March 22, 11:10 a.m. 9th floor of the ninefold tower. As the door clicked open, Yi Chen and Shi Zhang stepped into the challenge room. Yi Chen glanced around and found that the layout of the challenge room was almost identical to the trial room, with 2 sofas paired with 2 dark blue helmets. Swish! The 2 of them simultaneously put on the helmets. In an instant, an endless silver alloy ground came into view, with an arena standing in the center. Swish! Swish! The 2 transformed into virtual figures, appearing on the arena stage. A grand voice echoed all around. "Please select weapons and combat suits." A large array of weapon and equipment options appeared before them. Yi Chen skillfully selected the Blood Shadow Warblade, a hexagonal shield, and a combat suit suitable for himself. The 2 quickly dressed neatly. Yi Chen's gaze fell on the arena pillar, and the text appeared. Name, Shi Zhang. Identity, official trainee of the elite training camp. Combat power amplitude, excellent. Turn to another pillar. Identity, official member of the elite training camp. Combat power amplitude, superior. Though both are classified as superior, there is still a gap in strength. Shi Zhang's amplitude has already reached 12, while Yi Chen's last trial in the tower only approached 9. Although he has made some progress in recent days, it has barely exceeded 9, far from reaching 12. Please select a battle scene. The voice in the virtual space sounded again. 8 map scenes appeared, and the 2 exchanged glances. "You choose," Shi Zhang said with a smile. "Then the gymnasium it is." Yi Chen casually chose. Rumble, the earth trembled, and the surrounding scene suddenly changed. The 2 appeared in a massive gymnasium. The venue was spacious and unobstructed, surrounded by stands capable of accommodating tens of thousands of spectators. Blinding lights illuminated the entire area. It was empty, with only Yi Chen and Shi Zhang present. The electronic sound rang out. Battle begins. Shi Zhang held a round shield and a long sword, staring intently at Yi Chen with intense fighting spirit. Ever since Yi Chen brought back high-level Lord-class monster materials, Shi Zhang had wanted to challenge him. This moment was the perfect opportunity. "Come on." Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, silently noting that Yang Hui had once praised Shi Zhang as a powerhouse capable of entering the top 5 of the rankings. In the training camp, purely in terms of strength, there are about 10 people who can rank in the top 5. Those who can consistently maintain a spot in the top 5 of the Black Dragon rankings are very few. Although Shi Zhang's ranking fluctuates at times, his strength is beyond doubt. Mental power is disabled in the virtual space, limiting Yi Chen's strength, but defeating Shi Zhang is still no easy task. In an instant, the 2 charged toward each other. Shi Zhang's longsword drew an elegant arc, slashing straight at Yi Chen's neck. Yi Chen's Blood Shadow Battle Blade blocked midair, the blade clashing fiercely with the sword edge. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. Yi Chen retreated, his back against the wall, his right leg slightly bent, and his left leg forcefully pushed against the ground, shooting up like an arrow. His arm swung, and the Blood Shadow Battle Blade slashed toward Shi Zhang. Shi Zhang's figure lowered, dodging the attack, and his longsword suddenly thrust upward, the tip aiming for Yi Chen's throat. Yi Chen's eyes sharpened, and the blade slashed diagonally to block the sword tip. Ding! The clash of weapons produced a pleasant sound. Shi Zhang was forced to retreat, quickly steadied his posture, raised his long sword again, and leaned his body forward. Swish! The afterimages of the sword light flickered continuously, and several streaks of sword energy fell upon Yi Chen. Shi Zhang's swordsmanship has reached an extremely high level, at least the perfection stage. What incredibly fast swordsmanship! Yi Chen marveled inwardly, feeling admiration. Bang! 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 Several muffled sounds echoed as Yi Chen was forced to retreat by the onslaught. Truly worthy of perfection-level swordsmanship. If it weren't for Yi Chen's mastery of the perfect-level footwork, he would have been defeated by Shi Zhang long ago. Clang! 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 Shi Zhang swung his sword repeatedly, the sword light tracing afterimages in the air. His attacks were as dense as a torrential downpour, almost instantly slashing fiercely toward Yi Chen's head and chest. Yi Chen could only rely on his superb footwork to keep dodging while retreating continuously under Shi Zhang's onslaught. Soon, he was forced into a corner with nowhere left to retreat. Damn it, I'll fight to the end. Yi Chen roared in his heart. Since there was no way to escape, he decided to give it his all. The Blood Shadow Battle Blade
blade swept out a crimson arc, deflecting all the incoming sword light. Immediately after, he leapt up fiercely, twisted his wrist, and slammed the hexagonal shield heavily toward Shi Zhang's throat. With these two moves, he fully executed the power technique of the ninefold thunder blade. Bang! In a moment of desperation, Shi Zhang raised his shield to block, but due to being weaker than Yi Chen, he was forced to retreat repeatedly. Seeing the opportunity, Yi Chen pressed the attack, throwing his shield to disrupt the opponent's vision while simultaneously slashing out with the Blood Shadow Warblade. The shield was merely a tool to confuse the opponent. The killing blow lay in the follow-up strike of the blade. He had almost no strength left and could only muster the last bit of energy to unleash the fourth stage of the ninefold thunder blade. Once this move was executed, the outcome would be decided, leaving no room for retreat. If he didn't do this, defeat would be inevitable soon, because he had been maintaining a perfect level movement technique which severely drained his stamina. With the same physical condition, his endurance is clearly inferior to Shi Zhang's. If he continues to play it safe, defeat is certain. Therefore, he can only take a gamble and catch the opponent off guard. Yi Chen is only 30% confident of success. Although Shi Zhang's physical strength slightly surpassed Yi Chen's, the advantage was limited. At the critical moment, this slight gap made his speed appear somewhat sluggish. It was precisely because of this tiny difference that the scales of victory, originally favoring him, began to tilt. Slash! The Blood Shadow Battle Blade pierced straight into Shi Zhang's heart. Challenge, Yi Chen wins. The electronic voice echoed through the stadium. In an instant, the stadium's image blurred and dissipated, revealing a spacious arena on the silver alloy ground. The two stood upon it. I lost, Shi Zhang said with a bitter smile. In hindsight, he realized that Yi Chen's final strike actually didn't need to be dodged. If he had swung his sword at Yi Chen's neck, victory would have been his. However, he admired Yi Chen's combat awareness. Being able to think of such a counterattack demonstrated an advantage. Luck played a big part. Fight again, and I'll be the one to lose, Yi Chen said seriously. No, Shi Zhang was equally serious. If we go again, my chances of losing are even greater. At critical moments, your judgment of the situation is something I can't surpass in a short time. Yi Chen pondered. Perhaps this was indeed the truth, but it's hard to say. He himself isn't sure if he can make another comeback in a battle. Inside Jiangnan Pavilion, Shi Zhang's room. Some people in the training camp are skilled at hunting monsters, ranking high, but their strength may not be great. Some have strong abilities but are not good at climbing the rankings. The Black Dragon rankings may reflect strength, but they are by no means 100% accurate. As a senior student and top-tier expert, Shi Zhang has a thorough understanding of many people's abilities. I'll give you a list. The people on it have strength similar to yours, some slightly stronger, some slightly weaker. Who wins or loses depends on performance in the moment. He opened the notebook, brought up the leaderboard, tapped on the keyboard, and quickly wrote out a list of 13 names. Thank you, senior brother. Yi Chen took the list. The list mostly consisted of those in the top 20 of the leaderboard, though there were a few exceptions. The most surprising was the 53rd ranked individual. According to Shi Zhang, that person is a consumption-type martial artist who, given enough time, can increase the trial tower's level by at least 0.5 points. He repeatedly failed the trials due to exceeding the time limit, ranking only 53rd in points. After getting the list, Yi Chen began challenging these students. Kyoto Pavilion. Third senior brother, Yi Chen is here. Have a seat. 3 male students were chatting and, upon seeing Yi Chen, stood up with a smile to greet him. Brother Chu. Yi Chen said humbly, I want to challenge you to a duel. A duel? Chu Chang laughed. To improve your strength? Chu Chang didn't mind, knowing Yi Chen wasn't looking for trouble, just sparring. A life-and-death battle is indeed a good way to enhance strength. He also loved gambling battles in his first 2 years at the camp, but as his strength grew, no one was willing to fight him anymore. Before Yi Chen arrived, there were only 3 or 4 people who could spar with him, and fighting too often lost its appeal. Yi Chen nodded. No other intentions. Gambling battles won't wager points, just money, with a minimum bet of 10 billion. Ah, great. Send the challenge request later, and we'll have a good fight. Chu Chang readily agreed. A billion bet is not much for him, and the odds are high, so giving face is no problem. After leaving the Kyoto Pavilion, Yi Chen gradually sought out the people on the list. On March 24th, Yi Chen almost occupied the challenge room all day. 2 matches in the morning, 3 in the afternoon, and 3 in the evening. 5 out of 13 people went to the wilderness area to hunt monsters that day, so the duel could only wait until the 31st. March 24th, 9:30 a.m., the 9th floor hall of the Ninefold Tower. Young men and women from all over the earth with varying skin tones. Some were bald, some had braids, some were burly, and some were petite. This group of global martial arts geniuses is waiting to discuss. Among those Yi Chen is challenging today. Apart from Chang Peng, who is ranked 53rd, all the others are in the top 20 of the rankings. He hasn't certified his combat power amplitude, so we are also unclear about his strength. If it were outside, apart from Chu Chang, Renatus Bridge, and Eben Pass, no one would be his match. Soon, Yi Chen and Chu Chang arrived at the 9th floor of the Ninefold Tower. Yi Chen carried a bag containing a notebook on his back. Since the
challenge room could not be reserved for a specific time. Yi Chen fought one match after another. For efficiency, he had already informed his opponents of the approximate time to check their emails when scheduling the matches. Just as Yi Chen was about to enter the challenge room, a voice came from behind.
Yi Chen, good luck. Standard Mandarin.
Yi Chen turned around and saw the beautiful woman he had met outside the trial room last time. She stood up and made a cheering gesture toward him.
Out of courtesy, Yi Chen responded, "Thank you."
He turned and entered the challenge room. Yi Chen was completely unaware that a white youth in the hall was staring at him with a malicious gaze.
"Janet, would you like to have dinner together tonight?"
The young white man patted the woman's shoulder. The woman was the beautiful lady who had just been refueling.
Her name was Janet. If Yi Chen knew this name, he would definitely be surprised.
In the original work, Candace, the first heir of the Polanyi's family, has always pursued Janet. But later, Janet fell for Luo Feng. Now it seems that Janet has developed an interest in Yi Chen.
Candace feels jealous because of Janet's attention toward Yi Chen.
Regarding this, Yi Chen was completely unaware and was engrossed in an intense battle with Chu Chang. Half an hour later, Yi Chen and Chu Chang walked out of the challenge room together. In this duel, Yi Chen regrettably lost. He immediately turned on his computer and began challenging the second student on the list, Renatus Bridge, who was temporarily at the top of the March leaderboard. The result was still a loss to the opponent. Then the third and fourth matches followed one after another. By the end of the third match, many spectators had gradually left the Ninefold Tower, and by evening, only a few remained in the hall waiting for the result of Yi Chen's gamble. By the end of all 8 battles, only Janet was left in the hall. Yi Chen walked out of the challenge room, and Janet waved to greet him.
"You stayed here the whole day?" Yi Chen approached her and asked. Janet nodded with a smile, as if saying, "Isn't it touching?"
But Yi Chen didn't play by the rules and shook his head, saying, "With this free time, you'd be better off training in the gravity chamber." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked straight past her and left the scene.
Watching Yi Chen's departing figure, Janet was momentarily stunned, not knowing what to say.
On March 25th, Yi Chen continued heading to the wilderness area to hunt monsters. On March 26th, he challenged the trainees on the list to wagered battles. On March 27th, he fought tirelessly all day, returning to the training camp only around 10 p.m.
God of killing, today's harvest is quite fruitful.
On the training camp's dedicated vehicle, staff from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall purchased materials, transferred the funds to Yi Chen's account, and simultaneously increased his contribution points and battle record points. Within half a month,
you can break into the top 30. Impressive performance.
Yes, next month, you have a great chance to reach the top spot. The staff member, who was from the same hometown as Yi Chen, felt gratified to see his strength.
"Thank you for your kind words." Yi Chen grinned.
Arriving at the training camp's main gate, Yi Chen got out of the car and walked while observing the massive black dragon sculpture. His gaze locked onto the names on the dragon scales, and he quickly found his own number 27. Yi Chen, 570,309.
Made it to 27th place?
Tomorrow night, I'll head to the trial room and try to raise the trial tower level to over 3 points. At that time, even if I couldn't make it to the top 5, I could still secure a spot in the top 10. Yi Chen felt that his strength had greatly improved in just 10 days, and breaking into the top 10 was within reach. At 8 a.m. on March 28th, in a small martial arts training hall on the second floor of Jiuzhong building.
This was Yi Chen's first time officially attending Zhang Fang's class.
Yesterday, his blade technique advanced to the second level, and today he has come specifically to seek guidance on the third level of the blade technique. There were already 5 students in the martial arts hall.
"It's her."
Yi Chen was startled as he saw that familiar face. Among the 5 was the young lady who had cheered him on last time. In the end, he retorted to her, "Truly, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road."
Senior brother, senior sister. Yi Chen had no choice but to act as if nothing had happened and greeted them.
Afterward, he chose a seat far from Janet to sit down. A tall and sturdy Chinese young man saw Yi Chen sitting nearby, gave a thumbs up, and said with a smile, "Junior brother, in just half a month, you've climbed to the 27th rank.
Impressive.
Since you criticized me last time, I have reflected deeply.
I'll learn from you in the future. How about practicing swordsmanship together this afternoon?"
At the moment of awkwardness, Janet stood up and, with a cheerful smile, sat closer to Yi Chen.
"Janet, are you interested in Yi Chen?" teased a white woman nearby. "Yi Chen, Janet is asking you out. Don't miss the chance." "So what if I am?"
Janet raised her eyebrows with a smile.
"Oh," someone chuckled. "Junior brother Yi Chen, aren't you going to seize the moment?"
The crowd jeered. Female trainees in the training camp were rare, and the male trainees were eager to connect with them. After all, the son of the god of war has boundless prospects. Yi Chen was at a loss for how to respond when his savior Zhang Fang appeared.
"Wow, all 6 of you are here today. Yi Chen, not bad, you've climbed to the 27th rank.
With your strength, you might break into the top 5 next month." After speaking, Zhang Fang officially began the lecture.
"If you have any questions, ask them now."
At 10:30, the blade technique class ended. The trainees gradually dispersed, and Janet left the martial arts hall but did not go far, clearly waiting for Yi Chen.
Yi Chen was busy consulting Zhang Fang ping-pong about some questions, so he naturally couldn't leave immediately. Janet waited for half an hour. As soon as Yi-Chen stepped out, their eyes met. Ahem. Senior sister, I was wrong about what happened before. How about I treat you to a meal as an apology? Yi-Chen looked slightly embarrassed. Sure, Janet agreed readily. The two walked out side by side, immediately attracting numerous gazes within the training camp. A beauty walking alongside the popular Yi-Chen naturally became the center of attention. They arrived at restaurant number 1 and had lunch together in a private room. The news quickly reached Candace's ears. Yi-Chen. Candace gritted her teeth, burning with anger. For 3 months, he had repeatedly failed to win Janet's favor. Yi-Chen had only been in the camp for just over 10 days, yet he could dine with Janet. How could he not be jealous? But reason told him he couldn't provoke Yi-Chen easily. In the private room, Yi-Chen handed the menu to Janet. Order whatever you like. Janet graciously took it and began ordering. This meal cost Yi-Chen over 10 million, even surpassing Chu Chang's expenses for hosting 21 people. Janet demonstrated with her actions what it means to make a man spend millions with just one sentence. After the meal, Janet gazed at Yi-Chen. Junior brother Yi, have you made up your mind? Made up my mind about what? Yi-Chen asked, confused. To practice sword techniques with me this afternoon. Otherwise, I'll keep pestering you. Since the matter has come to this, how could Yi-Chen refuse? Leaving the restaurant, the two headed to the 7th floor gravity chamber of the ninefold tower to practice sword techniques for the entire afternoon. In the evening, Janet invited Yi-Chen to have dinner together, saying it was to return the favor. After dinner, the two chatted until after 10 o'clock. Yi-Chen glanced at the time and suddenly remembered that there was an important matter he had yet to handle tonight. Women only slow down a man's draw speed. The saying is so true, almost delayed something big. Thinking this in his heart, Yi-Chen left a quick, got something to do, leaving first, and walked away without looking back. 10:18 p.m., April 28th, inside the ninefold tower's trial room. Click. The door of the trial room opened. Dressed in a dark teal training outfit, Yi-Chen lay on the sofa, put on a helmet, and entered the virtual space. In front of him was the second level of the trial tower, an endless scorching desert where hundreds of armored scorpions emerged from the sand, surrounding him completely. Today I have an hour to play with you scorpions. Yi-Chen's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Kill. The battle erupted instantly. Yi-Chen had 1 hour of training time in the trial room, precisely from 10:20 p.m. to 11:20 p.m. on the evening of the 28th. Within this brief period, countless failures can be retried, but once the time is up, regardless of success or failure, one will be forcibly ejected from the virtual space. The iron-armored scorpions either burrowed into the sand, pounced, or charged fiercely, surrounding Yi-Chen from all directions. His figure darted like a phantom, the blade light dreamlike and illusory, tearing apart the formation of the iron-armored scorpions, slaying them one by one. Swish, an arc-shaped blade light swept through, and 3 iron-armored scorpions fell from the air. Time taken, 3 minutes and 6 seconds, killed 100 iron-armored scorpions of the elementary beast general level. Second layer B-level stage cleared. Congratulations, student Yi-Chen. The electronic voice echoed in the scorching desert, light shimmered, all iron-armored scorpion corpses disappeared, and Yi-Chen's stamina and physical condition were fully restored. Next, the sea-level stage continues. After 10 p.m., the training camp's shuttle bus stopped at the main gate, and many trainees got off. As soon as they got off, many rushed to the black dragon carving to check the rankings. They looked not only at their own rankings but also at the newcomer Yi-Chen's position. 28th place, down 1 spot from yesterday. Wait a moment, it changed. Yi-Chen's ranking has risen. Strange, today is the 28th. He didn't go out hunting, so how can his ranking still go up? The students were utterly shocked. Yi-Chen's ranking unexpectedly jumped from 28th to 25th. How did he improve from 28th? Could it be that someone gambled points with him in a duel? Everyone speculated. In fact, this rise was due to Yi-Chen completing the second level of the trial tower at the B-grade stage, increasing his level from 2.5 to 2.6, which slightly boosted his ranking. Time flies, the students are abuzz with discussions, while Yi-Chen's rank remains steadily at 25. 10:56 a.m. Risen again. My goodness. The students stared in shock, gazing at the latest leaderboard number 16 Yi-Chen, 570,309. Jumping from 25th to 16th place, it's truly outrageous. Nearly 100 students on site were in an uproar, discussing fervently. Cheating. It must be a gambling battle. Betting points. Someone is deliberately giving points to Yi-Chen. Someone roared, cheating. It's unbelievable that Yi-Chen's ranking skyrocketed without leaving the wilderness zone. Don't talk nonsense. Yi-Chen is in the trial room. A group of young men and women, both white and black, walked over from the direction of the ninefold tower, confirming the facts. He entered the trial room at 10:20. He went in after I finished my trial. A white girl said. Jessica, did Yi-Chen go in after you? A young white man asked. Jessica nodded. It seems Yi-Chen is in the trial room, leveling up, and naturally his rank is rising. The crowd on site was full of anticipation, eager to see how high this newcomer, known as the god of killing, could climb. Yi-Chen just entered the training camp, with only 1 hour of trial room time.
time. The middle-aged man with yellowish skin laughed and said, "It's almost 11:20. No matter what, he will be kicked out of the virtual space by then. Everyone, check the refreshed leaderboard at 11:20. It's 11:18, 19, 20. It can't go any higher." Candace stared at the leaderboard, silently chanting in her heart. The more dazzling Yi-Chin became, the less confidence he had in pursuing Janet. Swipe. At exactly 11:20, the leaderboard was updated again. Number 8 Yi-Chin, 570,309. In the dark night, on the dragon scales of the nearly 20-story high black dragon sculpture, the name was clearly displayed. Numerous students and war god instructors were shocked, staring at the 8th-ranked Yi-Chin. Only a few hours remain until the midnight settlement of the March rankings. The trainees returning from hunting have arrived at the camp with minimal changes in rankings. This means Yi-Chin has almost secured 8th place for March. Just as everyone was witnessing a miracle, Yi-Chin walked out of the trial room. Trial failed on the 3rd layer A. Trial tower level 3.2. Combat power amplitude 11.2. Too bad there wasn't enough time. The level could have been higher. 11.2 amplitude, not far from 12. Next month, I'll train in the gravity chamber for a day or two, and breaking through 12 is just around the corner. By then, I'll receive the contract reward. Yi-Chin thought to himself as he walked toward the direction of the black dragon carving. Damn, there are still so many people here at this time. Are they here to check the rankings too? Yi-Chin curiously looked at the crowd. Many people saw him and cheered in unison. Yi-Chin, awesome. Yi-Chin, amazing. I really don't know how you train. With the first one, the second followed immediately. Before long, over 100 students were praising Yi-Chin for being awesome. Yi-Chin was initially confused, but upon seeing the ranking, he understood the reason for everyone's reaction. After checking the ranking, he returned to Jiangnan Pavilion. After taking a bath, it was already close to midnight. Congratulations to the host for completing the task Black Dragon ranking, earning 3,000 lottery points. The system prompt echoed in his mind, almost in sync with time. Although I didn't reach 10,000 lottery points, 3,000 isn't bad either. Yi-Chin couldn't contain his excitement, rubbing his hands as he entered the lottery page. He chose 3 second-level draws. The roulette in the mind spins, the scarlet pointer rotates. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 bottle of stamina potion. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a brain domain expansion potion. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 bottle of stamina potion. The pointer settles, and the system prompts again. Stamina potion, after use, stamina will not be consumed for 2 hours, no matter what you do. Brain width potion, after use, increases brain width by 10 points. Stamina potion, stamina won't decrease for 2 hours. In other words, within 2 hours after taking it, I can infinitely unleash the 4th stage of the ninefold thunder blade. As for the brain domain expansion potion, if I remember correctly, in the original story, Luo Feng was able to open the elite channel because his brain domain expansion reached 18 or above. After completing the mission, Luo Feng also obtained 4 treasures. After taking this potion, can I also use the elite passage to enter the number 9 ancient civilization ruins? Thinking of this, Yi-Chin became extremely excited. He took out the brain domain expansion potion and consumed it directly. Instantly, a warm current erupted from the potion, and mysterious energy surged into the sea of consciousness. At the same time, he suddenly felt enlightened. The confusion he originally had about the realm of blade techniques instantly became clear. Ding! His comprehension improved by several levels. Even if he couldn't draw the Thunder God's insight, he was confident he could cultivate the ninefold Thunder Blade to its peak. This brain domain potion is truly a treasure. If only I could draw a few more bottles. Yi-Chin was still savoring the experience. Perhaps due to the expansion of his brain domain, he slept all the way until the afternoon before getting up. Come in. The door was pushed open, and Zhao Ruo stepped into the room. Yi-Chin, our elite training camp has welcomed a new trainee, also from Jiangnan Bay City, she said with a smile. I found out that he's from Yangzhou City, named Luo Feng, nicknamed Madman. Mission penalty, none. Senior brother Chu Chang said he would host a welcome dinner for the new junior brother tonight at 8 o'clock, at the usual place. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Ruo turned and left Yi-Chin's residence. Luo Feng is here? Yi-Chin was slightly taken aback, then a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the original story, Luo Feng stayed in the very residence I am in now. But I arrived earlier, and Jiangnan Pavilion is already full. I wonder where he's staying now. Accepted. At 8 o'clock that evening, on the 2nd floor of the number 1 restaurant in the elite training camp, 22 Huaxia students sat together. Huaxia people are especially united when abroad, and this was no exception. Luo Feng, over here. Zhao Ruo waved her hand to greet him at the door. Yi-Chin looked over and saw a young man about the same height as himself, though not as handsome, walking over slowly. Is he Luo Feng? Yi-Chin wondered to himself. Luo Feng heard the call, quickly walked over, and greeted everyone. Seeing Yi-Chin, he exclaimed, You are the god of killing. You know me? Yi-Chin asked curiously. After all, although the two lived in the same neighborhood, they had never met. Of course. You are the role model for us warriors warriors in Jiangnan Base City, Luo Feng said excitedly, as if meeting an idol. Recently, he often heard people say, "Young man, you're quite impressive. In the future, you might become the next god of killing." Within the warrior circle of Jiangnan Base City, Luo Feng was even respectfully called the little god of killing. At first, he resisted the title and insisted on being himself, but after learning about Yi Chen's deeds, he no longer resisted and instead regarded Yi Chen as a role model. However, when Yi Chen suddenly disappeared, he once worried whether something had happened to him, only to find out that he had joined the elite training camp. "Since we're all from Jiangnan Base City, feel free to come to me if you need anything in the future." Yi Chen patted Luo Feng's arm and said with a smile. For the next hour, apart from others toasting, Luo Feng's gaze almost never left Yi Chen. The meal was almost finished, and Chu Chang, just like last time when he invited Yi Chen, walked over to Luo Feng and began outlining a vision for the future. "Senior brother Yi, which faction have you joined?" Luo Feng asked hurriedly upon seeing Yi Chen approach. "Luo Feng, do you know who is the number one in the world?" Yi Chen didn't answer directly but instead asked in return. Luo Feng pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Senior brother Yi, I understand." He turned to Chu Chang and said firmly, "Sorry, senior brother Chu Chang, I have decided to join the Extreme Martial Arts Hall." Luo Feng was not foolish, on the contrary, he was extremely intelligent and quickly grasped the deeper meaning in Yi Chen's words. As the world's strongest individual, Hong possesses the most abundant and precious treasures in the world. Joining the Extreme Martial Arts Hall offers immense potential. If one gains Hong's favor, the future treasures will far surpass those in the military world. As a spiritual mind master, the Extreme Martial Arts Hall is the best destination for Luo Feng. Yi Chen's words, on the surface, seemed to be advice regarding his younger brother's matter, but in reality, he knew Luo Feng had not yet earned enough money to buy the water of life, so he came seeking an opinion. Since Luo Feng rejected Chu Chang had nothing more to say, only looking at Yi Chen with a hint of helplessness. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Senior brother Chu, we are all Chinese. Whether or not we join the military, as long as China faces danger, we will surely step forward." Chu Chang smiled, raised his glass, and the two drank it all in one go. The banquet dispersed, and everyone left separately. On the morning of March 30th, Yi Chen got up early, planning to practice his sword skills in the regular gravity chamber. Pushing the door open, he saw Zhao Ruo dressed in a purple training outfit. She seemed to be preparing to go out as well. The two agreed to head to the Ninefold Tower together. "Yi Chen, look, isn't that Luo Feng?" Zhao Ruo pointed ahead. Yi Chen focused his gaze and indeed saw Luo Feng talking with a foreign man. "Challenge room, a duel?" The words were like a wake-up call. Yi Chen recalled the original story, where Luo Feng had just entered the training camp and bet 50 billion with an EU trainee. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Ruo suddenly rushed to the two of them and shouted angrily, "William, you are so shameless. Junior brother Luo Feng has just arrived and is a newcomer, yet you gamble with him in the challenge room? Probably just to give you money. You despicable scoundrels, secretly finding newcomers to gamble and march, and all the money lost ends up in your pockets. If you have the guts, gamble with me." William looked at Luo Feng nonchalantly. Zhao Ruo also stared at Luo Feng. "Don't trust this foreigner. There are people in the training camp who are cunning and specifically bully newcomers. They don't dare to bully openly, but instead engage in gambling battles. Almost all the newcomers lose. Newcomers suffer losses before realizing how skilled the veterans are. This foreigner has moderate combat power amplification. Though not high, it's enough to overpower the newcomers. Just a 10 billion wager." The blonde young man William looked at Luo Feng. "Joining any organization casually, the annual income far exceeds this amount. Luo Feng, bet with him." As the words fell, Yi Chen suddenly spoke. Luo Feng turned around and found it was actually Yi Chen, quickly nodding in greeting. Yi Chen smiled and said, "Not 10 billion, but 100 billion. How about it? Dare to bet?" With that, he turned to Luo Feng. "If we win, we split 50-50. If we lose, I'll take the blame. How does that sound? I searched for you on the martial artist forum. Your skills are not bad. Don't feel pressured. He's very weak." Yi Chen's tone was contemptuous, not taking William seriously at all. Luo Feng looked at Yi Chen and nodded heavily. The feeling of being praised by an idol is truly awesome. "William, do you dare to bet?" Luo Feng's gaze changed, and his aura surged. Zhao Ruo looked at Yi Chen in surprise, wanting to speak but hesitating, ultimately choosing silence. Since Yi Chen is confident, saying more would be pointless and might even become a joke. 10 billion. William hesitated. It's not much for Yi Chen, but for him, it's a huge sum. "No money? You have no money. What are you even talking about? TCH, Luo Feng, let's go." Yi Chen sneered disdainfully, showing no mercy. Luo Feng looked at William's tearless yet sorrowful expression, feeling extremely excited. 10 billion, I'm in. William took a deep breath and finally made up his mind. He didn't believe every newcomer could be as formidable as Yi Chen. "The time is set for tomorrow. Remember to apply when you go back," Yi Chen said with a light smile, and as soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left, with Luo Feng following closely behind. On this day, Yi Chen specially gave Luo Feng extra guidance, personally instructing him in blade techniques. Around noon, Yi Chen accompanied Luo Luo Feng back to his residence and helped him deposit 10 billion funds into the challenge system's special account.
Meanwhile, in another pavilion, several young white men and women gathered together.
His money has already been transferred, and the time is set for tomorrow at 11:15 a.m., William and Edison said. The tall and slender blonde young man beside him said in a deep voice, "William, you were too careless this time.
100 billion huaxia currency. I feel this time might be a bit dangerous. Candace, what are you worried about?"
William's gaze was cold. "I think the chances of winning are quite high."
Candace nodded.
This guy named Luo Feng, if his strength far exceeded that of an average rookie, he would have been recruited long ago.
It wouldn't have dragged on until today. This indicates that his strength isn't much different from that of an ordinary newcomer.
As the words fell, everyone looked surprised, seemingly questioning Candace.
Candace quickly defended herself. Yi Chen is an exception.
All these years, there's only been one Yi
Chen. Luo Feng can't possibly be like Yi Chen.
William and Edison from the EU challenged the newcomer Luo Feng from China, with a bet as high as 10 billion Chinese yuan. The news spread through the training camp like a whirlwind.
A 10 billion wager, coupled with rumors of bullying newcomers, caused numerous trainees to flock to the Ninefold Tower on the 31st.
March 31st, 11:10 a.m., the 9th floor of the Ninefold Tower. Around 40 to 50 trainees gathered, hailing from the 6 major factions, the EU, America, China, Russia, and others. Even a group of new trainees who had just joined the training camp came over, many of whom had suffered losses before.
10 billion huaxia currency, isn't that over 80 billion rubles? Quite a big gamble.
Wonder if William will win, or if the newcomer will prevail.
Two young Russians whispered to each other.
The conversion of major world currency shows that 1 Earth coin is approximately equal to 3.5 huaxia coins, or about 30 rubles.
William Edison, Luo Feng, enter the challenge room. The electronic voice echoed in the hall.
Luo Feng and William exchanged a glance and stepped toward the challenge room.
William, defeat that kid. Candace and Polainas shouted in unison. Luo Feng, make sure to beat him to death. If you win, senior sister will personally cook. Zhao Ruo also cheered.
This battle is not only a contest between new and old students but also a clash between the EU and the Huaxia factions. Within the training camp, competition among students is intense.
Click.
The challenge room door opened, and Luo Feng and William stepped in together.
Everyone, waiting outside is boring. How about I act as the banker and we bet on who will win?
Bet on Luo Feng to win, payout is 2 to 1. Bet on William to win, payout is 1.5 to 1. Minimum bet is 1 billion, maximum cap is 10 billion.
At this moment, Yi Chen stood up and said with a smile, "So exciting? Yi Chen really knows how to have fun. If I had known, I would have been the bookmaker too." "You as the bookmaker? Do you have his kind of money?" William's odds are lower than Luo Feng's. It seems even he doesn't have confidence in Luo Feng.
"Small bets for fun. I'm betting 10 billion on William to win."
"I'm in too.
I'll bet 20 billion on William to win." Out of more than 40 trainees, over 30 participated in the betting. Among them, 28 bet on William to win, with the stakes reaching as high as 500 billion.
3 people bet on Luo Feng winning, namely Zhao Ruo, Shi Jiang, and Janet. Each of them wagered 1 billion, mostly for fun.
Paying 5 billion to Zhao Ruo and the others, I can still have 440 billion left.
Plus the 1 billion Luo Feng won, maybe I should just let it go. It could be considered forming a good relationship with Luo Feng. Damn, this is what making money looks like. Unfortunately, this kind of opportunity can only happen once. Yi Chen knew about Luo Feng and William's battle results, which is why he dared to act as the banker.
The outcomes of other students' bets are unpredictable, but this one time is already enough. In less than an hour, he earned nearly 44 billion. The speed of making money is astonishing.
Challenge, Luo Feng wins.
The electronic voice echoed through the hall, reverberating everywhere.
Silence descended. The entire venue quieted. What? The EU youths all stared wide-eyed. Oh, my God.
The young Americans, both white and black, were astonished.
8 billion rubles, won by Luo Feng?
The Russian youth exclaimed.
Luo Feng won. My 2 billion is down the drain. Damn it, what's wrong with William? He can't even beat a newcomer. Damn it, made me lose 5 billion. I'm not done with him. Click. The challenge room door opened, and the gloomy-faced William walked out together with Luo Feng, who was holding a phone. Luo Feng, impressive. Luo Feng immediately looked for Yi Chen.
Seeing Yi Chen gave a thumbs up.
Senior brother, thank you. Luo Feng approached and cupped his hands. After speaking, he took out his phone, intending to transfer money.
No need, you don't have to share the 10 billion with me, just return the principal,
Yi Chen said with a smile.
He understood Luo Feng's intention and quickly stopped him.
Luo Feng was puzzled.
Yi Chen smiled at Zhao Ruo, and Zhao Ruo immediately understood and explained to Luo Feng what had just happened in the hall.
44 billion. Luo Feng looked at Yi Chen with even more admiration. Let's go, time to eat. Everyone, feel free to order whatever you like, it's on me.
Yi Chen waved his hand, completely unconcerned about those losing students, and said generously,
Yi Chen, take me with you. Janet also walked over.
Yi Chen was in high spirits and readily nodded. nodded, and so, Yi Chen left the 9th floor with Luo Feng and the others. Luo Feng was in high spirits. Although this challenge wasn't entirely clean and swift, he discovered his own shortcomings. This was a good thing. More importantly, he didn't spend a single cent and earned 10 billion. With this 10 billion, the water of life is secured. Thanks to Senior Brother Yi. Being able to meet Senior Brother Yi at the training camp is truly my good fortune. Luo Feng silently felt grateful. Some rejoice, while naturally, others feel troubled. After Yi Chen and the others left, William's situation became extremely awkward. This battle not only caused the European Union to lose face but also made many trainees lose everything they had bet, turning William into the target of everyone's anger. Even his close friend Candace dared not easily step forward to defend him at this moment. April 1st, a new round of ranking competition begins. This time, everyone starts from the same starting line. Yi Chen is full of confidence and determination, vowing to break into the top 3. In the wilderness area, Yi Chen, with his backpack on, shoots toward the city center like an arrow leaving the bow. Senior Brother Sure, why is Senior Brother Yi heading to the city center? Luo Feng asked curiously. He's different from us, Sure Jiang explained. We accumulate merit points by killing Junior Beast General level monsters, but he has to kill Senior Beast General level monsters to earn merit points. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng felt even more admiration for Yi Chen. One day, I will become as strong as Senior Brother Yi. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Yi Chen returned to the training camp and checked the rankings immediately. 3. A confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although my battle points are the highest, my combat power amplitude is still not as good as the top 2. Last month, I was ranked 8th, which allowed me to use the gravity chamber and trial room for 12 hours, 1 hour per day, for 12 consecutive days. After a few more training sessions, my combat power amplitude will definitely surpass 12. Once the combat power amplitude surpasses 12, I can obtain the Dragon Blood reward. Dragon Blood is an extremely precious substance. After consuming it, a spiritual master's level will immediately reach the peak of advanced war god. Once I reach that realm, unless I encounter a spiritual master of the same level, I will be invincible below planetary level. Thinking of this, Yi Chen could hardly contain his excitement. April 20th. Yi Chen stepped into the Ninefold Tower's trial chamber. An endless silver alloy ground came into view, with a 7-story giant trial tower towering in the distance. I want to take the punching power level test, Yi Chen shouted. The punching power test is universal within the virtual space and can be initiated simply by issuing a command to the intelligence system. Whoosh! A punching power test machine appeared out of thin air beside him. Student Yi Chen, please proceed with the punching power level test promptly. Electronic sounds echoed across the vast land. Yi Chen stood firmly in front of the punching target. The standard force of a punch from the virtual body with ordinary brute strength was 10,000 kilograms, with an error margin of less than 10 kilograms. He took a deep breath, his eyes slightly narrowed. A low hum. The right fist moved as fast as lightning, with 4 streams of hidden force surging continuously into the arm. The fist tore through the air fiercely, accompanied by a sharp whistle, and struck the punching target with great force. Gender, male. Boom! The punching target emitted a muffled sound and shook violently. The numbers flashed on the display screen: 35,090 kilograms. Punch force level 3.5. Congratulations, Yi Chen, your current combat amplitude is 11.2. The electronic sound was neither joyful nor sorrowful. 11.2. Past the 3rd layer B trial of the trial tower, amplitude will definitely exceed 12. Yi Chen walked straight toward the trial tower, and the punching power testing machine immediately disappeared. The 3rd layer of the trial tower. Name, Yi Chen. A desolate wilderness. Gender, male. 3rd layer, stage B trial, Yi Chen. The goal is to kill 190 primary beast general level golden condors and 10 intermediate beast general level golden condors within 30 minutes. Good luck. As the words fell, a dense flock of monstrous flying beasts hovered in the air. Golden condors are known for their ferocity, with the weakest being at the primary beast general level. Come on. Yi Chen gripped the blood shadow battle blade, his gaze icy cold. Boom! The flock of birds descended like a golden cloud. Many war god instructors had been trapped on this level for a long time, unable to break through. Blades and white shadows intertwined, piercing cries echoed through the sky, and one golden vulture after another fell. The speed of the birds far surpasses that of beasts of the same level, making it difficult for Yi Chen to escape the siege, leaving him no choice but to fight desperately. The 1-hour trial has ended. Yi Chen's trial tower level reached 3.8, successfully completing stage B. Stage C was not passed, as he was killed by the monsters. Trial tower 3.8, already considered excellent in the war god circle. My combat power amplitude is 13.3. Yi Chen revealed a satisfied smile. Soon, the Black Dragon rankings were updated. Combat power amplitude increased, points surged significantly. Yi Chen ranks first. This ranking is highly likely to remain until the list is finalized. Inside Jiangnan Pavilion, Yi Chen's study. As soon as he got home, he opened his laptop. April, there is still some time before June 1st. Combat power amplitude exceeds 12,
rewards can be claimed. Dragon Blood full price is 160 billion, half price is 80 billion. The ninefold Thunderblade manual is half price at 50 billion. Combat uniforms and weapons are half price, nearly 10 billion. Even at half price, the amount is staggering. The cost of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall is surprisingly low. The cost of copyright for secret manuals is almost zero. The cost of Dragon Blood is known only to the Pavilion Master Hong, and only he can provide it. The combat suit weapons cost only a few billion. The cost is several billion, yet the selling price is exorbitant. Beep beep, the phone connected. Hello, a deep male voice sounded. I am Yi-chan from the elite training camp. Yi-chan said calmly, I signed a contract with the martial arts school, which includes reward clauses. Upon fulfilling any clause, I can call this number to claim the reward, correct? Yes, the male voice affirmed. My combat power amplitude has exceeded 12, meeting the first clause. One moment. After a brief pause, the male voice rose slightly. Congratulations, Yi-chan, student. Combat power amplitude 13.3. Current time is April 20th, 10:30 p.m., meeting the reward clause before June 1st. The reward includes a full set of 9 series combat suits and weapons, a manual, and 80 billion worth of Dragon Blood. Yi-chan clenched his left fist excitedly. Please provide the specific details of the required combat suits, weapons, and the name of the manual. I need 9 series combat suits, tailored to fit my body. Detailed description of the size and style of the Blood Shadow Warblade and the hexagonal shield, the complete set of the ninefold Thunderblade manual, and that portion of Dragon Blood. The rewards will be delivered to the main gate of the training camp within an hour. Congratulations to student Yi-chan. May your combat power amplitude reach 16 soon, and may you receive the next reward. As the words fell, the call ended. The study was silent. Yi-chan's heart was racing. Dragon's Blood is coming soon. Strength will soar instantly. Main gate. Beep. The sound of a horn echoed as a large truck drove toward the entrance of the training camp. Toot. Clear to pass. An electronic voice came from the guardroom at the main gate, startling the patrolling soldiers and other personnel present. Many systems in this elite training camp are controlled by intelligent systems rather than humans, and generally, even vehicles designated for the martial arts hall are not qualified to enter. The main gate had automatically opened at this moment. A large truck drove in. It should be this one. Yi-chan walked to the side, and the large truck seemed to notice him. It drove directly to a nearby open area and then stopped. Clatter! The truck's rear door opened, and a voice sounded, Student Yi-chan, please get in. Yi-chan ran to the back door of the truck but hadn't had time to get on. A beam of blue light shone on Yi-chan, accompanied by an electronic voice, Student Yi-chan, identity confirmed, please get on the vehicle. Yi-chan jumped onto the truck and immediately looked toward the compartment. At a glance, he saw a large password-protected box, which seemed big enough to store items like shields or blood shadow battle knives. At this moment, the same blue light as before shone on the briefcase. Reward item, confirmed, no errors. An electronic voice sounded, Student Yi-chan, please receive the reward item. Yi-chan stepped forward and took the briefcase from the staff member's hands. Finally, this huge reward is in hand, the Dragon Blood is in hand. Carrying the briefcase, Yi-chan quickly returned to his residence. Jiangnan Pavilion, in the underground chamber. Ka. Yi-chan turned the large lock on the alloy door of the underground chamber. To prevent any interruptions, using Dragon Blood in the underground chamber is relatively safer. The lights illuminated the entire chamber. Yi-chan placed the password box in the corner. It was a fingerprint password box. Yi-chan's finger slid across, and with a click, the password box opened. The password box was very large. It was divided into 2 layers. The upper layer contained neatly stacked combat uniforms, the Blood Shadow Battle Blade, a shield, and a series of other items. With the Black God set, these items weren't of much help to him. He planned to sell these things later. He took them all out, set them aside, and then looked at the lower level. On the lower level, there were only 2 wooden boxes. These 2 wooden boxes, one should be the ninefold Thunderblade manual, and the other should contain Dragon Blood. Yi-chan carefully opened the first wooden box. Inside the wooden box was a thick manual stacked together with a whole pile of discs. On the cover of the manual were 4 large characters, ninefold Thunderblade. The secret manual is in hand. From now on, there's no need to spend any more effort or money on this manual. Yi-chan closed it again and opened another wooden box. Click! The wooden box was opened, revealing a test tube fixed in foam, sealed with a stopper. Inside the test tube was golden blood, occupying a little more than 1/3 of the tube's volume. This is Dragon Blood, the Dragon Blood worth 80 billion? Yi-chan carefully removed the foam and then cautiously picked up the test tube. Under the illumination of the light, the golden blood made one's heart tremble. If one didn't know its value, it would be impossible to believe this thing was worth 80 billion. Yi-chan lowered his head to take a look. At the bottom of the wooden box that originally stored the dragon's blood, there was also a manual. Yi-chan picked it up and took a closer look, then couldn't help but smile.
smile. So using dragon blood is this simple. According to the instructions, you just need to apply the dragon blood to your body, and there's no need to cover the entire body, just one spot will do. The dragon blood will naturally penetrate and spread throughout the body. The only taboo: never drink it. I wonder to what extent my physical fitness will improve after using this dragon blood. Yi Chen is now eagerly anticipating the changes his body will undergo after using the dragon blood. The higher the strength, the weaker the effect of the dragon blood. The lower the strength, the more pronounced the effect of the dragon blood. A warrior-level martial artist, due to being too weak, can use dragon blood to increase their strength to even 4 times the original. It is said that dragon blood doubles one's strength, but this so-called doubling is just an approximate figure. How much it can specifically enhance depends on personal experience. In the underground chamber, Yi Chen lay flat on the ground, holding a test tube filled with dragon blood in his left hand, and gently removed the stopper. Suddenly, a peculiar scent filled the underground chamber. Just by smelling this scent and inhaling it, Yi Chen felt a faint tingling sensation throughout his entire body. It was a feeling akin to cultivating primal genetic energy. Yi Chen slightly tilted the test tube, pouring the dragon's blood onto his chest. Dragon blood is quite viscous, resembling mercury. It flows slowly, filling only 1/3 of the test tube's volume. The amount of dragon blood is indeed very small. Even when it drips onto the chest, it doesn't cover much area. Soon, all the dragon blood in the test tube flows out, and Yi Chen places the test tube aside. Yi Chen immediately used both hands to smear the dragon blood, quickly wiping it on his bare upper body. He also wiped it on both arms. To absorb the dragon blood, Yi Chen had already controlled the black god armor to shrink into a small piece. There was no need to worry about the black god armor isolating the dragon blood. After wiping, Yi Chen quickly felt his upper body and arms start to heat up. Is it working? Yi Chen was full of anticipation. He could only feel streams of heat flowing along the areas where the dragon's blood touched his skin, quickly merging into his body, flowing through every part of the body, including the legs, arms, back, chest, and head. Moreover, this heat flow keeps intensifying, and one can visibly see the dragon blood on the skin's surface rapidly decreasing, seemingly penetrating into the skin. The heat flow keeps growing stronger. The temperature keeps rising. Hiss. Damn, it really hurts. Yi Chen clenched his fists tightly, his whole body faintly trembling. At this moment, it felt as if thousands of ants were biting every part of his body. This pain made his face turn pale, and the feeling of pain keeps intensifying. Numbness, soreness, and even pain. Every part of the body, even the head. Hot. It feels as if being burned to death by fire. Numb and tingling. It makes you itch to the point of scratching yourself to death. Pain. The pain that penetrates the bone marrow makes one convulse. Ah! Beads of sweat rolled down Yi Chen's forehead as his whole body writhed in struggle, muscles twitching, heart racing, and the flow of blood within his body continuously accelerating. The sound of the heartbeat. Plop, plop, plop. Each heartbeat sounded like the heavy beat of a drum echoing in the ears. The sound grew louder and louder until consciousness was lost. Fainting. One could see the dragon blood coating Yi Chen's body surface continuously diminishing, seeping into his body. Accompanied by this penetration was Yi Chen's entire body convulsing. It wasn't just his whole body convulsing, even every single muscle was twitching. Yi Chen's bare upper body showed muscles on the surface twisting and twitching like earthworms. His skin seemed to be burned red, and the veins on his skin were bulging and twisting, looking quite terrifying. Hiss, hiss. Accompanying this horrifying process, every cell in Yi Chen's body was frantically devouring this strange energy, beginning a series of transformations. The genetic material within the cells rapidly evolved under the dragon blood energy, discarding useless genes and enhancing and perfecting the genetic structure. Some discarded cells and impurities were directly expelled, surfacing on Yi Chen's body like grime. Under this transformation that penetrates deep into the cells, it caused Yi Chen's tendons, bones, membranes, muscles, skin, and internal organs to undergo astonishing changes. The hardness of the bones continuously increased, and the toughness of the periosteum and fascia underwent one leap after another in transformation. Everything is happening rapidly, thousands, even tens of thousands of times faster than usual cultivation. At the same time, the soul-devouring technique was operating frantically under the influence of the subconscious. The soul power accumulated during this period was being crazily refined into pure spiritual energy and absorbed by Yi Chen. Whoosh! The concentration of mist in the sea of consciousness keeps rising, and the speed of the increase is astonishing. Physical fitness is improving at an incredible rate. The soul power, which had naturally been restricted by physical limitations and could not be fully absorbed, is now being frantically refined in the sea of consciousness. Yi Chen's mental power intensity was continuously improving. From the previous level close to that of an advanced war god's mental power, it began to increase at an astonishing speed. Gradually, the mist's density seemed to reach a limit, unexpectedly condensing and forming droplets. A drop of liquid, 2 drops of liquid. Gradually, Yi Chen's body calmed down. The soul power accumulated in the sea of consciousness was completely refined and absorbed. Within the entire
entire mist-shrouded sea of consciousness, many droplets were already suspended. Many mists sometimes merge into droplets, and sometimes are released again.
Yi Chen's sea of consciousness was already in a state where mist and liquid coexisted. Moreover, the amount of liquid was significantly greater than that of the mist.
I passed out? Yi Chen's body trembled slightly, and his consciousness finally cleared.
His eyelids moved slightly, and his eyes slowly opened. At this moment, Yi Chen's entire body was covered in a layer of filth, completely blackened. Even his face was entirely dark.
After removing the black dirt,
his skin tone changed from the ordinary yellowish complexion to a bronze color that seemed as if it were cast from steel.
This was clearly an issue caused by the penetration of dragon blood. What incredible power! Yi Chen felt the astonishing power within his body, much stronger than before. Twice as strong.
No, the improvement is more than double.
Yi Chen suddenly punched the alloy wall beside him. With a loud bang, Yi Chen's entire fist sank in more than halfway. Refreshing, refreshing, Yi Chen couldn't help but shout. He took out the Dun Tian shuttle blade. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 12 blades swiftly tore through the air, spinning around Yi Chen at an astonishing speed. In an instant, their speed climbed to 10 times the speed of sound and continued to increase. The flying knives, moving at such a terrifying speed, even grazed the nearby alloy wall, carving out a trench. Yi Chen clenched his fists tightly, and he even had a feeling. Even when facing a king-level beast, he dares to fight. Go to the ninefold tower and test my current strength. After taking a bath, Yi Chen quickly went downstairs and headed swiftly to the ninefold tower in the dark of night. At this moment, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. A small martial arts training hall in Juchonglu. Let's see what level my physical fitness has reached now. Yi Chen walked toward a large punching power testing machine placed in the corner of the training hall.
Turning on the switch, the display screen of the punching power testing machine lit up. Yi Chen stood in front of the punching target, his gaze sharp, and threw a punch. There was no special technique in exerting force, just a simple release of all the brute strength in his body.
Bang!
The punching target shook violently, producing a deep and muffled sound. Yi Chen immediately looked at the display screen, where a row of numbers had already appeared. 146,600 kilograms.
So much? The strength has reached the standard of a mid-level war god. Try the mental power.
Yi Chen's eyes lit up, and immediately a piece of the heaven-escaping shuttle blade floated in front of him.
Go!
Under Yi Chen's powerful mental control, the blade instantly transformed into a black streak of light, striking the punching target of the power testing machine.
Boom!
Whoosh! The punching pad shook violently, emitting a deep sound that seemed capable of stopping one's heart. The display screen immediately showed a number 508,606 kilograms.
Seeing this number, Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head and sigh.
Pervert, pervert.
No wonder spiritual psychics are invincible. Yi Chen was amazed. In terms of physical attributes, 256,000 kilograms to 512,000 kilograms is the physical quality of an advanced war god.
But you have to understand, this flying knife attack doesn't rely on strength, it wins with speed. The flying knives that win with speed can all contain the immense power of a peak-level advanced war god. How could it be strange for these flying knives to kill an advanced war god when they strike? I simultaneously control 10 flying knives, attacking from all directions: front, back, left, and right. Their speed exceeds 10 times the speed of sound, and they can instantly change direction. No matter how strong an advanced war god's physical power is, how skilled their blade techniques are, or how agile their movements, they are bound to perish.
Yi Chen saw this number and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Completely not on the same level.
At speeds exceeding 10 times the speed of sound, even advanced war gods find it very difficult to resist. Moreover, mental power can control several flying knives to launch a siege.
This is far more terrifying than the monsters in the trial tower. Which monster can reach 10 times the speed of sound? This is the terror of a spiritual master.
Although at this moment, Yi Chen's true strength can already be called the number one in the elite training camp. However, Yi Chen was well aware there were still people stronger than him in the world.
Set a small goal first, become the strongest on earth. The rankings were finalized in April. Yi Chen took first place. The rankings were finalized in May. Yi Chen retained the first place.
Over the years, it has been very rare for someone to consistently hold the top spot on the Black Dragon leaderboard in the elite training camp.
People like Chu Chang and Renatus usually take turns being first.
This month you're first, but next month I'll surpass you. In the training camp for several years, Chu Chang only won first place once.
Renatus arrived early and won first place twice in a row. The rankings close in June. Yi Chen is still in first place. Moreover, the gap between him and the second place is growing larger.
Even if the second place were given a few more days to hunt monsters, it would be hard to catch up to Yi Chen's points.
The rankings will close in July. Yi Chen is still number 1.
The total points of the 2nd to 10th places combined are not as much as his. For 4 consecutive months, he has held the top spot. Just 2 more months, and Yi Chen will receive the reward: a drop of jade essence worth 30 billion, the option to freely choose any complete set of secret manuals, and the opportunity to be personally guided by Hong or Thor once. months. If he holds the top spot for another 5 months, Yi Chen will receive the reward, a portion of dragon blood worth 80 billion, the option to freely choose any 3 complete sets of secret manuals, and the chance to choose Hong or Thor as his mentor and become their direct disciple. Unknowingly, August has arrived. August is a month of life and death adventures. The elite training camp allows students to return home every January and February. During the other 10 months, 9 months are very safe, either in the training camp or in City 1001 of the Wilderness Zone, which is closely monitored by the training camp. In these 9 months, deaths rarely occur in the training camp. The only danger is in August. August is a month of life and death adventure. At that time, all trainees must leave the training camp, board a passenger aircraft, and head to a dangerous location, where they will face a month of adventure. It should be noted that the mortality rate of ordinary warriors in the wilderness area is relatively high. Elite trainees, on the other hand, find it difficult to achieve greatness without experiencing life and death trials. Therefore, the training camp specifically designates August for all trainees to undergo life and death trials. However, the trainees are highly skilled, making it very difficult to cause their deaths. Even so, the training camp still has a mortality and elimination rate of nearly 10% among the trainees. Of course, with Yi Chen's current strength, he has no fear of those dangers. After 4 months of rigorous training, his trial tower level has now reached 4.1. After taking the brain domain expansion potion, his comprehension has greatly improved. Cultivating the 5th level of the Ninefold Thunderblade has also been very smooth. At most, in another month, he would be able to master the 5th level of the Ninefold Thunderblade. This time, Yi Chen planned to find a king-level beast to practice his skills. He hoped that by fighting a king-level beast, he could force out his potential and achieve the 5th level of the Ninefold Thunderblade as soon as possible. August 1st, early morning. 194 trainees gathered on the lawn in front of the Ninefold Tower, chatting in groups of 3 or 5. Some trainees were fully armed, carrying backpacks and their respective weapons, because today was the day to embark on the life and death adventure. However, before setting off, everyone was waiting for one person, the world's strongest, Hong. Why hasn't Hong arrived yet? Zhao Ruo, Luo Feng, Shi Jiang, and Yi Chen were all sitting on the grass chatting. Zhao Ruo's face was completely flushed. I even dreamed about Hong last night. Stop being such a fangirl, Luo Feng joked. Everyone is from Jiangnan Base City, and after a few months, everyone has become very familiar with each other. What did you say? Zhao Ruo glared. Luo Feng was startled and quickly looked at Shi Jiang beside him to change the topic. Senior brother Shi Jiang, you've seen the chief instructor. What is the chief instructor like? Hearing this, Zhao Ruo and Yi Chen also turned to look at Shi Jiang. After all, among the 4 of them, only Shi Jiang, the senior student, had seen Hong before. The chief instructor Hong, how should I put it? In Shi Jiang's eyes, there was a trace of reverence, as well as a peculiar glint. Deity. Deity? Yi Chen and the other 2 were visibly shaken upon hearing these 2 words. Yes, the legendary deity. I can't think of any other word to describe it. Shi Jiang sighed and said, I have also seen other inspectors, beings who surpass the god of war. But, compared to the chief director Hong Yi, those other beings who surpass the god of war feel like comparing stars to the sun. Shi Jiang then smiled at the 3 of them and said, for now, let's focus more on the life and death adventure that's about to come. This time, our life and death adventure is taking us to the Australian continent. After the Great Nirvana, the entire Australian continent became a land ruled by monsters, alongside the Sahara in Africa and the Amazon in South America, forming the world's 3 most dangerous places. Before the Great Nirvana, the Australian continent already had an abundance of animals, with a population of just over 10 million across the entire land. When the Great Nirvana arrived, the mutated monsters on the Australian continent reproduced to such an extent that their numbers became the highest in the world, leaving no humans on that land. The entire continent became the monsters' lair. Together with the African Sahara and the South American Amazon, it ranks as one of the 3 major perilous regions. Occasionally, some super organizations send special teams to this continent for training, and this time, they are heading to the Australian continent. Yi Chen couldn't help but look up at the sky. Many other trainees also looked up at the sky, because a sonic boom had already sounded in the sky, spreading downward. Moreover, a blurry shadow had already appeared above the elite training camp. After condensing, it turned into a blood-red triangular fighter jet. The curator is here. Quick, everyone get up. All the war god instructors, as well as the students sitting on the grass, stood up straight. Everyone knows, the world's strongest person, the world's richest tycoon, the existence with the greatest power in the world, is about to appear. This blood-red triangular fighter jet, with its sleek lines, gives the impression of a ferocious predatory beast ready to attack. At this moment, the blood-red triangular fighter jet is slowly descending from the sky, while all the elite training camp students and the warrior instructors below remain silent. No one dared to make a sound. The fighter jet landed. Wow! The cabin door opened. An Asian man and a Caucasian man stepped out from the cabin door at the same time. They walked through the air as if there were invisible steps that ordinary people couldn't see, directly onto the grass. This scene made all the trainees present widen their eyes. Beings beyond the level of a war god, and there are two of them. Yi Chen smiled faintly. It seems these two must be the two chief inspectors of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall headquarters. He was different from the other trainees. In some ways, his strength was actually no weaker than theirs. He could also perform the techniques they used. Therefore, he naturally did not show any surprised expression. The two inspectors stood on the grass, positioned on either side, quietly waiting for the host. More than 200 pairs of eyes from the elite training camp were also fixed on the cabin door. Everyone was anticipating the legendary world's strongest fighter, and undeniably the #1 in the world. Even Yi Chen was very curious. Finally, a figure stepped out from the cabin door. Approximately 6 feet 3 inches tall, wearing black trousers and a black jacket, with sharp cropped hair. At first glance, the whole person gives the impression of a spear poised to pierce the heavens. As for his age, there isn't a single wrinkle visible on his face, making him look as if he's in his 20s. However, that aura is clearly not something an ordinary young man could possess. Taking a step forward, he walked out of the cabin door, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the elite training camp. Boom! All the trainees in the elite training camp were horrified to discover that the entire sky seemed to have turned from morning to night in an instant, without a trace of light, leaving only darkness. A world of black, and at the center of this black world, the most dazzling figure was that black-haired man. He is a deity, an omnipotent deity. Even if the teachers of the war gods were present, not a single one would have the heart to resist. They couldn't even muster the thought of rebellion. Facing the gaze of this black-haired man, even Yi Chen, who possessed the invincible strength of a war god, could feel that this powerful black-haired man could kill him with just one look. He is Hong, the world's strongest. Beside Hong, the two inspectors were completely overshadowed. Inspectors, they were beings who surpassed war gods. Yet in front of Hong, the gap was simply too vast. Elite training camp, this batch of students is not bad. A cold voice rang out. As soon as the words fell, all the students and teachers of the elite training camp who had been engulfed in darkness suddenly found that the endless night had vanished and the morning sun reappeared. However, even so, everyone felt an overwhelming mental pressure, as if ants were facing an elephant. In front of Hong, everyone felt their own insignificance. Master, there are quite a few promising talents among this batch of trainees. The leading figure of the elite training camp, Inspector Wang, said. Almost all the trainees looked at Hong with the gaze one reserves for an idol, the spiritual leader of the warriors. Hong took a step forward, appearing beside a student as if by teleportation. All the students, teachers, and even the inspector turned their heads to look. The black-haired man, Hong, was staring at a young student. Yi Chen. Hong is looking at Yi Chen. Wang Yu was not surprised, as the contract Yi Chen had signed back then was personally drafted by the master. You are Yi Chen? Although the voice was somewhat gentle, it still carried a firm and powerful tone. The black-haired man lowered his head, scrutinizing the slightly youthful young man before him. Yes, Chief Librarian. Yi Chen replied respectfully. In front of Wang Yu, he dared to act arrogantly, but in front of Hong, he didn't dare to have the slightest thought of disrespect. The black-haired man grinned, the corners of his mouth seemingly curling up slightly. The master smiled? The master is smiling? The three inspectors were quite taken aback. They were well aware of the temperament of this world's strongest being. Normally, even towards others who surpassed the level of a war god, it was rare for him to show a smile. The black-haired man scrutinized Yi Chen and couldn't help but exclaim, "You're quite impressive." As the words fell, all the trainees in the entire training camp were stunned. For Hong to say, "quite impressive," on the entire earth there would be no more than 5 people, perhaps even fewer than 3. Now, Yi Chen was one of them. Hong, after finishing his words, glanced at Luo Feng behind Yi Chen. "You're not bad either." Luo Feng was shocked. In the elite training camp, everyone was somewhat shocked except for Yi Chen. However, with Hong's prior evaluation of Yi Chen, Luo Feng's comment did not surprise them too much. "I didn't expect the two of you to have such strong spiritual force, no wonder." The black-haired man, Hong, nodded slightly, seemingly very satisfied with the two of them, especially Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen and Luo Feng were both stunned. The secret of their spiritual mind power was unexpectedly revealed by Hong, the world's strongest individual, in front of the 3 inspectors, all the students, and the war god instructors. As expected of the world's strongest individual, their spiritual mind power hadn't even been released from their sea of consciousness. None of the other inspectors noticed, but the chief director not only discovered it but also spoke about it. The black-haired man, Hong, immediately swept his gaze over the other students, his voice icy. "You are the most elite geniuses among the youth of the world. Your goal is not to become war gods, but to become beings who surpass the war gods. I look forward to seeing someone among you reach this level." As he said the last sentence, his gaze swept over Yi Chen and Luo Feng. The words of the chief seemed to possess an infinite magic that directly penetrated into one's soul. All the trainees, under this invisible guidance, were filled with passion. The black-haired man, Hong, then turned and left. When Hong disappeared from sight, all the trainees erupted with excitement, and so did all the war god instructors. "Chief Master Hong is too powerful. Just like a deity." I felt that the chief master was the ruler of the entire world just now. Yes, yes. All the students excitedly communicated with their compatriots in their respective languages.
Yi Chen, I never thought you were a spiritual mind master?
Luo Feng, impressive, you're also a spiritual mind master. No wonder the two of you have improved your strength so quickly. Many of the students from Huaxia were amazed at Yi Chen and Luo Feng.
However, everyone is from the elite training camp.
The elite training camp was originally designed to gather the world's top geniuses, and there are quite a few spiritual mind masters among them.
So while everyone was surprised, there wasn't much jealousy.
Of course, if they knew that Yi Chen's spiritual mind power could overwhelm the vast majority of advanced war gods, they would probably be dumbfounded.
Yi Chen, Luo Feng.
A slightly hoarse voice sounded.
The surroundings were completely silent.
Yi Chen and Luo Feng turned their heads at the same time to look. It was Inspector Wang who was approaching.
Inspector Wang looked at the two of them. Let's go. You two come with me to see the chief director.
Understood. Although Luo Feng was puzzled, he still followed Inspector Wang to meet the chief director.
In the tranquil tea room,
the black-haired man, Hong, sat on a chair, holding a teacup, and sighed. This Yi Chen and Luo Feng possess such astonishing spiritual force at such a young age.
It seems their innate latent spiritual force is extraordinarily powerful. He must be one of the top spiritual mind masters I've ever seen. His brain domain width must be very high.
No wonder his comprehension is so exceptional, able to cultivate the ninefold thunder blade to the 4th level in such a short time.
However, why do they keep hiding their spiritual mind power? Especially that Yi Chen.
Even when hunting monsters in the city, he doesn't openly use his spiritual mind power. Under the guidance of Inspector Wang, Yi Chen and Luo Feng walked alone, troubled in their hearts. This sudden revelation of their long-hidden secret by Chief Hong caught them somewhat off guard.
The chief is inside. Go on in, Inspector Wang said.
Understood. In the tranquil tea room, the two entered one after the other.
Sit.
The black-haired man smiled faintly and pointed to the chair beside him as he spoke. The two sat down properly. Yi Chen, Luo Feng, your spiritual telekinesis should have reached the high-level war god limit.
In the god of war, there aren't many stronger than you, especially you, Yi Chen.
You probably possess the strength of an invincible god of war. With your strength at this level, why are you still hiding your power?
Could it be that you have enemies who surpass the god of war?
The Grandmaster Hong looked at the two of them. If my revealing this causes trouble for you, rest assured, if your enemies are beings beyond the level of a war god, I guarantee they won't dare to harm you in the slightest.
Hong understood that his words might cause trouble, so he made a promise.
To Hong, in the entire world, there was no one who dared to defy his words.
Grandmaster, if I told you that I hid this to avoid causing trouble, would you believe me?
When I first found out I was a spiritual psychic, I specifically looked up information about spiritual psychics on the Warrior Forum. Those people said that it's best not to reveal the identity of a spiritual psychic, otherwise, you won't be able to maintain a quiet life.
Luo Feng replied, I don't reveal it mainly because I want to keep a trump card. After listening to Luo Feng's reasoning, Yi Chen thought for a moment and said,
I see, your considerations make sense.
However, some of the information about spiritual force users on the Warrior Forum is somewhat deliberately exaggerated.
Since you are members of my Extreme Martial Arts Academy, the stronger the talent you display, the more resources you will receive.
Alright, from now on, you don't have to worry too much.
Yi Chen, wanting to keep your trump card has nothing to do with whether or not you reveal your identity as a spiritual mind master. Even if the whole world knows you're a spiritual mind master, as long as you're fast enough in battle, they still won't be able to dodge your flying knives.
Hong said slowly. Alright, you can go back now.
This time, in this life and death adventure, you can fully unleash all your strength. With the final words spoken, Yi Chen and Luo Feng stood up, bid farewell to Hong, and then walked out.
Senior brother Yi, since we are all spiritual masters, how about we compare who kills the stronger monsters once we reach the adventure site? After leaving the tea room, Luo Feng said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled and said, sure, whoever loses will cover the meals in the training camp from now on. How about that? Luo Feng nodded and agreed very quickly. The two returned to the team.
Hongning Base City, 184 students from the elite training camp, along with more than 10 war god instructors, boarded 6 buses and left the training camp, heading to the airport.
At 9 a.m. that day, nearly 200 people boarded the passenger aircraft.
The aircraft departed from Hongning Base City and flew directly to the Australian continent in Oceania. The entire passenger aircraft was fully chartered by the training camp, with 3 levels accommodating 200 people, providing very spacious space.
Movies were being played in each cabin level, ensuring the journey wasn't too dull for the many trainees. Yi Chen and Luo Feng were in the middle cabin together with Zhao Ruo and Shi Jiang. No more movies?
Zhao Ruo looked at the screen in front of her in surprise. In the central position of the cabin, there were 3 large screens facing different directions, all playing the same video.
Everyone has finished lunch, so let's start preparing.
A middle-aged Chinese man stood next to the screen, pointing at the video on it. This is the current Australian continent, known as the region with the most astonishing and dense number of monsters in the the world today. Because the Australian continent is isolated from other landmasses in the world, the land monsters here are also quite different from those on other continents. For example, rodent-type monsters, badger-type monsters, and there are many species that are different from those in Asia, Europe, and so on. Before the Great Nirvana period, the Australian continent was famous for its diverse and abundant animal species. So after the Great Nirvana, the variety of monsters here also became extremely vast. Due to hybridization and mutation, many incredibly terrifying monsters were created. I believe you must have already reviewed a lot of information before coming here. Having many types is one aspect. Secondly, it's the large numbers that lead to the emergence of king-level monsters. If you encounter a king-level monster now, it's almost certain death. So remember, don't go near areas with a high density of monsters. Especially in this place, when there are a large number of lord-level beings, you must run far away. All the students listened carefully. Although they were all geniuses, the general mortality rate wasn't considered high. But after all, there would still be people who died. This was even when everyone was being cautious. If anyone dared to act recklessly in one of the 3 great danger zones, the Australian continent, it would definitely be courting death. Of course, king-level monsters couldn't care less about you unless you provoke them. So, the greatest threat to you still comes from the beast hordes and lord-level monsters. In places like Asia and Europe, the population is dense. This results in a relatively smaller number of monsters. But here on the Australian continent, the number of monsters is overwhelming, leading to numerous beast hordes. So, while you're here, make sure to pay attention to the beast herds and the lord-level monsters. The middle-aged Chinese man pointed at the screen. These are the common beast herds and various lord-level monsters found on the Australian continent. Take a good look. The video played continuously. Many students watched attentively. Senior brother Shi Jiang, junior brother Yi Chen, junior brother Luo Feng. How about we go to the Australian continent and form a team of 4? Zhao Ruo said softly. Shi Jiang frowned slightly. Shi Jiang's strength was far superior to Zhao Ruo's. For Shi Jiang, the types of monsters on the Australian continent are probably more than 10 times those in Asia. There are even more lord-level monsters. This is an opportunity for him to hone himself, and bringing Zhao Ruo along would obviously have some impact. This time, I'm going alone, Luo Feng said, looking at Yi Chen. I'm planning to have some fun with a king-level monster. If you want to join me, you're more than welcome. Yi Chen smiled and said, king-level monster? Zhao Ruo's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly said, you're awesome, I admit defeat. After a while, Zhao Ruo showed a worried look and said, Yi Chen, are you really going to fight a king-level beast? King-level beasts are not simple in strength. Some beings that surpass the war god level may not even be their match. I'm worried. Yi Chen smiled and said, don't worry, senior sister. I haven't lived enough yet. Even if I can't beat them, I can still escape. Suddenly, the entire cabin jolted violently, causing some students' drinks to spill, and those who hadn't fastened their seatbelts were even thrown out of their seats. What's going on? Zhao Ruo exclaimed. The students in the entire cabin were all very surprised. Attention, students, attention, students. A clear voice came through the broadcast. Our passenger plane has already entered the Australian mainland, but we are still about 40 minutes away from our destination. Australia is famous for its large number of monsters, and the number of flying beasts here is equally astonishing. And because very few passenger planes pass through here, just now a group of flying beasts attacked our plane. The passenger plane has now left that group of flying beasts behind, so there's no need to worry. The cabin instantly erupted into a commotion. It turned out to be an attack by a flock of flying beasts. The ones attacking the passenger aircraft are all flying beasts with relatively low intelligence. Shi Jiang said to the 3 people beside him, if it were particularly powerful beasts, they wouldn't dare approach the passenger aircraft at all. Approaching it would be a death sentence. The passenger jet, however, was equipped with an onboard laser cannon. At close range, even a king-level monster would be unable to evade the terrifying speed of the laser cannon and would be directly killed. 40 minutes later, the plane landed and the cabin door opened. The many students and war god instructors on the upper, middle, and lower levels quickly disembarked from the passenger aircraft. Phew! As soon as he stepped out, Yi Chen felt his vision broaden. This was a vast wilderness covered in green, with abundant vegetation flourishing everywhere. In the distance, faint silhouettes of some beasts could be seen. No city buildings at all. It's a complete wilderness. Finding a place to rest tonight will be troublesome. Many students were discussing it. A black war god teacher spoke loudly in Chinese. All trainees, please use your communication watches to record the detailed coordinates of your current location. It is now 3:15 p.m. on August 1, 2057. Your task is to survive on the Australian continent for 28 days. Our aircraft will pick up all trainees at this location at 12 o'clock noon on the 29th and return to Honing Base City. Now, your life and death adventure officially begins. All the war god instructors quickly returned to the flying aircraft. Then, the aircraft slowly ascended into the sky, transforming into a blue light and disappearing at the horizon. On the wasteland, only 184 84 trainees remained. The trainees gathered in groups of 3 to 5, forming small teams by recruiting some strong warriors, especially for those weaker trainees who have just joined the training camp. Wanting to live alone on the Australian continent for 28 days is absolutely an impossible task. Soon, among the 184 trainees, some formed teams of 2, some of 3, and the largest even formed teams of 6. There were also 7 or 8 individuals who chose to go solo. Contact me if anything comes up. See you in 28 days. After saying a few words to Zhao Ruo and the others, Yi Chen carried his backpack, shield, and blood shadow battle blade and quickly disappeared into the endless wilderness. Yi Chen instructed them to stay in contact, mainly so they could notify him if they encountered dangers they couldn't handle on their own. After all, they had spent several months together, and it's only natural for people to develop feelings over time. The climate of the Australian continent is almost the opposite of that in Huaxia. It is now early August, the hottest time in Huaxia, but on the Australian continent, it is the late winter season, with temperatures around 4 or 5 degrees. However, for Yi Chen, whose physical fitness has reached the level of an intermediate war god, even temperatures of several dozen degrees below zero wouldn't stop him from going shirtless. The wind blows, the weeds bow low, revealing many beasts grazing with their heads down. Among the beasts, there are both carnivores and herbivores, but there is one common trait: almost all the beasts are highly aggressive. A fleeting figure swept past these beasts without alarming them. This was Yi Chen, sprinting by. While sprinting, he released his psychic power, trying to locate Lord-level monsters. This place is not like City 1001 on the Australian continent. Killing a certain number of Lord-level monsters will attract King-level monsters. Yi Chen wanted to face a King-level monster one-on-one, and the best way was to go into the wild and hunt Lord-level monsters, because directly going to the King-level monster's lair would be too difficult to handle due to the sheer number of monsters. If he could attract a King-level monster, he would be able to fight it to his heart's content. Very soon, with Yi Chen's speed, he found the lair of an advanced Lord-level monster. Whoosh! In the entire monster lair, there were 2 advanced Lord-level monsters, 1 primary Lord-level monster, and the remaining hundreds were all advanced beast general level and intermediate beast general level. Yi Chen directly took out 100 blades from the storage space. On the Australian continent, it's not like City 1001, there is no surveillance here. Yi Chen could fully unleash all his strength. With his current mental power, he could control 10 flying knives to maintain their strongest attack state. These 10 throwing knives all possess the terrifying ability to kill high-level Lord-class monsters. When controlling 100 at the same time, each throwing knife has the ability to kill a low-level Lord-class monster. With 100 throwing knives paving the way, Yi Chen's entry into the monster lair was almost effortless. In just a few seconds, the massive beast horde was reduced to only 2 high-level Lord-class monsters. Yi Chen controlled 10 of the flying knives to encircle and kill the remaining 2 high-level Lord-class monsters. At the same time, he advanced slowly, absorbing the soul power of the monsters that had died under the flying knives at his feet. When he reached the front of the 2 Lord-class monsters, the 2 high-level Lord-class monsters were just killed by Yi Chen's flying knives. After collecting materials from the monsters, Yi Chen continued to search for new Lord-class monsters. The first day, he killed a total of 5 high-level Lord-tier beasts, 10 mid-level Lord-tier beasts, and 20 low-level Lord-tier beasts. The Australian continent, known as one of the 3 most dangerous places, didn't seem dangerous at all to Yi Chen. He was like a true dragon entering the sea. Nothing could stop him. 3 days later, Yi Chen arrived at the edge of a lake. Over the past 3 days, he had killed a total of 10 high-level Lord-class beasts, 35 mid-level Lord-class beasts, and 100 low-level Lord-class beasts. As for beast general class creatures, there was no need to mention them. Conservatively estimated, there were at least over 1,000. Even after killing so many Lord-level beasts, he still hadn't drawn out a King-level beast. This couldn't help but make him doubt whether there were any King-level beasts in this place at all. According to the satellite map, this lake spans nearly 100 miles. The interior of the Australian continent already has many large lakes, especially some sea monsters that entered inland along the river channels actively created many large lakes. Generally, these large lakes are habitats for various aquatic monsters. In the center of this large lake, there is an island spanning 20 to 30 miles. Yi Chen stood by the lakeside, looking at the lake in front of him. This vast lake stretches endlessly, with strange sounds occasionally emanating from beneath the water. Looking toward the center of the lake, the front of the lake is completely shrouded in an endless, dense fog. The closer one gets to the heart of the lake, the thicker the fog becomes. Even with the eyesight of a war god, one can barely see 100 meters ahead. Strangely, the mist at the edge of the lake was very thin, and as for the land beside the lake, there was no mist at all. Seeing the scene before him, a memory flashed through Yi Chen's mind. Could it be that the center of the lake is Mist Island? No matter if it is or not, I'll go explore first. If it's Mist Island, this time I'll strike it rich. In the original story, Luo Feng was chased by Li Yao and came to Mist Island, where he gained a lot of good things. This time, because he killed the Tiger Feng squad in advance, Luo Feng did not offend Li Yao. Under normal circumstances,
circumstances, Luo Feng wouldn't have come here. In other words, if this really is Mist Island, he would have all the treasures on Mist Island to himself. How could this not excite him? In the next moment, Yi Chen directly took out the Dun Tian shuttle from his storage space. Standing on the Dun Tian shuttle, Yi Chen swiftly flew toward the island in the center of the lake. Is it the Kirishima from the original work? He will find out soon enough. Flying forward rapidly, the lake's surface below remained turbulent wherever he passed. Screech! A thick blue lightning bolt suddenly lit up. Sizzle! Dense and numerous, streaks of blue electric arcs instantly illuminated the sky above the lake, twisting and scattering like electric snakes. Fortunately, the Black God armor could block electricity, allowing Yi Chen to reach the island at the center of the lake without danger. Releasing his spiritual mind to investigate, he surprisingly didn't detect a single monster. Now, I'm 99% sure this is the Mist Island from the original work, Yi Chen thought to himself. The next second, his figure flickered and instantly vanished from where he stood. He was going to search for the spirit of plants and trees. Along the way, he saw lush trees, vibrant flowers, and thorny bushes. It seemed full of vitality. There were just no living creatures. Half an hour later, willow tree. Yi Chen looked at the willow tree in the distance, a joy rising in his heart, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips, only to see the 9 willow trees before him were extremely sturdy. The thinnest willow tree is probably about 1 meter in diameter. The thickest willow tree has a diameter of 3 meters. Such robust willow trees are usually hard to come across, even just one. Whoosh whoosh 9 gigantic willow trees, each so massive, with billions of willow branches dancing in the air. He controlled the stone on the ground and attacked one of the willow trees. Bang! Before the stone got close, it was shattered into pieces by the willow tree's branches. Found it! Spirit of the vegetation. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, his face full of joy. The willow tree, transformed into the spirit of the vegetation, was different from ordinary willows. These spirits of the vegetation had already gained sentience. They possessed basic awareness for attack, self-preservation, and the like. The more powerful the spirit of the plants and trees, the more precious it is. Struck it rich, made a fortune. 9 willow trees, with the other 8 containing 1,000-year-old willow heartwood. Millennium willow heart. After consumption, first, it can greatly enhance cell activity, significantly increasing the body's recovery speed. Second, it will also lead to an improvement in physical fitness. An improvement in physical fitness can also be achieved with a portion of dragon blood. However, the effect of the Millennium Willow Heart on improving physical fitness is even stronger than a portion of dragon blood. Cell activity greatly increased? This alone is enough to drive people crazy. The so-called cell activity is actually a kind of body recovery ability. For example, among monsters, the king-level monster Earth Dragon King, even if someone cuts off a part of its body, it will rapidly regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye until it grows back completely. This is cell activity. People with strong cell activity, for example, even if their internal organs are severely injured and they vomit blood, their organs might heal completely in just half a minute. For instance, if the bone in their arm is broken, it could recover perfectly in a very short time. The stronger the cell activity, the faster the recovery speed. This is merely the effect of the 1,000-year willow heart. The willow heart contained in that willow king with a diameter of over 3 meters should be called the 10,000-year willow heart. The effect of the 10,000-year willow heart must be even stronger than the 1,000-year willow heart. Just this one willow king alone is a priceless treasure. The most crucial thing is that this is just one spot. There must be other plant spirits on the island. First, let's take the willow hearts of these 9 willow trees. In the original work, Luo Feng informs the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, but Yi Chen definitely wouldn't. With his strength, killing these willow trees can be done effortlessly. There are 2 ways to kill this willow tree king. The first way is to completely destroy its roots. Second, cut off its trunk. However, its pale golden willow branches are 200 to 300 meters long, enough to penetrate the ground and protect its roots. Besides, such a massive willow tree must have an extensive root system. Killing its roots would definitely be harder than cutting off its trunk. In that case, just cut off its trunk. Thinking of this, Yi Chen took out 10 blades of the sky-escaping shuttle, controlled them with his spiritual power, and attacked the Willow King. In the original story, the 4 war gods Liao, Kaitran, Keita, and Ivan spent a great deal of effort and fought the Willow King for over half an hour before finally cutting it down. But Yi Chen took less than 5 minutes to finish the battle. Shoo! The originally lush and verdant willow branches quickly began to wither. The entire trunk of the Willow King also rapidly lost its vitality, and this loss of life was so fast that it was clearly visible to the naked eye. As vitality diminished, the trunk's defensive capabilities noticeably weakened. The entire Willow King slowly toppled over, and the towering giant willow crushed some nearby trees and plants before finally crashing to the ground of Mist Island with a thunderous boom. The flying knives madly bombarded the willow tree's trunk. The lifeless trunk, much weaker in defense, quickly shattered. A streak of green with traces of golden threads leaped up. Yi Chen's spiritual power immediately wrapped around it and brought it back in front of him. It was an oval-shaped crystal about the size of a fist. With
Within the crystal flowed a streak of green, interspersed with a hint of gold. Placed in the palm and viewed with the naked eye alone, it was enough to make one's heart tremble. 10,000-year-old willow heart. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as Yi Chen quickly placed the 10,000-year-old willow heart into the inner pocket of his combat suit. Half an hour later, Yi Chen had obtained the willow hearts of 8 other willow trees. A 10,000-year-old willow heart and 8,000-year-old willow hearts. This is a huge gain. Boom! Find a place to use one of the 1,000-year-old willow hearts. Yi Chen thought to himself. For the current Yi Chen, this was probably the best treasure. Even the finest treasure would be wasted on him, because he is not too far from reaching the peak of the war god. Even if he used the 10,000-year willow heart, he would still, at most, reach the peak of the war god and be unable to break through further. The next second, Yi Chen vanished from where he stood. Underground, in a certain cave, Yi Chen's figure reappeared. The crystalline shell on the surface of the 1,000-year-old willow heart was incredibly tough, while the liquid inside was the essence. The method of use was to pierce the crystalline shell on the surface and then orally consume the liquid essence inside. During the process of taking it, you will feel very comfortable, without any painful symptoms. The duration of this transformation process varies depending on the level of strength improvement. Yi Chen was still very clear about the method of using the Millennium Willow Heart. He took out a Millennium Willow Heart. A green egg-shaped crystal floated in midair in front of him. A blade of the heaven-evading shuttle pierced directly into the surface of the green egg-shaped crystal. Squish! The tough crystal shell, under Yi Chen's deliberate attack, was directly punctured. Gurgle! The essence liquid inside slowly flowed out from the crystal, but these vibrant green liquids were suspended in front of Yi Chen under the control of his spiritual power. Come on! Yi Chen opened his mouth. These captivating, life-filled millennial willow heart essences, under the control of spiritual power, directly flew into Yi Chen's mouth. Although the entire crystal is as large as an egg, the essence within is probably only about the amount of a small wine glass. Swallowing it in one gulp, the essence flows into the body along the esophagus. Instantly, a cool and comfortable sensation spreads throughout the body, even making one's soul tremble. This feels freaking amazing. Yi Chen lay motionless in the rocky cave, clearly sensing the subtle changes in his body. Being able to enhance his strength without experiencing pain, Yi Chen was naturally in a cheerful mood. So comfortable. I feel my entire body, from muscles to bones and flesh, is trembling. Yi Chen lowered his head and looked, using the faint glow from his communication watch. Whoosh! With the naked eye, he could see the skin on his hand undergoing rapid vibrations that were subtle yet astonishing. Amid these vibrations, traces of gray-black substances seeped out from the pores of his skin. The sensation was incredible. His whole body felt cool. At the same time, it felt as if all the flesh and skin had separated from the bones, losing control. Only a faint sensation of the continuous tremor could be felt, as if it were a massage. Within Yi Chen's body, the essence contained in the 1,000-year-old willow heart. That surging, boundless vitality almost instantly merged into every part of Yi Chen's body. This vital energy caused the cells in Yi Chen's muscles and bones to undergo astonishing changes. It was as if a sapling grew into a towering tree. At this moment, countless cells within Yi Chen's body were undergoing astonishing transformations. His genes were rapidly evolving and continuously improving, shedding useless genes and undergoing a perfect reintegration once again. This speed is extremely rapid, and it seems that Yi Chen's genes have absorbed a trace of the 1,000-year-old willow heart. The genes undergo a special transformation. Cell activity is rapidly increasing. Under this vitality, Yi Chen's entire body is improving at an astonishing pace. The texture of the muscles and bones seemed to have changed, and the muscles and skin were also undergoing astonishing transformations. However, this change did not bring Yi Chen the slightest pain. Yi Chen only felt a comfort akin to a massage, extremely comfortable. Within the sea of consciousness, the accumulated soul power had not been refined, because Yi Chen's spiritual power had already reached the peak of the advanced war god level. To refine more soul power, he could only wait until he broke through to the planetary level, which is beyond the war god level. It seems I need to make a trip to the number 9 ancient civilization ruins as soon as possible to obtain the secret method of the 9-9 divine tempering. That way, I can quickly push my spiritual power to the strength of the planetary level. Boom! Casually throwing a punch caused the air to explode. My current physical condition has definitely reached the standard of an advanced war god, but to know the specifics, I still need to rely on instruments for testing. In the original work, Hong's 3 personal guards had special methods to locate the spirit of plants and trees on Mist Island. I may not know the method, but I have plenty of time. Kirishima, aside from me, only those spiritual mind users in the training camp might be able to get in. However, they don't have the black god suit, and those monsters in the lake are no pushovers. This way, the probability of those training camp students reaching this place becomes very small. And besides, only those seasoned senior war gods have heard of the spirit of vegetation. Even if the trainees from the training camp really come to this place, they might not necessarily gain anything. In the following period, Yi Chen peacefully searched for the spirit of vegetation on Mist Island. At the end of August, Yi
Yi Chen left Mist Island and reunited with the other trainees. This time, his gains on Mist Island surpassed those of Ice Mountain, one of the 3 elite guards under Hong in the original work, because he did not provoke the Mo Yun Vine on Mist Island. Including 7,000-year Willow Hearts and 1 10,000-year Willow Heart, Yi Chen had obtained a total of 150 plant spirits during this period. He planned to sell some of these plant spirits to Hong after returning, in exchange for other treasures. Because the essence of plants and trees no longer has much effect on Yi Chen, who has already reached the peak of the God of War level. After returning to the training camp, Yi Chen called over Shi Jiang, Luo Feng, Zhao Ruo, and Janet. These 4,000-year Willow Hearts, 1 for each of you. The method of use is, after taking it, your strength will improve significantly. There were so many spirits of plants and trees, and Yi Chen wasn't quite sure how to use many of them, so he only gave the Millennium Willow Heart to his close friends. Receiving the Millennium Willow Heart from Yi Chen's hands, these people looked at him with faces full of astonishment. 1,000-year-old Willow Heart, this is even more precious than dragon's blood. If estimated in monetary terms, it could easily sell for at least 100 billion, perhaps even more. Such a precious item, just given away like that? This kindness will surely be forever etched in their hearts. If Yi Chen were willing to establish his own force, these 4 people would definitely follow him without hesitation, even if there wasn't a single penny of operating funds. Back at Jiangnan Pavilion, in his own residence, Yi Chen dialed Wang Yu's phone number. He didn't have Hong's contact information and could only reach out through Wang Yu. 1 day later, 2 men and women dressed in black uniforms quickly arrived outside the Jiangnan Pavilion courtyard. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Chen walked out of the house and opened the courtyard gate. Outside the courtyard, men and women dressed in black uniforms, all appearing to be around 30 years old, had eyes that were exceptionally spirited. Among them, a slightly petite woman with short hair smiled and said, "Student Yi Chen, the master has summoned you. Please come with us." The master? Yi Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. Wang Yu's efficiency was truly impressive. Alright, let's go. Yi Chen picked up his backpack with the spirit of grass and trees inside. He then followed the 2 of them. Walking along the familiar path, they quickly arrived at the main gate of the elite training camp, where a black luxury stretch limousine was parked. At first glance, the length of the sedan seemed to exceed 6 meters. The woman in the black uniform stepped forward and proactively opened the car door. "Student Yi Chen, please get in." Yi Chen entered the car, and the interior layout resembled a space capsule, very comfortable and luxurious. The sedan started moving slowly. Inside the car, one could hardly feel any vibrations. The man in the black uniform was seated next to the driver's seat, while the woman in the black uniform sat beside Yi Chen. 20 minutes later, shoo, the car stopped. "Student Yi Chen, we have arrived at the headquarters," the woman in the black uniform said with a smile. Yi Chen got out of the car and couldn't help but gasp at the sight of the building in front of him. In his previous life, when reading books, he had imagined the architectural style of the extreme headquarters based on the descriptions, but the scene before him was even more breathtaking than he had imagined. This is a giant spaceship-like structure that is 10,000 meters long. Its height also reaches around 100 meters. This giant spaceship structure has a massive hatch dozens of meters wide, allowing people to enter. At this moment, outside this giant spaceship structure, a large number of troops are stationed, making the atmosphere very imposing. Is this the true headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy? Yi Chen marveled as he looked at the gigantic spaceship. A blue beam shot out from the spaceship, enveloping Yi Chen. "Beep, Student Yi Chen, please come in." The electronic voice sounded. The woman in the black uniform beside Yi Chen said, "Student Yi Chen, only a very small number of high-ranking officials have permission to enter the headquarters. Anyone entering without permission will be killed by the defense system. Student Yi Chen, hurry inside." Yi Chen nodded and walked over. The massive hatch passage, dozens of meters wide, was entirely silver white. In the interior corridor, a man and a woman dressed in blue robes greeted him with a smile. "Student Yi Chen, please follow us." Almost everyone in the headquarters base wore blue robes, with only a very few dressed in red robes. "This is the lounge. Student Yi Chen, please rest here. The master will summon you shortly." The blonde-haired girl in a blue robe smiled, speaking fluent Mandarin, and then obediently left. Yi Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart and quietly waited for Hong's summons. 10 minutes later, a black man in a red robe arrived at the door. "Yi Chen, the master is summoning you." Yi Chen took a deep breath, stood up, and followed the black man in the red robe. Walking along the corridor, they soon arrived outside a quiet room. The black man in the red robe bowed slightly and then left. "Yi Chen, come in." A cold voice sounded. "It's the curator." Yi Chen had met Hong and heard Hong's voice. This reception room was empty and pitch black, with only 2 cushions. The black-haired man sat cross-legged on a cushion and pointed to the cushion in front of him. "Sit." "Yes." Yi Chen stepped forward, put down his backpack, and sat on the mat as well. In front of Hong, the sheer invisible aura of power made people instinctively lower their heads, without a trace of resistance in their minds. Perhaps, like an ant before a dragon, the disparity in strength was so vast that one could only bow their head. However,
Moreover, Yi Chen believed that it wouldn't be long before his strength surpassed Hong's, making him the new #1 powerhouse on Earth. The black-haired man looked at Yi Chen with a hint of warmth in his gaze and said, "Go ahead, what do you need from me?" Hearing this, Yi Chen opened his backpack and used his mental power to send it in front of Hong. Hong was slightly puzzled and opened the backpack to take a look. Hiss! When he saw the items in the backpack, Hong's eyes unconsciously widened a bit. After pausing for a moment, Hong regained his composure and calmly said, "What is this?" Yi Chen replied unhurriedly, "Master, my current strength, whether in physical fitness or spiritual mind power level, has reached the peak of an advanced war god. These spirits of plants and trees are not of much use to me, so I would like to exchange these spirits of plants and trees with you for some treasures that suit me." Hong thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "These plant and tree spirits are indeed of little use to you. Alright, I'll give you this chance." As soon as he finished speaking, Hong waved his hand. A massive three-dimensional virtual projection appeared in front of Yi Chen. This three-dimensional virtual projection was divided into numerous categories, including secret manuals, intelligent warplanes, battlesuits, weapons, spiritual medicines, and more. Under each category, there were many physical projections. All kinds of treasures dazzled the eyes. In the world, many treasures cannot be measured by money. No one would foolishly sell some rare treasures for Chinese yuan or US dollars. That would be stupid. If there's an exchange, it's always barter. Hong said, "For these spirits of plants and trees, the value I offer is 70 stars. Star, it's just a random unit I decided on. Look again." Hong pointed to the virtual projection exchange table, and instantly, on the massive virtual projection, prices appeared behind each item in the exchange table. 1 star, 1.5 stars, 3 stars, 2 stars, the prices varied, but most were around 2 stars. Hong, with a hint of a mysterious smile, looked at Yi Chen and continued, "You have 70 stars of the spirit of plants and trees. You can exchange them for any item here, as long as the total price does not exceed 70 stars. After speaking, Hong fell silent, allowing Yi Chen to carefully observe and think. On the exchange list, Yi Chen immediately spotted the intelligent war machine. King-level intelligent war machine, 2 stars. Zhenkuan class intelligent fighter jet, 15 stars. Honghuang class intelligent fighter jet, 60 stars. Honghuang class intelligent fighter jet, only Hong in the entire world has one. It's definitely a symbol of status. Wait until I replace Hong as the strongest on Earth, then I'll buy it to show off. For now, I'll temporarily get a Zhenkuan class intelligent fighter jet as a stopgap." On one hand, Yi Chen doesn't want to be too ostentatious. After all, even Thor, the second strongest on Earth, doesn't have a Honghuang class intelligent fighter jet. On the other hand, the number of stars required for a Honghuang class intelligent fighter jet is indeed a bit much. The difference of 45 star points would be better spent on other treasures to enhance strength. After selecting the Zhenkuan class intelligent fighter jet, Yi Chen began looking at other treasures. Carefully examining the battle armor category, the best among them is the Black God set. Black God set, 5 stars. He already had the Black God set. Although its origin couldn't be disclosed, he could definitely visit the ancient civilization ruins next and obtain the Black God set. By then, he could wear one set himself and sell the other through the black market. In the future, showing off the Black God set in front of others wouldn't arouse suspicion. Master of the Hall, there are so many treasures that it's dazzling. I hope you can guide me on which one I should purchase. Yi Chen looked for a moment and said, "My own judgment can't compare to the Master of the Hall. The Master is very knowledgeable about these treasures." Alright. Hong looked at the exchange list. Some of the secret techniques here are ultimate moves that can only be practiced by those who surpass the level of a war god. You won't have any use for them right now. My advice is to first purchase the set of Mental Master Basics, which is worth 3 stars. As for the remaining treasures, if you haven't decided yet, you can store them with me for now. Once you break through to the planetary level, I can help design an ultimate move for you based on your original energy characteristics. Yi Chen took a look and indeed found no treasures he particularly needed. He nodded and agreed. Yi Chen, your current strength has already reached the level of an invincible war god. The next step is planetary level. This step is not easy to take. The elite training camp is of limited help to you now, and staying there any longer is meaningless. How about this? I'll give you 2 options. Hong changed the topic and said, "First, stay in Honing Base City, join the Special Operations Group, or in the future, you can apply to become a training camp instructor, or other positions, etc. Second, be dispatched to other base cities to serve as an inspector. Make your choice." Yi Chen thought for a moment, and Hong was indeed right. The elite training camp was becoming less and less helpful to him. Moreover, the Extreme Martial Arts Center had invested a lot in Yi Chen, so now it was time for him to give back. "I hope to return to Jiangnan Base City and serve as an inspector there." Yi Chen thought for a moment and replied, "In the Jiangnan Base City, serving as a supervisor is akin to being a high-ranking official. To put it more boldly, it's like being a local emperor. It essentially represents reaching the pinnacle of power in the Jiangnan Base City. Moreover, he doesn't need to put in too much effort." Jiangnan Base City? Hong nodded. The current inspector of Jiangnan Base
city is not a local. According to the rules of the martial arts hall, priority will be given to the inspector's hometown. To become an inspector, your title must be at least Advanced God of War. Hong said, you previously killed quite a few high-level Lord-class monsters in City 1001. The title has already been confirmed as Advanced War God, so I hope you can take up the position as soon as possible. Yes, Yi Chen responded. As soon as he finished speaking, he bid farewell to Hong. At the entrance of the mysterious giant spaceship building at the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Yi Chen walked out accompanied by a red-robed Caucasian man. Mr. Yi Chen. The white man in the red robe smiled and said, look over there, that intelligent fighter jet is yours. Oh, Yi Chen immediately turned his head to look and saw a triangular, purple-red fighter jet on a nearby open space. The entire jet had graceful curves, making it a work of art. The total length of the jet was about 20 meters, with a width of over 10 meters. Overall, it gave off a sense of solidity and sturdiness. The Qianquan-class intelligent fighter jet costs an astronomical amount in materials alone. At critical moments, it can be controlled to withstand the attacks of king-level beasts. Even a king-level beast would have no chance of destroying this fighter jet. Its entire body is made of materials far superior to SS-grade weapons. This intelligent fighter jet is mine. Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of heroism. In this era, which man doesn't dream of owning his own fighter jet? However, fighter jets are extremely expensive, and even among the war gods, only a few have purchased them. Mr. Yi Chen, since you haven't used this intelligent fighter jet before, there will initially be a system recognition process, the red-robed white man said with a smile. Please follow me. Came to the side of this fighter jet. A dreamy purple light shone down, enveloping Yi Chen. Immediately, swish, the cabin door quickly opened, making only a very faint sound. Mr. Yi Chen, only you can go in now, I can't go in. The white man in the red robe stood nearby, his eyes unable to hide a look of envy. Once you enter, the system will determine everything through an intelligence system. Mr. Yi Chen, you just need to stay inside the cabin. Soon, you will understand everything. Yi Chen nodded. He immediately stepped into the cabin. The seats inside were extremely comfortable and luxurious. Sitting in such a cabin was an enjoyment in itself. Swish, the cabin door closed. At the same time, many component lights inside the entire intelligent fighter jet lit up, creating a dreamy atmosphere. An electronic voice sounded, hello, master. I will now demonstrate to you the control methods of this Qianquan-class intelligent fighter jet. After speaking, a virtual projection appeared in front of the cockpit. In the virtual projection, simple and easy to understand illustrated scenes began to appear. A detailed introduction on how to operate the entire fighter jet. Beep. A red beam of light shot toward Yi Chen's communication watch on his left wrist, connecting to it and starting the installation of the intelligent fighter jet remote control system within the communication watch. I'll name you now, and you'll be called Qian Yuan. Yi Chen casually picked a name. Yes, master. An electronic voice sounded. Hongning Base City map. As Yi Chen spoke, a virtual projection immediately appeared in front of him, displaying a detailed map of Hongning Base City. The map could be zoomed in and out at Yi Chen's command, and he quickly located a specific spot on the map. In addition to using the map to confirm the destination, it was also possible to give verbal instructions, as long as the intelligence system could identify the address. Destination, Elite Training Camp. Yi Chen tapped his finger. Whoosh! The purplish-red triangular fighter jet quickly ascended, drawing the attention of many at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall headquarters, with quite a few expressing envy. However, just from the appearance, they couldn't tell this was an intelligent fighter jet. In fact, many people on Earth didn't even know about the existence of intelligent fighter jets. The price difference between intelligent fighter jets and ordinary fighter jets is also astonishing. Inside the elite training camp, phew, a dark blue triangular fighter jet landed like a ghost. During the landing process, the hatch had already opened. As for this triangular fighter jet, it slowly stabilized, then closed the hatch and remained motionless. On the second floor of Jiangnan Pavilion, inside the study, Yi Chen put on the consciousness-sensing helmet and entered the virtual space. The Basics of Spiritual Mind Mastery manual is highly confidential, so it does not exist as a physical book. After entering the private room of the War God Palace, a book was placed on Yi Chen's desk. The 6 large characters above Fundamentals of Spiritual Mind Mastery. Yi Chen picked up this manual and began reading. Spiritual mind power originates from a person's spirit and soul. The body is the foundation and root of the spirit. Spiritual psychic power can only be nurtured within the human body and become strong. Precisely because of the special relationship between the body and spiritual psychic power, once spiritual psychic power touches a human or animal body, it directly penetrates. Therefore, spiritual psychic power cannot directly attack an enemy's body. It must rely on a medium, such as swords, hidden weapons, and so on. Upon reading this passage, Yi Chen couldn't help but nod. Indeed, that's true. For example, when he used to run and apply external force with mental power, it was generally applied to objects like the shield, the soles of the boots, or the arm guards, rather than the clothes.
This is because, from a molecular perspective, the combat suit still has numerous tiny holes. When the tiny particles of mental power act on the clothes, many naturally pass through the holes and through the body. It is possible to exert a certain amount of force, but it is probably only 1/10 as strong. However, when applied to the shield, the base of the battle boots, and other areas, it is fully effective. Mental force can be both intangible and tangible. Tangible, it can contain astonishing power, manipulate objects from a distance, and kill enemies from 100 meters away. Illusion can be silent and soundless, penetrating the human soul and killing the enemy without a trace. Gathering silently, changing unpredictably. All spiritual mind masters are mainly divided into 3 types. The first type, controlling objects from a distance to kill the enemy. The second type, infiltrating the enemy's sea of consciousness to attack. The third type, taming beasts. Yi Chen continued to flip through the book. About half of it detailed the first method of controlling objects from a distance to kill the enemy. The remaining half mainly describes the second method of infiltrating the sea of consciousness to attack. As for the third method, beast taming, it is described the least. Spirit telekinetics who specialize in object control can enhance their strength in 3 aspects: telekinetic intensity, weaponry, and technique. This book primarily focuses on the aspect of technique. The strength of a spirit reader, in terms of skill, mainly depends on how many weapons they can control simultaneously while maintaining maximum attack power. For example, a spirit reader at the mid-level war god rank can control a single flying knife, achieving a maximum impact force of 160,000 kilograms. If they control 5 flying knives, each with 160,000 kilograms, the total impact force would be 800,000 kilograms. Then, what if they simultaneously control 10 flying knives, each reaching the maximum value? That would be an impact force of 1,600,000 kilograms. If one can simultaneously control 20 throwing knives, each reaching its maximum value, that would be 3.2 million kilograms of impact force. The more hidden weapons that can be controlled while maintaining the strongest attack, then, naturally, the spiritual psychic can unleash even greater power. Next, we will focus on how to increase the number of hidden weapons controlled while ensuring each weapon maintains its maximum power. Yi Chen was completely stunned upon reading this passage. Yes, control the number of throwing knives. In the original work, Luo Feng at this stage could control 6 throwing knives, maintaining the strongest attack power. As for that phantom demon Catran, he was only a mid-level war god spiritual force user, yet he could control 9 daggers simultaneously, and each dagger had the strongest attack power. As for himself, he could control 10 throwing knives, maintaining the strongest attack power. If I can control more flying knives, even if the spiritual mind master level doesn't break through to planetary level, my strength can still improve significantly. The more Yi Chen looked, the more delighted he became. It seems that every additional flying knife is quite difficult, but after all, there is this cultivation method. As long as I practice step by step, there will always be progress. After reading the section on object control attacks, Yi Chen was filled with excitement. Mental power within one's own sea of consciousness will gain an additional layer of strength. But when mental power penetrates someone else's sea of consciousness, not only does it lose its enhancement, it is also suppressed by the other person's sea of consciousness, weakening by 1 layer. In other words, to directly overpower and annihilate the opponent, the intensity of mental power must be at least 3 layers higher than the opponent's. A higher-tier war god spirit reader, when their spiritual force enters the sea of consciousness of a lower-tier war god spirit reader, will be suppressed by the sea of consciousness, while the other party will experience an amplification effect, making both sides almost equal. Only at the 3rd high level can they be killed. Ordinary warriors, although they cannot manipulate objects from a distance, this does not mean their spiritual force is weak. In fact, powerful warriors are often strong in will and spirit. For example, high-level war god warriors also possess a small amount of spiritual mind power in their sea of consciousness. In terms of quality, it is not even much inferior to that of high-level spiritual masters. The difference lies only in the quantity. Regarding mental attacks, it's very complex. The manual records a total of 18 attack methods. There are dream bewilderment, phantom demon eye, mental spike, soul shock, and many other secret techniques, all quite renowned, totaling 18 in number. The method of killing is using secret techniques to distract the opponent, then manipulating objects from a distance to kill them. First, perform the secret technique, then manipulate objects from a distance? Yi Chen sighed inwardly, feeling a bit disappointed with this so-called mental attack. He had thought it could directly pierce someone else's sea of consciousness with mental power and annihilate their soul. Although these 18 secret techniques weren't as powerful as he had imagined, having more skills never hurts, and learning a few could still be useful. The book records that it is possible to tame beasts through psychic power. Currently, there are as many as 9 psychic masters on Earth who have successfully tamed beasts. However, the method for taming beasts is recorded as only one spiritual communication. A very subtle way of making friends with beasts. Close the book. Yi Chen let out a long breath, walked to the nearby floor-to-ceiling window, and gazed at at the endless sea of clouds outside. Keep working hard on cultivation. According to the book's description, when a high-level war god's spiritual mind master controls a certain number of flying knives, they can even directly break through and become an existence beyond the war god. Perhaps, before heading to the ruins of the 9th ancient civilization, I can break through to a level beyond the war god. Yi Chen looked into the distance, silently thinking to himself. After becoming a supervisor, he could also take it easy and focus on quietly cultivating the secret art of object control. Who knows, maybe someday he could surpass the war god. Back at the training camp on the second day, he treated all the Chinese trainees to a farewell meal. Nighttime. Senior brother Yi, are you leaving tomorrow? Luo Feng approached Yi Chen with a wine glass in hand and said, "Why, are you reluctant to part with me?" Yi Chen smiled and said. Luo Feng scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, "I really am a bit reluctant. Growing up, apart from my parents, my younger brother, and Su Xian, you're the one who's been the best to me. Although there's a saying that great kindness needs no thanks, I still want to say thank you to you." As the words fell, Luo Feng raised the wine glass in his hand. Clink. The two clinked their glasses and drank together. Luo Feng, with your strength, no one in the training camp can match you except me. I believe it won't be long before the curator arranges for you to go out and handle tasks. By then, maybe we can even be colleagues in Jiangnan Bay City. Yi Chen smiled and said. The speaker said it unintentionally, but the listener took it to heart. Colleague? Luo Feng looked outside, slightly lost in thought. Everyone, full and satisfied, returned to their own residences. Luo Feng did not go back. The next morning, Luo Feng found Jiang Feng. Through Jiang Feng, he found Wang Yu, the inspector. Inspector Wang, I want to be assigned to the Jiangnan Bay City. As for my strength title, I was certified as an advanced god of war last night. On the other end of the phone, Wang Yu frowned slightly but quickly relaxed. He thought to himself, this kid has a good relationship with Yi Chen. Could it be that he's only asking to go because Yi Chen is heading to the Jiangnan Bay City to serve as an inspector? Wang Yu paused for a moment and replied, alright, with your abilities, being an inspector would be more than sufficient. However, the position of inspector already has a candidate. How about this? You will serve as the president of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in the Jiangnan Bay City's main hall. The documents will soon be sent to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall's main hall in Jiangnan Bay City. Hearing this, Luo Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly expressed his gratitude. Late night, around 10 o'clock in the morning, Yi Chen walked out of Jiangnan Pavilion, greeted Shi Jiang and Zhao Rua, and then headed toward the Qian Yuan-class fighter jet. Luo Feng, seeing me off here. Wait, you're carrying a bag. Are you heading to the wilderness to hunt monsters? Yi Chen saw Luo Feng and said with a smile, Senior brother Yi, mind giving me a ride? Luo Feng blinked and said with a smile, Tailwind machine? Where are you planning to go? Yi Chen hadn't reacted yet. Of course, back to Jiangnan Bay City. This morning, I had a phone conversation with Inspector Wang. I'm going to the Jiangnan Bay City to become the president of the Extreme Hall. We can fight side by side again in the future. Luo Feng said with some excitement. President of the Extreme Limit General Association? This kid. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head, then said, You rascal, I let you freeload on my farewell meal. Let me make it clear, when we get back, you have to treat me. Luo Feng smiled and nodded, quickly saying, Of course, of course. Manhwa community. It was bustling with activity. Many people gathered around the entrance of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Old Luo, is your son really coming back today? Didn't old Luo's son go to the Martial Arts Hall headquarters and say he wouldn't be back until the new year? Why would I lie to you? My son just called me and said he'd be home in about half an hour. Luo Hongwa said with a cheerful smile. Nowadays, Luo Hongwa looked radiant, and his demeanor was much better than before. In the past, he always kept his head down in front of others due to doing hard and exhausting work. Now, he was much more confident and relaxed than before. That's strange. Why would Luo Feng suddenly come back at this time? Wu Tong beside him asked in confusion. Could there be some mistake? No, my son never lies. Luo Hongwa said proudly. Next to him, Gong Xinlan was also chatting with a group of women. In Manhwa community, whenever a warrior returns home, there are usually many people to welcome them. Because, the path of a warrior is a perilous one, as if their life hangs by a thread. Any day, they might lose their life. So, every time a martial artist returns, everyone in the neighborhood is very happy. When Luo Feng returned, Luo Feng's parents also told some close old friends and neighbors. Something's not right. Wu Tong was puzzled. The Life and Death Adventure month in August just ended, and Luo Feng has already returned. Could it be that he was eliminated? Impossible. That kid has been climbing the Black Dragon ranking so quickly these past few months. There's no reason he'd be eliminated. Could it be that he encountered an incredibly powerful monster on the Australian continent? If that's the case, what a pity. Hey, Luo Hongwa picked up the phone, a hint of joy on his face. Almost here, 5 minutes? Alright, the whole family is waiting here. There are also quite a few uncles and aunts from the neighborhood. Luo Feng too, coming back this time without saying a word in advance. A woman laughed and said, My husband, Old Chen, often talks about Luo Feng. If we we had known earlier that Luo Feng was coming back, my old Chen and brother Zhang wouldn't have gone out to attend class today. In the neighborhood, Chen Gu, Zhang Ke, and Luo Feng are sworn brothers. They've faced life and death together. Look at the car at the gate. It seems they're arriving. Gong Xinlan said with a smile. Luo Feng will be arriving soon, probably taking a flight to the main city district tonight. A group of people were discussing animatedly, all assuming that Luo Feng would take a passenger flight to the main city district, then travel by train to Yangzhou, and finally take a car to return home. Suddenly, everyone, look, what's in the sky? Many people in the neighborhood who had been quietly waiting for Luo Feng looked up at the sky in surprise as a purple-red streak of light cut through the air and then stopped above the Mingyue neighborhood. Due to the high altitude, it was only a tiny speck visible to the naked eye, and one could vaguely make out that it was a triangular purple-red fighter jet. Descending, the purplish-red triangular fighter jet descended slowly, and as it descended, its size naturally grew larger, becoming increasingly clear to the naked eye. Why has this fighter jet come to our area? I saw one in the main city district last time. It was shaped like a flying saucer. This one is really strange. The martial artists of Mingyue community and a group of their family members were all discussing it, while the highest-ranking person nearby, the dojo master Wu Tong, stared intently. Then his expression changed. It's a fighter jet from headquarters. Whoosh! A purplish-red triangular fighter jet slowly landed on a lawn deep within the neighborhood. With a fuselage length exceeding 20 meters, only up close could one truly appreciate the elegance of this fighter jet, the curves, the luster, absolutely unmatched by those saucer-shaped aircraft. Clatter! The hatch opened. Carrying a large backpack and dressed in casual clothes and jeans, the young man stepped out of the cabin door. Luo Feng! It's Luo Feng! It really is him. Immediately, the many martial artists' families in the neighborhood who had been watching the mysterious fighter jet rushed over. Luo Feng spotted his parents in the crowd and couldn't help but smile as he walked toward them. A group of people greeted him warmly. Dad! Luo Feng walked over. Xiao Feng! Luo Hongwa held Luo Feng's hand but kept glancing at the nearby parked fighter jet. At that moment, Yi Chen also stepped out from inside. Luo Hongwa assumed Yi Chen was sent by headquarters to escort Luo Feng and quickly said, "Hurry, the pilot has brought you all the way here. Why don't you invite him to our home to sit down properly and thank him?" Thank him? Luo Feng was stunned, turned to look at Yi Chen, and instantly realized that his father had misunderstood. Dad, he's not the driver, he's my big brother. As the words fell, Luo Feng waved at Yi Chen and shouted, "Senior brother Yi." The corners of Yi Chen's mouth lifted into a smile as he walked over to Luo Feng. "You must be junior brother Luo's father." "Hello." Luo Hongwa quickly reached out to shake Yi Chen's hand. While saying "nice to meet you," he looked somewhat puzzled at his son, Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled and said, "Senior brother Yi Chen is the best friend I made in the training camp. He's helped me a lot during this time. This fighter jet was bought by senior brother Yi. Moreover, senior brother Yi is about to become the inspector of the Extreme Pavilion in our Jiangnan base city." Speaking of Yi Chen, Luo Feng's face was full of pride. Bought a fighter jet? About to take on the role of inspector? The group of people nearby was startled, including Luo Feng's parents and his younger brother Luo Hua. They were all shocked. In today's era, purchasing a fighter jet is hundreds of times more difficult than before the Great Nirvana period. You must know that many wealthy individuals are reluctant to even take a ride on a large passenger aircraft. It's imaginable how few people can afford to buy a fighter jet. Only a few managed to achieve this in War God, and they were almost all ordinary flying saucer-type fighter jets. Buying fighter jets is nothing. The key point is that they are about to take on the role of inspector for the Extreme General Assembly. Inspector ordinary people might not have much of a concept, but the relatives of these martial artists are very familiar with it. That is the pinnacle of power in the entire Jiangnan base. These people couldn't help but start envying Luo Feng. Being able to befriend such an influential figure, coupled with Luo Feng's own determination, the Luo family is bound to rise in the future. "Senior brother Yi, why don't you come to my house for a visit first? My mom's cooking is absolutely top-notch." Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he spoke. "Sure." Yi Chen agreed very readily. "Uncle Wu, join us." Wu Tong looked at Yi Chen and pondered for a long time. He felt that this person looked very familiar. You are Yi Chen." Yi Chen looked at Wu Tong, paused for a moment, and finally remembered. Back then, before the original host became a martial artist, he trained for a period of time at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall under Wu Tong's supervision. "Master Wu, long time no see." Yi Chen cupped his hands toward Wu Tong and smiled. "Everyone, let's not stand here. Come inside," Luo Feng said. And so, the group arrived at Luo Feng's house. At the same time, Jiangnan Base City, main urban area, inside the Extreme General Hall. President Zhou Zhengyang was in a room, sitting on a sofa, with a cup of tea in front of him. "Inspector Liu." Zhou Zhengyang held his phone and said with a smile, "You've been in our Jiangnan Base City for a few years, and I've caused you some trouble, brother. I also want to thank Inspector Liu for your help over the years. You leaving like this, our Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Jiangnan Base City will probably be overshadowed by the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. Are you
talking about the new inspector? Zhou Zhanyong smiled wryly. How would I know about the new inspector's strength? Whether they can match the one from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. The notice hasn't arrived yet, but it should be here soon. Zhou Zhanyong laughed and said, I'm right in the office. As soon as the headquarters notify me, I'll know immediately. Alright, when I go to the headquarters in the future, I'll definitely meet up with Inspector Liu. Zhou Zhanyong then hung up the phone. Just yesterday, he had already learned that Inspector Liu had been transferred and returned to the global headquarters. It was just that the notice regarding the new Inspector General had not been issued. However, just now, this morning, Inspector General Liu received the official notice. Inspector General Liu himself had already left on a flight last night. Inspector General Liu is gone. I wonder who the new Inspector General will be. Zhou Zhanyong thought to himself. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking on the door rang out. Come in, Zhou Zhanyong said. The door opened, and 3 people walked in from outside. They were the 3 directors of the Extreme Pavilion in Jiangnan Bay City, including Zhuge Tao. President, we just saw the official notice that Inspector Liu has been reassigned. Do we know who the new inspector is? Among the 3 directors, the shortest one, a lean man in a white shirt, frowned and said, I don't know either. The notice hasn't arrived yet. Zhou Zhanyong shook his head. That Inspector Liu was with us, and we were living quite comfortably. Inspector Liu didn't interfere with our affairs at all. He was solely focused on his cultivation, and everyone got along well. Moreover, Inspector Liu was very powerful. Whenever there were issues, he could easily resolve them, and even the political circles respected him. This new inspector. Will the new inspector be like the iron-faced Bao Zhang of the past? Zhuge Tao couldn't help but ask. Iron-faced Bao Zhang was the nickname given to the supervisor and president of that time by the then inspector. Back when Iron-faced Bao Zhang was in office, he dismissed 6 supervisors and even impeached a president. This left his successors trembling with fear. Don't know. Zhou Zhanyong shook his head. The other 3 supervisors were also uneasy. After all, in terms of authority, the Inspector General is the top leader, holding supervisory power, and can even dismiss supervisors and positions below them directly without needing approval from above. If it really comes to a fight, even the president can be taken down. Beep. Zhou Zhanyong quickly walked over to the nearby laptop. The notification has arrived. Zhou Zhanyong shouted, and the other 3 supervisors quickly ran over as well, nervously looking at the laptop screen. Click to open the notification. Yi Chen, hometown, Yanzhou City, Jiangnan Base. Strength rating is Invincible War God. The president and the 3 main executives exchanged glances. Is it him? Unlike the other 3, Zhuge Tao often browsed the martial artist forums. He was quite familiar with Yi Chen's deeds in City 003. Have you heard of him? Everyone looked at Zhuge Tao, puzzled. I've heard some things about him in the past. I just didn't expect that he would become the Invincible War God so quickly. I remember a few months ago he was still a senior warrior. Zhuge Tao shared the information he knew with the others. Such a young Invincible War God. It seems that in the coming years, Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall will be overshadowed by us again. These people sighed, especially Zhou Zhanyong. He was very happy. The newly arrived inspector has great strength and is very young. Young makes it easier to talk. Zhou Zhanyong was happy for only a moment. Beep. Another document arrived from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall headquarters. The group felt puzzled. Hadn't the document from the new inspector already been sent? Why was another one sent? Under normal circumstances, the Extreme Martial Arts headquarters rarely issues documents. Today is indeed a bit unusual. Zhou Zhanyong opened the document. A document interface appeared in front of several people. The title of the document was Notification regarding Luo Feng's appointment as the president of the Jiangnan Bay City Extreme General Hall. Luo Feng, hometown, Yanzhou City, Jiangnan Bay City. Strength evaluation is Invincible War God? Is it the little guy we sent to the elite training camp back then? Zhuge Tao couldn't help but ask, still in disbelief. Invincible War God? How long has it been? And he's already become the Invincible War God. Several people were initially shocked by Luo Feng's improvement in strength, but soon, they realized something even more important. Luo Feng was appointed as the president of the Extreme Pavilion in Jiangnan Bay City. What about Zhou Zhanyong? Zhou Zhanyong quickly reacted and hurriedly began reading the document's contents. After reading, I couldn't help but lie back in the chair and sigh. One generation replaces the old. I, the old wave, am no longer up to it. After the 3 supervisors left, Zhou Zhanyong made a phone call. Hey, brother Liu, forget about later, let's get together tonight. Inside a reception room of the Extreme Martial Hall, there were a total of 5 people in the reception room. The 3 leaders of the Extreme Martial Hall in Jiangnan Bay City, namely the 3 supervisors, along with Yi Chen and Luo Feng. At this moment, Yi Chen was seated on a chair, while Luo Feng leaned beside him. The 3 supervisors stood in front of him. Inspector Yi, President Luo, my name is Zhuge Tao. Zhuge Tao, who was relatively familiar with Luo Feng, smiled and said, this is Wang Kefen, and this is you senior. Greetings, Inspector. As Zhuge Tao finished speaking, Wang Kefen
soften and Yi Chen quickly stood up and said, "No need to be formal, make yourselves comfortable, please sit. You are all considered my seniors and elders, no need for excessive courtesy," Yi Chen said indifferently. After a few minutes of conversation, Yi Chen's casual demeanor made the three bigwigs less uneasy. It seems, this young man, although in a high position, doesn't have that arrogant air. The three giants breathed a sigh of relief. "All supervisors," Yi Chen said, "the responsibilities of the inspector, of course, I will take on. As for the Jiangnan base city, the big and small matters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall will remain as they are. I'm young and inexperienced, and I can't be bothered to manage them. If there's anything, you can discuss it with junior brother Luo. If even he can't resolve it, then come to me." Zhuge Tao and the other two, hearing the implication in Yi Chen's words that he seemed to want to be a hands-off manager, couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. "However, I hope none of you will do anything out of line." Tapping his fingers on the table a few times, a sharp glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he said, "Since the headquarters has appointed me as the inspector, I also have to report back to them." Yes. Rest assured, Inspector, we won't make things difficult for you. If anyone crosses the line, you won't even need to say a word, Inspector Luo. I'll handle them myself." Just a moment ago, it felt as if the three of them, Zhuge Tao and the others, were facing a king-level beast, scaring them to the point of breaking out in cold sweat. So, the three of them quickly expressed their gratitude. "Junior brother Luo, why don't you say a few words?" Yi Chen nodded, then turned to Luo Feng beside him and said. Luo Feng smiled and said, "Something senior brother Yi has already mentioned earlier, so there's no need for me to repeat them. Everyone works for the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, so let's cooperate fully in the future. I personally have one matter I'd like to ask the three supervisors to help with." When Luo Feng returned home earlier, his mother, upon learning that he had become the president of the Extreme Martial Arts headquarters, asked him to help with one thing: finding their long-lost relatives. "Please go ahead, President Luo," Zhuge Tao quickly responded. Luo Feng took a deep breath and said slowly, "During the Great Nirvana period, my parents lost contact with many relatives. I would like the three supervisors to help me find my parents' cousins, as well as whether my parents or any elders are still alive." This, Zhuge Tao frowned and said, "This is quite difficult." "Big? How big exactly?" Yi Chen exuded an imposing aura without anger. Zhuge Tao broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself that he wouldn't have responded if he'd known this earlier. Mainly during that period back then, many cities were overrun by monsters, the network collapsed, a lot of data was lost, and many people's identities became untraceable. So our Extreme Martial Arts Hall can't investigate it, and we can only rely on the government of Huaxia to conduct the investigation. The Huaxia government has quite detailed records on its citizens. Yi Chen paused for a moment and said, "Then let the government know. Just say it's my idea." "Alright, I'll let them know later. Once they find out that this matter is to assist Inspector Yi and President Luo, they will definitely put their hearts into it." Zhuge Tao finally felt relieved after hearing Yi Chen speak. The invincible war god. The Inspector General and the President are both invincible war gods. This honor, the government of Huaxia will surely grant. Do you have anything else to discuss? If not, I'll be leaving first. Yi Chen glanced at the three people in front of him and spoke. "Inspector Yi, please wait a moment, there is one more thing. According to the rules, when the Inspector and the President take office, we must hold a grand welcome banquet for them. At that time, we will invite many important figures from the political, business, and martial arts circles of the Jiangnan base city to attend. Even some important figures within China are likely to come." Zhuge Tao said, "I wonder what the Inspector and the President think when would be the best time to hold it." Yi Chen was taken aback. The Extreme Martial Hall, after all, is a prominent and influential force. The Inspector can be said to hold the highest position in the Extreme Martial Hall, second only to the Overseer. The appointment of the Inspector was a significant event, and it naturally had to be grand and impressive. "Junior brother Luo, what do you think?" "I'll follow senior brother's lead." "In that case, let's make it September 3rd, the day after tomorrow. Just arrange the specifics as you see fit, and let me know when the time comes." After saying that, Yi Chen left the place and returned to his residence. Yi Chen sat on the sofa in the home theater, holding a cup of tea, and looking at an email displayed on the large screen on the wall of the room. Late night. On the screen, the email from headquarters detailed the numerous responsibilities of becoming an inspector. It's fairly easy going. In that case, I can spend most of my time cultivating." Yi Chen smiled, turned off the screen, and returned to his dormitory to rest. On the morning of September 2nd, Manhwa Community, Yangzhou City. Inside a certain villa, in the martial arts training hall on the second floor, Yi Chen sat cross-legged on the Dun Tian shuttle, floating in midair. Third diagram. With his eyes closed, Yi Chen's mind was vividly filled with an extremely complex diagram resembling a maze. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 13 blades were swiftly rotating around his body, moving along the trajectory of the diagram in his mind. Because the diagram contains a lot of intersections, so the blades often narrowly miss each other. Slow, faster, faster. Not good, break. Yi Chen's forehead was sweating nervously. One of the blades flying flying around suddenly stopped, while 3 blades flew past from the front, back, and side. Accelerate. Done. Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping toward the communication watch on his left wrist. The watch, with its timing function activated, showed the time rapidly ticking away. 4.02 seconds? Although slow, at least it's the first time I've completely traversed the entire third diagram. However, I braked and stopped in the middle, delaying at least a fraction of a second, which made this result quite poor. 4.02 seconds, but the qualifying time is 3.6 seconds. Yi Chen couldn't help but shake his head. The further it goes, the harder it is to reduce the time. Completing it in 4.02 seconds versus 3.6 seconds may not seem like a big difference in time, but the difficulty is worlds apart. The journey is long, and one can only move forward earnestly, step by step. Yi Chen closed his eyes and tried again. Continue. Usually, it only takes a few seconds to practice once. The training of the Heavenly God record requires nearly 10,000 practices every day. It can be said that almost the entire day was spent training in the Heavenly God record. Usually, by the end of training, the whole body is utterly exhausted. The sun was already high in the sky, around 10 in the morning, yet Yi Chen was still immersed in cultivation. Powerful mental strength allows him to continue cultivating. The only exhaustion is the fatigue in his heart. After all, maintaining a high level of focus nearly 10,000 times a day, even an invincible war god couldn't endure it without sufficient willpower. To gain strength, talent is important, but perseverance is even more crucial. Yi Chen opened his eyes and looked outside through the window of the martial arts hall. A dark blue flying saucer-shaped fighter jet was slowly descending from high altitude, finally landing on a lawn in the Manhwa community. The curator Wu Tong was leading some martial artists to welcome someone. The hatch of the dark blue flying saucer fighter jet opened, and 3 people stepped out. Unfortunately, Yi Chen didn't recognize any of them. Who are these 3 people coming to Manhwa community? Yi Chen, sitting cross-legged on the Dun Tian shuttle, not even king-class warplanes, so they're probably not anyone important. He closed his eyes and continued cultivating that Heavenly God record. Yi Chen was well aware. Without special secret techniques, the only way to break through was to work hard step by step. Many people were stuck at the level of advanced war god, not knowing what to do, but Yi Chen had discovered a path suitable for spiritual mind masters. Continue. The Celestial God record. Although it required countless sessions of cultivation, every small step of progress brought him closer to a breakthrough. Moreover, he was now cultivating the Celestial God manual. Even if he couldn't break through before the opening of the number 9 ancient civilization ruins, it would still give him more confidence to pass the elite passage assessment within the ruins. In summary, working hard on cultivation now has benefits and no downsides. Beep, beep, beep. After countless training sessions, the communication watch suddenly rang. Phew. Yi Chen opened his eyes and glanced at his communication watch. The alarm went off. It's already 11:45. Time to go back for lunch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The heaven-evading shuttle immediately transformed into countless curved blades, each one streaming into the black carapace on Yi Chen's back. Yi Chen landed on the ground himself. He lived alone, and usually solved his meals by eating out at restaurants. After all, he had plenty of money. Just stepped out the door. Inspector Yi. A young man was standing outside the courtyard, smiling and slightly bowing. The commander is waiting for you in the meeting room next door. Please get in the car. Commander? Commander of where? Yi Chen asked in confusion. It seemed he didn't know any commander. Commander of the Southeast Military Region. The young man smiled and said, why is the military big shot looking for me? Could it be to ask for my help in killing monsters? Yi Chen speculated in his heart. Let's go. Yi Chen nodded. Inside the meeting room. As Yi Chen stepped into the meeting room, he immediately noticed the 3 people inside. A middle-aged man with a hint of gray in his hair sat there upright, his sharp gaze resembling that of a leopard. Next to him was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. The third person was the owner of this club, Wu Tong. Hello, Inspector Yi. The middle-aged man stood up, and the man with glasses beside him also stood up with a smile. Hello. Yi Chen was slightly puzzled. He recognized that these 3 people were the ones who had arrived in the morning on the UFO fighter jet. It was clear that they had been here for nearly 2 hours but had not disturbed his cultivation, instead waiting quietly. Just this one reason alone, I have to give them some respect. Inspector General. Next to him, Wu Tong smiled and said, let me introduce you. This is the commander of the Southeast Military District, Commander Li Dawei. Next to him is the Deputy Commander Wan Luohan. The commander of the Southeast Military Region, as the commander of a major military region, holds the rank of Army General, the highest military rank in the current Huaxia nation. To command the Southeast Military Region, this Li Dawei is undoubtedly a big shot in Huaxia's military. This big shot actually came in person and was even willing to wait for nearly 2 hours without disturbing his cultivation. Yi Chen nodded. It seems the matter is not simple. Commander Li began observing this legendary genius as soon as Yi Chen entered. Before coming to find Yi Chen, these people had already looked into Yi Chen's background. Just from the information expression alone, they could sense that this young man, Yi Chen, was truly extraordinary. Now, seeing him face to face, they gained a deeper understanding of Yi Chen and admired him even more. Because they could feel a faint, invisible force spreading out with Yi Chen at its center. That aura was something they had only felt from beings beyond the level of a war god. In their eyes, even if Yi Chen hadn't reached beyond the war god level, he wasn't far from it. Carry on chatting, I'll head out first. Wu Tong knew that his presence was clearly unsuitable to remain here, so he tactfully left. Thank you, Master Wu. Li Dawei and Wan Luohan watched Wu Tong leave. Although Li Dawei and Wang Luohan held very high positions, Wu Tong was, after all, under the banner of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. The military of the Huaxia Nation still maintains a friendly attitude toward the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Commander Li, Deputy Commander Wang, let's sit down and talk. Yi Chen sat down with a smile. Li Dawei and Wan Luohan also sat down with smiles. Li Dawei smiled and said, I've long heard of Inspector Yi's great reputation. Not long ago in the War God Palace, I also caught a glimpse of Inspector Yi from afar. However, meeting face to face like this, I realized that Inspector Yi is even more extraordinary than when we were at the War God Palace. If Commander Li praises me anymore, I might just float away. Yi Chen laughed. That's not praise, it's admiration. Commander Li laughed. I'm 62 this year, and I'm only a mid-level war god. This is probably the peak for me in this lifetime. And according to the intelligence we have on our military side, we know that Inspector Yi killed a high-level Lord-class beast, the Iron-Armored Dragon, even before entering the elite training camp. Over the past few months in the elite training camp, I imagine Inspector Yi's strength has become even more formidable. An invincible war god. As a warrior, I truly admire Inspector Yi. Yi Chen heard these words but didn't lose his composure, because what the other person said was indeed the truth. However, hearing these words from someone of the Southeast Military Region commander's stature truly brought joy to his heart. Yi Chen smiled and said, Commander Li, let's get straight to the point. In fact, the Extreme Martial Arts Hall had sent Yi Chen an email about the responsibilities of a supervisor, explaining what a supervisor needed to do and what situations they might face. So, Yi Chen had a vague guess about the purpose of these two people's arrival. Alright, I'll get straight to the point. Li Dawei's expression was slightly serious. Although our human society has powerful martial artists and laser cannons, the strength of the monster clans is simply too overwhelming. The monster clans, in terms of the number of strong individuals, far outnumber us humans, even the land-based monsters. If it weren't for the deterrence of our laser cannons, how could human society live safely in the base cities? Yi Chen frowned slightly, listening silently. Humans and land monsters have reached a stalemate. We don't use laser cannons to deal with king-level monsters, and king-level monsters also won't participate in the beast tide attacking the base city. Both sides have a mutual understanding. Li Dawei side, actually, this mutual understanding was established back when your Hall Master Hong negotiated with the king-level monsters. The monster groups on land and in the sky don't fight us too fiercely. Last year, our Huaxia Nation experienced 1 level 1 beast tide, 6 level 2 beast tides, and 21 level 3 beast tides. All of this is within the range our Huaxia Nation can withstand. Yi Chen was secretly shocked. He hadn't known these figures and hadn't expected the nation to face such attacks every year. The greatest danger to our motherland still comes from the sea monsters. Li Dawei's expression was solemn. The powerful sea monsters dwell in the depths of the ocean. Even laser cannons can't threaten them. Moreover, the number of sea monsters far exceeds that of land monsters and flying beasts. How could they possibly submit to negotiations? And human warriors, upon entering the sea, will likely only retain 20 to 30% of their strength. We simply can't take the initiative to attack. Li Dawei shook his head and said. Yi Chen silently nodded. In the water, one's strength is indeed greatly diminished. Like a bullet, its power will be greatly reduced when it enters the water. Whether it's an ordinary martial artist or a spiritual mind master, most of them still rely on fists or weapons to deal with monsters. If Yi Chen were to use his spiritual mind to control flying knives in the water, their power would also be significantly weakened. We can only defend passively. Li Dawei's face showed a trace of sorrow. Sea monsters can follow the rivers and invade inland. The abilities of sea monsters are bizarre. As long as there are enough of them, they can create their own waterways. Therefore, we humans cannot let them invade freely. We must rely on the terrain, laser cannons, and the army to resist. The losses are significant. That's why I ask Inspector Yi to occasionally assist our Southeast Military District at critical moments in dealing with some of the more formidable sea monsters. Rest assured, king-level monsters wouldn't dare enter inland rivers. Our laser cannons are waiting for them. Li Dawei said repeatedly. An invincible war god, sometimes more effective than an army of 100,000 in battles against monsters. Alright, I accept. Yi Chen didn't hesitate in the slightest. He himself is also a human. The war between humans and monsters is a battle for the survival of the species. He must take action. Thank you, Li Dawei said gratefully. An invincible war god and a psychic master. In battles against sea monster tides without the participation of king-level actual monsters, it's even more useful than 10 laser cannons. Inspector Yi, according to our tradition, the military will grant you the rank of Army Major General. Although it doesn't come with much actual power, it does represent status and position. In the future, when you visit the military, it can also help reduce a lot of trouble. Li Dawei smiled and said, this rank isn't bad either. Even the commander of a military district is only an Army Major General. There are no navies in the world nowadays. Air Force? Just look at the price of a fighter jet, and you'll understand that the scale of the Air Force is destined to be very small. So, nowadays, national armies are dominated by the ground forces. An Army Major General is indeed considered quite high-ranking. Yi Chen, you hold the rank of Army Major General. Although it doesn't come with much real power, according to tradition, with your invincible war god strength, you are entitled to a personal guard unit of 900 soldiers. Li Dawei said, oh, a personal guard unit of 900 soldiers? What about the inspector of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall? Yi Chen asked with a smile. He is part of a 500-member personal guard. Li Dawei and Wang Luohan, who had been silent beside him, both laughed. They all knew that the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and the Thunder Martial Arts Hall had always been competing to outdo each other. The two major martial arts halls were spread across the world, with the two headmasters, one ranked first in the world, the other second. They all rose rapidly during the Great Nirvana period. Moreover, Thor is reputed to be the fastest in the world and the strongest in physical endurance. Perhaps in terms of strength there is a gap compared to Hong, but he is clearly the person closest to Hong. Just that one conversation, Yi Chen became a major general in the Chinese army, commanding a personal guard of 900 soldiers. Of course, his responsibility is at critical moments to assist the Southeast Military District in defending against sea monsters' attacks. September 3rd. A grand banquet to welcome the new inspector and the new president is to be held at the Extreme Association main city headquarters. Yi Chen set off at the perfect time. After all, he was the true protagonist of this banquet. Naturally, he had to make a grand entrance. In the large residential area where the Extreme Martial Arts headquarters of Jiangnan Base City was located, about 90% of the martial artists from the Extreme Martial Arts School in the entire base city lived here. The sound of music echoed and played. In the residential area, there stood a large 3-story villa, entirely white in color. Tonight, a grand banquet will be held here to welcome the new inspector and the president. Therefore, early on, the area within about 100 meters around the 3-story white villa was fenced off with white wooden barriers, prohibiting outsiders from entering. A red carpet stretched from the gate of the fence, extending 100 meters to the entrance of the white villa's hall. At this moment, numerous prominent figures from the Jiangnan base city arrived one after another, such as the commander of the military sub-district, the commander of the major military district, representatives from special national departments, and even influential figures from the political arena. The HR Alliance is also an event that only those with extremely high status are qualified to attend. In short, it is undoubtedly the highest level banquet in Jiangnan Base City. Luo Feng didn't want to compete with Yi Chen for attention, so he arrived at the banquet very early. Commander Li, welcome, welcome. For this banquet, Luo Feng specifically did his homework. At the very least, he had learned about the true big shots of Jiangnan Base City. Otherwise, he wouldn't have recognized Commander Li. President Luo? Li Dawei said with a smile. President Luo is truly young and promising. After offering a compliment, Li Dawei continued, why don't I see Inspector Yi? Oh, senior brother Yi is probably still cultivating. He will definitely come when the banquet officially begins. Luo Feng said with a cheerful smile, please excuse me for a moment. With that, Luo Feng immediately went to attend to other distinguished guests. The other 3 major supervisors also helped with the reception. Today, there's already a crowd of war gods here. There are also more than 10 generals with military ranks. Music flows through every corner of the hall, and handsome and beautiful waiters serve fine wine and food. In the hall, prominent figures from all walks of life engage in conversation. Old Li, what are you doing hiding here by yourself? A deep voice sounded, and a tall, burly middle-aged man in a suit walked over with a smile. Li Dawei looked over and couldn't help but smile. Yi Zhong, you, the big mayor, sure came early today. It's rare to have so many old friends around. How could I not come early? The burly man laughed. Judging by his appearance, the burly man looked more like a soldier or a martial artist. How could he resemble a mayor? After the Great Nirvana period, there were only 6 base cities in the entire Huaxia nation. Each base city's mayor is a significant official, holding a position far higher than high-ranking officials or provincial officials before the Great Nirvana period. Nowadays, a base city has 2 top leaders, the mayor, who oversees civilian affairs, and the highest military commander of the base city. The highest military commander of Jiangnan Base City is concurrently held by General Li Dawei. Did you visit Mingyue community yesterday? Mayor Yi smiled and said, any gains? Yi Chen is still very patriotic. Li Dawei smiled, and suddenly his gaze caught sight of something in the distance. He couldn't help but laugh. Look, the Su family is here. Mayor Yi also turned to look, still saying, the Su family? I heard that the new President Luo is dating the little girl from the Su family. By the way, I heard that our great Inspector Yi still doesn't have a girlfriend. Do you think we should help our Inspector Yi find a girlfriend? Li Dawei smiled and said, there's no shortage of talented beauties in the elite training camp, yet Inspector Yi hasn't chosen anyone. Introduce? Could it be that you can find someone better than the genius beauty from the elite training camp? Mayor Yi smiled, what you said makes sense. I'm really envious of the Su family for being able to lean on Luo Feng, such a big tree. It's clear that President Luo and Inspector Yi have a good relationship. Otherwise, with President Luo's strength, he could easily serve as an inspector. David Li nodded and said, now, the Su family has essentially found two big trees to lean on. In the future, their status in the HR alliance will definitely rise along with it. The two couldn't help but feel a bit envious. In the distance, three people from the Su family had arrived. The slightly plump, white-haired elder leading the group was accompanied by a noble-looking young woman dressed in a black evening gown. She appeared to be in her 30s, while the other was Su Xin, dressed in a purple evening gown. A woman's greatest asset is her youth. Su Xin was already young, and wearing this off-shoulder evening gown that accentuated her figure, she exuded even more sensuality. It makes people's eyes light up. Luo Feng saw his girlfriend coming, smiled, and walked over to greet her and her family. It was just a simple greeting, as he still had to attend to others. The corner of the hall. Su Xin was in the corner of the hall with her aunt, holding a wine glass and chatting. Although the Su family was one of the 12 major families in the country, the people who came here today were all prominent figures. The Su family was not conspicuous at all in this setting, and as family members attending, Su Xin and her aunt quietly stayed to the side. This is one reason, and another reason is that everyone knows Su Xin is Luo Feng's girlfriend. Those men naturally keep their distance. Who is talking to Grandpa? Su Xin said softly. He's Lei Yufeng, the son of Lei Jianchashi from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Her aunt beside her also lowered her voice and spoke. Yufeng, your father hasn't arrived yet? The Su family patriarch, Su Yunghua, was smiling as he spoke to a young man with long hair. Today is the banquet to welcome the inspector of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, and Inspector Yi hasn't even arrived yet. My father is the inspector of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, so coming this early doesn't seem quite appropriate. The long-haired young man said, his voice not low at all. This remark caused some members of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy serving in the hall to look over with dissatisfaction. Luo Feng heard this and, while happily chatting with a god of war, suddenly turned his head to glance at Lei Yufeng, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. In his opinion, how could the inspector from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall compare to his senior brother Yi Chen's status? President, this Lei Yufeng is too arrogant. Manager Yusin couldn't help but whisper, this is the banquet our Extreme Martial Arts Hall prepared to welcome the inspector, and yet he's being so disrespectful. The Thunder Martial Arts Hall has always been at odds with our Extreme Martial Arts Hall. It would be strange if they showed any respect. Zhuge Tao's face didn't look very good either. Luo Feng snorted coldly, ignore him. Senior brother Yi and I are both invincible war god level, and senior brother Ye's strength is even greater than mine. As long as we're here, in this small patch of land at Zhengnan Base City, our Extreme Martial Hall will suppress them every single day. All they can do is talk big. The supervisors Yusen and Zhuge Tao beside him couldn't help but nod and smile. The Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall and the Extreme Martial Arts Hall are the two top super-armed organizations in the world. The Extreme Martial Arts Hall is slightly stronger, but the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall isn't far behind. Both martial arts halls compete to recruit ordinary students. If they encounter a martial artist with exceptional talent, the two martial arts schools will compete to invite and recruit them. For example, Luo Feng was once invited by the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School. Among martial artists, they compete to see who is superior. You build a training camp, I'll build a training camp too. You have an inspector, and I also have an inspector. You have a patrol officer, and I also have a patrol officer. From the lowest level, all the way to the highest level, the two major martial arts schools have always been in competition. After all, they only have one rival. No other force is strong enough to be their opponent. Even the two Supreme Hall Masters are eternal rivals. Thor, the second strongest in the world, the number one in swordsmanship, reputed to have the strongest body and the fastest speed, and Hong is unquestionably the number one strongest in the world. Logically speaking, with the strongest body, the fastest speed, and a nerve reaction speed that's close enough, Thor's explosive power with the ninefold Thunderblade should make him the number one strongest in the world. Many martial artists think the same way, but for so many years, Hong has always been the undisputed number one. Mr. Su, who is this? Lei Yufeng's eyes lit up when he saw the carefully dressed Su Xin. This is my granddaughter, Su Xin. Su Yunghua smiled. Lei Yufeng unexpectedly took a few steps forward, walked up to Su Xin, and smiled. Miss Su Xin, hello, my name is Lei Yufeng. Hello. Su Xin was slightly stunned. Luo Feng saw that Lei Yufeng actually dared to flirt with his woman, and he could no longer hold back. back. However, as the president of the Ultimate Hall of Fame, it was naturally inappropriate for him to handle some matters personally. Moreover, Lei Yufeng was simply greeting her and hadn't made any inappropriate moves. If he were to confront Lei Yufeng just for a simple greeting, it would not only be beneath him but also bring disgrace to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Bringing disgrace to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall might be tolerable, but today is the day to welcome senior brother Yi Chen. He didn't want to ruin the atmosphere. He gave Zhuge Tao a look. Zhuge Tao naturally understood the implication. Young Master Lei, it's been such a long time, Zhuge Tao called out as he walked toward Lei Yufeng. This interrupted Lei Yufeng's intention to continue making small talk. Lei Yufeng glanced at Luo Feng behind Zhuge Tao, feeling very displeased. However, he also knew that Luo Feng was not someone to be trifled with. Some things are enough to disgust someone a little. If taken too far, it would be hard to clean up the mess. After all, he had some understanding of Luo Feng's strength as well as that of the newly appointed Inspector Yi Chen. Suddenly, the entire hall became restless. Inspector Yi is here. That fighter jet is an intelligent warplane. Last time, the organization offered 260 billion huaxia currency, but the Extreme Martial Hall still refused to sell us an intelligent fighter jet. 260 billion is nothing. This isn't a king-level fighter jet, it's a Qin-Kuan-level fighter jet. Do you understand what priceless and unavailable means? Even some beings beyond the war god level might not have it. Stop arguing. Look, Inspector Yi has stepped out of the fighter jet. Inspector Yi is really young. A hubbub of discussions filled the air, and many people in the hall moved closer to the entrance. Luo Feng also hurried over. It had been a whole day since he last saw senior brother Yi, and he really missed him. On the 100-meter-long red carpet, the young man in a black suit was walking over with a smile, and everyone's eyes were fixed on him. At this moment, his invisible aura was incredibly powerful. As a formidable psychic master, his gaze alone made people's hearts tremble uncontrollably. Senior brother Yi, Inspector, Luo Feng, along with the three major supervisors Zhuge Tao, Yusen, and Wang Kefan, all came to the door to greet him. Junior brother Luo, so early. Yi Chen smiled, patted Luo Feng on the back, and walked into the hall with him. He could tell that Luo Feng came early to avoid stealing his spotlight. He was the kind of person who would treat others well if they treated him well. Senior brother Yi, let me introduce an important guest to you. Luo Feng looked at the white-haired elder of the Su family and said, "This is the patriarch of the Su family, Mr. Su Yunghua." "You brat," Yi Chen teased. "So soon you want me to give you a red envelope?" Luo Feng rubbed his nose and smiled. "Not at all." Yi Chen shook his head with a smile, then looked at Su Yunghua. "Sir, I've heard so much about you." Seeing the legendary Yi Chen greet him, Su Yunghua first gratefully glanced at Luo Feng. Then he quickly smiled and said, "Inspector Yi is the one with true fame. Inspector Yi has achieved such accomplishments at this age, the future is boundless." Yi Chen smiled and looked at Luo Feng, saying, "Compared to me, you as the grandson-in-law are the one with truly limitless potential." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Luo Feng and Su Xian exchanged a tacit glance before quickly looking elsewhere. "I wonder when we'll get to attend junior brother Luo and sister-in-law's wedding banquet." Yi Chen continued to assist with a playful remark. "Ahem, senior brother Yi, come, let's go over there." Luo Feng's old face flushed red, and he hurriedly changed the subject. "No rush." Yi Chen waved his hand and walked up to Lei Yufeng. When he first came in, he saw this guy standing quite close to Luo Feng's girlfriend. His gaze occasionally drifted toward Su Xian. In this kind of situation, doing so was clearly disrespecting Luo Feng. Disrespecting Luo Feng meant disrespecting him, Yi Chen. Luo Feng might be afraid of affecting today's banquet, but Yi Chen is not. "Who are you?" Yi Chen glanced at Lei Yufeng and said, "My name is Lei Yufeng." Being stared at by Yi Chen, the sheer pressure from his gaze made Lei Yufeng involuntarily hold his breath. His consciousness momentarily blurred, and he instinctively took a few steps back. However, upon recalling his identity and the fact that he couldn't disgrace the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, he forced himself to endure Yi Chen's aura and firmly said, "Lei Meng's son?" Yi Chen sneered disdainfully and said indifferently, "Where's your dad? He didn't come and sent you instead?" Lei Yufeng was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Of course, he knew why his father didn't come earlier. It was to save himself for the grand finale. But this reason was definitely something he couldn't say outright. As for traffic jams, this all-purpose excuse was even less acceptable. Yi Chen arriving in a fighter jet him, as the inspector of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, actually driving a car. Wouldn't that be directly admitting that the Thunder Martial Arts Hall was inferior to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall? My father is busy with official duties, but he should be here very soon." Lei Yufeng forced a smile and replied, "Busy with official duties? Zhuge Tao, what are you doing?" "Inspector Lei is busy with official duties. Why are you bothering him?" As he spoke, Yi Chen's expression turned cold, and he looked toward Zhuge Tao. Zhuge Tao, being a shrewd person, quickly tested the waters upon hearing Yi Chen's words and asked, "Should I notify Inspector Lei now and tell him not to come?" "Of course. Thunder Martial Arts Hall and our Extreme Martial Arts Hall are brother halls. You should at least show some consideration for Inspector Lei."
Lei. As the words fell, Yi Chen no longer paid attention to Lei Yufeng and turned to walk toward Luo Feng. Luo Feng gave a look to the staff, signaling them to close the main door. Didn't Inspector Lei want to make a grand entrance as the last one? Then he would just close the door. An inspector knocking on the door outside. Let's see how he still acts cool. Next, Luo Feng continued to introduce the bigwigs attending the banquet to Yi Chen. This is Mayor Yi Zhong of our Jiangnan Bay City. Senior Brother Yi. This is Director Lu Yan of the 9th Division of the National Special Department. This is Mr. Lu Dekai of the 11th Division of the National Special Department. This is Commander Tong Shuazhu, Commander of the Northern Military District of our Jiangnan Bay City. With Luo Feng's introduction, Yi Chen greeted these prominent figures one by one. Each of these individuals held immense influence in the country of Huaxia, and when facing Yi Chen, every one of them displayed a very cordial attitude. Senior Brother Yi, there's one last person. Luo Feng said in a low voice. This last identity is extraordinary. He is the leader of Group 2 of Huashan, the strongest special department in the domestic military. His teacher is none other than Jia Yi, the founder of the Huashan organization, a being who surpasses the level of a war god. Jia Yi is one of the only 2 or 3 individuals in the country who surpass the level of a war god, holding an extremely high status. The department he founded naturally possesses many privileges. When Yi Chen was about to speak with this representative of the country's strongest special department, a burst of noise reached his ears. Many people were discussing something. Moreover, their gazes were all directed outside the main entrance. Sorry, Inspector Lei, the banquet has already started and unauthorized individuals are not allowed to enter. Unrelated personnel? Are you saying I'm unrelated personnel? The staff member's words left Lei Meng fuming. Inspector Lei is certainly not unrelated personnel, but the supervisor specifically instructed, considering Inspector Lei's busy schedule. This is just an ordinary banquet, so we won't trouble Inspector Lei. Lei Meng's chest heaved a few times before he said, bring Yi Chen out. Apologies, Inspector Yi is busy at the moment and has no time. This is outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Lei Meng was in a dilemma, unsure whether to leave or stay. Inspector Yi, Lei Meng has been left waiting for a while. Should we let him in? Zhuge Tao approached and whispered, let him in. He's quite old now, it's rather pitiful. Yi Chen said loudly. Lei Yufeng inside the door and Lei Meng outside the door blushed instantly upon hearing Yi Chen's words. It was simply too embarrassing. The door opened. Lei Meng was just about to question Yi Chen when Yi Chen spoke first. Inspector Lei, your son just said you were busy with official duties. How did you manage to come so quickly? Hearing this, Lei Meng shot a glare at Lei Yufeng. Lei Yufeng felt wronged but dared not show it. He could only mutter inwardly, you were the one who insisted on making a later entrance, and now you're blaming me. Inspector Yi, no matter how busy I am, today is your grand welcome day. How could I not come? Lei Meng suppressed his anger and forced a smile, saying, Inspector Lei, I'm very glad you could come. Yi Chen beamed, as if the incident that had embarrassed Lei Meng earlier had nothing to do with him. We'll talk more later. As he spoke, he glanced at Director Zhuge Tao. Zhuge Tao nodded and walked toward the stage at the front of the hall. On the stage, Zhuge Tao stood on the stage, looking at the important figures below, and smiled as he said, on this day, September 3rd, our Jiangnan-based City Extreme Martial Arts Hall welcomes a new inspector and a new president. These 2 individuals are both geniuses from our Extreme Martial Arts Hall's elite training camp, and they also received the evaluation of the Invincible War God, the highest decision-maker of my Extreme Martial Arts Hall. I don't need to say it, everyone already knows who it is, right? Let us welcome the new inspector of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Jiangnan Bay City, Invincible War God, Yi Chen, and the new president of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Jiangnan Bay City, Invincible War God, Luo Feng. Zhuge Tao's resounding voice echoed throughout the entire hall, and the guests below all smiled and applauded. At the same time, the music began to play at just the right moment. Amid the music, Yi Chen patted Luo Feng, signaling him to follow him onto the stage. Although it may not follow the rules, this is his territory, and what he does is the rule. On the stage, Yi Chen and Luo Feng stood side by side. Everyone. Yi Chen looked at the crowd. Jiangnan Bay City, this is my hometown. To be able to grow up and become the inspector of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Jiangnan Bay City, I feel deeply honored. I can't say much else, but as an inspector, I will definitely fulfill the responsibilities I should bear. I will never tarnish the reputation of my Extreme Martial Arts Hall. This sentence immediately sparked a round of applause, especially from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy's side, where the applause was even more enthusiastic. As the words fell, Yi Chen took a small step back and handed the microphone to Luo Feng. Jiangnan Bay City is also my hometown. Being able to do something for our hometown together with Senior Brother Yi is an immense honor for me. In the future, I will definitely assist Senior Brother Yi well and develop the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Jiangnan Bay City even better. As Luo Feng finished speaking, another round of applause erupted. That's all. Tonight, everyone just needs to have fun and enjoy the food. Director Zhuge, the banquet can begin. Yi Chen smiled and then walked off the stage with Luo Feng. Next, the many guests
guests dined together. In fact, eating was just an excuse, chatting was the real purpose. The ones who can attend this banquet are all prominent figures, and it's rare for them to meet even occasionally. For instance, key members of the nation's special departments are not people you can meet just whenever you want. After the banquet, many guests enjoyed post-meal fruits, chatting in small groups. Soft music echoed in the hall, creating a very comfortable atmosphere, while everyone in the hall was chatting. "What?" An exclamation echoed through the hall, causing everyone to stop their discussions and look over in confusion. The person who had shouted was none other than the commander of the Southeast Military District, Army General Lee Da-wei. David Lee was on the phone. "I'll be back right away." David Lee hung up the phone with a serious expression. "Commander Lee, what's wrong?" Mayor Yi Zhonglian of the base city walked over. "Something terrible has happened. The sea monster horde has already engaged in battle with the Southeast Military District's frontline." Lee Da-wei's expression turned serious. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall erupted in commotion. "The sea monster horde is attacking inland? What level?" Mayor Yi asked repeatedly. "Level 1 beast tide," Lee Da-wei said. In the original work, the beast tide that caused the death of the war god Liu Gang was merely a level 3 rat tide. That was already an innumerable number of rodent monsters. Above the level 3 beast tide, there are level 2 beast tides, level 1 beast tides, and, of course, the legendary disaster level beast tide. However, disaster level events are extremely rare across the entire Earth. The hallmark of a disaster level event is the involvement of king level monsters. It usually results in catastrophic consequences. A level 1 beast tide already signifies an endless wave of monsters. Hearing Commander Lee's words, everyone in the hall was stunned, except for Yi Chen. He still had some impression of this matter. This battle with the monster was actually initiated by the military district. Of course, even if they hadn't taken the initiative, the monster would have launched an attack on humans within a month at most. Commander Lee's actions can be said to have put the initiative firmly in his own hands. Moreover, there are quite a few war gods at this banquet, and he shared this news to enlist their help. Although Yi Chen knew that Commander Lee had deceived him, he didn't take it to heart. "Now that a level 1 beast tide has erupted, I must return immediately. Also, I hope all of you war gods can lend a hand at critical moments." Lee Da-wei looked at everyone present. There were quite a few war gods in attendance. "At a time like this, how can we back down?" Lei Mang, the inspector of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, said loudly, intentionally glancing at Yi Chen. "Commander Lee, there's no time to lose. Let's go now." Yi Chen was even more decisive, directly walking toward Commander Lee. "Junior brother Luo, come with me." Immediately after, he looked at Luo Feng, who was chatting with the Su family. Luo Feng immediately responded, "Okay, senior brother Yi." Such matters, especially at this moment. With a level 1 beast tide outbreak, how could the two great inspectors of the Limit Martial Hall and Thunder Martial Hall retreat? If they retreat, wouldn't it tarnish the reputation of their own martial halls? Taking on the position of inspector naturally means shouldering the responsibilities that come with it. You cannot let the many people under your command in the martial arts hall lose their dignity. Luo Feng, be careful. Su Xian hurried over and said, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. With me here, junior brother Luo won't be in any danger." Luo Feng also reassured, "Don't worry, senior brother Yi and I are both invincible war gods. Nothing will happen to us." Perhaps because Yi Chen was nearby, Luo Feng didn't sprinkle too much dog food. With that, Yi Chen and Luo Feng left the venue. Enter the intelligent fighter jet and fly towards the southeast. Lei Mang also boarded his own saucer-shaped fighter jet, along with other war gods who wanted to join the battle. They all took off one by one, quickly heading southeast. Among them was a saucer-shaped fighter jet carrying Commander Lee Da-wei. Commander Lee Da-wei and the young man were sitting in their seats. "Commander, won't someone probably guess this move?" The young man beside him laughed. Lee Da-wei's expression was serious. "So what if they guess? The sea monsters are continuously gathering, and the number of aquatic monsters in the Huangpu River has already made us tremble with fear. If we don't fight today, I'm afraid in a month or two, the monster hordes will attack anyway." Yi Chen smiled and said, "We can't just wait for the monster clans to launch an attack, can we? It's better to initiate this battle in advance. Initiating the battle early would catch the sea monsters unprepared. Moreover, with this banquet, we can get quite a few war gods to help." Li Dawei smiled, especially Yi Chen and Luo Feng. They are both invincible war gods. As for Lei Meng, he possesses the Black God armor. Their combined efforts, with the support of our army, will be no less effective than an army of 300,000. The young man beside him nodded. "Tell me, among these three, who do you think will kill more Lord-level sea monsters later?" David Lee smiled. Inside the Chen Kuan-class intelligent fighter jet. "Warriors." A voice came from the communication watch. I am David Lee, and I will arrive at the frontline position in 50 seconds. The number of monsters in the sea ahead is countless. War gods, please proceed to the front lines to assist the army in resisting this beast-tide attack. Only war gods equipped with the Black God suit may attempt to enter the monster horde to attack. Arrive at the front line. Following the voice from the communication watch, Yi Chen softly said, "Open the hatch." The cabin door opened, and Yi Chen and Luo Feng stepped out onto the hexagonal shield. Meanwhile, the cabin door of the intelligent fighter jet closed again, hovering in midair. One after another, the saucer-shaped fighter jets quickly descended into the frontline base below. This frontline base was situated on a section of the Huangpu River, blocking the waterway. This stretch of water is completely blocked by numerous rocks and reinforced concrete, and on top of it, an enormous small war base made of steel and cement has been constructed. Numerous cold glinting, thick cannon barrels extend from each gunport. This is a level 1 beast tide. Luo Feng stood on the sky shuttle, overlooking the scene below from nearly 1,000 meters in the air, utterly stunned. As long as there are no king-level monsters involved, I can handle as many monsters as there are, Yi Chen said confidently. With the soul-devouring technique aiding him, his spiritual power could be considered infinitely sustainable. Swish! As long as he has enough time, no one else needs to intervene, he can kill all the monsters here. Hearing this, Luo Feng nodded. When it comes to combat, he unconditionally trusts Yi Chen, because everything Yi Chen has said, he has accomplished. The Huangpu River, an important passage where countless sea monsters from the East China Sea attack inland. For decades, countless sea monsters have come one after another. This has made the width and depth of the Huangpu River far more astonishing than before the Great Nirvana period. In the vast Huangpu River, no one knows how many aquatic monsters are lurking, and that war base is what completely blocks the entire Huangpu River. Don't let it pass. Rumble. At this moment, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting, the sound of artillery shook the skies. Countless aquatic monsters of various kinds, densely packed and overwhelming, either leaped or shot out from the Huangpu River, or swiftly climb out, among them ferocious arthropod monsters and reptilian monsters most familiar with the land. There are also bizarre cnidarian aquatic monsters and echinoderm aquatic monsters, as well as the overwhelming and most numerous fish monsters. Sea monsters are more than 10 times scarier than land monsters. First, their numbers are extraordinarily vast. Second, their abilities are incredibly bizarre. Take arthropod monsters, for example. Among them, just the shrimp and crab species alone, thousands of types were discovered in the oceans before the Great Nirvana period. Including the unknown ones, there might be tens of thousands. After mutation, monsters such as shrimp and crabs have reached an astonishing number. Other coelenterates and echinoderms are even more numerous. Humans predicted that before the Great Nirvana period, there were over 2 million species of marine life. And now, after the Great Nirvana period, no one knows. It is only known that there are far too many terrifying monsters. The numerous island nations of the past serve as a cautionary tale. No country dares to underestimate the sea monsters. Inspector Yi, President Luo, and Inspector Lei, please eliminate some of the Lord-level aquatic monsters that have come ashore. Commander Li's voice came through the communication watch. Lord level? Yi Chen looked down. At a glance, he saw an aquatic monster about 15 or 16 meters long, bearing a massive turtle shell on its back. The giant shell was covered with protrusions that shimmered faintly with a dark golden hue. Its head resembled that of a dinosaur, with a sturdy skull and a black sharp horn. Its jagged mouth left no doubt about its destructive power. It was moving quickly, not daring to pause for even a moment. When the speed increased, the laser cannon couldn't aim. In this situation, it could only be resolved by the warriors. Boom, boom, boom. Shells fired from gun barrels with calibers exceeding 100 millimeters bombarded the frontline positions madly. The land distance of about 200 meters between the water area and the actual base had practically turned into a sea of fire. Countless aquatic monsters charged madly, while the colossal warbase also unleashed a frenzy of various artillery fire. Whoosh! Two figures darted like lightning through the endless swarm of sea monsters. Bang, bang, bang! The overwhelming suppressive fire caused numerous large-caliber bullets to hit the two of them. There were even shells blasting toward them, but they were redirected by an invisible force, striking the carapace of a rampaging crab-like monster on the side, directly blasting the steel shards into chaos. Yet the speed of the two figures showed no signs of slowing down. Senior brother Yi, how about we compete to see who kills more lord-level monsters today? One figure spoke to the other. These two figures were none other than Yi Chen and Luo Feng. As spiritual mind masters, only the two of them present were capable of flying. Yi Chen agreed immediately. As soon as the words fell, 10 sky escape blade fragments were already floating around him. Soon, 6 flying knives were also floating around Luo Feng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Chen launched only one throwing knife, which traced an arc through the sky and shot directly at the giant turtle-like sea monster attempting to charge the warbase. The throwing knife pierced straight through the sea monster's ferocious head. The massive body of the sea monster, propelled forward by inertia, crashed into several other sea monsters before coming to a complete stop. Impressive. Inspector Yi is truly remarkable. Inside the warbase, many people exclaimed in surprise. Luo Feng, seeing Yi Chen instantly take down a lord-level monster, was unwilling to lag behind and targeted another lord-level monster. Sure. Inside the warbase, in the command hall, the surroundings were a three-dimensional virtual projection simulating the battle scenes happening outside. Commander Li Dawei wore a serious expression, and other senior military officials stood beside him. As for the war gods, they had long gone ahead to assist the troops in dealing with the monsters that managed to break into the warbase. Beep beep beep, splat. The alarm suddenly sounded. Transparent jellyfish-type monster entering the base. Alright, the alarm system immediately issued a warning, and at the same time, the surrounding 3D virtual projection instantly displayed an image. Under infrared detection, transparent jellyfish with numerous soft tentacles were entering the outermost perimeter of the warbase. Fortunately, there were very few warriors on the outermost perimeter. Team 3, proceed to trap H-21. Li Dawei gave the order directly. Suddenly boom, boom, boom. The entire warbase suddenly shook violently, causing everyone in the command hall to sway. There is an extremely powerful aquatic monster frantically ramming the foundation of our warbase underwater. Someone immediately shouted, "The appetizer is over, time to get serious?" Commander Li Dawei remained expressionless and ordered, "Deploy napalm bombs within a 1-kilometer radius centered on the warbase." "Yes, sir." The order has been conveyed. An elderly man in military uniform in the command hall couldn't help but ask, "Commander, isn't it a bit early to deploy the napalm bombs now?" Although the sea monsters are formidable, even after mutation, these aquatic monsters can only stay on land for a short time before they risk dying from dehydration. Aquatic monsters cannot survive without water, and even if the napalm bombs can't kill them, they can quickly deplete the water within their bodies. Therefore, flames are an extremely effective way to deal with aquatic monsters. Not early. Li Dawei rarely showed a hint of a smile. This time, we have 2 invincible war gods helping us, along with a high-level war god equipped with the Black God set. Their impact will be significant. Connect Yi Chen, Luo Feng, and Lei Meng. Li Dawei gave the order. Inspector Yi, President Luo, and Inspector Lei, please dive underwater and eliminate the large aquatic monster that is ramming the foundation of my warbase. Li Dawei made the request. On the 3-dimensional virtual projection, Yi Chen, who had just slain a high-level Lord-class beast, received the message and shot forward like a bolt of lightning, stepping on a hexagonal shield. He ignored the countless aquatic beasts as if they were nothing and charged directly into the vast and expansive Huangpu River. Luo Feng followed closely behind. Lei Meng, clad in the Black God suit, also rushed toward the Huangpu River. Yi Chen rushed into the waters of the Huangpu River, where the naked eye could only see bizarre and oddly shaped aquatic monsters. Immediately, his spiritual energy spread out, covering a range of 100 meters around him. Within this 100-meter range, there were over 100 aquatic monsters of various species, along with numerous other crustacean-like creatures. He continued diving deeper. At this moment, squadrons of flying saucer fighters soared through the sky, scattering a large number of new-type napalm bombs like celestial maiden scattering flowers, targeting an area with a radius of a full kilometer centered on the warbase. Both banks of the Huangpu River, as well as the surface of the river itself, were bombarded with this weapon most despised by the sea monsters. Whoosh! In an instant, the surrounding kilometer-wide area turned into a raging sea of fire. With the bodies of sea monsters, they are not afraid of being roasted by flames. However, the water inside their bodies is rapidly evaporating. Some coelenterate monsters, such as jellyfish and others, may be able to survive on land for 2 or 3 hours after mutation. But once roasted by flames, with a large amount of water evaporating, they can't even last 2 or 3 minutes. Splash! Depending on the type, they endure varying lengths of time under the flame. This solidified incendiary bomb spreads over the water surface and continues to burn. Water cannot extinguish it. Even covering it with soil won't put it out. The flame stuck to the body cannot be removed even by rolling, and instead, the fire on the body only increases. In other words, even if one escapes the sea of fire, the body will still be ablaze. It can be said that this is the most hated weapon of the sea monsters. Under the overwhelming sea of fire, the overall strength of the sea monsters decreases by as much as 70%. Even so, it is extremely difficult for the warbase to withstand this wave of attacks. Huangpu River, at a depth of over 50 meters beneath the riverbed. The relentless advance of sea monsters, the impact of giant aquatic beasts. Huangpu River is indeed much deeper than it used to be. Are these the 3 big guys? Under the reflection of the raging flames on the river's surface, Yi Chen at the riverbed instantly spotted 3 colossal figures in the distance. The shortest of these colossal figures was approximately 60 meters long, while the longest reached an astonishing length of over 90 meters. If stood upright, they would be as tall as a 30-story building. Their common feature is, they all have sharp horns. Their sharp horns on their heads madly struck the foundation of the war base again and again. Those sharp horns could pierce 7 or 8 meters deep with each impact, causing the entire base to tremble. However, the width of the holes created by the horns was not enough to allow their massive bodies to enter. So, they could only collide again and again, creating enough width to advance a few meters, and then continue the frenzied collisions. At present, they had only advanced about 10 meters. 2 mountain-shaking whales? And another sky-tearing beast? Luo Feng, who had also entered the river, was startled upon seeing these three monsters. The largest one is the screeching sky beast, while the other two mountain-shaking whales appear to be mid-level monster lords based on their size. As for the screeching sky beast, it should be a high-level monster lord. A high-level monster lord is something he usually doesn't care about. But this is the screeching sky beast. Luo Feng knew very little about sea monsters. However, he was quite familiar with some highly renowned and extremely terrifying aquatic monsters. The sky screech beast was one of the most fearsome monsters in the ocean. The sky screech beast possessed immense strength, with its most powerful attack being sonic wave attacks. First, kill the screeching beast as quickly as possible, then eliminate the two mountain-quaking whales. Luo Feng immediately thought of a strategy to deal with the enemies. Yi Chen did not act like Luo Feng, he chose to treat them equally. A total of 10 flying knives, 6 were aimed at the screeching beast, while the remaining 4 were directed at the mountain-quaking whales. The giant screeching beast suddenly turned its head, just as it was about to unleash a sonic attack. 6 sky-piercing blade shards directly pierced into its body, wreaking havoc within. In an instant, the screeching beast sank to the bottom of the water, losing all signs of life. At the same time, the other two mountain-shaking whales also lost their lives under Yi Chen's flying knives. Luo Feng silently lowered his hands, which had been covering his ears, and looked at Yi Chen with a face full of shock. As an invincible war god myself, I am no match for senior brother Yi. Luo Feng even wondered if Yi Chen's strength had already surpassed the war god level. Commander, isn't this too fast? The shocked ones were not just Luo Feng, but also Commander Li and others in the command hall. Seeing the battle scene on the three-dimensional virtual projection, Commander Li couldn't help but exclaim, with Yi Chen stationed at Zhongnan Base City, life will be much easier for everyone from now on. After killing the sky-rending beast and the two mountain-shaking whales, Yi Chen did not immediately leave the Huanpu River. Roar! Killing on land is killing, and killing in water is also killing. Although being in the water would weaken his strength considerably, the weakened Yi Chen still found it easy to deal with these lord-level monsters. After a few days without fighting monsters, Yi Chen honestly felt a bit nostalgic. Over the next few hours, he controlled his flying knives to slay monsters, absorbed the souls of the monsters he killed, and refined the accumulated soul power in his mind to replenish the consumption of his mental energy. This war between humans and monsters is much easier than before. There is no such thing as a peaceful era, it's just that Yi Chen is bearing the burden for them. In the command hall of the war base, the military high command and some war gods who came to help this time were all gathered here, and everyone was in good spirits. Thank you all, especially Inspector Yi. We were able to successfully fend off this sea monster attack, thanks in large part to Inspector Yi. It's estimated that within the next 6 months, the sea monsters won't launch another attack of this scale. Commander Li Dawei was in a very good mood. The losses this time were much lighter than in the past. The one who contributed the most is Yi Chen. He alone killed over 10,000 of them. Moreover, these 10,000 were not ordinary beast soldier level monsters. The weakest among them had reached the level of intermediate beast general. As for Lei Meng, the inspector of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, his strength is indeed decent. However, those sea monsters flee as soon as they can't win. Lei Meng can defeat the monster lords, but killing them is extremely difficult. Yi Chen is different. He simultaneously controlled 10 flying knives, and basically no monster could withstand the encirclement and slaughter of 10 flying knives. Luo Feng, also a spiritual psychic, could control flying knives to kill monsters, but he couldn't sustain it as long as Yi Chen. Lei Meng killed 2 lord-level monsters. At critical moments, also repelled many, providing significant help to the military. Luo Feng killed 15 lord-level monsters. As for Yi Chen, he killed hundreds of lord-level monsters. By the end of the slaughter, he couldn't even remember how many lord-level monsters he had killed. Dear warriors, please sell the monster materials you've obtained to our HR Alliance. An elder in the command hall said with a smile, if you're planning to sell to the martial arts hall, come to me. Commander Li Dawei let out a laugh. The war gods risk their lives fighting for the military and generally do not ask for benefits. However, the monsters personally slain by the war gods, as long as the corpses can be found, are usually sold to the HR Alliance. After all, the HR Alliance offers the highest price. The Huaxia military is very supportive of this. Because the HR Alliance can thrive in Huaxia, the country also benefits from it behind the scenes. This time, Inspector Yi Chen earned the most. Inspector Yi, you've really hit the jackpot this time. A group of war gods laughed and offered their congratulations. I don't need the monster materials. Let the martial arts school and the military split them 50-50. The value of money was no longer important to Yi Chen. What he needed now were treasures that money couldn't buy. Just as Hong said, true treasures are exchanged through barter, not bought with money. Moreover, Earth's money cannot circulate in the universe. These materials might as well be donated to the martial arts hall and the nation, which would also help build some reputation for the extreme martial arts hall and himself. Then I'll shamelessly accept it. Li Dawei did not refuse either. Commander Li, you're not even being modest. A nearby war god expert immediately laughed. Li Dawei said with a smile, Inspector Yi, the wealthy tycoon, would he even
even care about such a small amount? War base. David Li personally escorted Yi Chen and Luo Feng as they left. Yi Chen and David Li walked ahead, while Luo Feng followed a step behind. How significant are the losses this time? Yi Chen asked. Over 100 warriors have died, and nearly 100 are disabled. David Li shook his head and sighed. This time is considered good. With you here, it's much easier for us to handle. You alone are worth 1,000,000 troops. In the past, David Li couldn't help but shake his head. The war with the sea monsters caused too many human casualties, otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately taken advantage of this gathering of war gods. And also, Li Dawei shook his head with a bitter smile. The billions of sea monsters we killed this time are just a drop in the ocean compared to the countless monsters in the entire sea. A drop in the ocean. Yi Chen nodded slightly, feeling a bit emotional. You have never experienced the Great Nirvana period. You will never understand in your lifetime. During those nearly 6 years of the Great Nirvana, I watched my father die for me. I watched my girlfriend, whom I fell in love with during our life and death escape, perish in the mouth of a monster, while I could only grit my teeth and flee with tears streaming down. I practiced tirelessly, pushing my physical limits to the extreme. Finally, humanity, with the help of laser cannons and powerful warriors, managed to stand against the monsters on land. From then on, the Great Nirvana period came to an end. Humanity entered the era of base cities, and I officially joined the army. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 years have passed. Li Dawei smiled casually, but Yi Chen and Luo Feng could see that the smile contained an overwhelming amount of bitterness. For more than 30 years, the war between humans and monsters, though not as widespread as during the Great Nirvana period, has never ceased. David Li shook his head and said, "Do you know how many people have died under the command of my troops alone over these 30+ years?" Yi Chen frowned. Before this, the number of humans who had died at the hands of the monsters was merely an abstract figure to him. But today, when he saw those warriors fall under the monsters, his heart was deeply moved. One generation replaces the old. I can't even give an exact number. Each death notice is sent to their families. They all died for the survival of humanity. Li Dawei's eyes held a trace of sorrow, but I helplessly discovered. With each annual attack by the monster groups in the ocean, new types of monsters emerge, and even more powerful ones appear. What does it mean? It means the sea monster is growing stronger. I'm scared. I'm very scared. David Li's eyes glistened faintly with tears. Humans cannot take the initiative to attack, while monsters in the ocean can continuously mutate and grow stronger. I'm afraid that one day, humanity will perish. Yi Chen's heart trembled. Although he knew from the original story that Earth, as Luo Feng's home planet, was doing very well. Moreover, Luo Feng will achieve the status of true God Lord in the future. Even if Yi Chen comes to this world and seizes some of his opportunities, Luo Feng will still become the Hunyuan Lord in the future. This means that Earth remains safe, and humanity on Earth is also very safe. But upon hearing Commander Li's words, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. Perhaps, he could do something for humanity. However, for the sea monsters to attack humans, they must pass through the river channels, invading inland from the ocean. So, I've spent my whole life stopping them, never letting them advance even an inch. The farther we block them, the more buffer space the base city will have. Since I became the commander of the Southeast Military District, for exactly 11 years, 6 months, and 3 days, the sea monsters haven't been able to advance a single step along the Huangpu River. My whole life, I've been fighting these sea monsters. I just want my future descendants to still have a future, to still have hope. Li Dawei said softly. Li Dawei gently patted Yi Chen on the shoulder. In this era, there are only two trump cards humanity can rely on to survive. One is high-tech laser cannons. The other is individual combat strength, powerful warriors like the head of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Hong. Humans must survive, and one way is to invent weapons even more powerful than laser cannons. Another way is for more peerless warriors like Hong and Thor to emerge, or even for warriors to appear who surpass Hong and Thor. Li Dawei looked at Yi Chen and Luo Feng. When I was young, no one guided me, and I took the wrong path. Now, as a mid-level war god, I've already reached my limit. No hope for progress. You are different. The invincible war god is definitely not the ultimate limit for your warriors. You will become beings that surpass the war god in the future. Nowadays, humans can live so peacefully in the base city. Hong is the one negotiating with the king-level monsters on land. So, one Hong is more useful than an entire nation's army. I hope you can reach that level, or even higher. Yi Chen. Watching from the ground, Yi Chen and Luo Feng boarded the intelligent fighter jet and departed. Commander Li Dawei's expression was complex as he murmured to himself, I am already old, but you still have infinite possibilities. Inside the intelligent fighter jet, Yi Chen and Luo Feng were uncharacteristically silent. Li Dawei's words left them feeling a bit uneasy. Senior brother Yi, in the past, I trained desperately so that my parents could have a better life and so my younger brother could stand again. But ever since I became the invincible war god, I have already achieved all of that. Recently, I haven't felt much motivation. Today, Commander Li's words made me think, perhaps I should do something for this world, just like the Grandmaster. Even if not for others, I must consider my descendants. Yi Chen nodded nodded and said, "Alright, then let's pursue the limits of life and constantly surpass ourselves. Become a counselor, become a speaker, and even surpass Thor and the chief curator. Strive for a broader world for our future generations." Luo Feng looked at Yi Chen and nodded heavily. "An email?" Back home, he turned on the computer and found a new email. Yi Chen immediately clicked the button to open the mailbox, and the subject was Notice of Departure for Ancient Civilization Ruins. Ancient Civilization Ruins? Seeing these 5 words, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Open the email. Beep. The email title was clicked open, revealing a message written in Chinese characters. Yi Chen Inspector. Please arrive at the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Hongning Bay City by 6 p.m. on September 29th. At that time, numerous war gods will gather and proceed together to the number 9 Ancient Civilization Ruins. Reminder of the following 3 points. 1. As the number 9 Ancient Civilization Ruins have a relatively low level of danger, it is the only place where the Black God set can be obtained. The mortality and injury rate for war gods entering is approximately 72%. The success rate is 28%. Be sure to think carefully before deciding whether to enter, as there is no turning back once you go in. 2. The opportunity to enter the number 9 Ancient Civilization Ruins is granted only once to any individual. 3. Martial artists entering the number 9 Ancient Civilization Ruins are prohibited from using Black God suits or other special protective equipment. Protective equipment is limited to combat suits manufactured on Earth. Please think carefully about whether to enter. If you are ready to enter, please be prepared. Arrive at the meeting point before the specified date and time. Extreme Martial Arts Hall, September 3, 2057. The final signature on this email is actually the emblem of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, shaped like an official seal. Such a simple email, yet it made Yi Chen incredibly excited. In the original story, although Luo Feng was trapped inside for over a year, the benefits he gained were immense. My spirit reader level is just one step away from breaking through to the planetary level. If I practice the celestial god record every day, it will probably take about a year to break through. If I obtain the secret technique of the 9-9 tempering of the spirit, the time to reach the planetary level can be greatly shortened. I must go. Yi Chen, unlike Luo Feng in the original story, does not need to consider family or other factors. After taking the brain domain expansion potion, he was confident that his brain domain expansion was higher than Luo Feng's. He was certain he could successfully pass through the elite channel. In the days that followed, Yi Chen did not relax. He practiced the celestial god manual every day. In the blink of an eye, it was already September 29th. Before heading to Hongning Bay City, Yi Chen needed to take off the Black God suit first. This was because the ruins of Civilization number 9 did not allow the wearing of the Black God suit. Once the Black God suit absorbs its owner's blood, it undergoes a mutation, becoming unprecedentedly compatible with the owner's body, almost like a second skin. It can change in countless ways, even hiding beneath the skin. However, there is one drawback. Once worn, it is very difficult to separate from the body. There are 2 ways to separate it from the body. First, the owner's death. Second, actively controlling the Black God suit to expel the absorbed blood, and the Black God suit will automatically detach from the body. Now, let the Black God suit detach from your body. Later, it will need to absorb blood again. Yi Chen smiled helplessly. After taking off the black vest, he placed it into the storage space. Immediately after, he put on the SS grade combat suit again. This combat suit was given to him by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall when his combat power reached 12. Fortunately, he didn't sell it, otherwise, he would have had to buy a new set. The purple-red triangular fighter jet quickly ascended, flying out of the Jiangnan base city's urban defense system area, then transformed into a streak of light heading toward the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Soon, Yi Chen arrived at the headquarters. Inside the massive spaceship structure, Yi Chen was immediately escorted to a lounge upon arrival. The spacious lounge contained dozens of seats. Including Yi Chen, there were a total of 8 people entering the number 9 Ancient Civilization Ruins this time. Everyone, please follow me. Led by a man dressed in a loose red robe, Yi Chen and the other 8 war gods from around the globe arrived at a quiet room entirely made of strange purple wood. The man in black was standing in the quiet room, his back facing Yi Chen and his group. Yi Chen and the other 7 slightly bowed. The man in black then turned around, his gaze sweeping over Yi Chen and the group as he said indifferently, "The number 9 Ancient Civilization Ruins, though among the less dangerous of the civilization ruins, still has a very high casualty rate. If any of you regret it now and want to back out, you can say so now. Otherwise, once you enter the Ancient Civilization Ruins, it will be too late to regret." Everyone remained silent. "Very well," the man in black said indifferently, "Yao Rao, come in." Phew, the voice spread out. Swish, a blurry figure materialized outside the door, a mysterious woman dressed in a black robe, wearing a golden mask, with long black hair cascading down. Because the mask covered the face, only the eyes, nose, and mouth could be seen, but even so, it was enough to determine that this was undoubtedly an extraordinary beauty. Especially those eyes, they were simply soul
soul-stirring. She really is a mixed blood. This woman was one of Han's 3 personal guards enchantress. Master, you 8, prepare to depart for ancient civilization ruins number 9 shortly. Yao Rao will lead the team, the man in black instructed. Everyone obeyed the order. The Qianquan-class intelligent fighter jet was soaring through the sky at an astonishing speed. Inside the cabin were the personal guard Yao Rao and 8 war gods. You can call me Miss Counselor. The enchanting voice was very pleasant to hear, making one's heart itch. Pay attention to what I say next, I will only say it once. This time, we are heading to our destination, the number 9 ancient civilization ruins. The number 9 ancient civilization ruins are located deep within the Amazon jungle in South America and are considered one of the less dangerous ancient civilization sites. Ruins of ancient civilization number 9 are a type of ancient site used for selection and elimination trials. When the time comes, after you enter, warriors will generally follow the Type A passage to delve deeper into the ruins. As for spiritual masters, the ruins will arrange for them to follow the Type B passage to delve deeper into the ruins. As the words fell, the enchanting figure glanced at Yi Chen. For this young man highly regarded by the chief curator, Yao Rao is very interested. She is wondering whether Yi Chen will enter the special passage as the chief curator mentioned. Yi Chen thought to himself, after entering the depths of the civilization ruins, everyone's experiences will vary. The difficulty will also differ. Yes, but the successful ones will receive the relic's reward, a set of black god armor. Few failures will either die or be crippled. Yao Rao suddenly stood up, faced the Qianquan-class intelligent fighter console, and said, Code, Relic number 9. Beep, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. 8 red beams shot out from the intelligent fighter jets, directly targeting the communication watches on the wrists of Yi Chen and the other 8 war gods, leaving everyone puzzled. Don't be nervous. Yao Rao's lips curved slightly, as if she were smiling. There is language and text within the number 9 ancient civilization ruins, but it is completely different from any language or text on Earth. We can't understand the language in the ruins, nor can we read the text. It will significantly waste your time. In the early days, when no one understood this language, there was once a war god who stayed in the ruins for over 7 months before coming out. Therefore, before you enter, I will install a translation software on your communication watches. This translation software can translate the text and language of the number 9 ancient civilization ruins into Chinese and English. After you come out, I will be responsible for uninstalling this number 9 ruins language translation software. 5 minutes later, the installation process was complete. The Amazon jungle in South America. The Qianquan-class intelligent fighter jet was rapidly diving from high altitude before slowly landing. Whoosh! The hatch opened. Yi Chen and the 8 war gods walked out together with Yao Rao. A hissing sound arose, the ground trembled, and the earth unexpectedly split to both sides, revealing a 5-meter-wide passage leading underground. Beep! A silver-gray elevator unexpectedly rose directly to the surface. The elevator doors opened, and an elder in a red robe stepped out. Counselor Yao Rao. The elder in the red robe slightly bowed. Yao Rao looked at Yi Chen and the other 7, the corners of her mouth slightly curved upward. Alright, hurry up and go in. Afterward, you'll enter the ancient civilization ruins. In the ruins, each of you will face different situations. I wish you all the best in coming out alive. As soon as she finished speaking, Counselor Yao Rao suddenly leaped directly into the Qianquan-class warplane, which quickly flew away. Everyone, please hurry. The time remaining for the opening of the number 9 ancient civilization ruins this year is only 2 hours, the red-robed elder reminded. The crowd entered the silver elevator, and the red-robed elder pressed the elevator button. Beep! The elevator doors closed, and the silver-gray elevator began to descend. Zzzzzzz. The passage quickly closed, and the desolate area deep in the Amazon jungle returned to tranquility. However, even so, none of the many wandering monsters in the Amazon jungle dared to approach this place. Swish! The elevator doors opened. What appeared before them was a black corridor made of alloy, illuminated by fluorescent lights. Everyone, welcome to the human base at the number 9 ancient civilization ruins. The elder in the red robe spoke fluent Chinese, followed by fluent English. We're all pressed for time, so let's skip the small talk. Everyone, follow me. The elder in the red robe walked ahead, followed by Yi Chen and the other 8 people. In the black corridor, they passed through 9 checkpoints along the way and finally arrived at a spacious hall of several hundred square meters. The hall was filled with nearly 100 humans from various parts of Earth, most of whom were seated in front of computers. 8 of you, are you ready? Once in Chinese, once in English. Yi Chen and the other 7 remained silent, just staring at him. Very well, open the entrance passage. The elder in the red robe shouted loudly. Crack! crack, crack, crack. The curved alloy wall at the front of the hall unexpectedly split open, revealing a circular passage. What? My God! The 8 silent war gods stared in astonishment at the circular passage, their eyes filled with shock. Yi Chen's expression remained calm, but he was slightly surprised in his heart. At the beginning, the circular passage was made of alloy for the first 2 or 3 meters, but further inside, it turned into a strange dark brown, as if formed by intertwined tree roots. At the end of the passage, there was a mirror continuously emitting light. Of course, it only looks like a mirror. In reality, it is the entrance to the number 9 ancient civilization ruins. Follow the passage all the way forward to enter the entrance of the number 9 ancient civilization ruins. Once you go in, there will be no turning back. 8 war gods, I wish you all can make it out alive. The elder in the red robe looked at Yi Chen and the other 7. Everyone. Yi Chen felt a faint excitement and directly walked toward the passage. I'll go in first. Yi Chen walked in first, followed by the other war gods entering the passage one after another. Kakaka, the alloy walls of the passage behind them closed, leaving no way back. Yi Chen stepped forward without the slightest hesitation and directly entered the glowing circular mirror. The mirror was like a rippling water surface, effortlessly swallowing Yi Chen. The scene before his eyes shifted. It was a black hall, with a dome-shaped ceiling above. The entire black hall spanned several hundred square meters. Beams of dreamy light shot down from the roof of the black hall, making the entire hall appear surreal and enchanting. In the black hall, Yi Chen was shrouded in the dreamy, colorful light. XX, XX, XX. A rhythmic, piercing sound suddenly echoed through the black hall. Translation software. Yi Chen lowered his head to look at the communication watch. The software was active, and a voice came from the communication watch. Alert, 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 alert. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned, then a hint of joy appeared in his heart. He remembered that when Luo Feng came here in the original novel, it was the same situation. This means that the program behind this relic is testing him to see if he is qualified to enter the elite passage. More than a minute later, the dreamlike colorful light enveloping Yi Chen suddenly disappeared. At the same time, from the dome-shaped ceiling of the black hall, crystal ropes as thick as fingers suddenly shot down rapidly. More than 100 crystal ropes, like lightning, surged toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not resist, as this was still part of the test. Of course, even if he wanted to resist, it would be futile, because the speed of the crystal ropes was simply too fast. At this moment, the crystal-clear ropes binding Yi Chen. Streams of light passed through the crystal ropes themselves, swiftly transmitting toward the top of the black hall. It was as if signals were being transmitted by a computer, and this process lasted for about 30 seconds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the crystal-clear ropes quickly retracted and merged into the ceiling. XXXX, XXXXXXXX. A lengthy speech echoed throughout the entire black hall. Yi Chen lowered his head to look at the communication watch. Complex text appeared on the communication watch's display screen, while also emitting a segment of Chinese. Congratulations, your brain domain width is 28, greater than 18, qualifying you to enter the elite channel of this trial base. Since this is the first time in 5,000 years that the elite channel has been opened, please wait for 15 minutes. Yi Chen stood in the black hall, thinking to himself, that was close. Luckily, I took the brain domain width potion, otherwise, I really wouldn't have met the requirements to enter the elite channel. Time passed second by second. Yi Chen waited silently. XXXX. The black hall echoed with a string of words, and at the same time, the walls of the hall began to tremble slowly. Yi Chen looked down at his communication watch, which translated a sentence, please enter the elite passage. He looked up. The walls of the black hall had already revealed a bottomless black passage, with complex text beside it, resembling some of the text displayed on the watch. An elite passage? Huh? Yi Chen focused his mind, and the 365 blades combined into the Sky Escape shuttle. Yi Chen leapt forward, stepping onto the Sky Escape shuttle. Once he stepped on the Sky Evading shuttle, both speed and agility improved significantly. In this place, he could use the Sky Evading shuttle without worry, because the outside world simply couldn't detect what was happening inside. Go! Whoosh! At a speed comparable to that of a car, he flew through the black passage. The black passage was incredibly deep, and after flying for over 500 meters, Yi Chen finally saw several branching paths ahead. Alright, let's pick one path first. Yi Chen casually chose a path and flew into it. In just a moment, the end of this branch revealed 9 more branching paths. Yi Chen carefully observed his surroundings. All around were ancient pathways formed by intertwined black tree roots, devoid of any distinctive features. About 300 meters away from Yi Chen, in one of the branching paths, a faint black shadow seeped out from the wall of tangled black tree roots. Moments later, as if a droplet of water had fallen, the black shadow also dripped down, landing on the ground of the branching path. Gradually, it solidified into a figure wearing a silver-gray mask and a black robe. The same phenomenon occurred in other branching paths as well. In front of Yi Chen, 9 paths, and behind him, 9 paths, each gave rise to a figure in a black robe wearing a silver mask. A total of 18 black-robed figures began converging along the paths toward Yi Chen. These black-robed figures wore silver-gray masks, their pupils were green, and their gaze toward Yi Chen was filled with undisguised killing intent. 9 black-robed figures stood at the entrances of the 9 paths ahead, their green pupils brimming with killing intent as they stared at Yi Chen.
Roar! A roar came from behind Yi Chen. There are 9 more behind.
Yi Chen clearly sensed with his spiritual power that at the rear of the passage he was in, a total of 9 black-robed figures were approaching him step by step, letting out low growls. Whoosh! 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 The 9 black-robed figures behind rushed toward Yi Chen along the passage like lightning, and the 9 black-robed figures in front did the same. Each of them was filled with murderous intent. Jumping down from the Heaven Shuttle, Yi Chen's gaze turned cold. In the next second, the Heaven Shuttle disassembled, and 18 Heaven Shuttle blades, under Yi Chen's mental control, shot rapidly toward the 18 black-robed figures. This past month's intense training had enabled Yi Chen to simultaneously control up to 18 Heaven Shuttle blades. Moreover, each blade can maintain the strongest attack. In other words, his current amplitude level is 18. Looking across the entire Earth, there isn't a single spiritual mind master stronger than him. 18 curved blades danced in the air. 9 shot forward, and 9 shot backward. Each blade carried an impact force of over 500,000 kilograms, and the combined force of 9 blades was unstoppable for any black-robed figure. The black-robed man had just come into contact with the blade when he was blasted backward. When the 7th blade struck, it directly pierced into the black-robed man's body.
In an instant, the black-robed man was shredded into a pile of mush.
The dismembered bodies of 18 black-robed men were scattered across the passage floor. Suddenly, as if melting, the shattered corpse slowly merged into the ground and disappeared. At the same time, in a certain core area of the number 9 ancient civilization ruins, crystal-clear ropes of crystal, thousands upon thousands, extended in one direction. At the same time, streams of light passed through them, converging toward the core. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, like falling rain, streaks of transparent light shot down from the sky. In an instant, these transparent streaks of light formed a crystal house 5 meters tall and 8 meters long and wide, enclosing Yi Chen inside.
XXXXXX.
A mysterious voice echoed within the crystal house, speaking for a long time. Yi Chen looked down at his communication watch, and the translation software immediately translated the long passage.
Elite Apprentice Yi Chen, your assessment death mission is officially launched. During this period, you will receive food and water supplies.
On the walls of the assessment chamber, the foundational 312 techniques of the mastery of spiritual mind masters are inscribed. By learning these 312 techniques, you will have the opportunity to break out of this assessment chamber. Yi Chen's gaze swept toward the walls of the crystal room. He saw that the walls of this translucent crystal room were covered with a large number of intricate and diverse carvings.
There were over 300 human figure illustrations, accompanied by textual explanations from ancient relics.
Just by looking with the naked eye, Yi Chen already felt it was incredibly complex.
Assessment death mission requirement: break open the assessment secret room within 3 years.
If the secret room is not broken within 3 years, it will be considered a failure.
Failure means death.
At the same time, a system notification sounded in Yi Chen's mind.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission death mission.
Mission description: break through the assessment chamber within 3 years.
Mission rewards: the shorter the time, the higher the reward.
Breaking through the assessment chamber within 1 month will earn 10,000 lottery points. Breaking through within 1 month to 6 months will earn 5,000 lottery points.
Breaking through within 6 months to 1 year will earn 3,000 lottery points. Breaking through within 1 to 3 years will earn 1,000 lottery points.
Task penalty: none. Accept.
Upon hearing the system prompt, Yi Chen directly chose to accept. Passing the assessment not only grants system rewards but also relic rewards, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. First, let's test the strength of this secret chamber. With a thought, 18 Dun-Tian shuttle blades instantly floated around Yi Chen. These blades rapidly revolved around him, continuously accelerating, until they reached the fastest speed he could currently control.
18 throwing knives struck the same point on the secret chamber wall.
The 16th throwing knife pierced directly through the crystal wall and flew out.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
It broke through.
Yi Chen looked utterly bewildered. I was planning to spend a few months practicing the basic 312 forms. That's it?
The crystal room, with a large hole in its wall, suddenly emitted a sizzling sound. Immediately after, it completely transformed into streams of dreamlike light, merging into the intertwined black and brown tree roots on the ground.
XXXXXXXX.
A familiar voice echoed in the maze. Yi Chen quickly lowered his head to look at the communication watch on his wrist, which promptly translated the message: "Congratulations, you have successfully completed the death assessment mission. Please proceed straight along the passage ahead to meet me and claim your reward for completing the assessment mission." The voice continued to reverberate. The tough wall formed by dark brown tree roots in front of Yi Chen unexpectedly wriggled quickly and moved aside, forming a passage 3 to 4 meters wide. The passage was deep and mysterious, with enchanting flowing light at the end. That light was the same as the glow forming the crystal wall. Just as the voice faded, the system notification sound echoed in Yi Chen's mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task death mission, earning 10,000 lottery points. Looks like this past month's training wasn't in vain. I managed to complete the task so easily. With 10,000 lottery points, I can draw a level 3 lottery. Better claim the rewards from the ruins first, then I'll do the lottery. Yi Chen turned around, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and then soared onto the Sky Evasion shuttle. With a leap, he landed on the Sky Evasion shuttle. The Sky Evasion shuttle swiftly flew along the passage, traversing the deep corridor, and soon arrived at a hall shrouded in dreamy, colorful light. This was a beautiful palace that seemed to be the dwelling of immortals, with dreamy, colorful light flowing endlessly. Whoosh! The palace itself is dozens of meters long and wide, resembling the size of a stadium. See it? Where is it? Yi Chen looked around. Completely empty. A large amount of colorful light converged, quickly forming a tall, blurry humanoid shape. Then it solidified, turning into a bald crystal figure. Suddenly, XXXXXX. The bald crystal figure smiled and spoke a sentence. Its face was very delicate. If it were human, it would be a very beautiful one. The communication watch on Yi Chen's wrist immediately translated, "Hello, Yi Chen." The bald crystal man glanced at the communication watch, and instantly, a beam of light from the palace shot into the communication watch. Yi Chen couldn't help but be startled as the screen of the communication watch rapidly displayed the operation process. The bald crystal figure from the ancient civilization ruins was actually deleting a large amount of translation data from the communication watch. A slightly metallic voice came from the mouth of the bald crystal figure. He was actually speaking Chinese. "Don't be nervous. Don't be surprised. The development of humanity on this planet has all been under my surveillance. Your script evolution, cultural changes, and history are all under surveillance. Of course, I understand your script and language." The bald crystal man smiled and said, "To make it easier for you to accept, I am conversing with you in a human form." Yi Chen looked calm, quietly watching the bald crystal man speak. "Because you activated the assessment death mission, that's why I directly addressed you by name." The bald crystal man said, "If you fail the assessment, you will die, and this information won't be leaked. If you succeed in the assessment, you will qualify to enter Inkfall Star and become one of its members. You will also know that I monitor this planet." Fallen Ink Star? Yi Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. "The master of the Fallen Ink Star is already dead." The bald crystal man shook his head slightly and said to himself, "Knowing it is as good as not knowing. Now, I grant you the reward for successfully completing the task." The bald crystal figure waved his hand, and several items from the depths of the palace were carried over by a beam of multicolored light. There were a total of 4 items: a black vest, silver armguards, a book shimmering with starlight, and a hexagonal metal plate. These 4 items floated in front of the bald crystal figure. "This first item is what you call the Black God set." The bald crystal man pointed at the black vest. "The second item, this silver armguard-shaped object, is the auxiliary light brain. The third item is the controller's attack method, Escape Heaven. The fourth item is the token to enter the Inkfall Star." The bald crystal man touched the last hexagonal metal plate, which had 2 intricate characters on it. With a sigh, he said, "I am following the program set by my master, but unfortunately, even if you obtain the Inkfall Star token, you won't be able to summon someone from Inkfall Star to take you there or allow you to enter Inkfall Star. I can no longer contact Inkfall Star, so you will have even less chance of using the token to reach Inkfall Star. According to the procedures for the existence of this base, I must grant you this token, but it will be of no use to you even if I give it to you." Yi Chen smiled faintly, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Whether the falling ink star exists or not doesn't matter. The key is that he must obtain the inheritance of the falling ink star's master. After receiving this reward, he should soon be able to go to Mist Island to obtain the Demon Cloud Vine. By then, he will attract Babata's attention and gain the inheritance of the Yunma Star Master. The Yunma token is useless, but you already know the utility of this Black God set. And this auxiliary light brain is something every genetic warrior and spiritual force user desires. It will be very useful to you. The bald crystal man continued, "In addition to having all the functions of your communication watch, it also has many other features, the most important of which is measuring the target's strength." Measuring strength? Yi Chen was very surprised. "You put it on," the bald crystal man said, "and infuse it with your psychic power." As he spoke, the silver armguard flew toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen first removed the armguard on his left arm and put on the silver armguard. When a trace of spiritual thought penetrated into it, the silver armguard quickly adhered to the skin, and a large number of pictorial characters unexpectedly appeared on the surface of the silver armguard, all in Chinese. The auxiliary light brain also has translation functions. The bald crystal man said, "The translation software of your communication watch translates a lot of information, which could leak the secrets here. Therefore, I have deleted all the information in your communication watch that is related to this place. Considering that you have not yet practiced the foundational 312 techniques of the Mastery Secret Transmission, I can let you memorize them here. Press the button on the bottom left side of the auxiliary light brain and point the auxiliary light brain at someone to detect their strength. The bald crystal man said, you can also control it with voice commands. Yi-Chen looked down, pressed the button, and pointed the auxiliary light brain at himself. Instantly, text appeared on the surface of the auxiliary light brain: combat power, mental psychic force, apprentice level 9, genetic primal energy, apprentice level 9. Yi-Chen nodded. Apprentice level 9. Yi-Chen understood this clearly. In the universe, strength is divided into apprentice level, planetary level, stellar level. The apprentice level is divided into 9 ranks, with the first rank being the lowest and the 9th rank being the highest. The first rank is equivalent to a junior warrior, while the 9th rank corresponds to an advanced war god. Warrior, warlord, war god. This is Hong's classification, because on Earth, being above the 7th rank of apprentice is already considered very powerful. Using the term apprentice doesn't sound good, and Hong also doesn't want those who haven't reached planetary level to come into contact with these things. For those whose strength is insufficient, coming into contact with these things could very likely hinder their future cultivation. Above the apprentice level is the planetary level. Only those who reach the planetary level are qualified to be called genetic warriors or spiritual mind masters. Those who haven't reached the planetary level are merely apprentices and are not qualified to be called genetic warriors or spiritual mind masters. The planetary level is also divided into 9 ranks. On Earth, those who surpass the level of a war god are planetary level warriors. Becoming a planetary level warrior and wandering in the universe, at least you won't have to worry about filling your stomach, and you'll have a foundation to stand on. The bald crystal man smiled. But your Earth doesn't have that kind of technology to let you wander the universe. Moreover, those planetary level beings on Earth are mostly at planetary level 1, a few at planetary level 2. Among them, there are 2 at planetary level 3. Such strength is simply too weak in the universe. As for the strongest person on your Earth, Hong, he is at planetary level 6. Thor is at planetary level 7. However, sometimes rank does not equate to strength. Hong's physical fitness is inferior to Thor's, but even 10 Thors wouldn't be his match. The bald crystal man looked at Yi-Chen. Your mental power level is apprentice level 9, but your amplitude is 18 times. Your genetic primal energy is apprentice level 9, with an amplitude of 3.5 times. Apprentice level 9, amplitude 18 times, equivalent to planetary level 1, with an amplitude of 4.5 times. The bald crystalline being said, ordinary planetary level warriors can generally achieve an explosive force of 3 to 4 times. So, your current combat power should be comparable to an average planetary level 1. In other words, what you call an existence beyond a war god. The bald crystal man pointed to the starlit manual floating in front of him. However, you also have a set of attack secrets for controllers. Escape the heavens. This escape the heavens is the method for using the exclusive weapon of controllers, the heaven escaping shuttle. Cosmic powerhouses are mainly divided into genetic warriors and spiritual mind masters. These are 2 major categories. Genetic warriors are further divided into several types, and spiritual mind masters can also be subdivided into various kinds. You are a controller among spiritual psychics, or as you Earthlings would say, someone who specializes in controlling objects. Planetary level spiritual psychics all yearn to obtain a unique psychic weapon. I didn't expect you to acquire one so soon. With the Dun Tian shuttle in your possession, combined with this attack manual Dun Tian, you can truly unleash the full potential of the Dun Tian shuttle. Without the Dun Tian shuttle or the secret manual, your combat power is comparable to that of a planetary level. But having them is like adding wings to a tiger, greatly enhancing your strength. As for how much you can unleash, it depends on how well you can utilize the Dun Tian shuttle, the bald crystal man said. Hearing the words of the bald crystal man, Yi-Chen couldn't help but feel a little excited. Although he hadn't broken through to become a planetary level, relying on his strong abilities, along with the Dun Tian shuttle and the Dun Tian manual, he was no match for most beings beyond the level of a war god. Generally, being able to control 12 hidden weapons to their maximum power allows one to break through to the planetary level. However, your talent is very high, with a brain domain width reaching 28. The breakthrough limit for you is also higher than normal, requiring control of 20 hidden weapons to have a chance to break through. The bald crystal man said, I have left the key to the breakthrough in the auxiliary light brain. Go back and study it carefully. You are the first member of the Inkfall star on Earth in 5,000 years. The bald crystal man continued, however, you must not be arrogant. In terms of combat power, Hong is much stronger than you. In terms of realm, he already possesses his own domain. He can be said to be invincible within the planetary level. As the first member of the Fallen Ink Star in 5,000 years, although you can no longer join the Fallen Ink Star, I still hope you can surpass them and become the strongest. The bald crystal man looked at Yi-Chen with anticipation. The bald crystal man is the central intelligent brain controlling the entire ancient civilization ruins, and this is not the kind of intelligent brain Hong referred to. This is a truly intelligent brain with human wisdom, even possessing a trace of human emotions. Its fundamental programming is loyalty to the Inkfall star, so it considers itself a member of the
the Inkfall Star. As the core stronghold of a powerful force, Inkfall Star only allows entry to those with true talent, perseverance, and insight. Otherwise, even planetary-level warriors are not qualified to enter. Yi Chen has great talent and can easily pass the assessment, which shows his determination and comprehension. Only such talents are qualified to enter the Fallen Ink Star. Unfortunately, there's been a major problem with the Fallen Ink Star. For so many years, the core intelligent brain has been out of contact, and it can also deduce that the Fallen Ink Star may have encountered a catastrophe. However, it is an intelligent brain and must obey its fundamental programming, continuing its mission on Earth year after year. It is rare to have a member of the Inkfall Star whose faint emotions hope that Yi Chen surpasses everyone else on Earth. You have hope of reaching the stellar level. If you work hard, have luck, and meet a renowned teacher, you still have a slim chance of becoming cosmic level. I will work hard. Yi Chen nodded and said. That's what he said, but in reality, Yi Chen was quite confident about becoming a cosmic level being. If he couldn't reach the cosmic level even with the system, he might as well just give up on life. Earth is your homeland, so work hard. If one day this place is discovered by some nations in the universe, the stronger you are, the better your ability to protect yourself will be. The passage has been opened. Memorize the secret transmission basic 312 forms, and you can leave. As soon as the words fell, the bald crystal figure completely dissipated, turning into countless streams of light. Yi Chen nodded, then focused on memorizing the secret transmission basic 312 forms. His brain capacity was vast, and after a few glances, he had memorized it. It's time to leave. Before leaving, let's draw a prize. I wonder what treasure I'll get this time. The next moment, he directly chose a level 3 lottery. The scarlet pointer on the lottery wheel in his mind began to spin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the first tribulation of the 9 Tribulations Secret Manual. 9 Tribulations Secret Codex. It allows practitioners to continuously enhance their genes, constantly improving until reaching the genetic limit. Damn, it's actually this treasure. The 9 Tribulations Secret Codex, something even the strongest beings at the pinnacle of the universe would covet. Practicing the 9 Tribulations Secret Codex can greatly enhance genetic strength. The 9 Tribulations Secret Codex's first tribulation, once mastered, can triple the genetic level. Fortunately, I can directly master the first level just by using it. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to practice it now. The cultivation of the 9 Tribulations Secret Codex is extremely dangerous. When enhancing the genetic level of life, the physical body is constantly at risk of collapse and disintegration. In the original story, Luo Feng was able to easily master the 9 Tribulations Secret Codex because he had the ability to create a golden horned beast clone. Even if the clone dies during cultivation and the physical body collapses, it can still be recondensed, so there's no fear of danger at all. However, Yi Chen currently doesn't have that kind of ability. Fortunately, the treasures drawn by the system can be learned directly upon use, without having to go through as many failures as Luo Feng. Use. Yi Chen gave the system a command. Instant. Yi Chen's blood energy began to surge rapidly, his body started to emit a golden radiance, and his aura was visibly rising at an astonishing speed. It could be seen that his body was becoming increasingly solid, and his muscles were filled with an explosive sense of power. One could even hear the sound of blood flowing through his veins, roaring like a mighty river. A fist clenched, and the sound of crackling filled the air. Yi Chen opened his eyes, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Threefold is just the beginning. One day, I will reach the limits of the gene. With a silent thought in his heart, Yi Chen stepped toward the exit. Number 9 Ancient Civilization Ruins, Underground Base. This base was jointly built by various forces on Earth. Whether it's the 5 major powers, the 2 martial arts halls, or the HR Alliance, all have the right to send people into the number 9 Ancient Civilization Ruins. The many members here also come from different forces. Wearing a white robe, Zhang Qian stretched lazily in front of the computer. So boring. The members of this underground base indeed had very little to do. Apart from the normal operation of the base, their tasks were limited to receiving war gods and contacting their own forces. In addition to some office laptops, the place was also equipped with many computers for entertainment. Just a bit more gaming, and then I can clock out. Zhang Qian was suddenly stunned. The entrance to the ruins suddenly opened in an unusual manner, and Zhang Qian quickly turned her head. If I remember correctly, this group of people just went in not long ago. How did they come out so quickly? Zhang Qian looked puzzled. In an instant, nearly 100 members in the base hall all turned their heads toward the door. Is this Yi Chen? Everyone showed a hint of disbelief, staring blankly at Yi Chen in front of them. Welcome, Yi Chen. Immediately, many people came forward to greet him, and the majority of the hall fell into a frenzy. It's Yi Chen. My God, he came out so quickly. However, many members within the underground base immediately fulfilled their duties and began notifying the forces they belonged to about this news. Report, Yi Chen has returned. Report to headquarters, the war god of Huaxia, Yi Chen, has returned. At the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, inside the giant spaceship-like building, in the spacious room on the top floor. Yi Chen? The man in black, Hong, held a long
Hong's spear in his hand, closed his eyes, and stood silently before slowly beginning to perform one move after another. The movements appeared to be extremely slow, but strangely, the surrounding space seemed to distort, and the spear became blurry and indistinct. Bang, bang, bang. An urgent knocking sound came from outside. The man in black, Hong, slightly frowned. During his cultivation, it was forbidden for anyone to disturb him, and the only ones who could come to him at this time were the 5 inspectors and the 3 personal guards. No one else had the authority to be here. However, none of the 8 under his command were fools. Unless something extremely important had happened, they wouldn't come to disturb him. The man in black, Hong, spoke coldly. The door opened automatically, and 3 people walked in from outside. 2 personal guards dressed in black robes and wearing golden masks, and an Inspector Liu. What is it? Hong was very surprised. It was unexpected that the 3 of them came together. Master, come in. Inspector Liu's face showed a trace of excitement. Yi Chen has already come out, and his assessment speed has broken the record. What? Hong was stunned. Even he was a bit surprised. So fast? Unbelievable. In the ancient civilization ruins that even I can't fully understand, he came out in such a short time. I wonder if he might have gained some unexpected rewards. Hong slightly shook her head. Yi Chen entering the ruins was something he was quite looking forward to. After all, the more talented someone is, the more extraordinary the rewards they receive, just like he once did. Set off now. I will personally go to welcome the god of war of our martial arts school. Yi Chen. The man in black, Hong, showed a trace of doubt. He wanted to know why Yi Chen came out so early and whether he had received any special rewards. The human underground base next to the number 9 ancient civilization ruins. War god Yi Chen, the curator will be here shortly. He asked you to wait here. Do you need any other services? No need. Yi Chen glanced at the 2 women at the door, and the corner of his mouth twitched. With a wave of his hand, Yi Chen slammed the door shut with a bang. Not long after, he received news from Hong. Yi Chen walked out and looked at a blood-red triangular fighter jet unique to Hong nearby. After seeing Yi Chen come out, the cabin door opened, and a staircase extended. Hong, dressed in black, stepped out first, followed by his personal guards and inspectors. Yi Chen, why did you come out so quickly? The man in black, Hong, walked directly to Yi Chen. Maybe it's because I'm too strong. Yi Chen chuckled awkwardly. Looking at you, it seems like you've gained quite a lot this time. Let's go, we'll talk on the fighter jet. Yi Chen was well aware of the curator's strength, planetary level 6, but because he possessed a domain, even a planetary level 9 might not be his match, making him virtually invincible within the planetary level. The gap in strength between the planetary level 1 council members and the curator. It's like the gap between a novice warrior and an invincible war god, and the gap between himself and the master was indeed very, very large. Inside the prehistoric class intelligent warship, the black-clad man Hong, Yi Chen, Yao Rao, and Lu Ho were all seated in circularly arranged chairs. Yi Chen, quickly tell us what treasures you obtained in the ruins. The man in black, Hong, looked at Yi Chen. Have you discovered some secrets of this number 9 ancient civilization relic? Yes. As the number 1 person on Earth who had also received some technological inheritance from relics, there were very few things that could pique his curiosity. This number 9 ancient civilization relic was one of them. Yes. What treasure, can you tell me? The man in black, Hong, looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen knew very well that the bald crystal man had deliberately deleted much of the information from the communication watch because it didn't want humans on Earth to know its secrets. Only members of the Meteorite Inc. star were qualified to know. However, Hong treats him well, and these things aren't really important secrets. He definitely wouldn't mention the 9 Tribulations secret codex, but everything else doesn't really matter. I triggered a special death mission because my brain domain width is relatively high. Death mission? Yi Chen nodded. The few people present were somewhat surprised. The man in black, Hong, asked, is the reward the same as for other war gods? There should be a difference, right? In the past, anyone who entered the number 9 ancient civilization ruins and succeeded would uniformly receive a set of black god armor. There is a bit of a difference. I not only received a set of black god armor but also obtained the mind weapon, the sky shuttle, as well as a set of cultivation methods for spiritual mind masters. Yi Chen spoke half-truthfully. The man in black, Hong Lu, seemed a bit disappointed. He was a martial artist. Yi Chen said indifferently. His energy had to be fully devoted to martial arts. Nowadays, according to Hong's own understanding of some matters in the universe, although he is at the 6th level of the planetary stage, his martial arts realm is already extremely high. Many star-level powerhouses have not been able to possess their own domain, but he does. Possessing a domain, invincible within the planetary level. Oh, with such a high martial arts realm, he naturally couldn't waste time cultivating spiritual mind power. After chatting for a while, Hong left. He could sense that Yi Chen's current strength was probably no weaker than that of an average first-tier planetary level. Before leaving, he left Yi Chen with a message: work hard on your cultivation and strive to break through to surpass the war god level as soon as possible. By then, he would announce to the whole world that Yi Chen would become the 6th inspector of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. After parting
parting ways with Hong, Yi Chen immediately took the Chen Kuan-class intelligent fighter jet back to Jiangnan Base City. Inside the fighter jet, he once again donned the Black God suit. Back at home, Yi Chen began reviewing the key techniques for a spiritual mind master's breakthrough in the optical brain. Apprentice level, countless and unremarkable in the vast universe. Crossing from the 9th rank of apprentice to planetary level is the most critical step in the leap of life levels, and also the most fundamental one. Once crossed, one officially transitions from an apprentice to a genetic warrior or spiritual mind master in the universe. This article explains the method to become a planetary level first-order spiritual telekinetic. Spiritual telekinesis can actually also be referred to as mental power or soul power. The human body is mainly divided into the physical body and the spirit, or you could say the physical body and the soul. Spirit and soul are essentially the same. Spirit, soul, is divided into mental power, soul power, and consciousness. When the mental power is strong enough, it can leave the sea of consciousness, control external matter, penetrate into the sea of consciousness of other creatures, and so on. Strong enough mental power is also known as telekinesis. How does telekinesis at the 9th level of apprenticeship break through to the planetary level? First, the intensity of telekinesis must reach the peak of the 9th level of apprenticeship. Secondly, there is consciousness. The mind is divided into mental power and consciousness. Mental power permeates the entire sea of consciousness and is a tangible existence. Consciousness, however, is an intangible and untouchable existence. What exactly is this consciousness, and what is its purpose? One could say that mental telekinesis is the soldier, while consciousness is the commander. The combat effectiveness of the entire army depends on two things: the soldiers and the commander. The simplest example is that an ordinary person, when mentally excited, can lift heavier objects. However, when their spirit is low, the weight they can lift might be only half of their usual capacity. These two situations have the same physical strength, but the states of mental excitement and depression result in different combat effectiveness. Consciousness is important for a warrior, and by the same principle, consciousness is equally important for a spiritual mind master. A formidable commander is better at deploying and maneuvering troops. Similarly, a 9th rank apprentice with strong consciousness can precisely control 10 hidden weapons, or even more. Those with slightly weaker consciousness can only control 4 or 5 hidden weapons. This is the difference in consciousness. There are many methods to train consciousness. For example, enduring hardships and overcoming difficulties can make a warrior's will more resolute. In fact, having a resolute will is also a manifestation of strong consciousness. Of course, that is a very rudimentary method. There are many secret techniques for training consciousness in the universe. The most mainstream ones on my Yunma planet are the Controller School's Secret Manual Basic 312 forms and the Illusionist School's Secret Manual Basic 186 forms. These two schools, one being masculine and the other feminine, both yield excellent results. Of course, apprentices have different talents. Some have low brain domain widths, while others have brain domain widths exceeding 20, even surpassing 30 or 40. Their brain domain width is high, which makes it more difficult for them to break through, but their strong consciousness will also lead to greater achievements in the future. However, when consciousness and mental power both meet the requirements, then the next step is breakthrough time. Once they reach the limit, a breakthrough could happen at any moment, but the timing is uncertain. There are 3 ways at this point. The first way is to wait for an opportunity to arise, or encounter a certain situation, get emotionally stirred, and with a surge of consciousness, break through. It might also take 3 to 5 years without any breakthrough. Second method, continue to strengthen consciousness. A strong consciousness can instantly allow mental power to break through. The third method is the 9-9 tempering of the spirit described in this chapter, which is divided into 81 processes, each step taking 1.5 hours. During the 9-9 tempering of the spirit, if you stop midway, you must start over from the beginning, so it must be completed in one go. Once the 81 steps are completed, you can break through to the planetary level. Next, here is the detailed method of the 9-9 tempering spirit. Yi Chen read it with great excitement. The secret left by this bald crystal figure was undoubtedly a priceless treasure, far better than the spiritual mind master basics given by Bai Hong. The translated language was extremely simple. Fundamentally explained the source of a psychic master's ability spirit, that is, the soul. This spirit is divided into 2 parts, psychic power and consciousness. Consciousness is the commander, and psychic power is the soldier? Well, according to the bald crystal man, my brain domain width is relatively high, so the difficulty of breaking through will also be higher. My current amplitude level is 18. When it reaches 20, my consciousness and mental power will reach the limit. By then, following the 9-9 tempering spirit cultivation, I can break through to planetary level 1. I'm still a bit short of breaking through. However, with the foundational secret technique 312 style, it is believed that Yi Chen's amplitude level will soon reach 20. There's still some time before the breakthrough. Let's first take a look at this Dun Tian secret technique. According to the bald crystal man, only by mastering the Dun Tian secret technique can the true power of the Dun Tian shuttle be unleashed. Perhaps with just one
night's effort, my strength can improve significantly. Yi Chen's mind stirred, and he directly took out a manual shimmering with starlight from his storage space. This was precisely the Escape Heaven manual obtained from the ancient civilization ruins. The Escape Heaven secret technique. Yi Chen lowered his head, looking at the book in his hands. The pages of this secret manual were made of a special black material, completely unlike any material found on Earth today. The specks of starlight on the cover carried a faint yet unsettling aura upon closer inspection. Yi Chen opened the first page. This is the secret technique of the Meteor Ink Star Master lineage. Practitioners must not pass the secret technique to others. If passed to other members within Meteor Ink Star, the penalty is 60 years of hard labor. If it is passed outside of Meteor Ink Star, death without pardon. It is evident that Meteor Ink Star is an extremely strict organization, where even internal members are forbidden from casually sharing the secret technique. As for passing it to the outside world, that is an absolute taboo. However, the master of Meteor Ink Star has been dead for who knows how many years, so these words are just something to look at now. Anyway, Yi Chen was not afraid at all. He even planned to wait for Luo Feng to get the Dun Tian shuttle from Hong, and then pass the secret technique to Luo Feng. I passed the death mission assessment, so that Bald Crystal Man has obviously identified me as a member of the Yunhua Star. Yi Chen flipped to the second page. The secret of Dun Tian is the exclusive manual for using the Dun Tian shuttle. The Dun Tian shuttle is one of the psychic weapons created by Huyen Bo, the master of Yunhua Star, but only by combining it with the Dun Tian secret can the true power of the Dun Tian shuttle be unleashed. Using the Dun Tian shuttle allows the psychic masters of my Yunhua Star lineage to defeat enemies across levels. The Dun Tian shuttle has three major forms. First form, amplitude level must reach 12 to begin cultivation. Second form, amplitude level must reach 30 to begin cultivation. Third form, the ultimate form of the heaven escaping shuttle, requires reaching cosmic level, possessing one's own domain, and an amplitude level of 48 to begin cultivation. The secret manual of heaven escaping explains the content of the first form, which can be directly accessed, while the content of the second form requires an amplitude level of 30 to be able to access. The content about the third form can only be unlocked when spiritual telekinesis reaches the cosmic level. Next, the secret of the first form will be explained. Give it a try. Yi Chen attempted to quickly flip through the pages. The black special material paper was flipped through page by page, but when Yi Chen reached about 1/3 of the thickness, he could no longer turn the pages. It was as if the remaining 2/3 of the manual were firmly stuck together. Moreover, the last page Yi Chen could turn to contained a very profound and complex diagram. Next to it was a line of text: infuse your spiritual mind into the diagram, and upon success, you may access the content of the second form of the Dun Tian shuttle. It seems quite mysterious. Yi Chen stared at this illustration, and his mind stirred as his spiritual power extended into it. In an instant, his spiritual power plunged into a universe, and at that moment, Yi Chen seemed to transform into one of the planets within. The vast universe appeared to be in a moment of great destruction, with countless planets hurtling toward Yi Chen in a frenzy, thousands upon thousands, innumerable. The apocalyptic scene made Yi Chen tremble. He even used his spiritual mind to control one planet after another, trying to block them. In less than a second, Yi Chen was smashed to pieces by countless planets, and that surge of spiritual mind was directly annihilated. Huff huff. Sweat beaded on Yi Chen's forehead as he looked at the illustration before him, still shaken. It seems that, just as the manual says, the amplitude level must reach 30 to access the content of the second form, and my current amplitude level is 18, still far from it. Looking across the entire Earth, there isn't a single spiritual mind master stronger than him at present. Of course, in the vast universe, Yi Chen's achievements are far too insignificant and can only be flaunted on Earth. Boom! The Dun Tian shuttle is divided into attack form, defense form, and flight form. Among them, the first form of the Dun Tian shuttle in flight form is the Dun Tian shuttle itself, the attack form is the mountain drilling cone, and the defense form is the heavy mountain shield. The first form is divided into 3 levels. The first level requires an amplitude degree of 12 to cultivate, the second level requires an amplitude degree of 18 to cultivate, and the third level requires an amplitude degree of 24 to cultivate. Boom! Dun Tian is divided into 3 major forms, each form having 3 levels, which means there are a total of 9 levels. And Yi Chen's current amplitude level is 18, just enough to cultivate the second layer of the first form. As Yi Chen continued reading, he grew increasingly admiring of the owner of the Meteor Ink Star. Truly worthy of being in existence at the Marquis Immortal level. Amazing. Yi Chen felt a surge of excitement. I'll go to the wilderness area right now and try to cultivate the first and second levels. In the dead of night, Yi Chen stepped onto the sky-piercing shuttle and flew directly out of the Manhwa district, transforming into a streak of light as he swiftly left the Yangzhou city area and arrived at the wilderness zone. About 300 kilometers away from Yangzhou city, a figure descended from the sky, unleashing an unrestrained wave of spiritual energy, causing the monsters scavenging on the desolate and ruined highway to scatter in panic. Yi Chen gazed at a
hill 100 meters away. The spindle-shaped sky-piercing shuttle instantly disassembled into 365 extremely thin, curved blades, which floated in front of him. Combine. Mountain drilling cone. Yi Chen's eyes focused sharply. The 365 blades instantly gathered together, merging into one to form a cone. The surface of the cone had spirals, resembling the electric drills workers used to bore into walls. Impressive. I wonder if it will succeed on the first try. Yi Chen's mind quickly flashed through the secret technique for controlling the mountain drilling cone. Break. Yi Chen stared at the distant hills. 12 strands of spiritual mind power, pushed to Yi Chen's limit, immediately activated along the intricate patterns on the mountain drilling awl. The complex patterns on the silver-gray surface of the mountain drilling awl instantly emitted 12 golden threads, resembling electric snakes. The 12 golden threads instantly extended to the tip of the mountain drilling awl. It was exactly the same moment of arrival when the 12 golden threads converged, as if heavenly thunder had ignited earthly fire. Swish! The 12 golden threads instantly entwined and spiraled. On! The mountain drilling awl transformed into a streak of golden light, spinning as it pierced through the air, its speed soaring to an unimaginable level. The golden light transformed from the mountain-piercing drill shot directly into the hill, as if effortlessly cutting through it. Immediately, dust filled the air, and the mountain-piercing drill circled back from a distance. As the dust over the distant hill cleared, more than half of the hill had collapsed. Under the intense piercing and tearing force of the mountain-piercing drill, only half of the hill's height remained. What incredible speed and piercing power! The speed is at least half faster than my usual attacks. According to the manual, the first level of the mountain drill has about 3 times the power of my usual attacks, and the second tier of planetary level is roughly twice the strength of the first tier. After practicing the 9 Tribulations Secret Codex, my life gene level is 3 times that of others on Earth. In other words, within the same realm, my attack limit is also 3 times that of others on Earth. In other words, with the mountain-piercing drill, my attack power is stronger than that of an average planetary level tier 3. Yi Chen was incredibly excited. Boom! This is the difference between an elite with a background and a martial artist without a mentor. Almost all warriors and spiritual mind masters on Earth have no mentors. Each of them immerses themselves in hard practice, understanding nothing. Even if they obtain psychic weapons, they don't know how to use them. What about Yi Chen? By becoming a member of the Meteorite Star, he immediately gained the Secret Transmission Basics 312 styles, greatly enhancing Yi Chen's amplitude level. He also obtained the Secret of Dun Tian, greatly enhancing his attack power. Coupled with the 9 Tribulations Secret Codex, the overall improvement allowed him, an elite apprentice of the 9th rank, to challenge and fight against a planetary level 3rd rank. He even had a great chance of defeating him. Yi Chen spent more than 3 hours mastering the second level of the mountain-piercing drill and another 3 hours or so mastering the second level of the heavy mountain shield. With the inheritance of Meteor Ink Star, once I reach planetary level 1, I will become the 3rd strongest on Earth. The rapid improvement in strength made Yi Chen feel a bit excited. 2 weeks later, Yi Chen finally increased the amplitude level to 20. Next, it's time to cultivate the 9-9 Tempering Spirit. Each step takes 1.5 hours, and there are 81 steps in total, which means it will take a little over 5 days. Yi Chen sat cross-legged in complete stillness. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Swish, swish. A brilliant starry river formed a vortex, with the water spinning wildly, creating circles of whirlpools. The vortex suddenly expanded, and the water instantly became much thinner, resembling a transparent water curtain. Whoosh, contract. The originally expanded transparent rotating water curtain suddenly contracted, instantly transforming into a giant rotating water sphere. The water sphere was semi-transparent, with faint strands of strange light flickering within it. A few dark golden fragments were also mixed inside, clearly not yet fully dissolved. Expansion, contraction, expansion again, contraction again. The stream of psychic energy seemed like a heart, expanding and contracting repeatedly, as if it had its own life. Inside the Chen Kuan-class intelligent fighter jet. In this special rhythm, the dark golden fragments gradually dissolved and melted, making the entire stream even stronger. Expand, thin as a cicada's wing. Within the sea of consciousness. Contract, the water sphere crystal clear. 80 steps completed. We can start the 81st step now, the final step. Yi Chen was also slightly excited. This final step was the most crucial and the most challenging step in the 9-9 divine refinement. Inside Yi Chen's sea of consciousness, a completely transparent large water sphere kept rotating, as if a planet was spinning on its axis, without any mist dispersing, and the size of the water sphere remained unchanged. Begin! With Yi Chen's consciousness in control. In the boundless sea of consciousness, the enormous transparent water sphere suspended there began to vibrate from its core, emanating streams of mental power mist. The mental power mist permeated the entire transparent water sphere. 10 streams of mental power mist, 20 streams, 30 streams, more and more, until the entire transparent water sphere was completely enveloped by the mental power mist. Time passed by second by second. Under Yi Chen's extremely delicate control, the transparent
transparent water sphere underwent subtle changes. The mist originally swirling on its surface grew increasingly dense, eventually forming an enormous mist sphere, making it impossible to see the water sphere inside. No one knew how much time had passed. The enormous fog sphere was already 100 times larger than the previous water sphere. On the verge of dispersing, this is the moment. Explode! Yi Chen let out an angry roar in his heart. Boom! The originally massive fog sphere within the boundless sea of consciousness suddenly expanded wildly in an instant. Boom! It was as if a star, in the final moments of its life, erupted into a supernova. The massive fog sphere exploded to its extreme in an instant. It spread throughout every corner of the sea of consciousness, reaching its peak at the very moment of the explosion. Immediately, an overwhelming suction force emerged at the core of the sea of consciousness. Collapse! Whoosh! A massive amount of mist and water seemed to fall into a black hole, swirling and gathering madly, converging at a single point in the core. Buzz! The sea of consciousness experienced a tremor. It was completely empty, with all the mist and water currents vanishing without a trace. In the boundless sea of consciousness, only the core light point remained. It was as if in the boundless universe, there was only this one planet, its surface surrounded by a layer of halo, resembling a luminous sphere. At the core of the sea of consciousness, there was a single luminous sphere. This was a breathtakingly beautiful luminous sphere. Apart from the layer of halo on its surface, the sphere was essentially composed of numerous transparent pyramid-shaped crystals. Dense clusters of transparent crystals form into a planet. An invisible and peculiar wave continuously spreads out from this glowing sphere. Whoosh whoosh. In the sea of consciousness, this lone glowing sphere keeps rotating. An invisible force spread out, permeating Yi Chen's entire body and extending outward. Success! This is planetary level? This light sphere, is it the core of a planetary level powerhouse? Yi Chen's mind stirred, and refined strands of spiritual thought immediately dispersed from the light sphere, spreading throughout his entire body. Inside the intelligent fighter jet. The moment Yi Chen's planetary level spiritual thought spread through his body, his previously calm physique instantly began undergoing drastic changes. The bones, bone marrow, meridians, muscles, fascia, skin, and so on within his body were undergoing an incredible transformation, while the genetic material inside his body rapidly decomposed and recombined. The transformation of life. This transformation is far more important than any previous mutation. Back in the number 9 ancient civilization ruins, the bald crystal man once said that the leap from apprentice level to planetary level is a transition in the level of life. After reaching the planetary level, one no longer needs to breathe and can directly fly through the air. Planetary level only then can one be called a warrior, a spiritual mind master. Reaching the planetary level is the only way to wander the universe and qualify for a basic livelihood. Without reaching this level, one simply lacks the ability to roam the universe. This feeling is so wonderful. When the transformed spiritual telekinesis triggered a transformation in his body, Yi Chen felt an unprecedented shock. It was as if his body, which had reached its limit and could no longer grow, instantly turned into that of an infant. The tendons, bones, muscles, and internal organs all underwent fundamental changes. A transformation at the level of life itself. An apprentice level strength increase from apprentice level 1, junior warrior, to apprentice level 9, advanced war god, is a series of improvements based on the original physical foundation. And reaching advanced war god is already a limit. If you don't cross it, you'll never break through. But once you cross it, my life level has stepped into a higher tier, planetary level 1, gradually advancing until planetary level 9. Many households in Manhwa community had already gone to sleep, and the hatch of the intelligent warplane parked on the lawn slowly opened. A figure shot into the sky and then hovered over 300 meters above the ground, his black robe fluttering in the wind. He stood on nothing, simply floating there. This is planetary level? Yi Chen overlooked the city below, but in his heart, he was sensing the light sphere within his sea of consciousness. He finally discovered the true secret of planetary level power. That light sphere was not merely a simple core of spiritual energy but possessed a peculiar ability. It could be described as a miniature planet. It rotated on its own and had its own magnetic field. This miniature planet within his sea of consciousness allowed Yi Chen to forego breathing. Moreover, it can also control the magnetic field around the body according to Yi Chen's will. By counteracting the Earth's gravity, it can naturally hover. By applying a forward magnetic field force to itself, it can rapidly fly forward. In other words, late night, planetary level powerhouses can each possess their own miniature planet. Whoosh! They are the masters of these miniature planets. According to the will of the planetary level powerhouse, they can add a certain intensity and direction of magnetic force to themselves. This naturally allows them to fly swiftly and freely. However, the magnetic field strength of a microplanet is limited, so the flight speed of a planetary level warrior is also limited. No wonder they say that advancing from apprentice to planetary level is a leap in life. That's true. Planetary level warriors warriors can actually possess a microplanet, which can even rotate and have a magnetic field. Perhaps this microplanet is still very weak, but as it grows, it will naturally provide its planetary-level master with even greater assistance. To have your own miniature planet, such a strong individual can truly be considered a human of the universe. Yi Chen was filled with emotion. 1 year later, Yi Chen called Luo Feng to his side. He plans to teach Luo Feng the secret foundational 312 forms and the cultivation method of the 99 tempering spirit. Senior brother Yi, is this the treasure you obtained from the ancient civilization ruins? It's truly incredible. The beings who created these secret techniques, how did they even come up with them? When Yi Chen imparted these things to Luo Feng was completely stunned. Yi Chen patted Luo Feng's shoulder and said with a smile, "Junior brother, the universe is vast. Our future is by no means limited to the sky above us. During this time, focus on practicing the secret techniques I've taught you and strive to break through to the planetary level as soon as possible." Luo Feng's eyes were full of fervor. After hearing Yi Chen's words, he nodded heavily. Whether it was the secret foundational 312 techniques or the cultivation method of the 99 spirit refinement, the allure for a spiritual mind master was simply overwhelming. Luo Feng couldn't wait to start cultivating right away. "Junior brother, I need to go out tomorrow. Please keep an eye on the matters within the extreme martial hall." With his strength improved, Yi Chen planned to visit Mist Island again. He intended to obtain the Demon Cloud Vine. While he was at it, he wanted to see if Babata would show up. Wasn't it always looking for disciples for Huyan Bo? Is there anyone on earth more suitable than Yi Chen? You should know that Luo Feng's amplitude level is only 12 right now, but his spiritual force amplitude level has already reached 20. "Senior brother, don't worry. With me in Jiangnan Base City, there won't be any problems." Luo Feng patted his chest and said with a smile. Inside the Yun-Mo spaceship, more than 15,000 meters underground, a black virtual figure appeared in the center of the hall. It was only 1.45 meters tall, resembling a child, with 2 sharp horns on its forehead, blood-red eyes, and dressed in a black robe. "Triple life gene level? What's going on? Did you have another adventure in such a short time?" The human population in the universe is incredibly vast, with tens of thousands of races, roughly divided into 10 classes. Reaching domain lord level upon adulthood is the first class. Reaching universe level upon adulthood is the second class. The third and fourth levels both reach the star level upon adulthood. The fifth and sixth levels both reach the planetary level upon adulthood. Take the golden horned beast, for example. Its life gene level is nearly 10 times that of an ordinary person. However, Yi Chen's life gene level has reached 3 times that of an ordinary person, a level that even many domain lord bloodlines find difficult to attain. Even the existence of Huyanba, the master of Meteorite Ink Star, who seized another's body back then, was merely of second-class bloodline. How long has it been, and his strength has already undergone such a significant change? Last time I was still somewhat hesitant, but this time I cannot hesitate anymore. Triple life gene level, brain domain width 32. Such a monster, even during the peak of my Yunma star, I had never encountered one. Let's choose him. He is the most likely to lead my Yunma star to rise again. After stepping out of the Qin Kuan class intelligent warplane, Yi Chen began searching for the Mayun Vine. After his psychic power broke through to the planetary level, the range of his psychic perception became much broader. Soon, he discovered traces of the Moyun Vine. Yi Chen stood on the Sky Escape shuttle, flying toward the Moyun Vine. Swish! When Yi Chen was still a few hundred meters away from the Moyun Vine, a long black-purple vine suddenly shot toward him. Yi Chen, with sharp eyes and quick hands, directly grabbed the long vine. His hand was like a clamp, tightly gripping the Moyun Vine. No matter how much the vine struggled, it couldn't break free. Quite strong. Ordinary beings at the first or second planetary level really wouldn't be his match. However, since you've run into me today, you're destined to be at my mercy. Suddenly, the entire Mist Island began to shake violently. One by one, long black-purple vines extended from the mist, each over 2,000 meters in length. 1 vine, 2 vines, 3 vines, 8 vines, 9 vines. A total of 16 vines surged forward to encircle Yi Chen. It struck Yi Chen's body, but with his terrifying physical constitution and the black god suit, it caused no harm. In just half an hour, Yi Chen subdued the Moyun Vine. At the very moment Yi Chen subdued the Moyun Vine, whoosh! Invisible peculiar ripples slightly shifted, traveling almost in a straight line from the depths of the earth, passing through numerous rock layers, and reaching Yi Chen's body. This ripple, undetectable by the naked eye, instruments, or mental power, directly transmitted into Yi Chen's sea of consciousness. At the same time, Yi Chen seemed to catch a whiff of a rice fragrance. Rice fragrance? Could it be Muya crystal? Yi Chen rolled his eyes, as if he had remembered something. Hu Yanba's spaceship seems to be right below this mist island. Rumble. The last time I came here looking for the spirit of plants and trees, I felt like something was watching me. It must have been Babata assessing my talent. Last time, it didn't take out the wooden crystal, probably because it thought my aptitude wasn't good enough. But now, I've cultivated the first tribulation of the 9 tribulations secret codex, and my life gene level has tripled. It seems to have made up its mind to take me as a disciple on behalf of Hu Yanba. In less than a minute, Yi Chen figured out all the twists and turns. The inheritance of the fallen ink star is still very significant for Yi Chen. At least after obtaining the inheritance, he won't have to worry about cultivation resources anymore. Junior brother Luo, this time I have to take your opportunity again. Anyway, you are destined to become a Hunyuan lord in the future. Even without the fallen ink star inheritance, you can still rise through other opportunities. Yi Chen made up his mind. He wanted the inheritance of the meteorite star. Meanwhile, 15,000 meters underground on Mist Island, Babata began a series of operations inside the spaceship. Target locked. Enhanced suggestion, begin guiding the target. Stealth mode for the hatch, closing. Deep underground, countless layers of rock were stacked, yet at this moment, one of the thick rocks began to tremble and wriggle. Then suddenly, as if a bubble had burst, that thick rock directly vanished into nothingness. And in the spot where the thick rock had been, a half-open, dust-covered hatch appeared. Yi Chen stood outside the door, his heart filled with joy. At the same time, inside the ancient spaceship, in a spacious hall, dazzling light shone down from the high ceiling of the hall, and a figure only 1.45 meters tall appeared. Babata stared at a three-dimensional projection screen. In the image, it was Yi Chen's figure. You're here, boss. It's been 50,000 years. You've been away from me for 50,000 years. This time, the disciple I chose for you will definitely lead our Yunma star back to its former glory. Definitely. Babata's eyes were fixed on the figure in the image, looking somewhat excited. Looking at the door in front of him, Yi Chen seemed to hear a voice in his mind constantly telling him to go inside. He knew it was that guy Babata causing trouble. Babata, this time you're on the 5th floor, and I'm in the atmosphere. Yi Chen revealed a playful smile and walked in directly the next second. Found it. Right on the ground of the cabin door entrance passage, clusters of faintly glowing white crystals were gathered together. 10, 20, 30, densely packed, at least 200 or 300. They really went all out. There are almost 1,000 pieces of Muya crystals here, including those outside the cabin. In the original story, Babata only placed nearly 300 Muya crystals in the passage to attract Luo Feng, but now, Yi Chen used his spiritual force to check and found at least 500 or 600 pieces. Quite a show of sincerity. Yi Chen's lips curved upward as he continued collecting Muya crystals. 592 pieces. If I want, I can immediately cultivate 592 planetary-level beings. Placing the last Muya crystal into his backpack, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel excited. 592 pieces are nothing. Being able to use so many wood crystal shards as bait indicates that Babata has even more wood crystal shards. Continuing forward, at the end of the entrance passage is a wide corridor extending in both the left and right directions. As Yi Chen stepped into the intersection and glanced to the left and right, he was stunned. In the passage to Yi Chen's left, the walls, made of strange metal, now bore massive sunken fist marks, 9 in total. On the ground of the passage lay a massive corpse, half leaning against the passage wall. This massive corpse had dark skin all over, with sturdy arms, and was clad in a special armor engraved with intricate patterns, far more complex than the patterns on the Sky Shuttle. Moreover, its fists were still adorned with special gloves, and its blood-red eyes remained wide open. When Yi Chen's eyes met those of the corpse, a shiver involuntarily ran through his heart. To be precise, it was as if an ordinary mortal were facing Pangu, the creator of heaven and earth. Even though it was a lifeless corpse, those eyes still lacked none of their former sharpness. Even though it had been dead for countless years, just the lingering trace of its might made Yi Chen's heart tremble, and cold sweat instantly seeped from his back and forehead. Is an immortal-level existence really this powerful? Yi Chen gasped in shock. Previously, the word immortal was merely a cultivation realm to Yi Chen. However, after experiencing it firsthand, he gained a more profound understanding of the immortal realm. So powerful. Yi Chen found that he couldn't even meet the gaze of this corpse. Once their eyes met, no matter how much he tried to calm himself, he still felt an uncontrollable surge of fear. That is the fear caused by the level of life. Even the strongest will is useless. Yi Chen continued walking inside. Along this spacious passage, the way was completely unobstructed. There were also several side paths next to the passage, but Yi Chen continued walking straight along the widest path. After walking about 300 meters, the passage began to curve, and then a towering gate appeared. This gate was over 10 meters wide and more than 10 meters tall, and it was currently half open. He stepped through the gate and entered within. Appearing before him was a magnificent super semicircular hall, towering tens of meters high and approximately 200 meters in length and width. Inside the hall were 6 strangely shaped corpses. Among them, 5 corpses were lifelike, without any signs of decay or the like. As for the 6th corpse, only golden-hued bones remained, while the skin, hair, and other parts had long turned to ash. Apart from the skeletonized corpse, the rest were all beings of immortal level during their lifetimes. Just these few corpses alone are a considerable fortune. Of course, with Yi Chen's current strength, it is not advisable to reveal these corpses for the time being. Otherwise, if beings of cosmic or even higher levels are drawn in, Yi Chen would not be able to handle it. Looking around the surrounding hall, the The hall was empty, with only occasional dents on the floor and ceiling, seemingly caused by a fight. A voice rang out. Suddenly, the originally dim hall lit up with bright lights. Dazzling beams shone down from the high ceiling, illuminating the entire hall brightly. At the same time, strange rays of light converged in the center of the hall, beginning to form a black virtual figure. This figure was Babata. Yi Chen, you finally arrived. The black-robed child gazed at Yi Chen, a trace of joy flickering in his blood-red eyes. Having read the original work, he naturally knew this was Babata, but he couldn't reveal it in front of Babata. So, he deliberately asked such a question. I've been waiting for you for 50,000 years. The black-robed child shook his head. The aptitude of Earth's humans is truly too poor. It took 50,000 years for me to find a suitable person. The right person? What do you mean? Yi Chen pretended not to understand and asked again. The black-robed child looked at Yi Chen, did not directly answer his question, and instead said, Yi Chen, come with me to pay respects to the master. In the semicircular magnificent hall, the pale little hand of the black-robed child pointed to the central position of the floor. Suddenly, a hissing sound arose, and the metal floor split open, revealing a passage. Follow me. The black-robed child walked ahead. Yi Chen knew this was to pay respects to the master of the fallen ink star, Hu Yanbo. After a moment's pause, he followed. Arriving at the passage, the black-robed child leapt down, and Yi Chen followed suit. The passage was about 30 meters deep. When the black-robed child and Yi Chen landed on the ground below, the dimly lit hall beneath them suddenly illuminated. Who are you? Yi Chen glanced around. The dimly lit hall was empty, with octagonal walls and no items inside. Open. The black-robed child pointed to the ground. Crack, crack, crack. The ground trembled slightly and slowly began to split open. The master's body is stored very securely. You'll have to wait a bit before you can see it. The black-robed child looked at Yi Chen, his blood-red pupils unsettling. Yi Chen, you're full of doubts right now, aren't you? Doubts? Yi Chen chuckled inwardly, but still put on a puzzled expression and said, doubts? I have so many questions in my head right now. Seeing Yi Chen's expression, Babata was very satisfied. It felt that everything was now under its control. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Babata. You can call me Demon Babata. Of course, this is the translation into Earth's Chinese language. In the universal language of the universe, it should be said as XXXX. The final string of words spoken by the black-robed child was heard clearly by Yi Chen, but he couldn't understand them at all. The word demon here is a title I gave myself. The black-robed child continued, essentially, I am a form of intelligence. This Yi Chen knew intelligence cores are categorized by levels. To be called intelligent, at the very least, it must not be inferior to humans in problem solving. The intelligent core of the number 9 ancient civilization ruins can be considered true intelligence. As for Babata, it followed the owner of the Yunma star for a very long time. Over such a long period, it has, in a certain sense, already transcended the scope of intelligence. It can be considered a form of intelligent life. It possesses various emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, as well as the ability to cultivate and evolve. In the past, my master helped me find a body. The name of me, the demon Babata, resounded across countless galaxies in the universe. Unfortunately, 50,000 years ago, during a cataclysmic battle that spanned countless galaxies, my body was destroyed, and I reverted to being an intelligent virtual existence once again. The black-robed child had a trace of sorrow. I can still transform into an intelligent virtual existence. But my master. It turned its head to look at the crystal coffin that was gradually emerging. The transparent crystal coffin slowly floated up from the ground. Yi Chen also observed carefully. The crystal coffin was 6 meters long, 4 meters wide, and 2 meters high. The completely transparent crystal coffin emitted a terrifying chill. Even while wearing the black god suit, the body couldn't help but shiver too cold. Inside the crystal coffin lay a corpse. The corpse was approximately 3 meters tall, with 2 flexible antennae on its forehead. Apart from the antennae and its larger physique, it was identical to Earth's humans in every other way. Dressed in a black robe that emitted a faint glow, with long hair draped down, it lay peacefully on the crystal coffin, as if merely asleep. His appearance was extremely handsome, and his narrow eyes added a touch of delicate charm. Even though he was now just a corpse, he still possessed a strange allure that could unsettle one's soul. Master! The black-robed child clutched the crystal coffin, his pale little hands gripping tightly, his expression ferocious. Snap! Snap! 2 tears fell. An intelligent virtual life form shedding tears? Seeing an intelligent virtual life form cry with his own eyes, Yi Chen couldn't help but think to himself, you live long enough, you see everything. Kneel. The child in the black robe suddenly turned his head to look at Yi Chen. I told you to kneel. Just because you are a member of the Falling Ink Star, and my master is the master of the Falling Ink Star, you should kneel. Obviously, Babata was aware of Yi Chen's involvement in the number 9 civilization ruins, at least knowing that he had the Falling Ink Star token. Babata looked somewhat frantic. However, Yi Chen could understand. If it were purely artificial intelligence, 50,000 years wouldn't mean much. The key is that Babata had developed human emotions. 50,000 years is indeed hard to endure rare for a life form with human emotions. So, Yi Chen didn't take Babata's commanding tone to heart. Bang! Yi Chen directly knelt down with a bang and kowtowed 3 times in a row. He had practiced Dun Tian, so kowtowing a few times to Huyen Bo was only appropriate. Yi Chen. The black-robed child saw that Yi Chen had actually knelt down, and felt a warmth in his heart. His expression softened, and with some apology, he said, "I'm sorry, I haven't communicated with anyone for over 50,000 years, so I might be a bit irritable." Then, with a serious tone, he said, "Let me ask you, are you willing to acknowledge my master as your teacher and become the future master of Falling Ink Star?" Of course, the meteor Ink Star has already been destroyed, and this force has been wiped out. Apprenticeship? Yi Chen's heart was filled with joy. They had finally reached this point. Although he wanted to agree immediately, considering how a normal person would react in such a situation, Yi Chen decided to hesitate for a moment. Because the master of the meteorite star is already dead. A dead person taking on a disciple would naturally make anyone suspicious. Babata saw Yi Chen hesitating and seemed a bit anxious, quickly saying, "Yi Chen, my master, Huyen Bo, was an immortal level being. From his birth to his death spanning over 6,000 epochs, he roamed the vast universe and was truly a peerless powerhouse in the cosmos. You might not yet understand what immortality represents. Warriors and spiritual mind masters are mainly divided into 5 major levels: planetary, stellar, cosmic, domain lord, and world lord. Beyond the world lord is immortality. Planetary level is enough to wander the universe, serving as a thug, servant, or cannon fodder. Stellar level, staying on a remote planet in the universe, can still be considered a big shot. But on some important planets, it's better to keep a low profile. Universe level, a strong one, considered strong. After all, under normal circumstances, a galaxy only gives birth to one universe-level being. Joining the cosmic nation allows you to easily obtain dozens of planets as your territory. Domain master, equivalent to being a ruler of a region. Elementary civilizations in the universe dare not provoke easily, they can establish their own forces. In the vast universe, domain lord-level powerhouses are fiercely courted by any cosmic nation. World lord, TSK, a local tyrant. Want to claim a galaxy as your territory? It's a piece of cake. A strong being at the world lord level must have reached the realm of an internal world, mastering a world of their own. If you can become a world lord level powerhouse, and if you have no ambition, you can roam the universe freely. Above the world lord, there is only immortality. Whether it's planetary level, stellar level, cosmic level, domain lord, or world lord, there are still limitations on lifespan. A stellar level powerhouse can live up to 1 epoch, a cosmic level up to 10 epochs, a domain lord up to 100 epochs, and a world lord up to 1,000 epochs. Of course, according to your Earth time, a realm lord can live for over 10 million years. A realm lord exists, but even under the passage of time, they will decay. Surpassing a realm lord is true immortality. An immortal powerhouse is also called an eternal powerhouse, also known as a deity. Babata's eyes were bright. Once you become an immortal strongman, you can have infinite lifespan. The master, he is an immortal strongman, although the master has already passed away. But he left a great deal of resources for his disciple. As long as you agree to become the master's disciple, I can help you quickly grow to the level of a world lord. Yi Chen, the earth is too small, the universe is your true stage. As the words fell, Babata looked at Yi Chen with sincere eyes. Quickly grow to the world lord level? How fast? Yi Chen asked curiously. If he remembered correctly, in the original work, Babata only mentioned cultivating Luo Feng to the domain lord level, but as for the world lord level, there wasn't much confidence. Now he was actually told to quickly advance to the world master level. It seems Babata noticed that his life gene level is significantly higher than that of Earthlings. Your life gene level is 3 times that of an ordinary person. Even if you rely on your own cultivation, you can smoothly advance to the domain master level. With the master's resource assistance, reaching the stellar level in 5 years is achievable. Babata confidently said, 50 years to reach the universe level, no problem. As for becoming a domain lord, 500 to 1,000 years should be about right. As for a world lord, it should take around 10,000 years. Hearing this, Yi Chen shook his head slightly and muttered, "That long? Not long now." Babata said helplessly, "Yi Chen, you need to understand that in your entire Milky Way galaxy, normal evolution only produces 1 universe-level being. If your life gene level were the same as other Earthlings, forget about 10,000 years, even 100,000 years might not be enough for you to become a domain lord." "Yi Chen, I've said everything I need to say. It's up to you now. Will you take my master as your teacher?" Babata looked at Yi Chen. Only by becoming a disciple can you receive the many gifts prepared by the master for his students. Of course, you can choose not to become a disciple. Babata smiled faintly, revealing 2 fangs. "If you don't, in order to keep the master's secrets, I can only kill you. Make your choice, the decision is yours." This. Yi Chen was momentarily at a loss, torn between laughter and tears. Directly threatening with one's life, how do I become your disciple? Yi Chen looked at Babata with a wry smile. "Very good, your choice is absolutely correct." Babata raised his head proudly. Because of your choice, the entire Earth will benefit from it. With the assistance of me, the demon Babata, Yi Chen, your name will spread throughout the entire galaxy, even across countless planets in the Black Dragon Mountain Star region. Countless humans will worship you and look up to you. Your single word can determine the rise or fall of an entire planetary race. Yi Chen quickly interrupted upon hearing this. Well, just tell me how to formally become your disciple. Normally, the master would invite friends and make it a grand occasion to accept a direct disciple, but the master is already dead. Yunma Star is destroyed, so everything will be kept simple. Babata looked at the crystal coffin and suddenly his voice became somewhat solemn. You only need to bow 8 times before the master's remains, and that's it. Yi Chen nodded. Bang! Yi Chen knelt down and solemnly kowed out 8 times. From today onward, you are the master's 5th direct disciple, and also the last direct disciple, the only living direct disciple. Babata looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, the master has passed away and cannot personally teach you, so I will take the teacher's place to guide you. Babata looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. Rest assured, the master entrusted everything to me before his death. Moreover, I am an intelligent life form and have always been with the master. I can show you all the scenarios of the master's teachings to his direct disciples through video playback, so you don't need to worry, Babata said confidently. Yi Chen nodded. He was now only interested in the resources left by Hianbo for his disciple, as mentioned by Babata. Babata saw Yi Chen staring at him and instantly understood his meaning. First, I'll give you a storage space item. Babata casually tossed something, and a silver light flew over. Yi Chen reached out and caught it, opening his palm. It was a seemingly ordinary silver ring. Storage space items can be made into many forms, such as rings, wristbands, and so on. Babata smiled and said, however, creating a space ring is very difficult. In the universe, it is considered a luxury item. This space ring has a unique material that can merge into your skin. Yi Chen put the ring on the middle finger of his left hand. Silent and soundless, it flowed like mercury, merging into the skin. Yi Chen felt a chill, and then the ring on his finger completely disappeared. You need to infuse a trace of your spiritual thought into it, allowing your spiritual imprint to merge within. This only needs to be done once, it won't be necessary afterward, Babata said. Yi Chen's mind stirred, and a trace of spiritual energy quickly traveled along his arm into his fingers, penetrating into the ring. The ring underwent subtle changes, and in just a moment Yi Chen had a feeling that the ring seemed to become an extension of his own body, allowing him to clearly perceive everything inside it without needing spiritual energy. Inside the ring was an empty space, incredibly vast. Based on Yi Chen's intuition, the height was approximately 100 meters. The space within this ring is a rectangular prism. According to your Earth's measurement units, its length is 612 meters, width is 521 meters, and height is 108 meters. Decimal points can be disregarded. Babata proudly looked at Yi Chen, seemingly wanting to see Yi Chen's surprised and shocked expression. Yi Chen, however, possessed a storage space, so why would he be surprised? Yi Chen nodded. Come on, don't you know how difficult it is to split a piece of cosmic space and integrate it into an artifact? And such a large space at that? Babata was very dissatisfied with Yi Chen's expression. If the strong ones in the universe find out, your life will be over. But as long as you don't say anything, no one will know. Yi Chen thought for a while. He felt that the space inside this spatial ring, although larger than the storage space he had drawn, was probably less secure than the storage space. Therefore, he planned to store important treasures in the storage space in the future, while placing ordinary treasures in the spatial ring. Let's go, we're heading up, Babata said. As the words fell, Babata turned to look at the corpse inside the crystal coffin, his expression complex for a moment. He whispered, Boss, from today on, I'll follow your disciple. Don't worry, leave everything to me. The voice was so low that Yi Chen didn't hear it clearly. Then Babata pointed to the ground with his hand. Ka ka ka. The crystal coffin began to slowly sink, and within moments, it had sunk into the ground, with the surface starting to close up. Go up. Babata became much calmer. Whoosh, whoosh. Yi Chen followed behind Babata, flying directly along the passage to the circular hall above. The circular hall was very bright under the illumination of the lights. Yi Chen. Babata pointed to a golden skeleton on the ground. This was the master's second direct disciple, and also one of the most outstanding among the master's disciples. However, during that battle, the master was being hunted down, and the enemy's attack even penetrated the interior of the Meteor Inc. starship. The immortal strong ones were fine, but he died instantly. This enemy's attack penetrated the ship and even killed him, but the ship hasn't turned to ashes yet. Isn't this ship even more impressive? Yi Chen remarked with emotion. A bit of insight. This Inc. starship is a vessel my master obtained at great effort and considerable expense. As for its price, even if you sold your entire Earth, it wouldn't cover even a fraction of this ship. Babata pointed at the surrounding walls. Look, dents on the floor, dents on the walls. That was caused by the battle of the immortal strong. Even an immortal strong being would at most leave a dent on the ground. However, the UNMO starship is severely damaged. It can't even take off now, otherwise, I wouldn't have had to wait on Earth for 50
50,000 years. Babata shook his head and said, if it can't even take off, repairing the hull is out of the question. To repair a spaceship of the UNMO Starship's level, the entire Silver Blue Empire doesn't have the capability. Perhaps the Black Dragon Mountain Empire might. Silver Blue Empire? Black Dragon Mountain Empire?
Yi Chen felt somewhat familiar. It seemed that Earth was just one of the planets under the Silver Blue Empire. Today, I will give you a lesson to let you understand the mystery and vastness of this boundless universe.
Seeing Yi Chen somewhat puzzled, Babata assumed he didn't understand the Silver Blue Empire and the Black Dragon Mountain Empire.
So he explained, human civilization in the universe can be divided into elementary cosmic civilizations, intermediate cosmic civilizations, and advanced cosmic civilizations.
The Silver Blue Empire I just mentioned is a nation of an elementary cosmic civilization.
According to the way you Earthlings describe it, the galaxy you are in is called the Milky Way. The Milky Way, the Beta Galaxy, and the other 8 neighboring galaxies together form the Silver Blue Empire.
And the Silver Blue Empire is just one of the vassal states of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire is considered a relatively decent mid-level civilization in the universe.
The Black Dragon Mountain starfield they govern includes over 8,000 galaxies in total. They directly control over 6,000 star systems, along with more than 500 vassal states of primary cosmic civilizations like the Silver Blue Empire.
As for advanced cosmic civilizations, there is one in the star sector where Earth is located, called the Qianwu Cosmic Nation.
A star sector is a mapping unit of the universe, just like star regions and star systems are also mapping units. One star region typically contains about 1,000 to 20,000 star systems. Of course, there are also some extremely small star regions, as well as some extremely large star regions. The Black Dragon Mountain star region has over 8,000 star systems, and above the star region is the star sector,
the largest unit in the universe. Star Zone 1, the average scale is about 10,000 star regions, roughly equivalent to 1 billion galaxies.
Of course, different star zones vary in size. Your Earth belongs to the Qianwu Major Star Zone, Hailongshan Star Region, Milky Way Galaxy. The Qianwu Major Star Zone governs over 13,000 star regions, with more than 1 billion galaxies.
It is ruled by the Advanced Civilization Nation, the Qianwu Cosmic Nation, which oversees nearly 1,000 subordinate intermediate civilization nations in the universe. This can be considered the highest-level cosmic nation among the human race in the vast universe. After listening to Babata's introduction, Yi Chen couldn't help but nod.
His memory of this aspect became even clearer. Seeing that Yi Chen showed no surprise, Babata gradually felt that Yi Chen was simply a calm person. This kind of existence, which remains unshaken even if the sky falls, must have an extraordinary state of mind. This made Babata even more convinced that he had chosen the right disciple.
Alright, now let's talk about the legacy your teacher left for you, Babata said. First, from now on, you should use Muya crystals for cultivation. Don't absorb energy from the universe anymore. The efficiency is far too low. It's such a waste of time. I have plenty of Muya crystals here, enough for you to cultivate to the stellar level, Babata said arrogantly.
Your planetary level defense armor, your teacher prepared the Black God set for you, but you already have it.
In addition, there is a Mo Yun Vine seedling, which can be used for protection or attack. In the future, it will be your best companion on the path of cultivation.
The master also left you a mind weapon suitable for planetary level use, named Arc Blade Disc.
However, it is also a basic weapon, not much different from your Dun Tian shuttle.
Decide for yourself later which weapon to use.
Babata revealed a slight smile.
The Sky Shuttle and the Arc Blade Disc are secondary. There's a treasure outside that's even stronger.
When we leave later, we can take it. Yi Chen nodded.
He knew that what Babata was referring to should be the spaceship fragments, the Scarlet Mixed Copper Mother. When you break through to the star level, you can obtain other treasures. When you're weak, carrying a bunch of treasures is asking for death.
So what you can get now is only enough for you to use until the star level.
Your master has left 3 accounts for you at the Galactic Bank, designated for withdrawal during the stellar, cosmic, and domain lord stages respectively.
You can't access them yet.
So the plan for now is to focus on your cultivation, first breaking through to the planetary stage, and then following my training plan while using the Woodya crystal for practice. Once you reach the stellar stage, you'll meet the conditions to access the first account. By then, you'll have money, kid.
Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. Got money? After buying Earth, I'm afraid there won't be much left. Hu Yanbo was very generous with his disciples, leaving enough money in each account for their cultivation and use. However, the situation on Earth is too complicated, far beyond what Hu Yanbo and Babata could have anticipated. It's almost time, we should leave now. These 5 corpses of immortal powerhouses are extremely valuable. You should keep them.
We'll deal with them later,
Babata said. Yi Chen's mind stirred.
An invisible and strange force enveloped the surroundings, quickly collecting the 5 corpses of the immortal strong. Only a golden skeleton remained in the hall.
This is your senior brother's skeleton.
The bones of a realm master are considered valuable, but after all, he is your senior brother. When you leave Earth, or perhaps exile exile his skeleton into the vast universe, let him return to the stars, or find a hidden place to bury him. Babata looked at the golden skeleton, a complex expression on his small face. Yi Chen nodded, then immediately stored the golden skeleton into the space ring. Spaceship entrance. Babata and Yi Chen stood here. Yi Chen, I am now a virtual existence, so to leave with you, I must rely on an object. Babata flipped his hand, and a black wristband appeared in his hand. This wristband has a crystal core on the inner layer of the left wristband, which is the temporary dwelling place for my intelligent life. The crystal core also has storage space, containing a large amount of wooden crystal, arc blade discs, and so on. I will keep them for you now. Put them on, Babata said. Yi Chen immediately put on the pair of wristbands. When Yi Chen put on the wristband, Babata instantly vanished as if bursting like a soap bubble. Standing at the spaceship entrance, Yi Chen suddenly felt his body tremble. The massive meteorite star spaceship disappeared directly, creating a huge void that caused a large number of rocks to fall. Phew! Yi Chen immediately used his spiritual force to push away the surroundings, preventing the rocks from approaching him. Boom! Babata's voice echoed in Yi Chen's mind. What's wrong, Yi Chen? Yi Chen spoke directly. If you want to talk to me, there's no need to speak out loud. Just use a trace of mental power to connect to the core crystal of the wristband, and you can communicate with me through your consciousness. From now on, you can throw away that auxiliary AI of yours. That kind of trash everything it can do, I can do, and I'm millions of times better. Also, from now on, entering virtual space won't require wearing a helmet anymore. That's a very primitive method. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen quickly tried to use his mental power to penetrate and connect with the crystal core. Soon, Yi Chen seemed to see within the crystal core a black-robed child, Babata, sitting on a throne in a palace. Virtual space, are you referring to the War God Palace? Yi Chen asked. Not just the War God Palace, I can also enter the personal virtual space I, Babata, have created for you. Babata said proudly, your Earth's War God Palace is merely built by an intelligent mainframe. In terms of the wonders of virtual space, it is far inferior to mine. Such a pity. You are an Earthling, and your consciousness is considered unregistered in the virtual universe network. Even if I connect your consciousness to the virtual universe network, it cannot be authorized for access. You, as an unregistered user, need to open an account in reality to connect to the virtual universe network. Babata sighed helplessly. Also, put the Emoyun vine sapling next to you into your backpack. It is a living being, so it cannot be stored in the storage space. Once everything is packed, we can leave here. Yi Chen unleashed his spiritual force, spreading it around. He quickly discovered a plant resembling a gourd vine about 100 meters to his left, with a length of just over 2 meters. Using his mental force to clear a path ahead, Yi Chen walked straight over. Yi Chen, this cloud vine will accompany you for the rest of your life. Babata sighed. Of course, I, the demon Babata, will also accompany you for the rest of your life. Unless you die, I will never leave. According to the master's orders, I will only acknowledge you as my master the day you become a domain lord. With your talent, combined with my guidance, that day will come very soon. After storing the young Emoyun vine, which resembled a gourd vine, into his backpack, Yi Chen, under Babata's guidance, found the abandoned Shihun copper mother. Immediately afterward, Yi Chen returned to the ground and boarded the Qiankuan-class intelligent fighter jet, heading toward Manhwa district. Inside the fighter jet, Yi Chen, first let the Moyun vine recognize its master. Once the Moyun vine recognizes its master, others won't be able to use it. So, the process of recognizing its master is very important. But before that, let me first modify the intelligence system of your battle machine. Babata said, this intelligent fighter jet system is actually primarily controlled by your extreme martial arts hallmaster, Hong. The secondary authority belongs to you. So, as long as he wants, he can know everything you do inside the intelligent fighter jet and can reclaim it at any time. Now, after my modifications, Hong won't notice a thing, and this intelligent fighter jet will obey you, while Hong will become the secondary authority. Yi Chen nodded, letting Babata operate with ease. Inside the intelligent fighter jet, numerous buttons lit up, their colorful glow dazzling to the eyes. In just about 15 seconds, everything returned to calm. It's done now, Babata said. The Moyun vine you obtained outside earlier has almost no cultivation value. You can give it to someone else or just let it go. The evolution paths of the Moyun vine are numerous, mainly related to the various treasures it can absorb. In the original story, that Moyun vine was casually cultivated by Babata and then discarded, eventually ending up in Han's possession. That cloud touch vine, if placed on Earth, could only absorb cosmic energy, reaching at most a planetary level strength of 7 or 8 tiers. However, if it were given countless Woodya crystals to consume, it could grow to a cosmic level, though that would already be its limit. Take Hu Yanba, for example. More than half of his wealth was spent cultivating his cloud touch vine, which eventually grew to become immortal. Let's not talk about this for now. Hurry up and let the cloud touch vine recognize its master. Babata said repeatedly, just slit your wrist. This Moyun vine requires quite a bit of fresh blood to recognize its master. Swoosh! Yi Chen slit his wrist and brought it close to the Moyun vine. vine. The fresh blood was continuously absorbed by the young Moyun vine. Yi Chen's cell activity was too high, causing the wrist wound to heal quickly. Helplessly, he had to actively cut it open again. A blood-red fruit resembling a grape appeared out of thin air and fell directly onto the Moyun vine sapling, immediately being wrapped up by numerous vines. Blood-red electric currents began to flow across the Moyun vine sapling. What happened, Babata? Yi Chen asked repeatedly. That fruit just now was definitely Babata's doing. Aside from himself, only Babata's crystal core contained a storage space. Whoosh! First cultivation of the cloud vine. Babata explained, the cloud vine sapling. I have never dared to cultivate it because once cultivated, it becomes stronger. If your strength is weaker than it, you won't be able to subdue it. So all these years, I've been nurturing its foundation, and now that the cloud vine is beginning to recognize its master, this is the best opportunity for its initial cultivation. It's just like how breast milk is very important for human babies on Earth. The first nourishment for the Moyun vine is also very important. First, it has to be a treasure, and second, it must be something the Moyun vine sapling can devour. Babata explained, that fruit just now was specially prepared by your teacher for this Moyun vine. In terms of value, it's even more expensive than your fragment. As the words fell, the color of the Moyun vine sapling itself changed from green to dark red, and on the surface, faint red threads seemed to flow. You can put it away now, it can directly merge into your skin. This initial cultivation. The fruit I gave is too potent, it will take a long time to digest. After Babata finished speaking, Yi Chen reached out to touch the nearby Moyun vine. In an instant, their minds connected, and the consciousness of the Moyun vine conveyed to Yi Chen the method of using it. The operation method was indeed very simple. With a single thought, the Moyun vine instantly shrank, resembling a half-meter-long whip, and then quickly merged into Yi Chen's skin and disappeared. It felt as if there was a cool layer of clothing on his body, very comfortable. Moreover, the simple consciousness of the Moyun vine is also very attached to Yi Chen, almost as if treating him like a parent. This Moyun vine sapling is astonishing for its first cultivation. Right from the starting line, it far surpasses other Moyun vines. Once it completes its first evolution, it can serve as your assistant. At that time, even the black god set won't be as useful as it. Babata was very proud. I dare say, there aren't many in the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire who are this extravagant, playing like this on their first cultivation. As the auxiliary intelligence of an immortal-level powerhouse, Babata's arrogance was completely normal. Yi Chen was already used to it. Next, let's talk about the fragment of the Scarlet Mixed Copper Mother. Babata instructed Yi Chen to take out the fragment of the Scarlet Mixed Copper Mother. The piece in your hand is a fragment from the edge that fell off when the spaceship crashed into Earth and became deeply embedded underground. Babata smiled. Don't think it was caused by the impact. Even if it crashed into a neutron star, this spaceship wouldn't crack. In fact, it was the attack from the Master's enemy that damaged the ship and caused a fragment to break off from the edge. The fragments were initially protected by the spaceship's shield. When the spaceship crashed and entered Earth's underground, the shield deactivated and the fragments detached. This is a material that even immortals find hard to destroy. If you use it as a throwing knife, you can fight against beings of planetary level 6. If you master the Master's secret technique for object control, even Thor won't be your match. The specific secret method will be revealed to you once you receive the Master's inheritance. Manhwa District, second floor of the villa, Martial Arts Hall. Yi Chen sat cross-legged in meditation. Yi Chen, I will directly guide your consciousness into the private virtual space I have created for you. Babata's voice entered Yi Chen's sea of consciousness. At the same time, I will monitor the surrounding area within a kilometer range. You can focus on the virtual space. Virtual space. On the peak of a towering mountain, Yi Chen, dressed in a white robe, suddenly appeared. Today, you will officially inherit the legacy of the Great Master. Babata slightly raised her head, her small face full of confidence. First, you must understand that for a skyscraper to be built tall, its foundation must be incredibly solid. This is also why, even though your life gene level is very high, it still takes 5 years. If we really disregarded everything and crammed knowledge into you like force-feeding a duck, I could get you to the star level in 3 months. But the price is that you will never be able to step into the realm of a world lord. Babata said. Yi Chen listened carefully. To become a world lord, or even immortal, every step must be taken seriously. Babata waved his small hand. A blood-red castle immediately appeared behind him. Babata flew toward the interior of the castle. Yi Chen followed and ran after him. The castle opens. Whoosh! 18 giants, each carved from rock and standing 8 meters tall, stood at the castle gate and bowed respectfully. Follow me. Babata shook his head and said, these 18 iron towers were the 18 loyal followers of the Master back then. However, when the meteorite star was destroyed, they also perished. Boom! I am just virtualizing them for now. In this castle, I have virtualized 18 iron towers and 36 beauties. Master! Following Babata, they saw numerous stunning beauties of various races along the way and soon arrived at a large room on the second floor of the castle. This is your training room. Look! Babata pointed at the 4 walls of the
training room. Instantly, all four walls were covered by bookshelves. And here, I have prepared books for you to study at different levels: planetary, stellar, cosmic, domain master, and world master. As he spoke, books immediately appeared on all the bookshelves. The entire cultivation room had bookshelves on all four walls, with the number of books definitely exceeding 10,000. Swish! You are now at the planetary level. So, the manuals on these two shelves are what you must cultivate. Babata pointed to the top two layers of one of the bookshelves in the distance. The top layer is about warrior cultivation. A powerful spiritual force user must possess a strong body. Your exertion, physical strength, and so on must all be trained. Your body is currently at the peak of apprentice level 9, and your consciousness is sufficient. Breaking through to planetary level 1 in physical strength will be easy. The next layer is for spiritual mind masters, which is even more important. It is mainly divided into control chapter, illusion chapter, and miscellaneous chapter, each of which is profound and extensive. Babata said, the master's legacy is unique in the universe. The master has profound achievements in warrior cultivation and even greater accomplishments in spiritual force. The master has 9 undying slaves. These 9 undyings were actually controlled by the master long ago using a spiritual secret technique to infiltrate their souls and dominate them from within. These 9 servants retain their intelligence and memories, but they will be 100% loyal to their master from the bottom of their hearts. Among the 9 immortals being controlled, 1 is at the universe level, 6 are domain lords, and 2 are world lords. As the master's strength gradually increases, these 9 servants are also steadily cultivating. The master's secret technique is unique in that the servants retain their self-awareness and can also cultivate. Babata said proudly, and the servant wouldn't dare to have the slightest betrayal. Once the master dies, the servant will also die. The 5 immortal servants inside the Yunhua starship died because their master perished, so they followed suit. Babata looked at Yi Chen. Of course, the master's inheritance is very difficult to get started with. That's why the master created a soul imprint of inheritance for you before his death. I already integrated the inheritance soul imprint into your body when I first came into contact with you. Babata said, it is silently merging with your soul. I estimate that in another hour, you will have completed the initiation. Yi Chen looked at Babata in shock. Inheriting the soul imprint? I don't feel anything at all. I have to say, the methods of these strong individuals are truly unpredictable. Fortunately, Babata harbors no malice toward him. From now on, whenever you enter this virtual space, your main focus will be training in this practice room. Today is the day to determine the path you will take in the future. You should know, no matter what you do, first set a course, then move forward step by step. Only in this way can you go far. Blindly immersing yourself in hard practice without a purposeful plan is a waste of time. Babata said, I can only give you advice, but I cannot make decisions for you. Yi Chen nodded. I understand. What suggestions do you have? First, you must take martial artist training seriously and never neglect it. There is no definitive conclusion on whether martial artists or spiritual mind masters are stronger. It's just that spiritual mind masters have more complex and mysterious methods. For martial artists to break through and improve, they must focus on spirit and willpower. For spiritual mind masters to improve, they must also pay attention to the body and genetic primal energy. Can't tell for now. But for the universe level, especially domain masters and world masters, the requirements are high in all aspects such as spirit, will, original energy, body, and realm. Babata said, a wooden barrel's capacity to hold more water depends on its shortest plank. Therefore, a warrior's training must not fall behind. Second, the control chapter and illusion chapter left by the master are foundational, and you must learn them all. And as for the miscellaneous chapter, it is the essence of our Yunhua star lineage. Since you are the successor of Yunhua star, you must definitely learn these precious secret techniques. In the future, whether you choose the path of a controller or an illusionist, it's up to you. Third, set aside some time to learn the universal language of the cosmos with me. Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded and said, no problem. Although he possesses a system, the system can only allow him to obtain some treasures, which mainly serve auxiliary functions. The improvement of one's realm, most of the time, still depends on spending time to hone oneself. Very good. If the master were still alive, he would definitely like a disciple like you very much. Babata sighed emotionally. Then, with a wave of his hand, a luxurious rectangular glass table immediately appeared in front of Yi Chen. Beside the glass table were 6 chairs, and all the books on the distant bookshelf suitable for Yi Chen's training as a planetary level warrior flew onto the table. Take your time studying these. Babata waved his hand again, and all the books related to spiritual masters also flew over. Your focus is, of course, on these, especially the miscellaneous volumes. Babata said, the miscellaneous books must be studied carefully. The miscellaneous books, each one has a golden cover, very eye-catching. Yi Chen glanced over. That pile of books indeed contains more than 10 with golden covers, while the rest have black covers. The ones with golden covers are Soul Imprint, Tower of the Void, Possession, Hexagram. Every book is profound and extensive. For example, Soul Seal. The reason the master
master can control the 9 immortal slaves is because of the secret technique in Soul Seal. The legacy Soul Seal left for you also relies on this secret technique. Soul Seal is a very profound and mysterious technique, and what you have is just the basics. Once you master it, I'll give you the second volume of Soul Seal. This is the exclusive secret method of my Yunma lineage, absolutely not to be shared, Babata said proudly. Yichen couldn't help but pick up this book, Soul Seal. This is a treasure. Controlling servants, and even allowing them to have their own consciousness and self-cultivation remarkable. The Void Tower is the ultimate secret technique for soul defense of my Yunma lineage. Even among the master's direct disciples, only one has been taught this. When the master was alive, these secret techniques were rarely taught to direct disciples, and even then, they wouldn't teach an entire technique. You're lucky to have all the secret techniques, and they're complete. Yichen was very happy in his heart. He had truly chosen a good time. If Huyenbo were still alive, even if he had taken him as a disciple, he probably wouldn't have taught him all these things. The Control chapter and Illusion chapter are indeed important, but other immortal powerhouses also possess them. The various unique secret techniques in miscellaneous chapters, whether for defense, attack, illusion, desperate measures, or control and enslavement, are all incredibly mysterious and bizarre. In the universe, obtaining even one of these secret techniques requires either great luck or countless treasures in exchange. Yet Yichen managed to acquire a whole bunch at once. From planetary level to realm master, the entire lineage of the Fallen Ink is complete. After flipping through books in the virtual space for a long time, Yichen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his consciousness. In the cultivation room, Yichen's body became blurry and then disappeared from the virtual space cultivation room. Oh, it's been an hour. The final step of fusion is here. Babata chuckled. The martial arts hall on the second floor of the villa. An astonishing change was taking place in Yichen's Sea of Consciousness. In the Sea of Consciousness, in the vast Sea of Consciousness, there is only a single miniature planet, a glowing miniature planet formed by countless transparent pyramid crystals clustered together. The entire miniature planet is emitting an invisible, peculiar fluctuation. The core of the miniature planet, a prismatic blood-red crystal, is located at the very center of the miniature planet. Invisible blood-colored threads, with this rhombus-shaped blood-red crystal as the core, spread throughout the entire miniature planet. Countless blood-colored threads continuously merge into the entire miniature planet. Waves of sharp pain that is the soul trembling. The entire miniature planet began to change color rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. From being nearly transparent, it gradually turned into a faint pink, light red, a deep red that permeated the entire miniature planet, until finally becoming the exact same blood-red color as the crimson crystal. The miniature planet, during its transformation, seemed to have shrunk slightly. Shoo, ah, so comfortable. Yichen felt utterly relaxed. Yichen, congratulations on overcoming the most difficult hurdle. Ordinary spiritual mind practitioners cannot perform the secret techniques of my Yunma lineage. They must first transform their mental power. In the past on Yunma Star, it always required a very long time and effort on one's own. But you had the master's help to get through this hurdle. Babata was overjoyed. Now, you have entered the basics. However, you are still just a 9th level apprentice warrior, so, without further delay, you should first step into the planetary level warrior stage. Yichen felt a surge of joy in his heart. Although his spiritual master level has risen to planetary level 1, his warrior level is still at the peak of advanced war god. Your consciousness and spirit are sufficient, and your body has also reached the peak of apprentice level 9. It's very easy, it will only take a few breaths. Babata immediately said, I'll teach you a few moves. This will help you break through immediately. Exhale. When performing the first movement, Yichen felt his whole body start to heat up. As each movement progressed, every cell in his body seemed to boil. The latent genetic primal energy within each cell, which had not been absorbed, began to gather like droplets of water. The droplets merged into streams, converging into creeks and rivers. A surge of heat flowed through his entire body, continuously rotating and gathering, finally concentrating in the dantian area of Yichen's abdomen. The fundamental difference between spiritual mind masters and martial artists lies in their origins. The source of a spiritual mind master is the Sea of Consciousness in the head, while the source of a martial artist is the dantian in the abdomen. In the dantian, as if Pangu were opening the heavens and the earth, the dantian, which originally did not exist at all, suddenly burst open in an instant. The spinning genetic primal energy accelerated its rotation, continuously expanding and contracting, and with each expansion and contraction, its volume became smaller. Yichen felt as if his consciousness trembled and his body shuddered. Boom! It worked! In the vast dantian, a miniature planet appeared. Unlike the transparent miniature planet that had just formed in the Sea of Consciousness, the miniature planet in the dantian was actually purple. The entire purple miniature planet is actually a unified whole formed by the massive aggregation of purple six-sided crystals. The purple miniature planet keeps rotating while emitting waves of strange fluctuations. Genetic primal energy. Yichen's heart stirred, and a trace of purple primal energy instantly flew out of his dantian and flowed into his his body. Pili pala. In an instant, every part of Yi Chen's body, bones, bone marrow, skin, meridians, internal organs underwent rapid changes. This transformation was even more dramatic than the last time his mental power advanced to the planetary level. Yi Chen only felt as if his bones had been shattered and then reassembled. Let me take a look. What is your special ability? Babata laughed mischievously. Don't be nervous, genetic primal energy is the most suitable for body modification. Its transformation of the body is far more exaggerated than the modification by psychic power. Oh, TSK. It's actually the thunderstorm Dharma body. Ah, Yi Chen, your luck is pretty good. Babata was overjoyed. Meanwhile, the body transformation was still ongoing. Yi Chen's entire body was continuously growing stronger at a remarkable pace, far more exaggerated than most warriors who step into the planetary level. For instance, in the original story, when Luofeng stepped into the planetary level, although his body underwent transformation, the extent of the transformation was far less dramatic compared to Yi Chen. Babata, you mentioned the thunder body. What is that? Yi Chen asked repeatedly. The original work only mentioned a few special abilities awakened after breaking through the planetary level. If it's the diamond body, he would know. In the original work, Luofeng's special ability was the diamond body. Others are flames, some are rays of light. Different attributes arise because each person's physique, soul, and perception vary, leading to the absorption of cosmic energy with inherently distinct properties. In fact, it is also related to the laws of devouring worlds. If a person is more suited to a certain attribute, then understanding the related laws becomes easier. These special abilities are mainly categorized into 8 types: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and light. Moreover, there is no hierarchy among the 8 categories. Each one possesses incredibly powerful unique abilities as well as extremely underwhelming ones. In fact, these abilities were only briefly mentioned in the early stages of the original work and gradually faded out later. Thunder body, it has many benefits. With this ability, every cell in your body is constantly being trained. Previously on your Earth, it seems about 70 or 80 years ago, there was a Sakura nation that invented a machine to train muscles using electric currents. That machine could quickly enhance human muscle strength, even allowing training during sleep. However, that machine placed very high demands on the endurance of internal organs like the heart. Many people died suddenly because their hearts couldn't handle the strain. Your ability is very similar to the function of that kind of machine. However, with your life gene level, your internal organs can completely withstand the tempering of thunder. Babata said, this can make your attack, speed, and defense all strong, especially attack and speed. Once your genetic energy merges into your muscles and bones, your attack and speed will be astonishing. Having the Thunder Law body ability, Yi Chen was very satisfied. At the same level, he can possess a stronger body than others. Moreover, it will be easier for him to comprehend the Thunder Law in the future. Thunder physique. Yi Chen's mind stirred, and the genetic primal energy immediately merged into his muscles and bones. Yi Chen could clearly see that there seemed to be faint flashes of thunder on his body. At this moment, he was like a thunder god of war.